Mo Wuji was his most important loop. If anything happened to Mo Wuji, then there would no longer be any meaning for him here. If not for the fact that the great sage would definitely know that he had arrived at the resting land of gods, he definitely wouldn't have come here. Of course I wouldn't blame his lack of courtesy. It's just that he cleaved the primordial spirit of one of my disciples. My resting land of gods is not a place without order. I will need to punish him to face the wall in solitude for 10,000 years. After these 10,000 years, he is free to leave. The voice was still calm. Koan Yun's heart sank. He subconsciously glanced towards Mo Wuji. How could Mo Wuji not know Koan Yun's meaning? Not only did he not step onto the gold path, he retreated backwards and said in a manner which was neither haughty nor servile, "This lord had not investigated the matter carefully, but you are already attributing punishment. Could this be the sage Tao that you pursue? It's over." When he heard Mo Wuji's words, Koan Yun's heart sank. He knew that things had gone south. Min Yuan's power was valiant and without equal. Otherwise, he couldn't have fought with sages while in the quasi-sage stage, nor would he have named his god throne as the Great Sage. Everyone knew of Min Yuan's just. However, there was also a problem about him. He loved to be at the top and respected by everyone. At the same time, he didn't like it when people questioned his authority. Mo Wuji had just arrived at the resting land of gods and he already scolded the Great Sage. This clearly wasn't a simple matter. Before Koan Yun could try to ameliorate the situation, a golden hand imprint came pressing down. This hand grabbed Mo Wuji. Under the might of this golden hand, all space was sealed. Even Koan Yun found it hard to move. Koan Yun sighed. He really wanted to resist and escape with Mo Wuji. If he still had his former power, that might have been possible. However, he didn't even have 0.01% of his former power. It was already amazing that he could borrow the Tao Tai Pot to protect himself. Even if he could use the power of the Tao Tai Pot to escape, he wouldn't be able to save Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji harumphed and the laws of space around him suddenly changed. The laws which sealed the space had been blocked by Mo Wuji's mortal Tao laws. Mo Wuji was instantly freed. Immediately, he struck out with a finger. 7-world finger, heaven and earth. Under this finger, Mo Wuji was the ruler of this heaven and earth. All other laws and Tao laws were cast to the side as the laws in this heaven and earth were renewed. Anything that was against his Tao laws would be shattered. Boom! The Tao laws exploded. Mo Wuji was sent flying. But at the same time, the huge, golden hand imprint also dissipated. Koan Yun, I will leave now. We will meet if fate permits. After Mo Wuji said that, his figure transformed into a breeze and disappeared without a trace. Even though the great sage Min Yuan had stayed in the resting land of gods for countless years, he was currently unable to locate Mo Wuji. After learning the heavenly spirit's transformation, Mo Wuji had transformed into an actual breeze. Even if the great sage was any stronger, he could not see through a sacred art like Mo Wuji's heavenly spirit's transformation. Koan Yun, where is that person from? What kind of Tao does he cultivate? He can actually dismiss the hand imprint formed from my Tao laws? The great sage's voice was calm and slow, seeming as though nothing major had happened. Koan Yun knew that the great sage's power had also declined greatly. Even so, Koan Yun wasn't as bold as Mo Wuji. He hurriedly and respectfully said, I only know that his name is Mo Wuji. He should be cultivating the mortal Tao. Alright, it's similar to the technique that Lu Xing cultivated those years ago. I met him just as I recovered my fleshly body and we traveled here together. If I knew that he would behave so disrespectfully to the great sage, I definitely wouldn't have treated him so nicely. In Koan Yun's heart, he knew that Mo Wuji's mortal Tao was countless times stronger than Lu Xing's. However, Mo Wuji's importance to him was far more than the great sage Min Yuan's. He wouldn't reveal Mo Wuji's true origins. As for the fact that Mo Wuji cultivated the true mortal Tao, he definitely wouldn't tell Min Yuan about that. After some time, Min Yuan finally said calmly, "I understand. You can leave now. If you meet that Mo Wuji, tell him to hurry and come here to confess to his mistakes. On account of his young age, I can reduce his punishment." Yes. Although Koan Yun's heart was filled with contempt, he still bowed respectfully. There was no need to talk about this false sage Min Yuan. A bold person like Mo Wuji didn't even fear a true sage Luo Su. Min Yuan must be dreaming to think that Mo Wuji would choose to admit his mistakes. Although Min Yuan's power had declined greatly, Koan Yun was still shocked that Mo Wuji could destroy Min Yuan's golden hand imprint and escape. Recalling that Mo Wuji could also control himself during the fall towards God Burial Cave, Koan Yun knew that he didn't even have a 10% understanding towards Mo Wuji. Just as Koan Yun was thinking how he should find Mo Wuji, he suddenly received a transmitted message. "Koan Yun, you must have lied to me so that I would get screwed by that great sage, right? If I didn't have my methods, I would have died under that dog's-hit great sage's hands. Where are you?" Koan Yun cried out in alarm. He immediately sent his spiritual will sweeping outwards. However, Koan Yun soon began to break into cold sweat. He was actually unable to locate Mo Wuji. If Mo Wuji suddenly attacked him, Koan Yun didn't dare to think any further. Mo Wuji's voice came once more, "Old brother Koan Yun, this is not a good place. Tell me the location of Ku Shinran. I will personally find him." At this moment, Mo Wuji didn't dare to reveal himself. He suspected that if he showed himself, he would warrant that great sage's wholehearted capture. He didn't even dare to cultivate in the resting land of gods. How many years had the great sage stayed in the resting land of gods? He definitely knew this place like the back of his palm. If Mo Wuji, dared to cultivate here, how could he be sure that Min Yuan wouldn't suddenly ambush him? Koan Yun inhaled deeply. He tried to calm down as he said, "It's in this jade letter. You can go by yourself then. Also, remember not to leave using the same array gate that we came in. Because the great sage would catch you before you even managed to blast a crack open." With that, Koan Yun instantly disappeared. He understood the meaning behind Mo Wuji's words. If Mo Wuji didn't raise his cultivation, then Koan Yun, would no longer be able to find Mo Wuji. In reality, he also didn't wish for Mo Wuji to be caught by the great sage. At the instant that Koan Yun left, the jade letter suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, a breeze brushed by and disappeared without a trace. If an observant person was here, he would notice that an inconspicuous grass had disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1087, do you have it? Chapter 1087, do you have it? Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji dared to use the fetal transformation technique to transform to a tiny blade of grass because he cultivated the mortal technique. It could be said that anyone else that learnt this fetal transformation technique could not use it as well as him. If they tried to transform into a blade of grass, their aura would still be leaked no matter how they tried to hide. Only Mo Wuji's mortal technique could allow him to integrate completely into his surroundings without seeming jarring. As he moved in the winds, Mo Wuji had already memorized the location on Koan Yun's jade letter in his mind. A clear path appeared in Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness. Mo Wuji did not hesitate as he moved on this path. He believed that Koan Yun wouldn't lie to him about this. He knew that Koan Yun and that self-proclaimed great sage definitely weren't in cahoots. Otherwise, Koan Yun wouldn't have followed him and retreated out of the great sage's golden path. Mo Wuji guessed that Koan Yun would eventually follow him in this same direction. However, he didn't intend to wait for Koan Yun. Before he got the ability to deal with that great sage, he definitely wouldn't follow Koan Yun on his other escapades. Koan Yun probably understood that, which was why this map was prepared for him. Mo Wuji knew that there was another reason why Kuan Yin gave him this map. Kuan Yin was probably afraid of his fetal transformation technique and was worried that Mo Wuji could ambush him. The resting land of gods was huge. Mo Wuji continuously wind teleported for more than a month before he finally stopped. The place he stopped at was a desolate bamboo forest. All the bamboo in this forest had died. It was unknown what kind of bamboos they were. Even though they had already died for so many years, they still hadn't eroded. Mo Wuji followed Kuan Yin's map and entered this bamboo forest. After wandering around for 3 whole days, he stopped at an inconspicuous and dead bamboo. Thereafter, he clasped his fists and said, "Junior Mo Wuji has come to meet Senior Ku Shinran." There was no response. Mo Wuji opened his spiritual eye and he instantly saw an elusive array gate. That meant to say that Kuan Yin had told the truth. Mo Wuji did not forcefully enter the array gate. With his hands still clasped, he said, "Senior Ku Shinran, I am a friend of Kuan Yin. I have come here under Kuan Yin's guidance." The time plate was something that he definitely needed to borrow. He was very clear about the usefulness that the time plate would have. Don't simply look at how he had a huge stash of creation-level god spiritual veins. Although he had sufficient cultivation resources, he would need vast amounts of time to convert these resources into actual strength. He estimated that he would need at least tens of thousands of years in order to step from his early God-King stage into the Unity God stage. He couldn't afford to spend so much time. "You have the eye of spirituality which sees through all falsehoods?" After Mo Wuji spoke for a second time, an aged voice suddenly sounded. Mo Wuji did not hide anything. He bowed and said, "Yes, this disciple has a spiritual eye." Things went silent once more. After a whole incense's time, Mo Wuji heard that voice again, "You can come in." Following which, a murky black chasm appeared in front of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to step into this chasm. At almost the same instant that Mo Wuji disappeared, that chasm also vanished without a trace. Mo Wuji could tell that this was a sort of spatial transfer. By the time he landed on hard ground, he saw a moderately sized bamboo house in front of him. The bamboo house's door was covered. Before Mo Wuji could release his spiritual will, a voice sounded from the bamboo house, "Come in then." Mo Wuji had come here to borrow the time plate. He did not waver as he stepped into the bamboo house. The bamboo house wasn't big, its area was roughly 20 square meters. At the center of the bamboo house, there was a bamboo futon. Sitting on the futon, there was a completely ink-black old man. This old man was black from his body to his clothes. Mo Wuji didn't merely see the black color on the surface, the laws of darkness was among his laws. Thus, the moment he glanced at this old man, he knew that Kuan Yin was right. This old man definitely cultivated the laws of darkness. The laws of darkness is among the laws that you cultivate. It's just that it seems slightly different from the laws of darkness which I passed down. The elder said directly when he saw Mo Wuji. "Did you let me in because you knew that I cultivated the laws of darkness?" Mo Wuji came to a sudden realization. He did not mention anything about Ku Kai even though he suspected that Ku Kai was related to Ku Shinran. 1. He didn't even know that much about Ku Kai. Mentioning Ku Kai might even lead to the opposite effect. Even if he told Ku Shinran about Ku Kai, it would be when he returned the time plate. The old man said indifferently, "No, it's because you have the spiritual eye. If I didn't let you in, you would still find my gate and break in. As for the Kuan Yin, he merely knows that I'm here. Without my permission, he also wouldn't be allowed to enter." Mo Wuji awkwardly stroked his chin. It was true that if this old man didn't let him in, he would have broken through the array gate. "Tell me, why did you come to find me?" This old man's voice was calm. He did not seem delighted at the fact that Mo Wuji cultivated the laws of darkness, nor did he seem interested as to how Mo Wuji even learnt about it. "I heard that Senior has a time plate. I would like to trade for it." "Of course, if Senior isn't willing to trade, Senior can simply lend it to me. Mo Wuji knew that it was best to go straight to the point. He could guess that this old man already knew of his motives. Indeed, when this old man heard Mo Wuji's words, he chuckled. Even if you didn't say anything, I would know that you have come to borrow my time plate. Over these countless years, many people coveted my time plate. Not only does that false gentleman, Min Yuan, covet my time plate, he even searched the entire resting land of gods for me. Even so, I, Ku Shinran, am living fine. Ku Shinran spoke a good deal, but he didn't say anything about whether he agreed to lend Mo Wuji the time plate. Mo Wuji waited for a long time before he finally asked again, "Is Senior willing to lend me the time plate?" "No," Ku Shinran said indifferently. "You can destroy my living accommodations. I'm old and I won't be able to beat a young man like you. But if I, Ku Shinran, want to hide, even a real sage can forget about finding me. If you don't believe me, you can try." Mo Wuji went silent. He believed Ku Shinran's words. Ku Shinran cultivated the laws of darkness. Even though his spiritual eye could see through all falsehoods, it could only work within a certain boundary. If Ku Shinran really entered into the darkness, then it would be as he said, even a sage wouldn't be able to find him. "Senior, that time plate is extremely important to Junior. Also, Junior will not lend it for free. Senior only needs to state a price. As long as Junior is able to bring it out, Junior will definitely do it," Mo Wuji said seriously. He still had a supreme treasure of creation, the furnace of heaven and earth. If he was asked to leave the furnace here as a deposit, he would definitely do it. Moreover, while he was speaking, Mo Wuji already started to form void array runes. It took him much difficulty to get to this place. He wasn't going to simply allow Ku Shinran to leave. After his spirit storage channel secretly formed some array runes, Mo Wuji sighed in relief. Ku Shinran's abilities powers had clearly declined greatly. He could only monitor Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness, but he couldn't detect Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel. Ku Shinran said indifferently, "You wouldn't be able to offer a good price. My time plate is a supreme treasure of fortune. Do you have a supreme treasure of fortune to leave here as a deposit? Even if you do, I wouldn't lend my time plate to you. My time plate is much more valuable than your supreme treasure of fortune, so why would I lend it to you? Of course, I do need some items. However, you definitely wouldn't have them, so I would only be wasting my words." Mo Wuji could detect the corrosive energy in Ku Shinran's aura. His heart pounded and he hurriedly asked, "Does Senior need a treasure to reconstruct a fleshly body?" Ku Shinran sneered, "You are right. However, the treasure I need would need to simultaneously construct the fleshly body, primordial spirit and soul. It must also be a thing that can extend one's Tao. For example, do you have a seed of the universe? Or the Paramitha flower? Or even the extreme ice heavenly bamboo?" Mo Wuji's heart was rolling with excitement. He had never seen the seed of the universe before, but he had seen the Paramitha flower. As for the extreme ice heavenly bamboo, he had one on him. "Senior, these items are all priceless treasures. This is especially so for the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. It's priceless even among priceless treasures. Even if Junior has such an item and gives it to Senior, Senior would only lend the time plate?" Mo Wuji took in a deep breath and said slowly. Mo Wuji didn't even know the true function of the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. To raise its value, he particularly praised it greatly. Ku Shinran shot Mo Wuji a glance of disdain. "You are wrong. Among the three items, the least valuable one is the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Of course, it is true that the extreme ice heavenly bamboo is priceless even among priceless treasures. This is because this bamboo is especially useful to me. The bamboo requires the energy of creation to grow. When it matures, the planet that this extreme ice heavenly bamboo would be thoroughly destroyed. Moreover, the bamboo is extremely hard to preserve. Such a thing could not be preserved in the primitive world. As time passes, it would gradually erode." Mo Wuji came to a sudden realization. No wonder why Koan Yun didn't covet his extreme ice heavenly bamboo. So it turns out that fella knew that the bamboo would corrode as time passed. Unfortunately, that fella didn't know of his mortal world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1088, Time Plate. Chapter 1088, Time Plate. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Senior, if Junior is able to help Senior find an extreme ice heavenly bamboo, what would Senior offer? Mo Wuji knew that he could not argue with Ku Shinran regarding the value of the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. After all, he didn't know much about this. Just as Mo Wuji said these words, he felt a sensation instantly brush across his entire body. What a powerful spiritual will! Mo Wuji's heart shuddered, and at the same time, he prepared himself for battle. Ku Shinran clearly scanned Mo Wuji. However, he did not sense any aura from an extreme ice heavenly bamboo. He sighed and said, "If you can help me obtain an extreme ice heavenly bamboo, I would lend you the time plate for 10,000 years. He believed that if Mo Wuji had the extreme ice heavenly bamboo, he would be able to detect its aura. As for his words that he would lend the time plate to Mo Wuji if Mo Wuji helped him obtain the bamboo, he knew that they were complete nonsense. Was it so easy to leave once in the resting land of gods? If a person could leave the resting land of gods, then he, Ku Shinran, wouldn't have stayed in this wretched place for so many years. Ko Wuji said indifferently, "I heard from Koan Yun that your alias is Dao Monarch Darkness. If my guess is not wrong, you should be one of the 4 Dao monarchs under the 8 sages, right?" Ku Shinran said in disdain, "Since when have the 4 Dao monarchs been under the 8 sages? I, Ku Shinran, am Dao Monarch Darkness. Everybody knows that, there's no need for you to remind me." Mo Wuji chuckled, "You are a Dao monarch. However, you are now struggling under a fake sage. Life should definitely be heart-wrenching for you. If I were you, I would willingly give the time plate to the person who could bring you the extreme ice heavenly bamboo which could allow you to return to the peak of your power. Otherwise, do you think that anyone would trade the extreme ice heavenly bamboo just for 10,000 years of your time plate? Only an idiot would do that." Even though he said such words, Mo Wuji had already prepared himself to be an idiot. The time plate was something that he needed. Against expectations, Ku Shinran didn't get angry. Instead, he went silent. After some time, he finally said, "Even if you know of the whereabouts of an extreme ice heavenly bamboo, you would have no means of leaving the resting land of gods, much less God Burial Cave." Mo Wuji waved his hands, "That's my business. You only need to say whether you are willing to trade with me. As long as you are willing to trade with me, then you only need to leave everything up to me." After contemplating for some time, Ku Shinran finally said, "The difference between the value of an extreme ice heavenly bamboo and the time plate is astronomical. If it were you, would you be willing to do the trade?" "Wrong." Mo Wuji did not hesitate to say. Senior's words are erroneous. I wonder whether Senior had started cultivation as a mortal. Ku Shinran swept his eyes across Mo Wuji and said calmly, "There's no need for you to remind me, I know that you cultivate the mortal Dao. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the aura of a mortal. Your words are right, I started cultivation as a mortal." Mo Wuji continued, "Let's say that you were still a mortal. You are carrying a huge piece of gold as you travel through the desert. You are going to die of thirst soon. Now, an option is placed in front of you. You need to exchange your huge piece of gold for a bottle of water. Would you be willing to do it?" Ku Shinran went silent again. How could he not understand the meaning of Mo Wuji's words? Carrying a piece of gold in the desert was already a burden. If he was going to die of thirst and this burden could be transformed into a bottle of water, any sane person would agree to it, right? This was the same for him. He had the time plate, but wasn't it also a burden? Countless people coveted his time plate, forcing him to hide here in this wretched place. The value of the time plate is countless times higher than the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. But to him, the extreme ice heavenly bamboo was that bottle of water, while the time plate was the burdensome piece of gold. Your way with words is amazing. However, one extreme ice heavenly bamboo is still unable to trade for my time plate. Even if I had to die of thirst, I wouldn't wish to fall prey to such a disadvantageous trade, Kushinran said indifferently. What else do you want? Mo Wuji asked calmly. In his heart, however, he was bursting with excitement. As long as the other party was willing to quote a price, then things would become simpler. 10 peak grade God spiritual veins. Remember, peak grade. Kushinran extended his palm. Besides that, give me your best treasure to nourish the fleshly body. It must at least be in the Xiantian level. When he heard Kushinran's words, Mo Wuji was slightly startled. Noticing this, Kushinran said calmly, Why? Is the price too high? Mo Wuji inhaled a deep breath. He did not hesitate to say, Deal. He did not think that the price was too high. In fact, he thought that it was too low. He had 700 to 800 peak-grade God spiritual veins on him. Even if Kushinran asked for 100, he wouldn't have minded. He didn't think that Kushinran would only ask for 10. As for the Xiantian treasure which can nourish the fleshly body, he had the breath of Hongmeng. That thing was not inferior to a Xiantian treasure, right? At the most, he would give Kushinran a bottle of the breath of Hongmeng. However, Mo Wuji did not know how impressive a single peak-grade God spiritual vein was. The reason why he had so many was because of the chasm which restored the God world's laws. If not for the chasm, every single peak-grade God spiritual vein would be a supreme treasure that countless experts would fight for. Even when Koan Yin gave him the 500 peak-grade God spiritual veins, it wasn't because he thought that these God spiritual veins would end up with Mo Wuji. In his mind, if Mo Wuji was able to help him open his Tao world, then it would have been worth it. If Mo Wuji couldn't do that, then Mo Wuji's body would perish into the Tao. When that happens, those spiritual veins would return to him, Koan Yun. Kushinran did not know about this. If he did, he would definitely have asked for 1,000 veins. All right. You can go and find these things now. After you find them, you can return and do the trade. Kushinran waved his hand. There's no need. I have the items here. As he spoke, Mo Wuji brought out a jade vase and a storage ring and threw them to Kushinran. The breath of Hongmeng? Kushinran didn't send his spiritual will into the storage ring. Instead, he was grasping the jade vase agitatedly, his body even seemed to be shaking. The breath of Hongmeng, this was actually the breath of Hongmeng. The highly yun breath of Hongmeng was actually brought right to his doorstep. Even though he was holding it in his hands, he still suspected that it might be an illusion. This thing should be enough to nourish your fleshly body, right? Mo Wuji said contentedly. Kushinran's spiritual will entered the storage ring, 10 peak-grade God spiritual veins lay silently inside. Each vein even contained the energy of creation. This was definitely the energy of creation, and these were definitely creation God spiritual veins. Compared to an average peak-grade God spiritual veins, these were many levels higher. Good stuff, good stuff. As Kushinran was saying this, he had already stored these items in his world. No matter what Mo Wuji was going to say next, he wasn't going to return the breath of Hongmeng and God's spiritual veins. After storing the items, he looked at Mo Wuji in a completely different light. You can rest assured. As long as you can bring me the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Don't need. My extreme ice heavenly bamboo is already here. Mo Wuji opened his palm and a 30-centimeter long, crystal-clear bamboo appeared on his palm. The leaves of this ice bamboo were like snowflakes. Each had 6 round cloves and there were a total of 8 leaves. Originally, this extreme ice heavenly bamboo had 9 leaves. However, Mo Wuji had plucked one off and it was resting in his mortal world. It's the extreme ice heavenly bamboo, it's actually the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Ku Shinran's voice could no longer be described simply as shaking. At the same time, his eyes were filled with extreme desire. With both the extreme ice heavenly bamboo, not only could he recover his power, he might even grow more powerful. Mo Wuji only needed a single look at Ku Shinran's gaze to know that this thing was more useful to Ku Shinran than he had made it out to be. Hurry and give it to me. Give the bamboo to me. Ku Shinran anxiously extended a hand imprint and tried to grab the bamboo. Mo Wuji kept the extreme ice heavenly bamboo and harumphed coldly. His aura swept outwards, instantly dissipating Ku Shinran's hand imprint. I respected you, which was why I called you senior. But what's the meaning of this? Out of the three things, I have given you the breath of Hongmeng and the peak-grade god spiritual veins. You haven't even shown me the time plate, but you want me to hand the extreme ice heavenly bamboo to you? Since when was there such a method of trade? This is the first time that I, Mo Wuji, saw such a thing. Mo Wuji's expression was slightly overcast. As he was speaking, his spirit storage channel had already enveloped this bamboo house. If Ku Shinran dared to play any tricks, then don't blame him for attacking. Ku Shinran suppressed his agitation. He said anxiously, "It's my fault." After which, he brought out a round plate. This plate gave off an ancient and majestic aura. It seemed to contain the powerful laws of time. Mo Wuji had encountered many supreme treasures, he even had the furnace of the heaven and earth. Thus, he only needed a single glance at this round plate to know that it was definitely the time plate. Mo Wuji nodded and he brought out the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. He took a step forward and said, "Let's pass the items at the same time." As he was speaking, Mo Wuji had brought his hand slightly forward. Even though the item in Mo Wuji's hand was what he desperately needed, Ku Shinran still wavered at the instant before the trade. The time plate. His time plate. Those years ago, he used this time plate to transcend many levels. Even sages would have some apprehensions against him. The reason why he could become one of the 4 Dao monarchs wasn't because of his laws of darkness but because of his time plate. Because of his time plate, he could advance rapidly and fight for cultivation resources. Today, he actually had to give the time plate away. This was no less than bleeding his heart dry. He subconsciously looked at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's expression was calm, seemingly unafraid that he would play any tricks. Ku Shinran sighed. He still hesitated slightly as he brought the time plate slightly forward. He had not considered fully about what he should do. If he was stronger, he would definitely kill Mo Wuji and obtain all of Mo Wuji's treasures. But now, his power had fallen to an all-time low. It was the same as Mo Wuji's analogy. Now, he was a mortal that was dying of thirst in a desert. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1089, Paramitha Flower Shatters, Experts Arrive. Chapter 1089, Paramitha Flower Shatters, Experts Arrive. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji looked at Ku Shinran calmly. He did not try to force a trade. He was sure that the other party would definitely agree to the trade. He did not believe that an expert like Ku Shinran would willingly sit here and rot. Ku Shinran finally firmed his conviction. He brought the time plate forward, and at the same time, he grabbed the extreme ice heavenly bamboo from Mo Wuji's hands. Mo Wuji also grabbed the time plate. Following which, he immediately threw the time plate in his mortal world. How could he not sense Ku Shinran's killing intent? However, since he dared to come here, he did not have any reason to fear Ku Shinran. If Ku Shinran dared to attack him, then don't blame him for not showing any face. Dao Monarch Darkness. Ku Shinran was a Dao Monarch after all. After handing Mo Wuji the time plate, he uttered a long sigh. Over these countless years, the time plate had given him honor, but it had also given him hardship. If not for the time plate, would he have fallen to such a state? We're both very satisfied with this trade. Since that's the case, I will take my leave. Mo Wuji clasped his fists and turned to walk out of the bamboo house. Ku Shinran nodded and said, "Your cultivation should only be in the early God King stage, right? An early stage God King like you actually dares to bring such treasures here and try to strike a deal with me, Ku Shinran. That takes some guts. Aren't you afraid that I would try to snatch your treasures?" Mo Wuji chuckled, "You should be thanking your stars that you didn't try to make a move. Otherwise, this world would no longer have a Tao monarch darkness." As he finished saying that, Mo Wuji's figure flashed and he directly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the space around Tao monarch darkness suddenly hardened. Ku Shinran's expression changed. Just as he wanted to stand, he realized that he had been completely sealed by void array runes. As he was about to tear the array runes apart, Mo Wuji's voice came, "Senior Ku Shinran, on behalf of an old friend, I would not do anything further. You better not have any intentions of trying to steal my time plate. My temper isn't that great." Ku Shinran stared in shock in the direction that Mo Wuji disappeared in. Cold sweat began to trickle down his back. He had always been monitoring Mo Wuji's spiritual will. How could he not have noticed that Mo Wuji had installed a void trap array around him? It was true that he could tear through this array in an instant. But to experts, many things could happen in an instant. Young people nowadays were so strong? As Ku Shinran thought of this, the elation he got from obtaining the extreme ice heavenly bamboo and the breath of Hongmeng instantly disappeared. The confidence that he could retake the time plate after he recovered his strength had also wavered. Mo Wuji's guess was right. Ku Shinran did intend to hunt him down and retake the time plate after he fully recovered his powers. After all, what kind of thing was Mo Wuji? Mo Wuji actually dared to trade with him, the Tao monarch darkness? Mo Wuji was sure that Ku Shinran wasn't willing to let him have the time plate. By now, Mo Wuji knew very well that none of these old fellas were saints. Thus, before he left, he prepared a message for Ku Shinran. He wanted Ku Shinran to have some apprehensions towards him, so that Ku Shinran would not dare to hunt him down, at least till Ku Shinran fully recovers his powers. And by the time Ku Shinran actually recovers his powers, Mo Wuji believed that he no longer needed to fear Ku Shinran. After obtaining the time plate, Mo Wuji no longer intended to stay in the resting land of gods. He directly charged towards the direction of the array gate. The resting land of gods was very huge. But even an expert like Ku Shinran was forced to live in a corner by that great sage Min Yuan. Thus, Mo Wuji did not dare to openly cultivate here. No matter how far Min Yuan's strength had declined, that fella dared to go against the sages and tried to fight for a sage's god throne. This meant he definitely wasn't a saint, nor was he a simple person. 1 month later, Mo Wuji arrived back at the array gate to the resting land of gods. There were far more people guarding the gate. However, Mo Wuji didn't have any fear. Back when he entered with Koan Yun, he didn't display his full powers. At a distance from the gate, Mo Wuji transformed into a withered log. At the same time, his spirit storage channel's spiritual will started to form defensive array runes. 1 day later, Mo Wuji directly dashed forward. His Koan Wu sword conjured a dazzling sword light which shot towards the array gate. At almost the same instant, 10 experts swarmed towards Mo Wuji. At the same time, the space that Mo Wuji would be passing through was sealed. As long as they could entangle Mo Wuji and prevent him from leaving the resting land of gods, then Mo Wuji would no longer have anywhere else to go. However, while they were smart, Mo Wuji wasn't stupid. Mo Wuji's defensive array instantly defended against the 10 experts that were charging towards him. At this moment, Koan Wu's sword light landed on the array gate and tore open a crack. Just as Mo Wuji's defensive array broke down, he passed through that crack and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the direction that Mo Wuji disappeared in, a violet-robed man was filled with rage in his eyes. He had stayed in the resting land of gods for so many years. Mo Wuji was the first person to enter and leave so calmly. If he could do such a thing, why would he still be an envoy for that fake sage? The moment he left the resting land of gods, Mo Wuji felt that aura of defeat again. This time, Mo Wuji didn't care too much about it. He continued to run and he finally stopped after a few days. Thereafter, he entered the ground. After spending a few days to install concealment arrays and trap arrays, Mo Wuji entered his mortal world. The first thing he did was to take out the time plate. According to Mo Wuji's previous plan, he wanted to refine the time plate and make it his. However, after one day, Mo Wuji completely gave up on that idea. The time plate was definitely something which he couldn't refine at this moment. With his current abilities, he could only use the time plate. However, Mo Wuji still didn't immediately use the time plate. His spirit storage channel's spiritual will continuously swept across the surface of the time plate. He believed that if he couldn't refine the time plate, then Ku Shinran wouldn't have been able to do so too. Even so, he didn't trust Ku Shinran. That old fella definitely wouldn't allow himself to be taken advantage of. Spending 3 months on such detailed examinations, Mo Wuji found a total of 12 spiritual will imprints on the time plate. He wasn't sure whether there were any spiritual will imprints left, but with his current abilities, these were all that he could find. If there were really some spiritual will imprints left on the time plate, then his lack of abilities was to blame. After his cultivation gets higher, he would continue searching. After extracting those imprints and sealing them, Mo Wuji started to plant God's spiritual veins in the area and prepared to enter cultivation. In this first cultivation session, Mo Wuji already used 81 peak-grade God spiritual veins. He hoped that he could charge to the Great Circle of the God King stage at a single go. In fact, it would be best if he could go past the God King stage and welcome the tribulation for the Unity God stage. The Paramitha flower that Koin Yun mentioned gave him a feeling of discomfort. Before he becomes a Unity God, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. Stepping into the time plate, the pressure and aura of defeat disappeared without a trace. Moreover, Mo Wuji could clearly feel the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, he did not feel any misalignments with the outside world. It was as Koin Yun had said, the time plate was a supreme treasure for cultivation. The only thing that left Mo Wuji slightly disappointed was that the time ratio wasn't very high. He wasn't clear whether it was because he didn't know how to use the time plate, or whether it was due to some other reason, but the time ratio was only 10-1. That meant that 10 years in the time plate was equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. His immortal mortal technique went into circulation. Soon, a major circulation path was formed. God's spiritual energy began to seep out from the God's spiritual veins, condensing and enveloping around Mo Wuji. Soon, a whirlpool of energy formed. Because Mo Wuji used the time plate, he didn't need to worry about any external spiritual wills detecting his actions. If a person's spiritual will could seep through time, then that person was definitely stronger than a sage. The space above Nirvana Learning Academy. Boom! Song Jingxing and Xingmu finally destroyed one of the petals of the Paramitha flower. With one of its petals destroyed, the Paramitha flower stopped expanding. Not only that, the Paramitha flower even began to shrink. Because of this, the laws instantly became hazy once more and the elemental energy in the area also plunged sharply. Some cultivators could no longer sense the laws and they had to stop cultivating. Yenair was one of the first to open her eyes. She immediately knew what was going on. In that short period of time, her cultivation had already entered God Monarch stage level 7. She was especially clear that she could not take part in a battle over a treasure like the Paramitha flower. Thus, the moment she was no longer able to cultivate, she immediately controlled her flying ship and left. According to her experience, this place would become a blood-filled battleground. There were many people that thought like Yenair. Soon, the cultivators split into 2 groups, one group fled while the other group charged towards the Paramitha flower. Song Zhengxing shouted agitatedly, "Everyone, buck up. Soon, we will be able to seal this Paramitha flower. Courting death. A loud shout came over. Following which, a jade-white hand imprint came descending down from mid-air. Even the two late-stage Unity God experts, Song Zhengxing and Xing Mu, could feel the space around them being fettered. Not good, they are descending. Song Zhengxing didn't even care about his own safety as he whipped out his magic treasure and struck the Paramitha flower. Old fella, hurry and leave with me. Xing Mu didn't do the same. He grabbed Song Zhengxing, who had been ready to self-explode, and spit out a drop of vital blood. Immediately, the two transformed into a beam of light and disappeared without a trace. Boom! At almost the same instant that Xing Mu dragged Song Zhengxing away, Song Zhengxing's magic treasure exploded. That arch-like rainbow above the Paramitha flower also exploded, vanishing without a trace. A red lotus came descending from mid-air. On top of this lotus was a gorgeous green-robed woman whose face was lined with cold frost. Besides this green-robed woman, there were 10 other equally beautiful ladies. The green-robed woman who was standing on the lotus flower harumphed coldly. Her hands suddenly opened and those countless cultivators that were near the flower were turned into fogs of blood. When they saw this, those fleeing cultivators began to flee with greater frenzy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1090, Don't Leave Me Again. Chapter 1090, Don't Leave Me Again. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. In the blink of an eye, the dense crowd around the Paramitha flower had been reduced to only 10 women. They had either fled or had been exploded into mists of blood. The green-robed woman didn't chase after the Unity gods that fled. In her eyes, even Unity gods were ants. Her gaze turned to the shattered Paramitha flower. The fire-red Paramitha flower had now shrunk to a radius of only 3 meters. AI, what a pity. That was a good Paramitha flower, but it was actually destroyed by these brainless idiots. After some time, that gorgeous green-robed woman sighed. Sage Nun, this is definitely a good thing. Now that the Paramitha flower has been destroyed, those other greedy fellas wouldn't be able to use it to get to this perfect god world. Sage Nun only needs to store this Paramitha flower and everything here will be within Sage Nun's control. A lady in a light yellow flowery dress said. This lady's skin was white like snow, her pair of beautiful eyes seemed capable of speaking, her long hair cascaded to the back of her shoulders, and her looks were no inferior to the green-robed Sage Nun. The green-robed lady laughed faintly. Ishan, you are right. At least no one would be able to fight with me for this Paramitha flower. If I hadn't used this Paramitha flower to get here, this place would definitely have become the exclusive property of Luo Su, that old thing. After I store this Paramitha flower, we would no longer need to rush. After which, we will need to go to a certain place. Is Sage Nun talking about the God Burial Cave? The moment we arrived at this world, I felt the aura of the God Burial Cave. The beauty called Ishang asked obediently. The green-robed beauty nodded. That's right, the God Burial Cave. There are at least 3 supreme treasures of fortune in the God Burial Cave. Not only that, there are definitely other treasures. I didn't think that the cave would appear in this world. If those other fellas knew that the cave was here, they would probably be banging their heads against the wall in regret. After the green-robed lady finished saying that, she turned to the 10 stunning beauties behind her and said, You are all my disciples. If you obtain any treasures within the God Burial Cave, it will belong to you, it will be your own individual fortunes. Many thanks, Sage Nun. The 10 beauties thanked harmoniously. The green-robed Sage Nun smiled and continued, The God Burial Cave, itself, is an amazing treasure. Although it's not a supreme treasure of fortune, it is definitely not inferior. It was because of that Min Yuan that it disappeared within the universe. If you encounter Min Yuan within God Burial Cave, you would need to be careful. That person is not simple. He is merely a fake sage. Yi Shan was clearly viewed highly by the green-robed sage nun. She was very straightforward in her words. Within the time plate, Mo Wuji didn't even know what was going on in the outside world. He didn't know that Song Jingxing and Xing Mu had joined hands to try and destroy the Paramitha flower, nor did he know that they had failed to prevent the throne gods from entering God world. At this moment, he was thoroughly deep in his cultivation. Mo Wuji didn't even notice as the laws of time within the time plate started to spin faster. If he stopped, he would definitely know that the speed of the time plate wasn't only related to his cultivation level, but also the rate at which the god's spiritual veins were refined. God King level 4, God King level 5. Time passed gradually. Just as Mo Wuji stepped into God King level 6, he felt the space around him turning sluggish. Mo Wuji subconsciously stopped. His spiritual will swept outwards questioningly. The flow of time within the time plate seemed to have changed. Could this thing's time ratio be related to his cultivation level? Mo Wuji furrowed his brows. Before he entered his secluded cultivation, he had closed off all his senses. If not for the space turning sluggish, he would have still have been within his cultivation. According to his estimates, he spent at least 10,000 years in the time plate. No, this should not be what he should be thinking about now. He should be thinking about why there was a sluggish effect? Could an expert spiritual will have penetrated into his arrays? Otherwise, why would he have jolted out of his deep cultivation? An external spiritual will could have penetrated in? As Mo Wuji thought of this, he no longer dared to continue cultivating. He immediately sprang out of his time plate. From what he thought previously, there shouldn't be anyone in God Burial Cave whose spiritual will would be strong enough to penetrate through his arrays and make contact with his time plate. Now that something had made contact with his time plate, this meant that this person was much stronger than him. No matter what, this was no longer a place he could cultivate. After charging out of the time plate, Mo Wuji didn't even have time to store his time plate when a faint yellow silhouette appeared in his spiritual will. This person seemed to pass right through space, causing Mo Wuji's heart to turn cold. With such speed, his God King level SAXS wind teleportation might not even be enough to run away. Forcefully calming himself down, Mo Wuji stored the time plate in his mortal world. At the same time, he kept his 81 god spiritual veins in his storage ring. After close to 10,000 years of cultivation, the 81 god spiritual veins had shrunk in half. What left Mo Wuji relieved was that the oncoming cultivator did not seem to have any intentions of attacking him. Just as Mo Wuji was prepared to remove his array flag, that yellow-robed cultivator suddenly appeared within his array. What a powerful cultivation! Mo Wuji's heart jumped. What left Mo Wuji shocked was that the person who disturbed his cultivation and entered his defensive array was actually a woman. In fact, it was more accurate to call her a beauty. At least, in terms of looks and figure, Mo Wuji believed that few women in this world could compare to her, /. Besides having facial features which seemed to have been painted, this woman had an otherworldly aura. Even with his current God King level 6 cultivation, Mo Wuji couldn't see through this woman's cultivation. Moreover, this woman didn't even have to attack to pass through his defensive array. This caused Mo Wuji's heart to pound heavily. Mo Wuji did not try to immediately escape. He clasped his fists towards this woman and said, "Dao friend, may I ask why you have suddenly interrupted on my cultivation and intruded into my space?" As he was speaking, Mo Wuji was thinking about how he could escape. The yellow-dressed woman didn't speak. She only stared at Mo Wuji with a look of astonishment. Her eyes were slightly red. She subconsciously took one step forward. The faint aroma of a female wafted over. Mo Wuji hurriedly took a step backward as he stared warily at this gorgeous beauty. "Lu Xing, could you have forgotten about me? I am Yi Shan, your Yi Shang." The yellow-dressed woman seemed to be sobbing. "Why have you fallen to such a degree? Why didn't you tell me when you left previously? Why didn't you listen to my words and try to go against a sage? Why?" Could it be that I don't even occupy a tiny spot in your heart? What about your promise? You promised me. Why? The yellow-dressed woman who called herself Yi Shang had already took a few steps forward. As she spoke, rows of tears had already streamed down from her eyes. Lu Xing? Mo Wuji immediately came to an understanding. So this woman had mistaken him as Lu Xing. Dao friend Yi Shang, please wait. Mo Wuji was slightly worried. If this woman took another step forward, she might grab him into her embrace. Yi Shang really stopped. However, she looked at Mo Wuji with a gaze as though she wanted to be one with Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath. He tried to calm down as he said, Dao friend Yi Shang, I'm really not Lu Xing. You must have recognized the wrong person. No. Yi Shang's voice was lined with grief, there's no need to lie to me. You are Lu Xing. No matter how many times you have reincarnated, your eyes remain the same. Even your Dao remains the same. Perhaps, you are the only fool in the entire world that would cultivate the mortal Dao. There's no second person who is as foolish as you. Lu Xing, don't leave me again. Promise me. Mo Wuji felt slightly dizzy. He had some hatred with Lu Xing. Back then, he spent 10,000 years to extract the trace of Lu Xing's will from his wheel of life and death. It was exactly because of this that he didn't dare to say that he had met Lu Xing. He suspected that if he said that, this Yi Shang would kill him and even use a soul-searching method to see his memories. Mo Wuji could only continue speaking with a warm voice, Dao friend Yi Shang, I'm really not Lu Xing. I cultivate the mortal Dao but. Please, don't leave me again, don't lie to me again. Before Mo Wuji could finish speaking, this yellow-dressed woman took a step forward and pulled Mo Wuji into her embrace. Mo Wuji completely couldn't feel her softness, nor smell her fragrance. His heart was ice-cold. Just now, when this Yi Shang lady hugged him, he didn't have a chance to resist or escape. At this moment, the space around him didn't belong to him. That meant to say that he had no chance of retaliation against this woman. What exactly was her cultivation? Quasi-sage. This woman was definitely a quasi-sage. Mo Wuji's heart was beating furiously. He didn't even dare to struggle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1091, The Nameless Dao Fruit. Chapter 1091, The Nameless Dao Fruit. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Lu Xing, I can feel your heartbeat. Are you thinking of me? Don't leave me and don't continue to lie to yourself, okay? We can stay together under the sage nun. Is there anything else that could be better than that? I don't mind that you have reincarnated. I only want to be with you, Lu Xing. Towards the end, Yi Shang's words turned into soft mumbles. At this moment, Mo Wuji could completely feel this woman's love and dependence towards Lu Xing. He knew that this incident was truly too coincidental. It was true that his eyes were similar to Lu Xing's. Back when Yulin saw heavenly mortal sex statue of Lu Xing, Yulin also noticed that Mo Wuji was very similar to Lu Xing. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that he cultivated the mortal Dao. Apparently, Lu Xing cultivated the mortal Dao as well. Although his mortal Dao was more complete, this Yi Shang definitely wouldn't believe the difference. How should he escape from this woman? Just as Mo Wuji was thinking about that question, Yi Shang suddenly became much softer and warmer. Before Mo Wuji could react, Yi Shang lifted her head. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and silent love. Lu Xing, if you don't like to be under the sage nun, I'm willing to leave with you. As long as you are willing, I can bear a child for you now. Kiss me. The yellow dress fell and the beauty was released. A perfect body, which 99% of women would be envious of, appeared in front of Mo Wuji. Cream-like skin, this expression was probably made for this woman in front of him. A scene back in Sword Prison suddenly jolted into Mo Wuji's mind. He was hugging the skeleton like Han Xingru. Back then, the only part of Han Xingru's which wasn't injured was her face. Mo Wuji was an ordinary man. Moreover, he cultivated the mortal Tao. In the mortal Tao, he had never needed to sever his worldly desires. It was just that he was a clean-living and conservative man. He definitely wouldn't take part in those vices. With the memory of Han Xingru, Mo Wuji didn't even need to use a heart-calming technique to calm himself down. For Han Xingru, he destroyed the Great Sword Path. But to Han Xingru, the most important thing probably wasn't the destruction of the Great Sword Path. He sighed as he wondered how Han Xingru was doing. All these years, he had missed out on too much in the pursuit of the Tao, whether it was Yener, Shuyin, or Han Xingru. The calm Mo Wuji picked up the fallen yellow dress and placed it back over Yi Shang. Can you give me some time? My power is still too low. Give me some time to grow stronger and recover my memories. I truly forgot everything that happened in the past. Ever since he was stabbed in the back by Xiao Ruoyin, physical beauty had never been what he looked for in a woman. Less needed to be said about this problematic woman in front of him. What he needed to do now was to escape from this woman. After finding another place, he needed to rapidly raise his powers. And I will listen to you. Yi Shang was obedient like a little kitten. Her face was rose red as she quietly put her dress back on. She completely didn't mind that Mo Wuji had seen her full, naked body. In her eyes, Lu Xing was her everything. What a perfect curves. Mo Wuji could not help but sigh in his heart. After putting on her dress, Yi Shang continued to stick onto Mo Wuji closely. The tenderness in her eyes seemed as though she was always ready to become one with Mo Wuji. Yi Shang. Just as Mo Wuji said those two words, he was interrupted by Yi Shang. Big brother Lu Xing, I still prefer it when you call me Shang-er. Mo Wuji was helpless. He could only say, Shang-er, my cultivation is very low right now. I wish to find a place to cultivate. Can we temporarily separate? After my cultivation level is raised, I will find you, but... No. Yi Shang instantly started to tear up. Big brother Lu Xing, I never want to part with you again. I'm afraid that if we part, I will never see you again. It's not that we won't see each other again. It's just that I have not recovered my memories, so I will need some time to cultivate. At the very most, it would take 10,000 years. Mo Wuji explained. Mo Wuji felt that after he started to use the time plate, the time ratio had become approximately 101. Moreover, this was with his limited understanding of the time plate. With 10,000 years in real time, even if he couldn't enter the ranks of quasi-sages, he would be able to reach the great circle of the Unity God stage, right? As long as he could become a great circle Unity God, he would no longer have any troubles with protecting himself. Yi Shang continuously shook her head as tears continued to stream down her eyes. After a long time, she sobbed and said, 10,000 years is too long. I'm not willing to even let you leave my sights for a single breath of time. Big brother Lu Xing, don't even leave my sights. Let me see you all the time. I truly need to raise my cultivation level. With you, I'm afraid that I will be distracted. Mo Wuji lamented. Yi Shang's eyes were red as she looked at Mo Wuji and said, You have the time plate. You will be able to raise your cultivation very quickly. I also have a good thing here. It will allow you to better make use of the time plate and raise your cultivation speed by more than 10 times. Even though Mo Wuji knew that he couldn't accept Yi Shang's items, he could not help but ask, What thing? It's this. As she was speaking, Yi Shang brought out a translucent and pure fruit. This fruit didn't have any smell. As Mo Wuji's spiritual will landed on its surface, it felt as though it had landed in a vast and boundless ocean. He was unable to see through its aura. What fruit is this? Over these years, Mo Wuji had seen many things. However, he never saw a fruit like this. Yi Shang pouted, "You don't even care about me. Didn't you notice that I'm much stronger than before?" Ah. Mo Wuji could only respond with an ah dot. How was he to know what was her previous cultivation? Yi Shang was acting like a spoiled child, but she clearly didn't blame her big brother Lu Xing. Looking at Mo Wuji's shock, she said in a hushed voice, "This is a Dao fruit that I discovered by chance." There were a total of 2 trees and each tree only had one of this Dao fruit. I have already used one. Back then, I was only at the late Unity God stage. After cultivating with this Dao fruit, my sea of consciousness and will seem to become much more profound. My cultivation speed became much faster than before. I suspect that this is a Dao fruit from when the heaven and earth first opened. Of the 2 that I found, I used one of them. I was too reluctant to use this one, and I couldn't bear to give it to the sage nun either. I secretly kept it, so that I could give it to you. As he heard this, Mo Wuji's heart was filled with shock. He was the same as Yi Shang, he also didn't know what this Dao fruit was. But if it was as Yi Shang had described, then this Dao fruit was definitely the most valuable Dao fruit among all Dao fruits. He wasn't Lu Xing, and he wasn't related to this Yi Shang. Even if this Dao fruit could allow him to enter the sage stage, he wasn't going to accept it. Yi Shang. Ahem, Shang-er, please give me some self-respect. I wish to use my own capabilities to reach higher levels. I don't want to depend on the help of other people. As he said this, Mo Wuji was wondering how a person like Lu Xing could get such a woman to love him so deeply. Why am I considered other people? I. Yi Shang's tears fell like rain, causing Mo Wuji to be unable to continue any further. This woman seemed to be made out of water. Not only was she peerlessly beautiful, she also liked to cry. He couldn't beat her, nor could he run away from her. Mo Wuji felt like he had fallen into a trap. Moreover, he also didn't dare to tell Yi Shang that he wasn't Lu Xing. Just the mere fact that he had seen her naked body was enough for her to kill him 1,000 times over. Alright, can you give me some time? Mo Wuji sighed. Yi Shang still had some beads of tears on her face. She stared innocently at Mo Wuji. "Big brother Lu Xing, I will not interrupt you. I only want to be next to you. Don't disappear from my sights. ... If not for the fact that he knew that this woman was many times older than him, he would have thought that she was a dependent, little lady. Then can you help me? Mo Wuji knew that if he didn't resort to this, he would not be able to strip this woman off him. Of course. Hearing that Mo Wuji wanted her help, Yi Shang's face was filled with indescribable joy. Mo Wuji handed Yi Shang a jade letter and said, "There's an array gate here. After you get through this array gate, there's a person called Ming Yuan. I was almost screwed over by that fella. Can you help me go over and teach that fella a lesson?" "Oh right, you can't directly enter through the array gate, you would need to open a tear in it, but... Are you worrying for me?" When she heard Mo Wuji's final sentence, Yi Shang was incomparably happy. Before Mo Wuji could answer, she continued, "We have already found this place. It's called the Resting Land of Gods. The sage nun is currently thinking of how she can tear the place open. It's just that the Resting Land of Gods cannot be accessed through ordinary means. Even the sage nun currently doesn't have any means of getting there. Since that's the case, I will cultivate. I hope that while I cultivate, you will not disturb me." The moment Mo Wuji heard Yi Shang's words, he knew that it was impossible to get rid of her. "And, feel free to cultivate. I will act as your defender." Seeing that Mo Wuji didn't take her Dao fruit, Yi Shang didn't force it on him. She had already decided that when Mo Wuji was cultivating, she would mix this Dao fruit in with Mo Wuji's god spiritual veins. The way she looked at it, Lu Xing was probably slighted at the fact that her cultivation was much higher than his. She definitely needed to help her big brother Lu Xing step into the quasi-sage stage in the shortest time possible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1092, Meeting a True Sage. Chapter 1092, Meeting a True Sage. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. From Yishang's words, Mo Wuji could tell that the sage nun was very strong. Yishang, have you been here for long? Since he couldn't get rid of Yishang, Mo Wuji wanted to ask how Yishang and company managed to come to the God world. He wanted to know whether it was due to the Paramitha flower as Kuan Yun had said. It has only been a few decades. The sage nun wishes to enter the resting land of gods. It's just that the resting land of gods is protected by the laws of heaven and earth. Even the sage nun cannot force her way into it. Yishang could tell that Mo Wuji no longer had any intentions of getting away from her. Her mood became much better and her voice carried a sort of lightness and excitement. How did you get here? This was the true thing that Mo Wuji wanted to know. The Paramitha flower. Before that Paramitha flower was destroyed, the sage nun managed to use its laws to come to the God world. As she got here, Yishang seemed to recall something. She soon added, actually, the Paramitha flower comes as a pair. The sage nun has taken away the red Paramitha flower. There's actually a white one here. Then have you found it? Mo Wuji was slightly agitated. He was very clear about the value of the Paramitha flower. Moreover, Chuyu had the primal god lattice. If Chuyu made it to God Burial Cave, she would definitely sense the Paramitha flower. Yishang nodded, but she then shook her head. Before Mo Wuji needed to ask anything, she explained, as long as you obtain one Paramitha flower, you would be able to find the other one. However, when the sage nun arrived at where the other Paramitha flower was supposed to be, she found that it had already been taken away by two women. How do you know that two women had taken the Paramitha flower away? Mo Wuji asked in shock. Yishang chuckled slightly. She brought out a crystal ball, activated it and said, "This is the image drawn by the sage nun. There are no other human trails in the God Burial Cave." Thus, even those two have left for a long time, the sage nun was still able to capture their images. Shuyin and Chuyu? After Mo Wuji saw the two blurred images, he almost cried out in shock. Fortunately, he managed to control himself. At this moment, his heart was filled with excitement. Shuyin and Chuyu had actually managed to come here. Moreover, they found the Paramitha flower and used it to escape. Sensing Mo Wuji's excitement, Yishang wanted to inquire about it. Just at this moment, a voice rang clearly, "Yishang, who is this person?" Mo Wuji subconsciously shuddered. He didn't even notice any sort of spatial waves when this person appeared in front of him. Even when Yishang appeared, he could sense her spiritual will penetrating through his array. But now, this fellow was actually able to appear without causing any spatial waves. How strong could this fella be? The person that appeared was also a woman. She was in green robes and her beauty was no less than Yishang's. In fact, from a certain perspective, it could be said that she looked more refined than Yishang. Sage nun. When Yishang saw this green-robed woman, she was slightly astonished. Mo Wuji came to a sudden realization. So this was the sage nun. Mo Wuji didn't dare to use his spiritual will to scan this green-robed lady's cultivation. This lady gave him the impression that she was much stronger than Yishang. As this green-robed lady stood in front of him, it felt as though she was one with the space around her. There wasn't any sort of jarringness. Only his mortal technique could allow him to be one with the myriad objects. Could this green-robed lady also be cultivating the mortal technique? That's impossible. The moment that he thought that it was impossible, a lightning seemed to flash across Mo Wuji's mind. He finally understood what was going on. This woman wasn't cultivating the mortal technique. The reason why she seemed to be one with everything was because her cultivation had reached an extremely high level. What level? The only possible level was that of a sage. This green-robed lady was definitely a sage. Mo Wuji inhaled a breath of cold air. He could only hope that the god world hadn't been destroyed by this green-robed woman. He is Lu Xing. Sage nun, please forgive me. I am the one that sought him out. Yi Shang's voice was filled with fear. The green-robed sage nun sighed, Shang, you are the person I favor the most, and the time that you have spent with me isn't short. I have heard of that Lu Xing. He is the same kind of person as Min Yuan. They are both egoistic people that think that they are at the top of the world. As she got here, the sage nun paused slightly before she continued. Could it be that you still don't understand? The cataclysm has already ended, and there will be another world-ending cataclysm. You should know that under such cataclysm, all those below the sage stage are only ants. This upcoming world-ending cataclysm will be your opportunity. During the world-ending cataclysm, there will no be segregation between sages and the other throned gods. There's no need to talk about how sages could be killed during the world-ending cataclysm. Even if all the sages survive, the cataclysm would upend the heavenly laws. It's possible that there might be a ninth sage. Your fortune is deep. You have obtained the sage Dao fruit and you cultivate the yin-yang Dao. If a sage dies, or if the heavenly laws are changed, you would be able to make use of that Dao fruit to become a sage. Why would you behave so foolishly for a dirty man? You would even ruin your own future? Sage nun, you know of my sage Dao fruit? The fear on Yi Shang's face grew. The green-robed sage nun looked up into the sky and said calmly, if I don't even know that you obtained the sage Dao fruit, then I wouldn't have become a sage. Her voice was lined with disappointment and loneliness. She was waiting for Yi Shang to give the remaining sage Dao fruit to her. Thereafter, she would return it to Yi Shang. What she needed wasn't Yi Shang's sage Dao fruit, but Yi Shang's loyalty and trust. But today, Yi Shang was actually giving the sage Dao fruit to a dirty man instead of her. This caused her heart to be filled with disappointment. Sorry, Yi Shang lowered her head. Only she knew the restlessness in her heart. If she hadn't used one sage Dao fruit for herself, she would have definitely given one to the sage nun and the other one to Mo Wuji. You are Lu Xing? The green-robed sage nun's gaze landed on Mo Wuji. The shocked and fearful Mo Wuji had already calmed down. There's no end to accidents and situations in life. Using his mortal Dao to step into the God King stage had already made his life much more colorful than it had been on Earth. If he was still on Earth, he would have already turned to dust. Since that's the case, what's there to be afraid of? Moreover, he did not like this green-robed sage nun. What dirty man! Weren't you also the child of a man? Little did Mo Wuji know that this green-robed sage nun really wasn't the child of a man. Mo Wuji lifted his head and said calmly, I'm not Lu Xing. It was Dao friend Yi Shang who was mistaken. The sage nun jolted slightly, clearly shocked at Mo Wuji's words. In reality, she had seen the scene when Yi Shang tried to give the sage Dao fruit to Mo Wuji. She believed that Mo Wuji was probably loosening the reins in order to have a better grasp. Mo Wuji wanted Yi Shang's sage Dao fruit, but at the same time, show that he was a proper man. She didn't think that Mo Wuji would actually deny that he was Lu Xing. Even if he was loosening the reins, wasn't this too much? Big brother Lu Xing. Yi Shang started to cry again. Since you are not Lu Xing, then leave, the sage nun suddenly said. Mo Wuji was instantly excited. He looked at the green-robed sage nun in disbelief. She was simply letting him go? How could there be such a great thing in this world? No. Yi Shang only muttered this single word. She didn't say anything further, she could only kneel in front of the sage nun. Could you be unwilling to leave? The sage nun's tone was calm, but Mo Wuji could feel a deep threat of death. He clasped his fists towards the sage nun and said, Yi Shang is a good girl. I hope that you don't punish her too severely. At this instant, Mo Wuji had calmed down. He could sense a rich killing intent from the sage nun. He was sure that this sage nun wasn't actually letting him go. She was only playing with him. After he escaped, she would easily capture him. However, anyone that dares to let him go can forget about capturing him again. This was even if that person was a sage. What? Do I need to be lectured by you about what to do? I, the sage nun, am standing right here. If you have anything you feel dissatisfied about, feel free to say it right to my face. The sage nun's voice was icy cold. All right. If you anger me again, I will definitely teach you a lesson in the future. After saying that, Mo Wuji's figure flashed and he fled. Mo Wuji didn't use his wind teleportation. He was experienced with fleeing. He knew that this was his only chance. Sage nun, please, don't let Lu Xing leave me. Yi Sheng finally started to bawl. To her, separating with Lu Xing was no different from killing her. The sage nun, whose face had turned ashen from Mo Wuji's words, extended her hand and supported Yi Sheng up. She sighed and said, Yi Sheng, do you think that he could disappear from my spiritual will with that puny cultivation? I only wanted to let you see that he doesn't even care about you. If not for me, he would have taken your sage Dao fruit and disappeared. Sage nun, please. Yi Sheng knew that she could only beg. The sage nun frowned slightly. Her voice was harsh as she said, Shang, if you don't believe me, I will capture him and search his soul. That will let you see. Don't! Yi Sheng cried out in grief. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1093, Charging Out of God Burial Cave, Using the Great Art of Destruction. Chapter 1093, Charging Out of God Burial Cave, Using the Great Art of Destruction. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The sage nun suddenly stopped speaking. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. The ant that she was talking about had disappeared from right under her eyelids. How is this possible? The sage nun muttered to herself. With her abilities, it didn't matter how powerful Mo Wuji's concealment technique was. As long as Mo Wuji was still in God Burial Cave, she would be able to find him. But now, Mo Wuji had actually vanished without a trace. After Mo Wuji fled for a period of time, he used wind teleportation multiple times before finally transforming into a piece of rock in a gray desert. On this vast and endless desert, there were millions of other rocks like him. With his fetal transformation technique together with his mortal Dao, his aura was exactly the same as the other rocks around him. There was no sign of life, only an aura of defeat. Unless the sage nun knew that he had transformed into a rock and specifically went to scan every single rock with her spiritual will, it was impossible for her to locate Mo Wuji. Against an expert like the sage nun, Mo Wuji didn't want to encounter her for a second time until he was powerful enough. Even though he knew that he had already avoided the sage nun's searches, he still didn't leave immediately. Once again, he took out his heavenly spirit transformations and started to study another one of its sacred arts, earth shrinking. Earth shrinking was a type of escape art. It couldn't be said that the wind escape technique was inferior to earth shrinking. After all, his wind escape technique had been personally carved and polished by him. Now, he had already achieved major success in his wind escape technique. However, earth shrinking had an advantage over the wind escape technique. It could allow him to disappear suddenly. If he could combine earth shrinking and his wind escape technique, then his escape methods would become more untraceable. Months passed. After Mo Wuji finally grasped the surface of earth shrinking, he carefully spied out with his spirit storage channel. The surroundings were calm. Mo Wuji did not sense any form of danger. After verifying that there wasn't any danger, Mo Wuji transformed back to his human form and headed towards the entrance of God Burial Cave. It didn't matter how many sacred arts he learnt, it would all be useless if he didn't raise his cultivation. God Burial Cave was no longer a place where he could cultivate. Now, There were two places that he could go to: 1. Resting land of gods, and 2. Escape from God Burial Cave and return to the God world. According to what Yi Shang said, the sage nun was guarding over the resting land of gods. He would only be throwing himself into her nets if he went there. Thus, Mo Wuji could only pray that he was strong enough to return back to the God world. As for the help that Kuan Yin needed, that would have to wait till his cultivation gets higher. Now, he couldn't even protect himself. Moreover, as long as the sage nun wasn't able to enter the resting land of gods, Kuan Yin would be safe. The green-robed sage nun clearly didn't place an ant like Mo Wuji on her heart. Even though Mo Wuji had managed to escape from right under her eyelids, she didn't care too much about it. The universe was vast and there were too many techniques. If she had closely tagged her spiritual will onto Mo Wuji, he definitely wouldn't have escaped, regardless of how many methods he had. Now, the most important thing to the sage nun was to open the resting land of gods. Those years ago, that fake sage Min Yuan put on the front of a gentleman to earn the trust of many throned gods. Before the cataclysm, many of these throned gods decided to place their treasures in the safekeeping of Min Yuan. It could be said that Min Yuan was even wealthier than a sage. The legendary furnace of the heaven and earth, Tao Tai Pot and the time plate were all in the resting land of gods. As long as she broke into the resting land of gods and found Min Yuan, what could the world-ending cataclysm do to her? Mo Wuji was cautious. He continued to practice earth shrinking as he moved. Months later, he arrived back at the entrance of God Burial Cave. The black murky hole was still there. It was the same as when he first arrived. Mo Wuji still couldn't scan the inside of the hole with his spiritual will. Mo Wuji directly used his wind teleportation. He was very clear that he couldn't use his sea of consciousness's spiritual will within this passage. Fortunately, Mo Wuji also had his spirit storage channel. Mo Wuji could only use his wind teleportation for a few meters before he could no longer move any further. If not for his spirit storage channel, he would have been pushed back down into God Burial Cave. If he didn't leave God Burial Cave, he would eventually end up in the hands of that sage nun. At this point, Mo Wuji could no longer care about anything else. He directly whipped out his furnace of heaven and earth. As the furnace floated above Mo Wuji's head, he immediately felt the laws of space around him weakening. It seems like Kuan Yin wasn't lying to him. Even if he was still in God King level 3, as long as he had his spirit storage channel and a supreme treasure of fortune, he would be able to leave God Burial Cave. Mo Wuji knew that this passage to God Burial Cave was extremely long. His spirit storage channel circulated faster, allowing him to increase his speed. What left Mo Wuji relieved was that he didn't sense any threat from that sage nun. In the first month, Mo Wuji continued to move cautiously. But after the first month, Mo Wuji directly started to refine the Kuan Wu sword. The only unfortunate thing was that he couldn't use the time plate as he traveled up this passage. Otherwise, Mo Wuji suspected that he could refine both Kuan Wu sword and the Sage Dao talisman. Mo Wuji had already made preparations for the refinement of Kuan Wu. Back when he first refined Kuan Wu, his sea of consciousness almost dried up and he only managed to refine one of Kuan Wu's sword intent. In this second attempt, Mo Wuji did not hold back his spiritual will, allowing it to envelop around Kuan Wu's sword. Indeed, it was the same as his first attempt. The moment Mo Wuji's spiritual will made contact with the seal in Kuan Wu, it seemed as though a sluice gate had opened. The force within the sluice gate directly sucked away half of the spiritual will in Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness. Compared to the first time, this second attempt wasn't as dangerous. However, it was definitely much harder. Kuan Wu was like a bottomless pit as it continued to suck away Mo Wuji's spiritual will. Mo Wuji was sure that he had not stepped into God King level 6, resulting in his sea of consciousness growing deeper. He would have definitely been sucked dry. This sucking process lasted for 3 whole months. Just as Mo Wuji could no longer endure any further, the Kuan Wu sword uttered a cry of glee. After which, the great Kuan Wu floated in front of Mo Wuji. Compared to the first time he refined Koan Wu, it looked much more ordinary and it seemed to have lost its sharpness. Mo Wuji closed his eyes as he felt the surging energy within Koan Wu. He felt an energy which seemed capable of destroying the heaven and earth. Mo Wuji suspected that if he used this sword, he could rip open a tear in the god world. If this sword was directed at that sage nun, he wondered how it would turn out. Mo Wuji shook his head. It didn't matter how it would turn out. If he faced that sage nun again, he might only get one hit in. In fact, it was more likely that he couldn't even get a hit in. It was unknown how many sword intents were within Koan Wu. Now, he had already refined 2. If he wanted to continue refining it, it would have to wait till his cultivation level got higher. Storing Koan Wu, Mo Wuji sped up. Another year passed before Mo Wuji's eyes finally lit up. He had finally charged out of God Burial Cave. This was God Burial Valley. Mo Wuji scanned his spiritual will outwards and knew that he had returned back to God world. The laws of God world were still intact and there did not seem to be any form of damage. This caused Mo Wuji to heave a sigh of relief. Regardless of what happened, God world was considered a place where he had grown stronger. If God world was destroyed, he would have to return to the immortal world. However, the laws of the immortal world weren't enough for him to cultivate. As he turned back to face the cave entrance, Mo Wuji really wanted to install a seal over it so that the sage nun would not be able to leave. However, he knew clearly that he wasn't powerful enough. Even though he couldn't prevent that green-robed woman from returning to God world, Mo Wuji still decided that he should do something. After verifying that there was no one in the surroundings, Mo Wuji gathered all his elemental energy, and at the same time, his hands began to form countless, enigmatic hand seals. Soon, a huge hand imprint was formed. A terrifying aura of destruction enveloped the entire area. Even Mo Wuji was slightly shocked. He wanted to use the great art of destruction to attack the entrance to God Burial Cave. Even if he could not completely destroy it, he would be satisfied if it could delay that green-robed lady. However, after he felt this aura of destruction, he felt that he might have been too impulsive. Mo Wuji's cultivation was limited. The moment he used the great art of destruction, he was not strong enough to take it back. He could only subconsciously retract his spiritual will and elemental energy to minimize the effects of the great art of destruction. Boom! An earth-shaking rumble reverberated through the entire area. Although Mo Wuji's grasp of the great art of destruction was shallow, this energy of destruction still spread far and wide. Boom! Boom! Space collapsed and the laws went unstable. The sounds of collapse reverberated unceasingly. It felt as though the God Burial Valley was a piece of tofu, and a huge hammer was slamming down on it. It continuously broke apart. Mo Wuji hurriedly retreated. He had a premonition that if he didn't retreat, he might be dragged into the destruction. This caused some lingering fears in Mo Wuji. Lu Xing's trace of will in his wheel of life and death was enough to leave him with apprehensions. However, this uncontrollable great art of destruction had left him in fear. Fortunately, the laws of God world had been restored and the heaven and earth were stable. Also, his cultivation was limited at the intermediate God King stage. Otherwise, how destructive would his attack have been? Mo Wuji stared as the laws of space around God Burial Valley collapsed and gradually disappeared. It was like the clash of tectonic plates. The part in the center was reduced into nothingness. So powerful. Mo Wuji muttered to himself after he left the domain of the great art of destruction. Back when he was in the passage towards God Burial Cave, he also used the great art of destruction. However, his cultivation was lower and his grasp towards the great art was still shallow. Additionally, he had been in a passage, so the destruction was far from being as terrifying as it was now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1094, Paramitha Flower Fragments. Chapter 1094, Paramitha Flower Fragments. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. This is Wuji? A familiar voice came from the distance. Mo Wuji, who was thoroughly shocked at his great art of destruction, immediately sent his spiritual will towards that person. He was instantly struck with a pleasant surprise. Senior Tsang. Mo Wuji hurriedly went to greet him. Mo Wuji had a deep respect towards Tsang Zhengxing. Not only did he learn many things from Tsang Zhengxing, he also found in Tsang Zhengxing the true magnanimity of an expert. Tsang Zhengxing was clearly also happy to see Mo Wuji. He stared questioningly at the collapsing space and the ruins of God Burial Valley and asked, "What's going on?" Mo Wuji said awkwardly, "I just gained insights on a sacred art and I went ahead to try it here. I didn't expect that this sacred art would be so tyrannical, to be able to destroy the entire God Burial Plains. In the past, God Burial Valley was a mountain valley. Right before Mo Wuji used his great art of destruction, it was a plain. But now, it wasn't even a plain. Your single sacred art destroyed God Burial Valley?" Tsang Zhengxing looked at Mo Wuji in shock. Even though he obtained the fortune to step into the great circle of the Unity God stage during the restoration of God World, he might not be able to destroy God Burial Valley even with 10 different sacred arts. Without waiting for Mo Wuji to reply, Tsang Zhengxing asked, "What's that sacred art?" Mo Wuji had no intentions of hiding it from Tsang Zhengxing. "It's the great art of destruction. Back when God World was restored, I obtained it from the chasm of laws." Tsang Zhengxing went blank. After some time, he finally spoke, "Fortunately, you were the one who obtained this sacred art. If the gods' race were ones that obtained it, the other races in God World would definitely be put in danger. In the past, the gods' race used the minor curse arts to kill millions of people." Tsang Zhengxing subconsciously stopped speaking. Although the great art of destruction didn't land in the hands of the gods' race, wasn't God World still in crisis? Senior Tsang, could something have happened? Mo Wuji only needed a single glance at Tsang Zhengxing's dispirited expression to know that Tsang Zhengxing had something else he wanted to say. Tsang Zhengxing nodded inside, "I'm truly happy to be able to see you here. Unfortunately, just as the God World was restored, it is going to be destroyed." "Ah. If I knew this would happen, I would prefer it if the God World wasn't restored, but..." Compared to Mo Wuji, Tsang Zhengxing, Blazing Heaven, Clear Rise and Co. had deeper sentiments towards God World. They had stayed here for tens of thousands of years, this place was their home. Could Senior be talking about that green-robed sage nun that came to God World? Yes, Nirvana Learning Academy's Paramitha flower suddenly started to grow. With the laws of the Paramitha flower, throne gods were able to enter the God World. Wuji, how did you know that the sage nun has arrived in God World?" Because of his concern towards the God World, Tsang Zhengxing only realized that there was something wrong with Mo Wuji's words in the second half of his sentence. Mo Wuji did not hide anything as he revealed his escape from God Burial Cave. Not only that, he told Tsang Zhengxing that the reason for using the great art of destruction here was to trap that sage nun in God Burial Cave, so that she couldn't come out. Ah! This pleasant piece of news caused Tsang Zhengxing to be unable to react. After a few breaths of time, he finally grabbed hold of Mo Wuji and said agitatedly, "You did well, you did well." Thereafter, he didn't wait for Mo Wuji to ask anything and started talking about how they destroyed the Paramitha flower. At the same time, he told Mo Wuji that the sage nun only needed a single move to kill 100,000 God continent cultivators. That woman is truly murderous. Mo Wuji had some lingering fears. If that woman hadn't been careless, how could he have a chance to escape from that vicious woman? Tsang Zhengxing's tone seemed to be clearly more relaxed. "Fortunately, you delayed that woman in God Burial Cave. Otherwise, that woman would probably extract God World's fate and uproot its world channel." Mo Wuji shook his head and said solemnly, "Senior Tsang, it's true that I have destroyed God Burial Plains. Ordinary people might not be able to escape, but that woman is not ordinary. she is a sage. The reason why she hasn't come out is probably because of the resting land of gods. As he said this, Mo Wuji explained the situation with the resting land of gods and god thrones to Song Zhengxing. Song Zhengxing also knew about god thrones, it was just that he didn't know about it in the same detail as Mo Wuji. When he heard Mo Wuji's words, Song Zhengxing finally realized that the god world was simply another piece of mud that could be trampled on by throned gods. It seems like only breaking into the quasi-sage stage is enough to prevent the god world from being harvested, Song Zhengxing sighed. Mo Wuji shook his head, Senior Song, even if you break into the quasi-sage stage, the god world will still be harvested. That woman is not someone that a quasi-sage can deal with. Do you have some other method? Song Zhengxing knew that Mo Wuji wasn't a simple person. Moreover, Mo Wuji had the great art of destruction which was able to destroy the entrance of the god burial cave. This caused Song Zhengxing to have some expectations towards Mo Wuji. Perhaps, there might come a day when Mo Wuji saves the god world. Mo Wuji clasped his fists and said, Senior Song, Junior was actually on his way to find you. There's a matter which requires Senior's help. Song Zhengxing did not hesitate to say, tell me. As long as I, Song Zhengxing, can do it, I will. Mo Wuji said, back when I was in Nirvana Learning Academy, there was a competition for cultivation resources. The venue for this competition was an ownerless planet. Junior hopes that Senior Song can reveal the location of this ownerless planet. Junior intends to go to that planet and cultivate for a period of time. Mo Wuji had already planned to find a place to cultivate. If he hadn't met Song Zhengxing, he would have searched for some remote place. But now that he encountered Song Zhengxing, he was naturally going to ask about that ownerless planet. That planet contained large amounts of primordial energy. Not only did his cultivation rise rapidly there, he also obtained the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Eventually, he used the extreme ice heavenly bamboo to exchange for the time plate. Most importantly, Koen Yun knows that there was a powerful treasure on that planet. This treasure was so powerful that Koen Yun disregarded the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Besides wanting to raise his cultivation to the Unity God stage, Mo Wuji also wanted to search for that treasure. When Song Zhengxing heard Mo Wuji's words, he did not hesitate to retrieve a crystal ball and handed it to Mo Wuji. Wuji, this crystal ball holds the location of that ownerless planet. Also, you need to be careful of Xing Mu. That fella tried to screw you once, almost getting you killed. However, he did save my life recently, and he did join hands with me to destroy the Paramitha flower. Thus, I don't intend to haggle with him any further. Many thanks, Senior Song. Junior understands. Mo Wuji expressed his gratitude as he received the crystal ball. Song Zhengxing laughed faintly, took out a jade box and handed it to Mo Wuji. This is for you. Mo Wuji accepted the jade box and looked at Song Zhengxing quizzically. He was waiting for Song Zhengxing to explain. Song Zhengxing pointed at this jade box and said, inside, there are some fragments of the Paramitha flower. Back when Xing Mu and I destroyed a petal of the Paramitha flower, I casually picked these fragments up. Thereafter, I heard that green-robed woman was rushing to some other place, so she didn't pursue this matter. However, I'm sure that these fragments are useful. The moment that woman is done with her matter, she would remember about these fragments. The sage nun was born from a red lotus. Although her cultivation is peerless and her insights to the Tao are profound, she could not compare to old fellas like Song Zhengxing in terms of wisdom. Besides her fortune, she was able to become a sage because of external reasons. It could be said that she was the least cunning sage among the 8. Moreover, she was extremely conceited. Mo Wuji elatedly accepted the jade box and said, many thanks, Senior. This thing is going to be useful. This thing was naturally useful to Mo Wuji. With these Paramitha flower fragments, not only could he have a sensing of Chu Yu's and Shuin's location, it could also allow him to feel the sage nun's location. That's good. Song Zhengxing chuckled. Ever since he heard that Mo Wuji had destroyed the sage nun's exit, his mood had improved significantly. Mo Wuji also took out a storage ring and a jade box and handed them to Tsang Jingxing. Senior Tsang, I don't have many things, but here are some god spiritual veins and a vase of the breath of Hongmeng. I wonder if these things would be useful for Senior to break into the quasi-sage stage. Breath of Hongmeng. It's useful, it's useful. Hurry and keep it. People would be able to sense its aura easily. It's better for you to keep it for yourself. Tsang Jingxing said anxiously when he felt the aura of the breath of Hongmeng. Mo Wuji laughed, Senior, I have plenty of it. With my current power, no one else besides that woman can do anything to me. Good, good. Tsang Jingxing knew that now wasn't a time to be sentimental with Mo Wuji. He hurriedly grabbed the breath of Hongmeng and threw it into his own world. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1095, Can You Go? Chapter 1095, Can You Go? Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. After storing the breath of Hongmeng, Tsang Jingxing heaved a sigh of relief. He returned the storage ring back to Mo Wuji. You need cultivation resources for yourself. I don't need these god spiritual veins. Mo Wuji hurriedly waved his hand. Senior has shown me too much kindness. These 20 god spiritual veins don't mean too much to me. Time is of the essence. Junior will have to take his leave. Even though he knew that the sage nun had yet to do anything to his mortal sect, Mo Wuji still anxiously wanted to return back to the sect. At the same time, he needed to rush to that ownerless planet and cultivate. While his great art of destruction had destroyed God Burial Valley, Mo Wuji was still worried that this wasn't enough to stop the sage nun. After Mo Wuji left, Tsang Jingxing finally sent his spiritual will into the storage ring. When he saw that they were all peak-grade god spiritual veins with the energy of creation, he instantly exhaled a breath of cold air. He also knew that the chasm shot out god spiritual veins. However, he wasn't in the vicinity. Thus, even though his array Dao was peerless, he wasn't able to obtain a single creation god spiritual vein. At the same time, he knew that the chasm shot god spiritual veins out at extreme speeds. Ordinary methods weren't enough to catch them. But now, Mo Wuji had given him 20 veins at one go. This was simply heaven-defying. Today, he obtained so many god spiritual veins and a vase of the breath of Hongmeng. These items would be instrumental to his breakthrough into the quasi-sage stage. Wuji, thank you. Tsang Jingxing clasped his fists in the direction that Mo Wuji left in. After which, his figure flashed and he instantly disappeared. Now that he had obtained so many valuable cultivation resources, he was naturally going to find a place to enter secluded cultivation. Mortal sect was still the same, there were no changes. The moment Mo Wuji entered mortal sect, his spiritual will detected De Huang. De Huang was already at World God level 7 while Shuaiguo was at World God level 3. The one with the greatest improvement was Wei Ru. He was already at the great circle of the God Monarch stage. From the looks of it, the God spiritual veins that he left behind had been very useful to De Huang and company. Mo Wuji's guess was right. Not only did mortal sect have the creation God spiritual veins, it was also concentrated in fate. Thus, cultivating here would allow one to be more attuned to the Tao. Mo Wuji didn't go and alarm the three. Since the three of them were able to cultivate rapidly here, he wasn't going to disturb them. After restabilizing the defensive arrays around mortal sect, Mo Wuji headed towards the new God domain city next to the edge of Nirvana Ocean. With the restoration of God World and with the transfer array across Nirvana Ocean being installed, new God domain city was flourishing. It had become a key place of interaction between cultivators from God Continent and God Domain. However, ordinary people cannot enjoy the benefits of the transfer array. Although Nirvana Ocean wasn't as dangerous as it was in the past, the price of using the array was still astronomical. Moreover, one needed to be of a high stature to be able to use it. Fortunately, Nirvana Ocean was no longer dangerous. cultivators that had no money and status could choose to traverse the ocean by themselves. Mo Wuji had visited New God Domain City before. In this second visit, he found that things seemed to have changed. After the laws of God world were restored, New God Domain City seemed to have been reconstructed. Mo Wuji knew that time was of the essence. Thus, after he entered New God Domain City, he headed straight to the transfer array. The ownerless planet that Song Jingxing told him was near God Continent. He needed to cross the Nirvana Ocean before he could travel to that planet. After the reconstruction of New God Domain City, the transfer array had become like an airport. It had become a central hub. All transfer arrays, regardless of the destination, were gathered in the center of New God Domain City. This was also the most flourishing and bustling place in New God Domain City. Mo Wuji had Song Jingxing's rule of arrays, allowing him to take any transfer array in God Continent free of charge. Now, he could probably use all arrays in God World free of charge. However, Mo Wuji had a large number of God crystals. He also knew that a transfer array needed to be maintained. Thus, he didn't intend to save on this bit of money. There were a total of 30 sales windows for the transfer array. Even so, there were long lines in front of every window. Even though Mo Wuji was in a rush for time, he could not save on this bit of time. Fortunately, the efficiency was rather high. Mo Wuji only needed an incense's time to reach the front of the window. I wish to cross Nirvana Ocean and go to God Continent. How many God crystals will it be? Mo Wuji walked up to the window and said directly. The person in the window was a middle-aged man in the late heavenly God stage. He lifted his head, looked at Mo Wuji and said indifferently, if you wish to cross the Nirvana Ocean, you would need verification from the New God Domain City Hall before you can purchase a transfer ticket. Kiki, is this Dao friend's first time visiting since the reconstruction of New God Domain City? The yellow-robed cultivator behind Mo Wuji chuckled and said. Mo Wuji nodded, yes, it's my first visit. Alright, if every person that wants to use the transfer array across Nirvana Ocean requires a verification from the City Hall, then wouldn't the efficiency be very low? The final sentences of Mo Wuji were casually said. In reality, he was prepared to leave the queue. Originally, he intended to follow procedures. But now that the other party wanted some verification, he could only use this rule of arrays token. Queuing again would only require another incense's time. This beats going to the City Hall to obtain a verification. He wasn't that free. This transfer array is currently managed by the Cultivator's Embassy and Senior Jia Hung. After the restoration of God World, God Continent and God Domain had things which the other wanted. Thus, controlling this array, well, you should know why it's necessary, the yellow-robed cultivator said without hiding anything. This was news that everyone knew, an open secret. What was there to hide about? Mo Wuji instantly stopped in his tracks. Isn't the transfer array across Nirvana Ocean built by Nirvana Learning Academy's Senior Song Jingxing? But if this array wasn't installed by Senior Song Jingxing, then things would be problematic. This was because his rule of arrays would be useless. By the side, another cultivator butted in. This transfer array was naturally built by Senior Song Jingxing. It's just that after Senior Song Jingxing finished the array, he did not manage it. Then how did it end up in the hands of Cultivator's Embassy? And who's that Jia Hung? Mo Wuji frowned, he was feeling slightly displeased. Song Jingxing was a senior that he respected. This senior had installed this array, but it was actually left under the control of a dog's hit place like the Cultivator's Embassy. Moreover, it was being exploited for resources. It would be strange if he was happy. He wasn't confused as to why Song Jingxing didn't manage the array. Instead, he was confused why Nirvana Learning Academy didn't. Song Jingxing had never managed such trivial stuff. But supposedly, Nirvana Learning Academy should be managing this array. This time, no one answered Mo Wuji. Some things could be said, while some couldn't. Moreover, the matter with Jia Han wasn't simple. When others mentioned Jia Han, they needed to add senior at the front. Mo Wuji had directly said Jia Heng's name. This, in itself, was an offense. "I'm sorry, let me cut the queue. I will reimburse you." At this time, a black silhouette rushed in and charged in front of Mo Wuji. He crammed in front of the yellow-robed cultivator, took out a storage ring and said, "I will pay half the price. I want to purchase a ticket to God Continent." "Who allowed you to cut the queue? Stand at the back. Also, the transfer ticket across Nirvana Ocean isn't for open sale. A mere rogue cultivator like you can forget about taking the transfer array across Nirvana Ocean. Is twice the price very amazing? Our transfer arrays aren't lacking your bit of God crystals." A red-robed deacon grabbed towards the big man that charged in. The big man's figure flashed, causing the red-robed deacon to grab thin air. "Brother Zhini?" Mo Wuji cried in surprise. Previously, he suspected that this black-robed man was Yuan Zhini. Now that he saw Yuan Zhini making a move, he knew that his suspicions were right. This person was Yuan Zhini. Over 10,000 years, Yuan Zhini had an additional sense of agedness. Yuan Zhini was one of the first friends he made when he first came over to this world. He had a bold and just character. Back when he was heading to Chang Luo's Immortal Spring Conference, they fought six-legged electric crocodiles together. During those battles, they formed a deep bond. There was also Aunt Eleven. Eventually, Aunt Eleven left with Mo Shingtong. According to the news he obtained, Aunt Eleven had obtained an immortal estate in the Sky Seas. Since then, there was no further news from her. Unfortunately, Yuan Zhini didn't have any spiritual veins, so he couldn't cultivate. After the two separated at Chang Luo, he didn't have any further news from him either. Today, Mo Wuji actually saw Yuan Zhini in New God Domain City. How could he not be happy? Yuan Zhini didn't have any spiritual aura around him, but Mo Wuji could sense a deep power from him. Just now, that deacon was at least a god monarch. However, that deacon wasn't able to catch Yuan Zhini. This showed that Yuan Zhini wasn't weaker than a god monarch. From the looks of it, Yuan Zhini definitely obtained some great fortune when he went out to temper himself. Otherwise, he couldn't have achieved such results. "You are brother Mo?" Yuan Zhini looked at Mo Wuji in disbelief. After saying that sentence, he was sure that the person in front of him was truly Mo Wuji. It's really you." "Yes, I am Mo Wuji." Mo Wuji chuckled, his heart was incomparably carefree. It was already a great joy to meet an old friend. Moreover, this old friend was one that he had shared life and death battles with. "It's not good. Brother Mo, we have to go." Yuan Zhini suddenly recalled his situation. "Can you go?" A gloomy voice came. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1096, You've done something stupid. Chapter 1096, You've done something stupid. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Following which, a violet-robed man sped over. Mo Wuji finally realized that Yuan Zhini was being pursued. No wonder why he was in such a hurry to use the transfer array. "Zhini, are you being pursued by this fella?" Mo Wuji asked as he looked at the incoming person. Yuan Zhini was already wielding a black staff. As he stared at the violet-robed man, he said to Mo Wuji, "Wuji, I didn't think that I would drag you down at our first encounter after so long. This fella is from Nirvana Learning Academy. I killed his younger sister." Even though Yuan Zhini hadn't seen Mo Wuji for more than 10,000 years, he had been through life and death situations with Mo Wuji. Thus, words of apology were needless. "You killed his younger sister?" Mo Wuji looked at Yuan Zhini in shock. Yuan Zhini wasn't a barbaric person who randomly killed people. In fact, it was the contrast. Yuanjini was a magnanimous and generous person. That's right. The reason why I could live was because of Kwai Tong's saving grace. This fella's sister actually wanted to snatch the cultivation technique that Kwai Tong purchased in a rogue market. Not only did she kill Kwai Tong, she even extracted Kwai Tong's soul. Hearing Yuanjini's words, Mo Wuji had a rough understanding of the situation. Kwai Tong should be Yuanjini's Dao companion in the God world. However, not only was his Dao companion killed, her soul was extracted and refined. Naturally, Yuanjini wanted to take revenge for his Dao companion. Thus, he killed this violet-robed man's younger sister, and in turn, he offended this violet-robed man. If this situation had happened to him, he would have been much more murderous. Yuanjini didn't continue speaking any further. This was because that violet-robed man was already right in front of them. What surprised him was that this violet-robed man actually didn't lay a hand on him. You are Mo Wuji? After standing in front of Mo Wuji for some time, this violet-robed man finally recognized Mo Wuji. Against Yuanjini's expectations, he actually clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji. His expression also turned unsightly. Mo Wuji didn't say a word, he only stared at this violet-robed man calmly. He was sure that if he wasn't here, there was an 80 to 90% chance that Yuanjini would die today. He could not tell what was Yuanjini's cultivation, but he could roughly guess that Yuanjini was only in the late god monarch stage. This violet-robed man, on the other hand, was at world god level 9. Now that Mo Wuji's name was mentioned, more people recognized him. The cultivators in the queue all hurried to make way. Some people even came to bow towards Mo Wuji respectfully. As for that heavenly god sales attendant that didn't sell the transfer ticket to Mo Wuji, he stood up in fright, his face turned increasingly pale. In God domain, not many people knew of Mo Wuji's face. However, few wouldn't know of Mo Wuji's name. Back when he was in the nascent god stage, Mo Wuji single-handedly killed 49 nascent gods and heavenly gods that encircled. After which, he was hunted by several god kings, but he still managed to escape. However, that only demonstrated that Mo Wuji was skilled at escaping. But when God world was restored, Mo Wuji killed the god kings and 2 unity gods from the gods race. Even the gods race's number 1 expert, Bai Dai, was slaughtered by Mo Wuji. If this wasn't enough, Mo Wuji charged into God evolution sect alone and pulled it out from its roots. Any one of these stories was enough to turn a cultivator's heart cold. Today, Mo Wuji had shown up here. Many people suspected that if Mo Wuji was angered, he would start a massacre here. This was because, in the eyes of many, Mo Wuji was a bloodthirsty and murderous person. You're very famous? Yuanjini, who had been prepared to give up half his life to escape with Mo Wuji, stared at Mo Wuji doubtfully. Mo Wuji laughed faintly. I could be considered a little famous. It should be enough to retain our lives. Mo Wuji did not dare to say this in God continent. However, this wasn't God continent. Even though they were at the edge of Nirvana Ocean, this was still within the territory of God domain. Back when he was in the early God King stage, he had leveled God Evolution sect. Even God Evolution sect's unity god Tai Lanshan was killed by him. Thus, this puny world god was no different from an ant in Mo Wuji's eyes. Senior Mo, you are a senior. This is a private matter between this person and I. Both of us are disciples of Nirvana Learning Academy, and I'm also from Cultivator's Embassy. Senior Jia Hong is a good friend of our embassy lord. Thus, I request that Senior doesn't interfere in this private matter. This violet-robed cultivator didn't directly attack Yuanjini in front of Mo Wuji. As he was speaking, he had already sent out several messages. Mo Wuji could see that he was sending messages, but he didn't stop it. After this violet-robed cultivator was done, Mo Wuji said coldly, "Is the cultivator's embassy very amazing? And what kind of vegetable is that, Jia Hong?" "Ha, my cultivator's embassy naturally isn't something amazing. However, to deal with a single Mo Wuji, it's more than enough. An extremely arrogant voice came over. Following which, the space around them started to emit cracking sounds. Including Yuanjani, the faces of every cultivator changed. This was the core area of New God Domain City. Every cultivator knew that there was a peak grade killing array here. This killing array was a grade 7 God array and it was installed by Tsang Jingxing himself. Those cracking sounds meant that this grade 7 killing array was being activated. Indeed, the laws of space instantly started to change. An ominous pressure filled the entire area. Some cultivators that tried to leave the array were instantly torn apart by the array's attacks. Senior Mo, this person is Cultivator's Embassy's Su Sha. After knowing Mo Wuji's status, more cultivators started to approach him. The one that spoke was the yellow-robed man that was standing behind him previously. Cultivator's embassy was strong, but in the eyes of many God Domain cultivators, Mo Wuji was much stronger. Mortal Sect occupied the best piece of land in the entire God Domain. But until now, did anyone dare to antagonize Mortal Sect? Those years ago, God Evolution Sect's Tai Lanshan tried to force a marriage on Forgotten Creek Daoskul's Chuyu. Where was God Evolution Sect now? Su Sha? Mo Wuji's eyes turned cold, the toad that dreamed of eating swam meat? The Su Sha that tried to force a marriage on Forgotten Creek Daoskul's Chuyu? That's him. The yellow-robed cultivator did not hesitate to say. Now that Su Sha had activated the grade 7 killing array, everyone here could be killed. This was not a time to be reserved. Is your father doing well? Mo Wuji looked at Su Sha and suddenly asked an irrelevant question. Cultivator's embassy was also a place that he wanted to destroy. It was just that it was too far away. Go and die. Su Sha couldn't even be bothered to answer Mo Wuji's question. He viciously threw down an array flag. Mo Wuji opened his hand and threw out a palm-sized jade token. Immediately, the killing array paused and all killing intent was sealed. At this instant, Mo Wuji could clearly sense the locations of the array heart and array foundations. Mo Wuji sighed in praise. This rule of array's token was truly amazing. Not only could he use any transfer array freely, he could escape from any array. This was because all grade 7 God arrays in God World were definitely installed by Tsang Zhengxing. Moreover, all arrays below grade 7 could be broken with this jade token. Su Sha was also in the late world God stage. He was no idiot. The moment he noticed that his array flag was useless, he started to get flustered. Immediately, he noticed that the boundless killing intent of the array was surrounding him. If he dared to move, he would be turned into dust. Mo Wuji, you can't touch me. If you touch me, Senior Jia Hong definitely wouldn't let you go. Before Su Sha could finish speaking, a familiar voice came from outside the killing array. Mo Wuji, long time no see. I see that your cultivation has improved significantly. That's truly worthy of celebration. Following which, an anxious voice came, Dao friend Mo, it's my son's fault. Please show mercy. I, Embassy Lord Su Ping, will definitely return the favor. Su Ping no longer placed Mo Wuji in his eyes. However, his son's life was within Mo Wuji's palms, so he could not help but be anxious. Su Sha's talent was first-rate and he had already spent plenty of resources to groom his son. If Su Sha was killed by Mo Wuji, killing Mo Wuji wouldn't get him back his son. Noticing the two people, Su Sha heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Mo Wuji was amazing, otherwise, Mo Wuji couldn't turn this grade 7 killing array against him in the blink of an eye. But no matter how amazing Mo Wuji was, how could he compare against Senior Jia Hong? Moreover, his father was also here. Mo Wuji couldn't even be bothered with those words. With a single thought, bursts of killing intent shot towards the violet-robed man and Su Sha. These two weren't even at the God King stage. Against the grade 7 killing array, how could they resist? Susha couldn't even call for help before he was enveloped by the killing intent. Two mists of blood exploded. Not even their primordial spirits remained. Mo Wuji, I'm going to devour you. Su Ping was filled with hatred. He directly struck forth with his magic treasure. Mo Wuji, you've done something stupid. The man that came with Su Ping said indifferently. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1097, Stone Turtle. Chapter 1097, Stone Turtle. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji didn't even care about Su Ping's attack. Instead, he looked at the other man and said, I recognize you, you are that stone turtle, right? Back then, you were hiding in Nirvana Ocean. I believe you only managed to get a breath of fresh air when God World was restored, right? Stone Turtle, you better not come and find trouble for me. If you are able to live for a few more years, you might be able to take back what belongs to you. However, you are trying to court your own death by offending me. Mo Wuji could indeed recognize the fella next to Cultivator's embassy, Su Ping. He was definitely the stone primordial spirit back in Nirvana Ocean's Turtle Island. Back then, this primordial spirit tried to rob him. However, the converse happened and Mo Wuji was the one that robbed him. You know that I want to take back my items? Boom! Before Mo Wuji could reply, Su Ping's attack had already landed on the grade 7 god array. Mo Wuji knew that Yuanjini could not take part in a battle of such a level. He called the slightly dazed Yuanjini over and threw out multiple array flags. The enraged Su Ping simply could not wait to kill Mo Wuji. However, Jia Hong was extremely astute. When Su Ping was attacking Mo Wuji, he called out for Su Ping and he turned to leave. By the time Su Ping reacted, it was already too late. When he finally realized that he was drawn into the array, Mo Wuji's half-moon-weighted halberd had already cleaved down with a silver light. Su Ping felt the laws of space around him turning chaotic. Space also started to turn vicious. In an instant, he calmed down. Soon, he realized that something was wrong. No, it wasn't that Mo Wuji had controlled the space around him. Instead, it was because he discovered that Jia Hong actually didn't come to help him. He was extremely clear of Jia Hang's power. Even if Mo Wuji was any more powerful, he definitely wouldn't be a match for Jia Hang. As long as Jia Hong interferes, Mo Wuji's grade 7 killing array would be useless. However, at this very moment, he realized that Jia Hong was retreating. Su Ping had never considered that Jia Hang would retreat when he needed Jia Hang's help. Fear finally set in. Originally, he thought he had Jia Hang's support, so he didn't even place Mo Wuji in his eyes. But now that Jia Hong was retreating, he started to truly feel the sense of impending doom. A white light flashed, blood exploded out from Su Ping's forehead. The light in Su Ping's eyes dimmed. He knew that Mo Wuji was amazing, but he didn't think that Mo Wuji would be so amazing. Only he knew that Mo Wuji's killing array didn't affect him greatly. He had been killed undoubtedly by Mo Wuji's domain in sacred art. Mo Wuji sneered as he stared at Jia Hong, who was now standing outside the killing array. Just now, he didn't activate the killing array for Cultivator's embassy Su Ping, but Jia Hong. Back when he was in the early God King stage, he was able to easily slaughter the Unity God Tai Lanshan. Now that he was in God King level 6, and soon to be in the late God King stage, why would he need to use the killing array for a mere level 1 Unity God like Su Ping? But unfortunately, that old turtle was too cunning, causing his killing array to go to waste. The moment Jia Hong sensed Mo Wuji's powerful domain, he knew that Mo Wuji was far more powerful than he had imagined. He had been cooped up in God World's Nirvana Ocean for so many years. Naturally, he valued his life more than anybody. Even though he didn't believe that he would be killed if he was sealed in Mo Wuji's array, he still chose to retreat. Now, he understood that his choice had been correct. If he had been trapped in that grade 7 killing array, he might truly be unable to leave. Even if he was able to escape, he would definitely suffer some injuries. Brother Wuji, how have you become so strong? The pleasantly surprised Yuanjini landed beside Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji retrieved his rule of arrays, dispelled the killing array and smiled to Yuanjini, "We will catch up later." After which, Mo Wuji spoke to the other cultivators in the area, "Everyone, please leave the transfer array plaza. New God Domain City's transfer arrays will be reopened 3 days later. The control of the transfer array will be left to God Domain." Regardless of the reason, since Nirvana Learning Academy had given the rights to control the transfer arrays to Cultivator's Embassy, he wasn't going to return the control back to Nirvana Learning Academy. Jia Hong didn't leave. From the distance, he said to Mo Wuji, "We share the same goals and we don't have any deep grudges. Why don't we find a place to chat?" In his eyes, the enmity between him and Mo Wuji was trivial when compared to the items that he wanted to retrieve. As for Su Ping's death, it only meant that he was useless. Why would he, Jia Hong, want to continue working with a useless person? Dao friend Mo. Clear Rise sped over from the distance. He had yet to arrive, but his elated voice had already come over. Seeing Clear Rise, Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that New God Domain City was definitely a huge slab of meat. However, he didn't have the time to manage this place. It would be best if he could leave the matters here to Clear Rise. Dao friend Clear Rise. Mo Wuji clasped his fists and greeted joyfully. He didn't bother about Jia Hong. Now, he was sure that Jia Hong was on the same level as Kuan Yun. If such a person was determined to escape, it would be impossible to kill him. If this person wanted to work with him, then he didn't even need to respond. That fellow would naturally wait for him. "You killed Cultivator's Embassy Su Ping?" The moment Clear Rise arrived, he noticed the decapitated Su Ping. Mo Wuji nodded, "That's right. This fella is from Cultivator's Embassy, but he actually tried to control God Domain's New God Domain City. Moreover, he is even collecting the transfer array fees for his own selfish purposes. In reality, even if Su Ping wasn't collecting the fees here, he would also have eliminated Su Ping when he got to God Continent. He was even willing to destroy God Evolution Sect, so why would he care about one Cultivator's Embassy? Clear Rise naturally knew why Mo Wuji killed Su Ping. Because God Evolution Sect tried to force a marriage on Forgotten Creek Dao School's Chuyu, it was leveled to the ground by Mo Wuji. Su Ping had taken the initiative to find trouble for Mo Wuji. It would be weird if Mo Wuji spared him. However, these weren't words that he would say. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's great that you're back. Blazing Heaven and I tried to find you multiple times, but we weren't able to locate you. Blazing Heaven tried to take back control of New God Domain City, but he could only leave with injuries." As he was speaking, Clear Rise's gaze landed on Jia Hong. Mo Wuji was sure that Jia Hong was the one who injured Blazing Heaven. This was why Clear Rise and Blazing Heaven were afraid of taking control of New God Domain City. Noticing Mo Wuji's gaze, Jia Hong spread his hands and said, "Mo Wuji, you should know that after the restoration of God World, I need to regain my strength. To be honest, although New God Domain City is a treasure trove with a constant flow of God crystals, I, Jia Hong, don't even place it in my eyes. I was merely working together with Su Ping. Now that you killed Su Ping, I will work with you. As New God Domain City, you will naturally take charge." Mo Wuji didn't respond to Jia Hong. Instead, he clasped his fists to Clear Rise and said, "Dao friend Clear Rise, I have some urgent matters to attend to. I will leave New God Domain City to you. As for the Castellan of New God Domain City, it should be a fella from Cultivator's Embassy. You can simply kill him and take over. Clear Rise as a Unity God expert. He shouldn't face any difficulty with taking control of New God Domain City. All right. Dao friend Mo, you can rest assured. I will definitely return the order to New God Domain City. I will give a portion of the city's income to your mortal sect, Clear Rise hurriedly said. Even though the laws of God world were restored, the management of God domain, God continent, and the God's race were still largely separated. New God domain city was extremely important to God domain. If not for Jia Hang's overbearing strength, how could a God domain cultivator like Clear Rise have allowed New God domain city to fall into the hands of God continent's cultivator's embassy? Then I will have to trouble Dao friend Clear Rise with this matter. I will need to settle some stuff with that old man. Mo Wuji clasped his fists towards Clear Rise. After settling this matter, Mo Wuji called out to Yuan Jini and said, Jini, let's go. Then I will take over New God domain city. Clear Rise knew that Mo Wuji had some matters with Jia Hang. These weren't matters that he could be involved in. After responding to Mo Wuji, he immediately headed to the Castellan mansion. At the same time, he sent out multiple messages. As one of the 10 great god kings of God domain, Clear Rise naturally had his own men. Big brother Mo, I am Chu Shi. Thank you for taking revenge for my older sister. Just as Mo Wuji called out to Yuan Jini, a gorgeous woman in a green dress walked out from the crowd. She bowed towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji only needed a single glance at this woman to know that this was the woman who disguised as Chu Yu at Forgotten Creek Dao School's punishment cliff. She shared many similarities with Chu Yu. On account of Chu Yu, I will not kill you. Now F***CK off as far as possible. Mo Wuji said coldly, then he gestured to Yuan Jini to leave. Chu Shi's face was ashen as she saw Mo Wuji walk towards Jia Hang. She definitely didn't think that she was inferior to her older sister. This Mo fella had eyes but no pupils, he was actually blind enough to disregard her. Stone Turtle, your balls are rather big. You actually dared to stay here. Mo Wuji walked to Jia Hang and said indifferently. Jia Hang's face turned ugly. Mo Wuji, since we will be working together, please respect me. I have a name, it's Jia Hang. Moreover, my origin is 10,000 times deeper than yours. In the future, you will be the one begging me for help. Mo Wuji said with disdain, is your origin very amazing? Is it more amazing than Luo Su? Or that green-robed sage nun? Are you one of the 8 sages? Or one of the 4 Dao monarchs? One of the 3 rogues? Could you be one of the 12 god emperors? How do you know all these? Jia Hang's face changed drastically. He had already forgotten the matter of Mo Wuji calling him a stone turtle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1098, Sage Tian Hen. Chapter 1098, Sage Tian Hen. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. You don't have to care about how I know of such matters. You better not interfere with the matters of God domain. Otherwise, even at the expense of my time, I will eliminate you. Mo Wuji stared at Jia Hang. He did not even place this expert in his eyes. Jia Hang was, after all, a throned god. The moment he heard Mo Wuji's threat, he sneered, I, Jia Hang, might not be one of those throne gods that you mentioned. However, I am one of the 72 lords of the principal gods. I do want to see how you intend to eliminate me. Mo Wuji said with disdain, is being one of the 72 lords very amazing? Even Koen Yun was begging me to help him. Moreover, he is one of the 36 ministers. You are merely one of the 72 lords. That's really not enough to be placed in my eyes. You knew Koen Yun? When Jia Hang heard Mo Wuji's words, he finally understood that Mo Wuji had truly entered his circle. Don't disturb me from catching up with an old friend. I have no interest in your matters. After saying that, Mo Wuji could not wait as he turned to Yuan Jini and said, Jini, let's find a quiet place to talk. Mo Wuji, my previous words were not appropriate. I seek your forgiveness. However, working with me might affect whether or not you will be able to obtain a god throne. As long as you work with me, not only would you. Mo Wuji did not wait for Jia Hong to finish speaking. Do you know where God Burial Cave is? Jia Hong subconsciously said, I already have some clues. In merely half a sentence, Jia Hong felt that something was wrong. He stared at Mo Wuji in shock. How did you know that I'm searching for God Burial Cave? Mo Wuji chuckled. Not only do I know that you're searching for God Burial Cave, I also know that you are trying to enter God Burial Cave's resting land of gods to take your treasures back from that fake sage Min Yuan. At the same time, I also know why you need my help. I'm sorry, but I have just left that place. I don't have any interest in returning there at the moment. You know the location of God Burial Cave? Jia Hong exclaimed in glee. Oh right, you are acquaintances with Kuan Yun, so you would naturally know where it is. Dao friend Mo, if you are willing to help. Mo Wuji waved his hand, breaking Jia Hong off. Make way, otherwise, don't blame me for activating new god domain cities killing array on you. Let me repeat this once more, I have no interest in your matters. Kuan Yun had the Tao Tai Pot and he knew where God Burial Cave was, so Mo Wuji didn't mind working with him. However, this Jia Hong didn't even have anything. Moreover, even if Jia Hong had plenty of treasures, Mo Wuji still wouldn't want to work with him. At this moment, Jia Hong no longer minded Mo Wuji's bad attitude. Instead, he spoke sincerely. Dao friend Mo, it was my fault previously. Have you heard that the reason why Nirvana Ocean used to be uncrossable was actually because of a sage corpse? Mo Wuji nodded. That's right, I heard of that. Wasn't it due to you? It was rumored that the reason why Nirvana Ocean would corrode a person's spiritual roots and sea of consciousness was because of a sage corpse which fell in Nirvana Ocean. After Mo Wuji found out that Jia Hong was one of the 108 principal gods, he thought that this was all tricks by Jia Hong. After all, being able to rank among the 108 principal gods meant that Jia Hong was a quasi-sage. Moreover, this fella's Turtle Island was deep within Nirvana Ocean. Jia Hong laughed self-deprecatingly. Dao friend Mo, you view too highly of me. If I had that capacity, do you think I would lower myself to talk to you? It's not you? Mo Wuji's heart skipped a beat, a sense of unease suddenly came over. Jia Hong said calmly, of course it's not me. Also, the rumors are true. There's indeed a sage corpse which landed in Nirvana Ocean. He is called Tian Hen. He was one of the 8 sages and he fell during the cataclysm. The people that know of this are few and I happen to be one of them. However, how could an expert like him truly fall? Now that the god world was restored, Sage Tian Hen is likely to have recovered some of his powers. If he finds his furnace of heaven and earth, then the god world is merely an ant that he could squish in his hands. Mo Wuji almost cried out in alarm. His heart started to pound heavily. The furnace of heaven and earth was currently in his mortal world. If that Tian Hen found out that the furnace was on him, how could his life be spared? After knowing all these, Mo Wuji was less interested in speaking with Jia Hong. He urgently wanted to head over to that ownerless planet to cultivate. Jia Hong didn't know what Mo Wuji was thinking. He continued in a lower voice, Dao friend Mo, I know the rough location of the furnace of heaven and earth. That thing is a supreme treasure of fortune. As long as you have a supreme treasure of fortune and even if you aren't a sage, sages would have some reservations towards you. Mo Wuji said indifferently, I don't have any interest in fighting a sage for his treasure. How could Jia Hong give up like this? If Mo Wuji didn't know where God Burial Cave was located, then he would forget about it. But now, he knew that Mo Wuji knew where God Burial Cave was and if he gave up on working with Mo Wuji, he would have to spend much more time. Moreover, this was under the context that he didn't know Mo Wuji cultivated the mortal Tao and could open the resting land of gods. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't mind accepting a few strikes from Mo Wuji's halberd. Mo Wuji was truly helpless by Jia Hong's constant pestering. He could only say, I have urgent matters to attend to. If you want to work for me, you would have to wait. Otherwise, don't blame me for behaving impolitely. Seeing the situation, Jie Hong could only stop. He clasped his fists and said, "Dao friend Mo, I will wait for you in God domain." He had waited for so many years, what's the harm with a few more? Old brother Wuji. Now that the detestable Jie Hong had left, Yuanjini could finally cry out emotionally. He had countless things which he wanted to say, but he never had the opportunities to say them. "Brother Jini, let's find a rest house and slowly talk." Mo Wuji also had many questions that he wanted to ask Yuanjini. Within a rest house in New God Domain City, Mo Wuji and Yuanjini talked for an entire half a day. The two finally had an understanding of what happened to others since they previously parted ways. In terms of fortunes and dangers, Yuanjini's experiences were no inferior to Mo Wuji's. After they parted ways, Yuanjini had been roaming around. Eventually, he found a fortune which belonged to him in the Luo Sea. It was the legacy of a martial Tao which could be cultivated without spiritual roots. Yuanjini never had spiritual roots, but his talent in the martial Tao was top-rate. In a short few hundred years, he had reached the peak. By the time Yuanjini came out from his seclusion, Mo Wuji had already left Jinxing. Moreover, news of Mo Wuji was continuously circulating around Jinxing. After knowing that Mo Wuji had left Jinxing, Yuanjini also didn't continue staying there. Leaving Jinxing, he started to explore space. Within space, he found various items related to the martial Tao. Coupled with his own talent in the martial Tao, he forged his own path which did not follow the cultivation of the natural Tao. Although his martial Tao started from someone else's legacy, it was already filled with his own insights. A few thousand years ago, Yuanjini arrived at a place called Great Bear Continent. Although it wasn't the immortal world, its level was roughly similar. It was just that the martial Tao was more prominent. But at the same time, there were also cultivators. In Great Bear Continent, Yuanjini met Kuai Tong. Kuai Tong was a cultivator. The two of them traveled around Great Bear together, experiencing various kinds of adventures and dangers. Kuai Tong had saved Yuanjini's life more than once. Eventually, the two managed to obtain a peak-grade talisman which brought them the God World. Not only that, the two arrived in time for when the God World was being restored. After the God World was restored, both Yuanjini and Kuai Tong met rapid improvements in their powers. Unfortunately, Kuai Tong didn't die during a dangerous adventure. Instead, she was killed by another woman in God World and her soul was even extracted and refined. With Yuanjini's nature, it didn't matter if this woman was a sage's daughter, he would kill her regardless. After which, Mo Wuji knew what happened. Mo Wuji also sighed. It seemed like the lack of spiritual roots did not mean that one had to cultivate the mortal Tao. There were billions of Taos, one would find a Tao which was suitable them. Because Yuanjini also left Jinxing very early, Mo Wuji didn't obtain much news of Jinxing. "Wuji, I know that you definitely wouldn't be simple, but I still didn't expect that you would have such success. But also, if it was anyone other than you, I wouldn't believe that such success would have been possible." After the two shared their experiences, Yuanjini was also feeling especially emotional. "I intend to cross Nirvana Ocean and cultivate in an ownerless planet. Jini, I feel that your experiences were enough, but you lack a place to settle down and cultivate. You practice the martial Tao, so I suggest that you go to my mortal sect and cultivate. That place has sufficient heavenly fate, and later, I will give you some creation god spiritual veins. With your talent in the martial Tao, I'm sure that you will improve rapidly in mortal sect. When I get back, we will join hands to get rid of that woman." If not for the matter with Tian Hen, Mo Wuji would have followed Yuanjini back to mortal sect. But now that they have talked, he only hoped that the two of them would grow stronger in the shortest time possible. Mo Wuji had no suspicions towards Yuanjini's power. He took 10,000 years to reach God King stage level 6, and how much resources did he use for that? All these years, Yuanjini had mainly depended on his practice and his talent. If such a martial Tao practitioner reached the peak, he will definitely be no inferior to a cultivator. Wuji, feel free and do as you wish. I have also decided to stay at Mortal Sect and cultivate. Your matter is my matter. I will wait for you to return. Mo Wuji had also told the matter in God Burial Cave to Yuanjini. He did not even hide the fact that he had the furnace of heaven and earth. At this moment, Yuanjini was also nervous for Mo Wuji. If the sage knew that Mo Wuji took his furnace of heaven and earth, how could Mo Wuji survive? Even Mortal Sect would not survive. Mo Wuji retrieved a storage ring and handed it to Yuanjini. Jini, when I'm not around, you are the sect head of Mortal Sect. This ring contains my handwritten note and my sect's jade token. Mortal Sect will now be left to you. Yuanjini was also a cultivator without spiritual roots. Although he didn't cultivate the mortal Tao, it was a Tao of mortals. Thus, he could be considered a mortal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1099, World-Shaking Treasure. Chapter 1099, World-Shaking Treasure. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. After arriving at God Continent, Mo Wuji didn't even visit Nirvana Learning Academy. Mo Wuji still didn't know how long Sage Tianhen would take to recover his powers. All this time, the furnace of heaven and earth was in his mortal world. This caused him to feel a deep sense of urgency. Fortunately, even sages could not detect his mortal world. Otherwise, he believed that his possession of the furnace would no longer remain a secret. Back during Nirvana Learning Academy's competition for cultivation resources, they had used a transfer array to get to that ownerless planet. After the restoration of God World, there weren't many changes to Nirvana Learning Academy's terrain, but there were complete changes to the laws here. All transfer arrays needed to be reinstalled. Mo Wuji was unable to use a transfer array, so he could only travel there by himself. San Jingxing's map was extremely accurate. Half a month later, Mo Wuji found a spatial exit in a remote corner of God Continent. With Mo Wuji's cultivation at God King level 6, as well as his earth shrinking and wind teleportation, he took an entire month for his spiritual will to locate that planet. Because of the restoration of God World, the space around God Continent changed drastically. This planet had actually moved far from its original spot. Fortunately, Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness was strong and his spiritual will was wide. Otherwise, he might not have been able to find it. He suspected that if he had been delayed for a few more years, he might not necessarily have found this planet even with the map that San Jingxing gave him. As he landed on the surface of the planet, Mo Wuji could feel an energy of ruins. All laws here had collapsed and scattered. With this energy of ruins, this planet might still be here, but it would eventually disintegrate into millions of lost pieces in space. From the extreme ice, heavenly bamboo, and the primordial energy, Koen Yun could tell that there was a secret on this planet. As for what that secret was, Koen Yun didn't mention it. According to Koen Yun, if Mo Wuji didn't bring him to this planet, Koen Yun definitely wouldn't reveal the secret. If Koen Yun wasn't trapped in God Burial Cave's resting land of gods, Mo Wuji would naturally bring Koen Yun over. Now that Koen Yun was trapped in the resting land of gods, Mo Wuji couldn't bring Koen Yun over even if he wanted to. This broken planet left Mo Wuji feeling very helpless. He had intended to seclude in cultivation here. But now that it was broken to such a degree, he estimated that it would collapse even before he reached the great circle of the God King stage. Now that Mo Wuji's spiritual will was extremely strong, he started to use it to scan the entire planet. The laws in this planet were basically shattered, thus, Mo Wuji's spiritual will didn't face any obstacles. Only a person that cultivated the mortal technique like Mo Wuji could cultivate in a place like this. If it was anyone else, this place was definitely unsuitable for cultivation. After spending 2 months, Mo Wuji practically scoured 99% of this planet, but he still didn't find anything of value. Ever since the primordial energy from this place had been sucked clean, there was no longer anything of value on this planet. If there was something, it was only some smithing materials. With Mo Wuji's current level, such smithing materials weren't enough to draw his attention. After another 2 months, Mo Wuji sighed. He didn't know what was the valuable treasure that Kuan Yin mentioned. If it was some formless item, then he probably wouldn't be able to find it. Mo Wuji did not continue searching for a treasure that he didn't even know the name of. He would rather spend the time in cultivation. Knowing that this planet cannot last much longer, Mo Wuji no longer intended to cultivate here. However, when he recalled Kuan Yin's words, he decided to dive into the depths of this planet. He was going to cultivate here until it shatters. At least, he wouldn't face the regret of missing out. When he first started digging into the earth, Mo Wuji did not notice anything. But the deeper he got and the closer he got to the planet's core, he started to feel a chill. Mo Wuji's heart instantly started to pound. He knew that the laws on this planet were basically shattered. It was exactly because of this that the planet was going to disintegrate. However, a planet that didn't have laws naturally couldn't have this ice-cold chill. Now that this chill had appeared, there was only one explanation: it came from a treasure which contained its own laws. Perhaps this was the treasure that Kuan Yin mentioned. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji sped up. Days later, Mo Wuji finally stopped. He had arrived at the deepest part of this planet, i.e. this planet's core. The core of this planet was a space which was a few meters wide. At this center of this space floated a gray sphere which was flashing with countless runes. This tiny sphere gave Mo Wuji the impression of mini-planet. It even felt like some sort of man-made Earth. The only difference was that this mini-planet was surrounded by an ice-cold chill. With Mo Wuji's cultivation level, he should definitely feel the laws of the cold within this chill. However, in reality, he did not sense any form of the laws of the cold. Mo Wuji's domain extended outwards and wrapped around this mini-planet. At the same time, he grabbed towards it. A terrifying black hole-like suction force came over. Although Mo Wuji was already at God King level 6, he could not help but be sucked in. He had no means of resistance. What's going on? Mo Wuji immediately sent his spiritual will outwards. Boom! A terrifying explosion threatened to tear Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness apart. Mo Wuji hurriedly retracted his spiritual will. In an instant, he understood what was going on. When he first touched this mini-planet, it sucked him in. It was also at this instant that the broken planet outside this mini-planet exploded. The broken planet was already on the verge of collapse, so Mo Wuji did not care much about it. After retracting his spiritual will, he started to examine the space within this mini-planet. On the outside, this mini-planet looked no bigger than a volleyball. But after entering it, he found that it was a huge world which his spiritual will could no even reach the ends of. When Mo Wuji noticed the boundless laws within this planet, he was completely dumbfounded. Here, he saw the laws of the 5 elements, the laws of space, the laws of time, the laws of darkness. He even saw the laws of life and the laws of death. No wonder why there was a difference in size between the outside and the inside. It was because of the boundless laws of space here. What left him shocked wasn't the multitude of laws. In reality, when he was in the newly incubated God domain nest, he also encountered many laws. It was just that those laws were very transient, making them very hard to use for cultivation. There were also many laws which appeared in that chasm when God world was being restored. Those laws were incomparably clear and they lasted longer than the laws in the newly incubated God domain nest. However, they still merged with the space around them. In reality, this was natural. Whenever any law appears, it would merge with the surroundings. At the instant it appears, it would be very clear and easy to perceive. However, once it merges with the surroundings, perceiving it would become difficult. This was also why cultivation was extremely fast when God World was just restored. But when God World stabilized, cultivation speed became much slower. This was necessary. All laws that appear in a world would merge into the world, completing this world. Except for those experts that came when the laws were being created, later cultivators would have to extract the laws from the countless in the surrounding for their cultivation. It was exactly because of this that such cultivators have incomplete understanding towards the laws. Regardless of their talent, such cultivators cannot compare cultivation speeds to those that came before creation. However, in this world, the boundless laws were actually existing independently. They did not merge into the surroundings, nor did they merge with one another. This caused Mo Wuji to be incomparably shocked. This meant that this space was perpetually in the state of creation. Even a pig, a grass or a rock could cultivate and gain insights into countless sacred arts in a space like this. Mo Wuji hurriedly closed his eyes and started to sense the laws around him. In just a few breaths, Mo Wuji opened his eyes. He finally understood what this world was. It was the seed of the universe. Back in the resting land of gods, Mo Wuji heard Ku Shinran mention the seed of the universe. He also knew that when compared to the extreme ice heavenly bamboo, the seed of the universe was far more valuable. When Ku Shinran talked about trading the seed of the universe for his time plate, that was utter bullshit. This was because the seed of the universe was far more valuable than the time plate. What Mo Wuji didn't expect was that he could actually find the seed of the universe. Mo Wuji had the urge to leave the seed of the universe and send it into his mortal world. However, he had a premonition that his mortal world was unable to contain the seed of the universe. He also suspected that if he left, he might not be able to enter again. He might even lose the seed of the universe. What did he come here for? Wasn't it to cultivate? Regardless of whether this was the treasure that Kuan-Yin mentioned, Mo Wuji decided to cultivate here. Besides the boundless laws, the seed of the universe was a patch of gray and emptiness. Mo Wuji did not mind this. Retrieving his time plate, he planted another 108 creation god spiritual veins in. If he didn't reach the unity god stage, he wasn't going to leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1100, The Helpless Sage Nun. Chapter 1100, The Helpless Sage Nun. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Whether it was God Domain or God Continent, Mo Wuji was considered a famous man. This was especially after he killed Cultivator's Embassy's Su Ping. His name had completely resounded throughout God Continent. Su Ping had always been a powerhouse of God Continent. After God World was restored, Su Ping was able to consolidate his strength and step into the Unity God stage. The Cultivator's Embassy, itself, was a powerful faction, and as the Embassy Lord, Su Ping was naturally very powerful. Perhaps it was because of the murderous nature of cultivators in Cultivator's Embassy which made it hard for them to have a breakthrough in their cultivation. Thus, when Su Ping broke into the Unity God stage, he charged straight to the top. Except for a few other Unity Gods from Cultivator's Embassy, average Unity Gods wouldn't be a match for Su Ping. Now, Su Ping had been killed by Mo Wuji. It was impossible for Mo Wuji to not be famous. Yenair, who was unable to enter Nirvana Learning Academy, naturally heard of Mo Wuji's news. She gave up on entering Nirvana Learning Academy and went to Nirvana Ocean's transfer array to gather news of Mo Wuji. She continued to follow Mo Wuji's tracks to Bright Moon God City before losing all further information. Because Bright Moon God City was the God City closest to the edge of God Continent, Yenair guessed that Mo Wuji should have already left God Continent. It was just that with her cultivation at the God Monarch stage, she didn't have the power to rip open the domain boundary. If she wanted to continue searching for Mo Wuji, she could only work hard to raise her cultivation level, till she was finally able to tear open God Continent's domain boundary. Ever since she left Jinxing, Yen had never given up on searching for her young master. After going through years of roaming and exploring, she had become much more experienced and mature than before. She promptly made the decision to stay here and cultivate. She would cultivate until she could tear the boundary of God continent. However, Yen did not know that even Mo Wuji did not have the ability to tear open God continent's boundary. Instead, he had left through a special exit. As Mo Wuji cultivated the mortal technique, he did not really care whether the laws around him were complete. But now that he was in a space with perfect laws, it would naturally aid his cultivation. His cultivation pace had always been fast, and coupled with the help of the time plate, the space around Mo Wuji was something that no one spiritual will could even touch. This was a time acceleration which could even cause a sage to go dizzy. Various laws were perceived by Mo Wuji, and in turn, the laws within his mortal world became clearer. God's spiritual energy from the creation God's spiritual veins was sucked away in copious amounts with no signs of rest. The 108 creation God's spiritual veins gradually shrunk as Mo Wuji's cultivation rose. His cultivation went from God King level 6 to level 9 at a single go. Within the time plate, tens of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. Mo Wuji was so deep in his cultivation that no one could interrupt him. He only knew to sense the various laws, absorb God's spiritual energy, and furiously raise his cultivation in power. God King level 10, level 11. When Mo Wuji stepped into God King level 12, the creation God's spiritual veins that he planted started to collapse. At this moment, the pace at which Mo Wuji absorbed God's spiritual energy got increasingly fast. Following the rise in his cultivation, this pace got faster and faster. Another tens of thousands of years passed before Mo Wuji's cultivation finally reached a bottleneck. He felt that if he took another step further, he would definitely step into the Unity God stage. Most of the 108 God spiritual veins had already shrunk in half, some of them had even disintegrated into small pieces. Mo Wuji, who finally awoke from his cultivation, was incomparably shocked. Advancing from God King level 6 to God King level 12 already took tens of creation God spiritual veins. If the time comes when he had to advance to the quasi-sage stage, how much cultivation resources would he need? Fortunately, he managed to obtain 500 God spiritual veins from Koan Yun, and he also had some on him. Otherwise, he had to forget about cultivating and focus on finding more cultivation resources. Sensing the clear laws around him, Mo Wuji understood that his gains were considerable. He knew that if he wanted to step into the Unity God stage, he needed to leave this seat of the universe and face his Unity God tribulation. Only then could he return and cultivate. Mo Wuji wasn't worried that he couldn't leave this place. However, he was not confident that he could return. He suspected that if he left, he might never be able to enter this space again. This was the seed of the universe. Unfortunately, he didn't have a single understanding towards the seed of the universe, and he didn't know how he could refine and store this treasure. After hesitating for half a day, Mo Wuji decided that he would stay temporarily. He wanted to borrow the clear laws in the seed of the universe to cultivate his heavenly spirit transformation. He had already learned earth shrinking and fetal transformation technique. These two required the understanding of the laws of space and the laws of life respectively. Regarding these two laws, he had prior understandings towards them. Back in the cultivation world, he obtained the brief theory of space. As for the laws of life, he had the vitality channel, and vitality was a component of life. Now, Mo Wuji wanted to learn golden light rising, river to land transformation, earth to steel transformation, Great 5 elemental escape techniques, resurrection, and being to soldier transformation. After some contemplation, Mo Wuji decided to give up on resurrection and being to soldier transformation. These two sacred arts were still difficult for him. Resurrection was a sacred art which required the laws of life and death, as well as the Tao laws of the universe, to merge with one another. This was something which vastly exceeded his current abilities. As for the being to soldier transformation, it required the laws of life and the Tao laws of all creation to merge. This was not something that he could manage. Golden light rising required the fusion of the laws of space and the laws of light, while river-to-land transformation required the fusion of the elemental domain, the laws of earth and the laws of water. These two sacred arts were things that he could cultivate now. Only the laws of light were slightly difficult for Mo Wuji. He had only first encountered these laws after entering the seat of the universe. As for the earth-to-steel transformation, Mo Wuji could also cultivate it, but he decided to leave it to the end. This sort of sacred art was only slightly useful. The first sacred art that Mo Wuji wanted to learn was the Great Five Elemental Escape Techniques. He had perceived the wind escape technique by himself, but it was not one of the five elements. Sometimes, the escape techniques of the five elements might be more useful than the wind one. God Burial Cave. Array Gate to the Resting Land of Gods. The green-robed sage nun had an ugly expression on her face. She was a great sage, but she was actually hindered by this array gate for many years. There were more than 10 ladies beside her. Their heads were lowered and they did not dare to speak. This array gate was not a simple one. Even if you were a sage, you would face the pressure of the heavenly dais if you attacked it. This sort of pressure could cause your cultivation to plunge limitlessly, and this whole time, you could only stare at it helplessly. Only after this pressure disappeared would your cultivation gradually recover. Looking at the array runes which have not changed after several hundred years, the sage nun sighed. Perhaps only a mortal could dismiss the pressures of such laws. However, even the most impressive mortal cannot tear this gate apart. Mortal? The sage nun's gaze landed on Yi Shuang. Yi Shuang, go and find Lu Xing. He cultivates the mortal Tao. If he is able to break through this place, I will forget about his crimes and even allow the two of you to be together, the sage nun said indifferently. She had always viewed Yi Shuang highly, she even ranked Yi Shuang as her #1 disciple. Unfortunately, Yi Shuang's actions towards Lu Xing had left her thoroughly disappointed. Following which, her perceptions towards Yi Shuang started to change. If this wasn't God Burial Cave, she would have asked Yi Shuang to stay in her sage nun pool. Yes, sage nun. Yi Shuang's face was slightly pale. When Lu Xing left, her heart left with him. Even though she was serving the sage nun, Lu Xing was always her only concern and home to return to. After Yi Shuang sped away, a red-robed lady suddenly said, "Sage nun, Sister Yi Shuang should be able to find that Lu Xing." However, no men are good. She might be misled by that Lu Xing. Ruoyin is right. Mixia, bring the 7 Lotus Sisters, a total of 8 people to follow Yi Shuang till she finds Lu Xing. The green-robed sage nun promptly said. In her consciousness, she still trusted Yi Shuang. It was this red-robed Ruoyin who reminded her otherwise. Sage nun, that Lu Xing is able to lie to Sister Yi Shuang to such a degree. He is even able to escape from right under sage nun's eyes. He definitely isn't a simple person. I suspect that he might have already left God Burial Cave. Perhaps the 7 Leaf Sisters and I can destroy the exit, the red-robed female called Ruoyin continued. The green-robed sage nun sighed. If that Lu Xing is truly able to leave God Burial Cave, then it would be too late. That red-robed female hurriedly bowed and said, if we stay here, there's nothing much we can do. What if that Lu Xing hasn't left, but only tries to leave after Sister Yi Shuang finds him? The sage nun nodded. Ruoyin, you have many thoughts. Since that's the case, stay beside me. Leave the matter of blocking the exit to Luer. Luer, bring the 7 Leaf Sisters to block the exit of God Burial Cave. The 7 Lotus and 7 Leaf Sisters. These were the 14 most loyal disciples of the sage nun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12. Chapter 1101, Sage Nun's Hatred. Chapter 1101, Sage Nun's Hatred. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. After Yi Shuang, Mixia, Luer and the 7 Lotus and 7 Leaf Sisters left, the sage nun said to the red-robed female, Ruwain, among all my disciples, you are the most quick-witted. If not for you, I wouldn't have gotten to this perfect God world before those old fogies. But because I never understood your origins, I never really liked you, but disciple is afraid. As she heard this, the red-robed female hurriedly kneeled on the ground and said, disciple truly doesn't know how she appeared in God's throne pool. The green-robed sage nun laughed gently, and with a wave of her hand, she picked the red-robed female up. Although I don't know you or which throne God's reincarnation, I do know that you were loyal to me. I've seen your attitude in Sage Nun Pool, which is why I brought you with me. The Sage Nun Pool was one of the most renowned places among throned gods. Every time the Sage Nun enters secluded cultivation, the Sage Nun Pool would be surrounded by various clear Tao ripples. Thus, all disciples under the Sage Nun would use this opportunity to cultivate. Xia Ruoyin was the only exception. Not only did she give up this opportunity for insights, she continued to patrol the Sage Nun Pool assiduously. Even if it was a single ant, she would not let it take a step near the pool and influence the Sage Nun in her cultivation. She had behaved with this pious attitude every day without stopping. Because of the circulation of the Tao ripples around Sage Nun Pool, Tao Law crystals would eventually condense. These Tao Law crystals were peerless treasures for any cultivator. Every disciple under the Sage Nun would obtain one of such crystals. Only Xia Ruoyin would return her crystal back to the Sage Nun Pool. Once, one of the disciples under the Sage Nun asked Xia Ruoyin why she didn't take the Tao Law crystals, and instead, returned them back to the Sage Nun Pool. This was how Xia Ruoyin answered, these Tao Law crystals were formed from the Sage Nun's Tao aura. Although they wouldn't be of much value, they are still a source of energy. Even though it wouldn't really affect the Sage Nun if I took them, it would still be better if I returned them to the Sage Nun Pool. Your talent is not bad, but it isn't exceptional. I have always been curious. Why is it that your bone age is not very high but your cultivation level is similar to the 7 Lotus and 7 Leaf Sisters? The Sage Nun looked at Xia Ruoyin and asked. She had investigated on Xia Ruoyin. With her abilities and her knowledge, she was still unable to find out which throne god Xia Ruoyin was the reincarnation of. However, Xia Ruoyin had followed her for thousands of hers and she could sense that Xia Ruoyin was loyal to her. Xia Ruoyin had never asked for anything, her only request was to stay by her, the Sage Nun's, side. When Xia Ruoyin heard this, she hurriedly bowed. This disciple had obtained a treasure called the reincarnation mirror. As she said this, Xia Ruoyin respectfully brought out an ancient-looking bronze mirror and handed it to the Sage Nun. The Xiantian reincarnation mirror? Even the Sage Nun was moved when she accepted this mirror. She examined the Tao flow within the reincarnation mirror, and after an entire half an incense's time, she sighed, your fortune is indeed amazing. This reincarnation mirror is a Xiantian treasure. Not only can it act as a magic treasure to attack your opponents, it can only serve as a cultivation treasure. It's rumored that the reincarnation mirror can alter the flow of time. The reincarnation of one mortal is equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. Xia Ruoyin immediately responded, yes, Sage Nun. 100 years in the reincarnation mirror is equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. Moreover, cultivating in the reincarnation mirror would not add to my bone age. No wonder. The Sage Nun nodded. She was just saying that Xia Ruoyin's abilities were catching up to the 7 Lotus and 7 Leaf Sisters despite Xia Ruoyin's young age. Xia Ruoyin hurriedly said, this reincarnation mirror is no longer of any use to disciple. Disciple will respectfully give it to the Sage Nun. A beautiful smile appeared on the Sage Nun's face, I will accept your kind intentions. I'm a sage and you have served under me for so long. I haven't given you anything, so how can I accept your treasure? You can keep it. This reincarnation mirror will be an important treasure for you. Sage Nun, this disciple suddenly thought of a possibility that might be able to break through this gate and enter the resting land of gods. Xia Ruoyin did not accept the reincarnation mirror. Instead, she suddenly spoke with slight delight. "Oh, what's this possibility?" the sage nun immediately asked. Xiao Ruoyin pointed towards the reincarnation mirror and said, "This reincarnation mirror is a Xiantian treasure. If we activate the Tao laws of the reincarnation mirror and attack the array gate from reincarnation mirror, the pressure from the heavenly laws might not affect the space within the mirror. Even if the pressure still comes, it might not break through the laws of time and dismiss the disparity of 100 years. The green-robed sage nun ruminated slightly before she shook her head. "This is useless. I can attack the array gate despite the time disparity between the reincarnation mirror and the outside world. But even so, I would still face the pressure of the heavenly Tao. This reincarnation mirror isn't a supreme treasure of fortune, it's only a Xiantian treasure. I suspect that the pressures will dismiss this time disparity and still be transferred to me." Xiao Ruoyin continued, "Sage nun, let disciple make an attempt. If it doesn't work, then we would forget about it. Anyways, our only other alternative is to wait." The green-robed sage nun laughed, "You're right. We can only wait if we stay here. However, your ability is too low and you cannot attack the array gate from within the reincarnation mirror. Let me make the attempt. If it's really possible, then we would really save a lot of time." Xiao Ruoyin acknowledged and whipped out her magic treasure, the dawn cloudlight. "I will wait by the side. If Sage Nun is truly able to rip open a tear, then I would immediately attack." The green-robed Sage Nun nodded. "Once I rip open a tear, the pressures from the heavenly Tao would become weaker. It's correct for you to attack." As she said this, the Sage Nun brought the reincarnation mirror in front of her and stepped into it. The reincarnation mirror started to activate, and soon, the Sage Nun disappeared. Besides an expert like the Sage Nun, no one could make an attack between two different places which had different flows of time. Xiao Ruoyin stared eagerly at the reincarnation mirror. Supposedly, with her abilities and cultivation level, her spiritual will definitely couldn't enter the reincarnation mirror once it was activated. However, she was different from others. This was because this reincarnation mirror was hers. The Sage Nun waited till the reincarnation mirror reached its maximum speed before she whipped out a red longsword and slashed down towards the array gate. Boom! Just as the red longsword touched the array gate, the terrifying pressure of the heavenly Tao came down. The powerful elemental energy from that attack instantly dissipated. At the same time, all of the Sage Nun's Tao auras and laws were oppressed by this pressure. Her entire person had been weakened severely. "Ruoyin, it's impossible. The heavenly Tao can dismiss the time disparity of 100 years. It has suppressed all of my Tao aura." The Sage Nun's voice came weakly from the mirror. Following which, she tried to step out of the reincarnation mirror. "Sage Nun, let me try." Xiao Ruoyin did not wait for the Sage Nun to come out. She stepped into the reincarnation mirror, and at the same time, her dawn cloudlight shot towards the Sage Nun. "Xiao Ruoyin, you." The Sage Nun, whose cultivation had been suppressed by the heavenly Tao, stared at Xiao Ruoyin in shock and anger as she was sealed by the dawn cloudlight. If she still didn't know what Xiao Ruoyin was thinking, then she was a pig. "Sage Nun, you said that you were a lotus. So behave properly as a treasure. Why do you have to fight with us humans? I want to obtain a sage throne and I'm lacking a red lotus like you." As Xiao Ruoyin was speaking, her hands continued to form countless hand seals. At the same time, the space within the reincarnation mirror suddenly changed. It completely sealed the green-robed Sage Nun. "I was truly blind to have rescued an animal like you," the Sage Nun berated. Xiao Ruoyin's face remained emotionless as her hands started to move faster. Mists of blood started to explode from the Sage Nun's body and a red lotus started to form above her head. Moreover, her body also started to gradually dissolve. Bang! Under the tightening of Xiao Ruoyin's dawn cloudlight, the green-robed Sage Nun's beautiful body finally exploded. That faint silhouette of the red lotus finally grew clearer. Xiao Ruoyin's voice came calmly. I worked so hard for you for thousands of years. It's enough for you to repay me with this lotus. If I had to follow you any longer, there's nothing that you could repay me with. I have so much hatred. After spitting out these few words, the sage nun's primordial spirit turned dim. She did not fall under the cataclysm. Instead, she was plotted against by an ant. She did not like scheming, so she didn't really interact with those other sages. All the disciples that she accepted were also extremely loyal to her. She did not expect that she would fall due to her kindest-looking and weakest disciple. If she knew that this would happen, she would rather be like Tian Hen and face the cataclysm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1102, I will wait for you. Chapter 1102, I will wait for you. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Xiao Ruoyin, this lotus is my true body. If I decide to destroy my soul, you would only obtain an ordinary lotus flower. At the very most, it would simply give you an additional sliver of a chance to step into the quasi-sage stage. The sage nun calmed down from her rage. She truly wasn't willing to be the stepping stone of an ant like Xiao Ruoyin. Xiao Ruoyin stopped the dawn cloudlight. Her voice was cold as she said, "You are a sage. Even though I have obtained your true body, you would still have a chance of reincarnation." Ha, what's the meaning of a reincarnation where I lose all my memories? Even though she was extremely weak, the sage nun was still able to chuckle. What do you want? Xiao Ruoyin stared coldly at the dissipating primordial spirit. She had already decided that even if the sage nun lost all her memories, she would let her have a chance at reincarnation. 1. Those years ago, she even killed the man that she loved. In her eyes, this sage nun was nothing. It was just that she hadn't entered the sage stage. If she was in the sage stage, she would thoroughly understand that no matter what she did, she would not be able to prevent the sage nun from reincarnation. I only wish to ask you one question. Why is it that under the pressure of the heavenly Daos, nothing had happened to you? If you don't answer me, I will die with grievances, and I definitely wouldn't leave this red lotus to you. The sage nun's weakened primordial spirit stared at Xiao Ruoyin. It was true that this was the only reason why she felt so unwilling. She was extremely clear about the might of the heavenly Tao pressure of this array gate. If it was attacked, everyone in the area would face the pressure of the heavenly Daos. This was unless one possessed a supreme treasure of fortune. However, even if one had a supreme treasure of fortune, he still couldn't approach this array gate. She knew that Xiao Ruoyin didn't have a supreme treasure of fortune. Moreover, when she attacked the array gate, Xiao Ruoyin wasn't even 10 meters away from her. After she attacked this array gate, she was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. This should be the same for Xiao Ruoyin. Why was it that Xiao Ruoyin was unaffected and was even able to seal her? She and her disciples had tried attacking more than once. Every time they attacked, Xiao Ruoyin would also be suppressed. If I tell you, you would volunteer your red lotus body? Xiao Ruoyin stared at the sage nun's weakened primordial spirit. The sage nun's voice got increasingly weaker. I swear to give this red lotus to you. You can place any form of imprint on it and refine it to be your magic treasure. Even under such weakened conditions, the sage nun cannot renege on an oath. Alright, then I will tell you. Xiao Ruoyin said indifferently, because I cultivate the mortal Tao. That's impossible. The sage nun exclaimed. I know your cultivation technique. You definitely aren't cultivating the mortal Tao. Xiao Ruoyin sneered, I cultivate 2 Daos. I possess both spirit channels and meridians. My spirit channels are cultivated from my spiritual roots, while my meridians are the true secrets of the mortal Tao. This is a secret which could allow any mortal to cultivate. No wonder why you had Yi Shuang and company find Lu Xing. So you have the legacy of Lu Xing. The sage nun came to a sudden realization. Her primordial spirit got increasingly dimmer. Xiao Ruoyin sneered, "What thing is Lu Xing? I cultivate the true mortal Tao. Only the true mortal Tao can allow the same number of meridians as spirit channels. I possess 101 spirit channels. At the same time, I open 101 meridians. The true mortal Tao does not need spiritual roots. Through the meridians, one would still be able to form circulation paths and absorb energy from the heaven and earth. The true mortal Tao also has the elemental storage channel." As she heard Xiao Ruoyin's words, the sage nun muttered, "You are truly a genius. Years ago, someone else said that mortals would also be able to enter the Tao. So it's true." After the sage nun said those words, Xiao Ruoyin's eyes unexpectedly turned dim. "I'm not a genius. The true genius is a mortal. My mortal Tao is learned from him. He was the one who opened meridians, allowing mortals to cultivate. With your personality, you should have killed him, right?" The sage nun sneered. At this moment, her primordial spirit was nothing more than a shadow. Xiao Ruoyin's voice was calm. "Killing him was a form of escape. He will always stay in my heart. This is much better than him living for less than 100 years. So it's truly the case. So I actually have a companion." The sage nun muttered to herself. She was Xiao Ruoyin's benefactor, but Xiao Ruoyin still turned on her. Less needed to be said about that fella that created the mortal Tao. Xiao Ruoyin stared calmly at the sage nun's primordial spirit. She knew that after the sage nun's primordial spirit dissipated, she would have total control over the Red Lotus. "I still have one final request. Let me have a look at that equally unlucky Bast * road." After saying these words, the sage nun's primordial spirit seemed to be on the verge of dissipating. Xiao Ruoyin was very clear that even though her primordial spirit was only left with a tiny sliver, the sage nun was still powerful enough to destroy the Red Lotus. This Red Lotus was extremely important to her. She was very clear that the sage nun had many treasures, such as the Paramitha flower that they obtained not long ago. If she obtained the Red Lotus, she would have a chance of opening the sage nun's world. Even if she couldn't open the sage nun's world, this Red Lotus alone was enough. Thus, she did not go deny this request. She lifted her hand and formed an image in the air. A young man was currently sitting in a laboratory, carefully examining his test tubes. Soon, that young man seemed to discover something. He turned towards the door and started laughing. "It's him?" The sage nun instantly recognized Mo Wuji. It was that Lu Xing that she met previously. Even though there were some slight differences between the current Mo Wuji and the previous Mo Wuji, the sage nun was sure that she was right. That Lu Xing that she met was Mo Wuji. Back then, Lu Xing said straight to her face, "I'm not Lu Xing." Now friendy Xuan was mistaken. Previously, she thought that Mo Wuji had intentionally said those words. Now, she finally knew that the man she saw truly wasn't Lu Xing. I'll wait for you." The sage nun suddenly started to chuckle. There was even a hint of delight in her voice. With this chuckle, her weakened primordial spirit soon disappeared. She had reason to laugh with delight. This was because she was clear about Mo Wuji's impressiveness. Mo Wuji was merely in the God King stage, but he was able to escape from under her eyelid. In the future, when Mo Wuji advances to the Unity God stage, the Unity God Xiao Ruoyin definitely wouldn't be his match. Xiao Ruoyin had killed Mo Wuji. She definitely believed that Mo Wuji would give up on taking revenge on Xiao Ruoyin. She believed that her judgment was right. Mo Wuji was neither haughty nor humble when he talked to her. He definitely wasn't a person that would allow himself to be slapped a second time after taking the first. Thus, she was waiting for Xiao Ruoyin to be killed by Mo Wuji. If Mo Wuji was truly the person that started the opening of meridians and discovered the path of cultivation for mortals, then she would wait here. She believed that Mo Wuji would return. An inconspicuous speck dropped out of the reincarnation mirror out of Xiao Ruoyin's notice. It dug into the ground in front of the array gate. Xiao Ruoyin did not know why the sage nun chuckled. She actually felt that there was a hint of delight in the sage nun's laughter. This caused her to frown. However, she didn't have time to ponder. She grabbed that red lotus, stored her reincarnation mirror, then attacked that array gate. If Yi Shuang and company were here, they would discover, in shock, that Xiao Ruoyin actually wasn't oppressed by the heavenly Daos. Not only that, Xiao Ruoyin was able to rip open that array gate, flash in and disappear without a trace. Mo Wuji stopped cultivating. Countless years passed within the time plate. During this time, he had stepped into the great circle of the God King stage, as well as understood the 5 elemental escape techniques and river-to-land transformation. Not only that, he also refined a pile of God-restraining array discs. As he was about to leave, Mo Wuji looked reluctantly at the boundless laws within the seed of the universe. If it was possible, he really didn't want to leave. However, if he didn't leave, his cultivation would forever be stuck in the great circle of the God King stage. This world could only allow him to cultivate. However, it wouldn't allow him to invite the lightning calamity and face his tribulation. Raising his cultivation was far too important. The only thing he could try was to seal the seed of the universe. After he successfully passed his tribulation, he would return back to the seed and cultivate. After making his preparations, Mo Wuji stepped out of the seed. At the same time, he threw out 100 God-restraining array discs and started to inscribe array runes. What left Mo Wuji disappointed was that only 10 of his array discs activated. Before his array runes could fully form, the seed of the universe transformed into a black light which vanished into the vast space. Those array discs that were activated were torn into pieces by the disappearing force of the seed. Mo Wuji's spiritual will hurriedly swept outwards. How was it possible for him to find any traces of the seed of the universe? Sighing, Mo Wuji soon adjusted his feelings. This meant that it wasn't fated between him and the seed of the universe. Fortunately, he had gained many things with the help of the seed. There was nothing that needed to be forced. If it needed to be forced, then there was no meaning. It was much better to be open-minded. 1. This is goddamn evil. I hate it when this woman still believes she is right even though she is killing someone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1103, Unity God Stage. Chapter 1103, Unity God Stage. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. After having thought of this, Mo Wuji regained his calm and ambition. He took a step forward and threw out 10 God-restraining array discs. A huge meteorite stopped below his feet. Mo Wuji stepped onto this meteorite, brought out a pile of array flags and several creation god spiritual veins. He was going to welcome his Unity God tribulation. He had been in the great circle of the God King stage for a long time. Moreover, he had been cultivating in the seed of the universe, so his understanding towards the various laws was very profound. At this moment, he didn't even need any external help. By simply circulating his mortal technique, his lightning calamity came. Thick bolts of lightning came crashing down on Mo Wuji's body, causing blood scars to form. With Mo Wuji's ability to absorb lightning essence, coupled with the might of his sage physique, this Unity God lightning calamity was not powerful enough to force him to use any magic treasures. When the third wave of lightning descended, Mo Wuji broke into the Unity God stage. Thereafter, the lightning bolts were no longer able to form scars on Mo Wuji's body. On the other hand, Mo Wuji's cultivation continued to rise rapidly as he started to absorb the lightning essence. Unlike his previous lightning calamities, this one lasted for 7 whole days. After the 7 days, the lightning clouds dispersed and space regained its calm. The meteorite under Mo Wuji's feet had already disintegrated unto dust. Not only that, the god's spiritual veins that Mo Wuji brought out had all vanished without a trace. They weren't entirely absorbed by Mo Wuji. Instead, they were broken down by the lightning. Mo Wuji's cultivation had firmly stabilized at Unity God Level 1. His entire body brimmed with elemental energy. After retracting this energy, he seemed nothing more than a mortal. Mo Wuji retrieved the jade box with the 2 fragments of the Paramitha flower and examined the fragments. He sighed and returned them to his mortal world. He was unable to sense the location of the other Paramitha flower from these fragments. Now that I'm at Unity God Level 1, how will I fare against quasi-sages? As he thought of this, Mo Wuji brought out his half-moon weighted halberd and slashed down. A silver light appeared within space. This silver light seemed to have a physical presence, and it actually slashed open a tear in space. Before Mo Wuji could rave in delight, he felt the aura of his half-moon weighted halberd change. Mo Wuji chuckled elatedly. He did not think that his half-moon weighted halberd would advance to become a high-grade god equipment at the same time as he advanced to the Unity God stage. He, Mo Wuji, finally had a proper weapon. At the very least, he did not need to depend on the Koan Wu sword every time he was in danger. Just as he returned the half-moon weighted halberd, Mo Wuji's heart started to stir. His half-moon weighted halberd was able to absorb killing intent and the energy from the universe to evolve. There were no battles within his mortal world, so there couldn't be any killing intent. If he wanted his half-moon weighted halberd to evolve, it would be better to place it on his back. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji brought his half-moon weighted halberd out again and placed it on his back. After which, he retrieved the crystal ball that Song Jingxing gave him. Now, he could finally return. As long as he didn't encounter those sages, he wouldn't need to fear, even if that person was Lu Xing. Lu Xing was merely a person on the same level of Koan Yun. Mo Wuji believed that Lu Xing couldn't be much stronger than Koan Yun. At least, he shouldn't be able to return to the quasi-sage stage in such a short period of time. One must know that Koan Yun was able to preserve a perfect sea of consciousness and soul. On the other hand, Lu Xing's body had been shattered into pieces and only a single strand of his will had landed in Nirvana Ocean. How could he regain his strength so quickly? It was that sage Tian Han that left some apprehensions in Mo Wuji's heart. It probably difficult for that fella to regain cultivation as a sage. But if that fella was able to regain his strength to the quasi-sage stage, then that would be possible. Fortunately, he, Mo Wuji, had many methods. It's not about his advancement to the Unity God stage. Instead, it was that he controlled earth shrinking, the 5 elemental escape techniques and the wind escape technique. Mo Wuji believed that in terms of escape techniques, even sages might not compare to him. If he met Tian Han and wasn't a match for that fella, then he would simply run away. When Mo Wuji's spiritual entered that direction crystal ball, he was instantly dumbfounded. After that broken planet was destroyed, he was brought by the seed of the universe into the depths of space. The speed that the seed moved was akin to the speed of light. Mo Wuji had been brought away for more than 1,000 years, and thus, he was lost. Just as Mo Wuji thought that he needed to roam around space for a period of time, his spiritual will detected a flying treasure whizzing by. Mo Wuji did not think twice. His figure flashed and he disappeared from his original spot. Whether it was the 5 elemental escape technique, the wind escape technique or earth shrinking, they were all extremely fast. That flying treasure was merely traveling in space. After sensing Mo Wuji, that flying treasure was like a frightened bird. It instantly increased its speed. Mo Wuji cursed in his heart. He only wanted to ask for directions. Was there a need to run? Within this vast and boundless space, it was definitely great luck to encounter a flying treasure. Mo Wuji did not wish to let this opportunity slip. He continuously used wind teleportation, and in the gap in between, he used earth shrinking. In just half a day, Mo Wuji was stunned. He was sure that his speed was definitely beyond godlike. He didn't think that after this flying ship increased its speed, he could only shorten the gap between them. He couldn't catch up to it in the shortest time possible. This was extremely disadvantageous to him. It was like a human running after the car. At the very beginning, his speed would be the fastest. However, if the chase was dragged, the gap would definitely get wider. That flying ship clearly also had the same thoughts. Even though the gap between Mo Wuji and them was getting shorter, they did not seem very worried. Even if Mo Wuji's elemental stores were any deeper, he could not prolong this mad chase for a long time. Unfortunately, Mo Wuji was a unique entity. Not only did he have huge stores of elemental energy, he also had the violet lake in his sea of consciousness. If that wasn't enough, he had the spirit storage channel and the elemental storage channel. Half a month later, the flying ship started to get scared. If it was some other person chasing them, that person would definitely get slower and slower. However, they discovered a monster that got faster and faster. Another few days passed. This flying ship knew that they couldn't avoid Mo Wuji, so they decided to stop and wait for Mo Wuji. Originally, Mo Wuji simply wanted to ask for directions. But now that he actually spent more than half a month on this chase, he felt rather discontented. With a single step, he landed next to the flying shuttle. He did not enter into its defensive array. Instead, he started to inscribe some void array runes. "This Tao friend, we have no enmity between us. Why did you continuously chase after me?" The one that walked out of the shuttle was a hook-nosed middle-aged man. He looked and spoke to Mo Wuji in dissatisfaction. At this moment, his fear was growing. This was because he couldn't see through Mo Wuji's cultivation. He is only a level 6 God King. Mo Wuji only needed a single glance at this middle-aged man to see through his cultivation. He felt that this fellow was strange. Moreover, the inside of this flying shuttle was protected with seals. His spiritual will was completely unable to penetrate in. Mo Wuji, who originally wanted to ask for directions, harrumphed coldly. This time, he directly stepped into the boundary of this flying shuttle's defensive array. He sized this flying shuttle up as he said, "Did you do something wrong? Why did you have to run? Now, this is weird. We were merely traveling within space. How does what we do have anything to do with you?" A sharp voice came from the inner compartment of the shuttle. A young man with pale white skin walked out. If not for the extreme paleness of his skin, he could be considered good-looking. The instant this young man walked out of the inner compartment, Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel's spiritual will seeped in. He thought that he would find some grievous scene which could not see the light of day. As it turned out, there was only a female that was being restrained within the inner compartment. This female's looks were ordinary and her cultivation seemed to be in the God Monarch stage. "I simply love poking my nose into the business of others. Make way, I want to search the ship." Mo Wuji took a step forward and shoved this pale-skinned young man to the side. This young man was merely in God King level 4. In Mo Wuji's eyes, he was merely an ant. The pale-skinned young man laughed viciously. "If you wish to be nosy, you would need to be strong enough for that." As he was speaking, he threw out multiple array flags. The hook-nosed God King also did the same. Soon, the two were dumbfounded. They discovered that the killing array of their flying shuttle wasn't activated. It seemed to be restrained by some unknown force. No, this was the force of the array Tao. Just as the hook-nosed God King thought of this, Mo Wuji said, "You two wanted to activate this grade 7 trap array to trap me, right? Well, to me, this array is simply too weak." Mo Wuji raised his hand. The trap array released a crisp sound and it was transformed into dust. Grade 8 God Array Emperor. The hook-nosed God King's face changed. He understood that Mo Wuji's array Tao vastly exceeded grade 7. He was an expert at grade 8. "What unscrupulous things have you done?" With a flick of his hand, Mo Wuji ripped open the defensive array of the inner compartment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1104, Foreboding of a Cataclysm. Chapter 1104, Foreboding of a Cataclysm. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. There was only an ordinary-looking female in the inner compartment of the flying shuttle. Her god monarch cultivation was already considered very low in Mo Wuji's eyes. Seeing Mo Wuji rip apart the defensive array and come in, this restrained girl looked at Mo Wuji in shock. Immediately after, she saw the looks of astonishment on the faces of the two god kings. She seemed to have a slight understanding of the situation and her eyes began to be filled with hope. Why were you captured? Mo Wuji looked at this female and asked casually. At almost the same instant that Mo Wuji asked that question, that hook-nosed middle-aged man suddenly threw a talisman at Mo Wuji. At the same time, that pale-skinned young man also wielded his magic treasure. It was just that before that young man could attack, the laws of space around Mo Wuji suddenly changed. That talisman seemed to be blocked by an invisible hand and it quietly stopped. Following which, an elemental hand grabbed the hook-nosed middle-aged man. The Tao laws began to flow with the elemental hand, and at the next instant, the middle-aged man's primordial spirit was extracted from his body. A ball of fire was thrown over. As his soul burned, he didn't even have a chance of resistance. The talisman dropped to the floor like an ordinary piece of paper. When the pale-skinned young man saw this, he subconsciously stopped moving. His pale face turned even paler. How strong must a person be to kill a god king so casually? Even the talisman wasn't activated. Mo Wuji formed several hand seals, releasing the sails on the female. She took in a deep breath. She had finally regained her ability to speak. Mo Wuji did not continue questioning this female. Instead, he turned towards the pale white young man and said, "You clearly know that it's useless to try and attack me, but you still tried to do so. Do you feel that your life is very meaningless?" Fear flashed across this young man's eyes. As he took a step back, he suddenly recalled that the trap array had already been taken over by Mo Wuji. He could only say, "Senior, this is because I know that if I and Fan don't try, I would still die." "Oh, tell me more," Mo Wuji said calmly. "Because they want God's tower." The female that Mo Wuji saved suddenly opened her mouth. "God's tower?" Mo Wuji's heart stirred and his gaze landed on this pale-skinned young man. He naturally knew of God's tower. It was a tower with immortal world's heavenly chasm. There were countless powerful gods trapped within God's tower. Not only that, he wasn't able to take away any treasure besides a single stone. Besides the God's Tower in Immortal World, Sage Luosu also asked for God World cultivators to construct a God's Tower with the materials spewed out from the chasm. It was unknown what's the relationship between the two matters. "That's right, we want the God's Tower. Yu Ming should be the only person who knows how to get to God's Tower." The pale-skinned young man knew that he could not prevent this matter from being leaked. Thus, he directly said the truth and pointed towards Yu Ming. "You know how to get to God's Tower?" Mo Wuji looked at Yu Ming and asked. Yu Ming pursed her lips in silence. Clearly, she also didn't trust Mo Wuji even though Mo Wuji saved her. Previously, she mentioned God's Tower because she knew that Mo Wuji would find out about it ultimately. "You guys were in such a hurry. Where were you heading to?" Mo Wuji wasn't very interested in God's Tower. If there was any interest in it, it was more of an interest in how he could use God's Tower to return to the immortal world. However, Mo Wuji wasn't in such a hurry to return to the immortal world. As long as he could refine the Sage Dao talisman to a higher level, he would definitely be able to obtain a talisman that could bring him back to the immortal world. Answering Senior. Juniors Hai Min and Fan are men of Sage Meng Yi. We have received orders from Lord Meng Yi to search for the whereabouts of certain treasures. Ultimately, we found news of God's Tower. Just when we captured Yuming, someone noticed us and that person had always been chasing after us. Thus, when Junior saw Senior pursuing us, we decided to continue fleeing. Hai Min's voice was extremely respectful and humble. Meng Yi is also a sage? Mo Wuji's heart pounded. Why were there so many sages? Could it be as the sage nun said? There was going to be another cataclysm? Hai Min seemed to notice Mo Wuji's frown. He hurriedly bowed and said, Senior, that Meng Yi couldn't be considered a true sage. Then he's a false sage without the proper god throne? Mo Wuji thought of resting land of gods as false sage Min Yuan and sneered. These fellas without god thrones were simply trying different means to obtain a god throne. Even a self-sealed one was possible. Hai Min carefully explained, Meng Yi is one of the 3 rogues. The 3 rogues aren't comparable to the sages, but they have god thrones. Junior happens to know some matters about some god thrones and is willing to explain to Senior in detail. Mo Wuji waved his hand and stopped Hai Min. He was equally clear about god thrones. The 3 rogues were definitely amazing. These were god thrones that were second only to the sage thrones and were at the same level as the 4 Dao monarch thrones. From the looks of it, that sage nun might be right. Another cataclysm is coming. Otherwise, why were all these old fellas popping out one by one? Thereafter, they would compete to see who would survive the cataclysm. Those that survive were the true sages. Seeing Mo Wuji frown and remain silent, both Hai Min and Yuming knew that they should not disturb him. After a while, Mo Wuji suddenly asked, Meng Yi wanted you to find the whereabouts of which treasures? At this moment, Hai Min did not dare to hide anything. He tasked us to find the whereabouts of the God's Tower, the furnace of heaven and earth, the time plate and the Tao Tai pot. Mo Wuji's heart jolted. He didn't know what kind of treasure God's Tower was, but the few at the back were all supreme treasures of fortune. Moreover, he had the furnace of heaven and earth and the time plate on him. If the God's Tower was also a supreme treasure of fortune, then that would mean that all the treasures Meng Yi had tasked Hai Min to find were all supreme treasures of fortune. Could it be that this rogue sage also knew that the cataclysm was coming? Which was why he wanted to obtain a supreme treasure of fortune to protect himself. How can you find Meng Yi? Mo Wuji suddenly wanted to see this Meng Yi. He was sure that Meng Yi wasn't a true sage, a quasi-sage at the very most. With his current abilities, he didn't know how he would fare against a quasi-sage. No matter what, he wanted to try it out. Since Meng Yi was able to hold a god throne of the 3 rogues, that meant that he was at the top of all quasi-sages. As long as he could fare against Meng Yi, that would mean that he didn't need to fear anyone below the sage stage. Unfortunately, his cultivation was still lacking. If he could enter Unity God level 12, then it would be perfect. Hai Min hurriedly said, Junior only knows to reach a specific place and send a message. Junior isn't clear about how to meet the rogue sage. Then can you give me an explanation of God's Tower? What's so unique about God's Tower? Why must you find God's Tower? Oh right, draw me a map to that specific location, Mo Wuji said indifferently. Gotcha. Just as Mo Wuji's words were said, the defensive array outside the flying shuttle was torn apart. At the same time, Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain expanded, protecting himself. A powerful burst of elemental energy and spiritual will surged over, threatening to rip Mo Wuji's domain apart. PFF. A mist of blood exploded. Not far from Mo Wuji, Hai Min exploded and his soul was extinguished. A terrifying pressure, seemingly capable of tearing space apart, came over. Mo Wuji instantly felt the space around him solidifying, making it difficult for him to breathe. At the very next instant, he burst forth with elemental energy and his domain went into full power. That pressure around him instantly disappeared. You do have some skills. An icy voice came over. Thereafter, a Taoist priest with sage-like features suddenly appeared in front of Mo Wuji and said calmly, Since you want to know about God's Tower, then I will tell you. As for my location, I can bring you there. Mo Wuji already regained his countenance. He looked at this white-haired and white-bearded Taoist priest that held a white horsetail whisk, and he said indifferently, "I believe that you are that Meng Yi who was impersonating a sage?" Ha ha. The Taoist priest chuckled, "The young indeed surpasses the old. A mere early-stage unity god actually dares to speak to me, Meng Yi, in such a manner." "That's right, I am Meng Yi. Didn't you want to see me? I am here. Now, you want to know about the origins of God's Tower? I can explain it to you slowly." Mo Wuji sighed, "Indeed, dot. Indeed?" Meng Yi stopped laughing. Mo Wuji said, "Indeed, you are a pretentious prick. Today, let me see how powerful a rogue sage is." "Oh right, talking about God's Tower, I have been there before. There's an immortal sealing array inside, and I even rescues a person from the array. Oh, I recall something now. Within the immortal sealing array, I even obtained a piece of fecta clay." "What, you have the fecta clay?" When Meng Yi heard Mo Wuji's words, excitement instantly appeared in his eyes. At this instant, how could he maintain his sage-like appearance? Even Yu Ming stared agitatedly towards Mo Wuji, seemingly wanting to say some words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1105, The Death of an Old Friend. Chapter 1105, The Death of an Old Friend. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji grabbed towards the empty space in front of him, and the half-moon-weighted halberd appeared in his hand. After which, he spoke extremely slowly, "That's right. I have the fecta clay. If you're capable, then come and snatch it from me." Meng Yi whipped his horsetail whisk, causing billions of white whiskers to shoot towards Mo Wuji. "You are the most arrogant unity god ant that I've met. Let's see whether you have the qualifications to say those words." Meng Yi stopped abruptly. He discovered that his billion whiskers did not move in the way he had planned. They were easily sealed by Mo Wuji. After which, he tried to grab towards Mo Wuji with an elemental hand. Even if Mo Wuji was any weaker, he wouldn't be grabbed by Meng Yi's elemental hand. His half-moon-weighted halberd also conjured billions of halberd light, which shot towards Meng Yi's billions of whiskers. God elemental energy exploded violently in the air. If not for the fact that both Mo Wuji and Meng Yi did not want to kill Yu Ming would have already been torn into pieces. As for the flying shuttle, it had long disintegrated from the might of the two's elemental energy and domains. Yu Ming naturally knew to retreat. She knew that in this sort of terrifying battle, she was nothing more than an ant. At the same time, she didn't try to flee. She knew that if she tried to escape, and if Mo Wuji lost, the rogue sage Meng Yi could still easily capture her. Secondly, she knew how Mo Wuji entered God's Tower, how he rescued a person from God's Tower, and also the person that Mo Wuji rescued. Boom! 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 After Yu Ming retreated, Mo Wuji and Meng Yi began to fight with greater ferocity. As they stood in mid-air, they continued to shoot sacred arts towards their opponents. Minute tears continuously formed in the space around them. You indeed have some methods. All creation turns to whiskers, everything becomes an illusion. The whiskers in Meng Yi's horsetail whisk suddenly transformed into a world. Within this world, everything was worrying. Instead of living in worries, why not let them down and turn into an illusion? If you aren't willing to become an illusion, then you would need to slowly use your intelligence to undo the billions of worrying whiskers. Mo Wuji was instantly drawn into these worrying whiskers. He immediately woke up from the hallucination and stared at the world around him in shock. This old fella actually used a sacred art that was similar to his world of men. The world of men was one of his most adept sacred arts. This was simply displaying one's slight skill in front of an expert. Mo Wuji naturally wouldn't be willing to turn into an illusion within these billions of worrying whiskers. Not only didn't he retreat, he took a step towards the boundless worrying whiskers and stabbed forward with his finger. World of Men. Mo Wuji's world of men had always been used against cultivators. This was the first time that he was using his world of men against a sacred art. In the world of men, life and death, worries and joy were all thoughts of a mortal. In this world, mortals only wish to survive. There's no need to talk about life principles nor undoing of these billions of worrying whiskers. I am a mortal. I do not have great intelligence. In this world of mortals, I only wish to survive. Instead of using my intelligence to undo these worrying whiskers, why don't I burn it all? I have no need to undo these whiskers. Scholar's heart, burn for me. Bang! A pillar of flames erupted and rose thousands of meters high. In this world of men, those billions of dense worrying whiskers were burned by the pillar of flames. Everything went clear and the space around them was now empty. Meng Yi did not continue attacking. He stared at Mo Wuji calmly and said, "Even though you are a unity god, you have the qualifications to say those words to me. I believe that even if I can defeat you, it would be hard for me to kill you." Mo Wuji spoke with disdain. "Old Taoist, can you stop acting? You must be dreaming if you think that you can defeat me. All those fellas with god thrones sit loftily in their high places. All other forms of life were nothing more than ants to them." Mo Wuji did not have a good impression towards these throned gods. He always had a reason when he killed. However, many of these throned gods conduct massacres on casual whims. An ordinary cultivator in front of these throned gods was equivalent to a fish in front of a mortal. Mo Wuji also guessed that he wouldn't be able to defeat Meng Yi. However, the difference in their power was not large. Moreover, Meng Yi must be dreaming if he thought that he could kill him, Mo Wuji. For an expert like Meng Yi, although he treats other lifeforms as ants, he had great tolerance. These words of Mo Wuji's weren't able to incite any rage in him. He remained calm as he said, "This is merely a clone. Even if you win, there's nothing for you to celebrate about." Hearing that this was merely a clone of Meng Yi's, Mo Wuji's heart sank. If a clone was already so powerful, then how powerful was the true Meng Yi? However, Mo Wuji soon reacted. Perhaps Meng Yi was like Kuan Yun and only had this clone left of him. "I will tell you about the origins of God's Tower, but will you give the fecta clay to me?" Meng Yi seemed to notice Mo Wuji's thoughts. He continued to speak in an indifferent tone. Mo Wuji sneered, "Your information sure is valuable. It's a trade. I'm not asking you to give me the fecta clay for free. I believe that I have items that you need. As long as you say it, I might be able to offer it to you." Meng Yi looked at Mo Wuji. His face was calm, seemingly free from any emotions. However, Mo Wuji definitely sensed his excitement. This was entirely because of Mo Wuji's understanding towards the universe. He was sure that the fecta clay was extremely important to Meng Yi. It wasn't that Meng Yi wasn't able to defeat him. Instead, it was that Meng Yi was afraid that he would turn and flee. It was true. With his wind escape technique, 5 elemental escape technique and earth shrinking, Meng Yi might not be able to catch him even with his true body. Why was Meng Yi so excited over the fecta clay? The only explanation was that Meng Yi's words were true, this was only a clone. Moreover, Meng Yi was probably only left with this clone. His true body and his other clones might have all perished during the previous cataclysm. Because he only had this clone, the fecta clay was extremely important to him. As long as he obtained the fecta clay, he might be able to rebuild his true body. Meng Yi waved his hand and a stone stool landed beside Mo Wuji. He, himself, also grabbed a stone stool and sat down. Thereafter, he waved again and a jade flask and 2 jade cups appeared. He poured a cup of green-colored liquid in Mo Wuji's cup and said, "This is some universe elemental essence that I managed to obtain by chance. Dao friend, do try it out. Also, I haven't gotten the name of this Dao friend? Universe Elemental Essence? Mo Wuji had heard of this before. It was definitely a first-rate cultivation treasure. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to pick up the jade cup. He drained the cup in a single gulp. A cooling sensation instantly filled every single meridian in Mo Wuji's body. It felt like his meridians were being nourished by boundless elemental energy. Mo Wuji suspected that if started cultivating now, he would be able to break through Unity God Level 1 and step into Unity God Level 2. Good stuff. Mo Wuji could not help but praise. When Meng Yi saw that Mo Wuji drained the cup without saying anything, he went blank. He was prepared to drink it himself when Mo Wuji hesitated. This was the Universe Elemental Essence. It's not some ordinary drink. After roaming the universe for so many years, he only managed to obtain a small amount of it. This Dao friend is truly bold and unrestrained. You are actually not afraid that I have poisoned the drink. Meng Yi could not help but sigh. His impression of Mo Wuji changed drastically. Don't simply look at how he disregarded the lives of other cultivators. When meeting bold and forthright people like Mo Wuji, he could not help but sigh in praise. Mo Wuji laughed in his heart. Poison? He really didn't know what poison was strong enough to get past his detoxification channel. Many thanks to Dao friend Meng Yi for sharing this cup of Universe Elemental Essence. I am called Mo Wuji. I am a rogue cultivator. Mo Wuji said indifferently as he clasped his fists. He believed that he definitely wouldn't be friends with a person like Meng Yi. Even if they had any relations, it would be entirely based on mutual benefits. Dao friend Mo's age shouldn't be that high, right? I wonder whether you have just come from that newly restored God world. Meng Yi laughed faintly. Hearing Meng Yi's words, Mo Wuji knew that Meng Yi definitely obtained huge benefits during the restoration of God world. This was why his clone had such power. Senior is called Mo Wuji? Yuming excitedly walked over and asked. Mo Wuji nodded. That's right, I am Mo Wuji. You know me? Yuming suddenly kneeled on the ground. Yuming greets her benefactor. Mo Wuji looked at Yuming doubtfully. I don't know you. When did I become your benefactor? Yuming said sobbingly, Senior is the benefactor of my master. Who is your master? Mo Wuji hurriedly asked. Yuming's eyes went red and grief flashed across them. My master is Jili. She told me that I needed to find Ping. As she got here, Yuming suddenly thought of something. She turned to Meng Yi and stopped talking. When Mo Wuji heard Jili's name, he hurriedly asked, Is your master Jili doing well? He had casually saved Jili. In reality, he owed her much more than she owed him. My master has perished, Yuming said chokingly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1106, The Person Who Killed Jili. Chapter 1106, The Person Who Killed Jili. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Jili is dead? Mo Wuji muttered. The image of that absolute beauty floated in front of his eyes. Her beauty still shines through even after she turned thin and haggard from being sealed in the immortal sealing array for countless years. And that pair of eyes which leaves one breathless. Mo Wuji believed that if Jili straightened herself slightly, she would be the most beautiful woman that she met. Mo Wuji had seen plenty of beautiful women. The sage nun and Yi Shuang were also extremely beautiful. However, those women give him the impression of high and lofty beings. Only Jili and her intellectual beauty allowed him to feel a sort of fireworks. She was truly a piece of art. At the same time, Mo Wuji also respected Jili's compassion. Even though it was something that was unrelated to her, she still apologized to Mo Wuji. In the short conversation that they had, she apologized thrice. One must know that at that time, Geely was far more powerful than the Grand Immortal him. For other cultivators trapped within the immortal sealing array, they would definitely ask for as many consciousness crystals as they could from Mo Wuji. However, because Geely knew that he didn't obtain many benefits from her father, she did not ask Mo Wuji for any consciousness crystals. Thereafter, when Mo Wuji gave her 1 million consciousness crystals, she actually said that it was too much. In return, she gave her only star locket to him. This star locket had saved him more than once. If not for it, he would have died under the combined attacks of the 4 immortal emperors. After Geely left God's Tower, she did not forget to repay his kindness. She specially visited Pingfan Immortal School and helped Pingfan solve a crisis. She only left after improving the defensive arrays over Pingfan. Because of her compassion, she did not kill a single person when she helped Pingfan solve its crisis. Such a kind girl had actually died? Mo Wuji suddenly felt a sensation of emptiness in his heart. This was a form of sadness which could be described in words. Cultivating to such a high level had definitely firmed his Tao heart. However, Geely, a girl that he only met once, had already caused his Tao heart to stir and feel grief. After some time, Mo Wuji loosened his clenched fists. He stared at Yu Ming and asked solemnly, "First, please stand up. Tell me, who killed senior sister Geely?" After asking that question, Mo Wuji released a long breath. There was an outlet to release all the depression and anger in his heart, which was to find the person who killed Geely. Meng Yi clearly viewed Mo Wuji highly. After hearing Mo Wuji's words, he lifted his hand and placed another stone stool beside Yu Ming. He gestured for her to sit down. Yu Ming stood up, but she didn't sit on Meng Yi's stood. Instead, she stood and spoke to Mo Wuji respectfully. "I don't know that person or his name. I only know that he had a red half-moon crown on his head, his face was narrow and long, his eyes were small and he wore brown robes. I saw him use a thin and long sword to stab into my master's forehead, then he tore Master's Sea of Consciousness apart. Master, before she died, she told me to find Immortal World's Pingfan Immortal School, to find you." This time, in her grief, Yu Ming revealed the name of Pingfan. "What's your master's cultivation?" Meng Yi suddenly asked. Yu Ming did not dare to ignore this question. She replied softly, "My master had recovered her cultivation to the Unity God stage." However, it still wasn't enough to face that man with the half-moon crown. Meng Yi sighed. "From the looks of it, that fella's cultivation hasn't recovered. If his cultivation had recovered, your master would be nothing more than an ant in front of him, even if she was in the quasi-sage stage." Yu Ming shook her head and said, "No, because that man with the half-moon crown was heavily injured." Mo Wuji looked at Meng Yi doubtfully. "Dao friend Meng Yi, do you know that person?" Meng Yi nodded. "That's right, I do know that person. It's because the God's Tower belongs to that fella. I want the God's Tower because I want to snatch it from that fella's hands." "Who is he?" Mo Wuji's eyes turned cold, killing intent filled the air around him. Although this killing intent wasn't directed to Yu Ming, she still subconsciously shuddered. Even Meng Yi's heart jolted. He suspected that he might not actually be a match for Mo Wuji. From the looks of it, he could only work together with Mo Wuji on mutual terms. He could not try and force anything on Mo Wuji. "That person is called Huan Ti," Meng Yi replied. "Huan Ti?" Mo Wuji had never heard of this fella's name before. Meng Yi noticed that Mo Wuji did not seem to know of Huan Ti. He explained, "It's normal to not know of this person. But you should know of God thrones, right?" Seeing Mo Wuji nod, Meng Yi continued, "Do you know of the 8 sages?" "I also know about them." "Could this Huan Ti also be a sage?" Mo Wuji asked in astonishment. Meng Yi snickered, "You are right. This person looks like a rooster, but his sacred arts are terrifying and astounding. He is even one of the 8 sages. During the previous cataclysm, both Tian Hen and him were plotted against. Yu Ming, where is this person?" Mo Wuji's heart was filled with killing intent. So what if his opponent was a sage? Yu Ming sobbed and said, "Back then, we were at an ownerless planet. I don't even know its location. After my master saved me from the peripheries of Tao Tai Valley, we encountered the restoration of God world. Both my master and my cultivation started to rise rapidly. Just at this moment, a huge Tao Tai charged out from Tao Tai Valley. That beast tried to devour me and my master. Just as my master was about to make a move, that Huan Ti arrived. Huan Ti did not even acknowledge that Tao Tai. He simply stared at my master and asked whether she had been sealed in God's tower for many years and had recently escaped. My master only nodded slightly before that Huan Ti grabbed towards my master. At this moment, that Tao Tai called Huan Ti out for a battle. Huan Ti seemed to recognize the Tao Tai. When the two fought, they said many things that I did not understand. Eventually, that Tao Tai actually brought out a monk's spade and struck Huan Ti. Huan Ti was heavily injured, but at the same time, he heavily injured the Tao Tai. After that Tao Tai roared ferociously, it actually bit down on the empty space in front of it and escaped into the hole. That Tao Tai's origins are not simple. Although he cannot compare to Huan Ti, he also isn't a person that should be offended. Meng Yi explained by the side. Mo Wuji knew that the monk's spade was Koan Yun's. He wasn't in a mood to care about such stuff. He stared at Yu Ming and asked, "What happened next?" Seeing that Huan Ti was heavily injured, my master tried to bring me away. She didn't expect that Huan Ti would still be so powerful despite being heavily injured. He brought out a soft sword and stabbed into my master's forehead. In that instant, my master told me to find you and threw me into the hole that the Tao Tai bit. As Yu Ming narrated the story, she cried and clenched her fists. She was a rogue cultivator. She only knew of close relations after meeting her master. In the past 1,000 years, her master had cared for her greatly. However, when her master was being killed by Huan Ti, she could only stare and escape. Mo Wuji wasn't in the mood to ask Yu Ming how she encountered Haimin and Fan. He urgently wanted to take a look at Tao Tai Valley. He suspected that Jili was still alive. There was no other reason besides the God's Tower. The only ones that knew of God's Tower were Jili and Yu Ming. Since Yu Ming was thrown into the hole, Huan Ti should not have killed Jili before he found out about the whereabouts of God's Tower. Now, he only hoped that Jili would maintain that secret. Dao friend Mo, if I'm not wrong, that Jili should still be alive. I know Huan Ti. Before he achieves his goals, he definitely wouldn't kill Jili, Meng Yi said. Mo Wuji said indifferently, Dao friend Meng, on account of telling me some things that I did not know, I will not pursue the matter between you and Yu Ming. In the future, let's walk on our different roads. Mo Wuji had too many powerful enemies. This Meng Yi also wasn't a simple person. It was better to avoid trouble if it was possible. Dao friend Mo, if you wish to deal with Huan Ti, then there are greater reasons why you should work with me. Meng Yi did not mind Mo Wuji's attitude. He could also see that Mo Wuji was definitely not simple. What do you mean? Mo Wuji looked at Meng Yi. Meng Yi was calm and steady as he said, firstly, you do not know the secret of God's Tower. God's Tower is a supreme treasure of fortune. It's also the treasure that helped Huan Ti rise to power. Because of the schemes of several sages, that treasure was used as the battlefield of the cataclysm. At the same time, Huan Ti, himself, was schemed against, causing him to almost lose his life. Secondly, you do not know of Huan Ti's character and abilities. Thirdly, with your current power, you are definitely not a match for Huan Ti. As long as you work with me, I'm sure that I will definitely help you find Huan Ti. Mo Wuji had heard this clearly. Meng Yi said that he would help find Huan Ti, not help in the defeat of Huan Ti. By this time, Mo Wuji had already calmed down. He knew that all these old things were incomparably cunning. If he wasn't careful, he would be bathing in their dirty water. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji nodded. Before we cooperate, can Dao friend Meng tell me about the 8 sages and the God's Tower? I heard that the God's Tower could be casually constructed. Meng Yi sneered. If God's Tower could be casually constructed, then I, Meng Yi, wouldn't be wrecking my brains thinking about how I can obtain it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1107, Cataclysm Battlefield. Chapter 1107, Cataclysm Battlefield. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. As he got here, Meng Yi looked at Mo Wuji and asked, do you know why Luo Su wanted the God World cultivators to construct a God's Tower after God World was restored? It's because the God's Tower, even a counterfeit one, is the only treasure that can run through the 7 worlds. You did not hear wrongly. Luo Su wants to use the materials from the chasm to construct a counterfeit God's Tower, use it to enter God World and find the true God's Tower. Mo Wuji nodded. The true God's Tower was a supreme treasure of fortune. Even a sage like Luo Su would covet it. Meng Yi could tell what Mo Wuji was thinking. He said calmly, you're probably thinking that Luo Su wants the God's Tower because it's a supreme treasure of fortune, right? That's right, it is indeed a treasure that can cause everyone's eyes to turn red. However, the more important reason is because of the upcoming world-ending cataclysm. When he got to this point, Meng Yi specially glanced at Mo Wuji. After noticing Mo Wuji's calm expression, he asked in astonishment, Dao friend Mo, could you have heard of the world-ending cataclysm? Mo Wuji said indifferently, continue speaking. He could not casually reveal that he had gone to God's burial cave and that he had met the sage nun. Meng Yi knew that Mo Wuji did not wish to delve into this matter, so he did not continue asking about it. He continued speaking, the cataclysm is coming. Not only would countless cultivators perish, the universe would also suffer. The best place to fall during the cataclysm is naturally the God's Tower. You're saying that the battlefield for the next cataclysm will also be at God's Tower? Mo Wuji asked in alarm. Meng Yi inhaled and said, that's right. Thus, the person that controls God's Tower will be the ruler of the cataclysm. Didn't Huan Ti control God's Tower? Why did he end up like ordinary throned gods? Mo Wuji asked. Meng Yi said with disdain that pig-headed Huan Ti actually deserves to own God's Tower? Not only was he plotted against by several people, he allowed his God's Tower to be the battlefield. With such intelligence, he was no better than that Red Lotus. What do you mean? Mo Wuji immediately asked. You should know that the number of sages is limited, right? Meng Yi asked. Mo Wuji nodded, I've heard of it. Why is that so? Meng Yi said, the reason why Huan Ti could become a sage is because he had some dog-shasterisk tea luck and managed to obtain the God's Tower. With this supreme treasure of fortune, he validated his sage Dao and stepped into the sage stage. Even I don't know what is his Dao. Contempt could be heard in Meng Yi's voice. I wonder whether how Dao friend Meng is able to validate his sage Dao. Meng Yi's clone was already so powerful. Mo Wuji really wanted to know what was Meng Yi's Dao. In the future, they might actually be opponents. The moment Mo Wuji asked that question, Meng Yi knew what he was thinking. He snickered, Dao friend Mo, we don't have any conflicts. We should be friends. Your friend knows of God's Tower. Now that Huan Ti has emerged, even though he has a pig brain, my chances of obtaining God's Tower has plunged infinitesimally close to zero. Without the potential conflict of the God's Tower, we should be friends. Mo Wuji said indifferently, what can you help me with? I can help you find Huan Ti. Meng Yi immediately said. Mo Wuji laughed coldly, I have also been to God's Tower before. Since Huan Ti could sense that senior sister Jili had been to God's Tower before, he would definitely be able to do the same for me. I don't need to find him, he would be the one looking for me. Why would I need your help to find Huan Ti? These words were lies. It was true that he had been to God's tower, but even Huan Ti would not have been able to sense that. Firstly, his time in God's tower was very short. Secondly, his Tao is the mortal Tao. After stepping into the God King stage, any intent and will that clashed against his Tao would be corroded. Even if traces of his visit to God's tower were really left on him, they would have been erased by now. Meng Yi gritted his teeth and said, I can tell you about the stories of the 8 sages. Before the world-ending cataclysm comes, it would definitely be useful to you. Mo Wuji said calmly, I am brothers with Koan Yun. That Jiahong wants to be my little brother, but I'm too lazy to accept him. You think that I need you to tell me about the stories of the 8 sages? Mo Wuji really didn't know anything about the 8 sages. He even wanted to ask who the Red Lotus was. However, he definitely wouldn't say such things to Meng Yi. No wonder. Meng Yi muttered to himself. After a while, he sighed and said, I was just thinking why you weren't shocked regarding God thrones. So it turns out that you know 2 of the 108 principal gods. From the looks of it, you should know why Huan Ti went to Tao Tai Valley? Of course I do. He wanted the Tao Tai pot. However, he probably wasted his trip. The Tao Tai pot had been taken away by Koan Yun. Hearing Mo Wuji's words, Meng Yi knew that Mo Wuji wasn't lying to him. Mo Wuji was truly in the know. If that Huan Ti is really heavily injured or if he has yet to recover his cultivation, I can help you to eliminate him. The premise is that you would also need to get Koan Yun and Jiahong to help. Meng Yi gritted his teeth and said. Previously, he coveted the God's Tower because he thought that Huan Ti had perished. Now that he knew that Huan Ti was still alive, he was afraid. Don't simply look at how he viewed Huan Ti as a pig-headed fool. He, Meng Yi, truly didn't have the balls to face Huan Ti head-on. Mo Wuji chuckled, Dao friend Meng, with this premise of yours, you still want my fecta clay? You can mention anything you want. As long as I am able to obtain it, I will. Meng Yi said through gritted teeth. It was truly because this piece of fecta clay might be the only piece left in the entire universe. If he missed out on this opportunity, then he might never find another one. There were many treasures which could construct a new Tao body. However, the only one that could allow him to reach the quasi-sage stage, or even the sage stage, was the fecta clay. Don't simply look at how eager Ku Shinran was to obtain the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. In terms of constructing a new Tao body, the extreme ice heavenly bamboo was definitely not comparable to the fecta clay. However, the heavenly bamboo did have some advantages over the fecta clay. It could heal one's soul, cleanse one's spiritual roots and sort one's disarrayed Tao laws. All these were things that the fecta clay couldn't do. Mo Wuji shook his head, Dao friend Meng, I have plenty of treasures. I don't need any of yours. Since that's the case, I will bid my farewells now. Mo Wuji truly didn't want to work together with Meng Yi. He could tell that Meng Yi was cunning and scheming. Moreover, he required Huan Ti to be injured before he would help. Mo Wuji was too lazy to work with such cowardly people. This was different from Koan Yun. Although Koan Yun was also cunning, he had bigger balls than Meng Yi. Seeing that Mo Wuji didn't want to trade with him, Meng Yi hurriedly said, Dao friend Mo, even if you kill Huan Ti, you can't save your senior sister. You are lacking a certain treasure. What treasure? Mo Wuji subconsciously asked. Your senior sister's sea of consciousness had been destroyed by Huan Ti. Only the extreme ice heavenly bamboo can save her. I happen to know where we can find an extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Mo Wuji came to a sudden realization. Even if Jili was alive, her sea of consciousness and spiritual roots would definitely be damaged. Meng Yi's words were right, the extreme ice heavenly bamboo was truly the best treasure to help her. He originally had one extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Unfortunately, he had traded it with Ku Shinran. There's no medicine for regrets. Mo Wuji knew that it was too late for him to find Ku Shinran. By now, Ku Shinran would have already used the heavenly bamboo. Perhaps Ku Shinran might even be waiting for him so that he could snatch the time plate back. You know where I can find the extreme ice heavenly bamboo? When Mo Wuji recalled that he no longer had the extreme ice heavenly bamboo, he hurriedly asked. Meng Yi could sense Mo Wuji's interest. He said resolutely, "That's right, I do. I've heard of a place where the extreme ice heavenly bamboo and primordial energy appeared. There's also another treasure called." Mo Wuji intentionally slowed down. When Koan Yun heard of the heavenly bamboo and the primordial energy, he wanted Mo Wuji to bring him to the broken planet. Until now, Mo Wuji still didn't know what treasure Koan Yun was talking about. He didn't believe that the treasure was the seed of the universe. If Koan Yun was referring to the seed of the universe, would he have remained so calm? With a treasure like the seed of the universe, it wasn't impossible for an ordinary cultivator to step into the sage stage. You're talking about the ice origin bead, right? Everyone knows about this. The extreme ice heavenly bamboo and the ice origin bead are associated, and the heavenly bamboo requires primordial energy to grow. Meng Yi said straightforwardly. Mo Wuji finally knew that Koan Yun wasn't talking about the seed of the universe but the ice origin bead. The ice origin bead was definitely a peak treasure, but it was far from being able to compare to the seed of the universe. Dao friend Meng, I agree to work with you. As long as you bring me to find the extreme ice heavenly bamboo and help me eliminate Huan Ti, I will give you some fecta clay. Mo Wuji finally gave Meng Yi some hope. By now, Meng Yi's teeth were aching. He knew that Mo Wuji wasn't an easy man. He could only say, since that's the case, I will first tell you about the 8 sages. This will give you some understanding towards Huan Ti. Otherwise, even if Huan Ti's cultivation had declined greatly, we might not be able to eliminate him, but... Seeing that Mo Wuji wanted to say something, Meng Yi lifted his hand and stopped him. I know what you want to say. I can only tell you that we cannot assume that we are able to kill Huan Ti just because that Tao Tai did. In the future, you will realize what kind of existence the Tao Tai is. It's an expert that's definitely not much weaker than a sage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1108, The Difficulty to Become a Sage. Chapter 1108, The Difficulty to Become a Sage. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji asked, why are there 8 sages in the universe? Can this number be increased or reduced? Meng Yi answered, this is a long story. I will briefly go through it. When the universe was first formed, the laws of heaven and earth were at their clearest. Cultivating at this time was also the easiest. It's like the restoration of God world. The cultivation environment was similar to when the universe first formed. Thus, at that time, the cultivation speed of the cultivators were all extremely fast. Of course, the restoration of the God world is still far inferior to when the universe first formed. Thus, most experts were born then. Dao friend Meng, you're saying that the 8 sages were experts born when the universe was formed? Are you also one of such experts? Mo Wuji asked. Meng Yi shook his head. The birth of the universe did give rise to sages. However, those sages have already turned to dust in the long passages of time. I'm definitely not one of the experts born during that time. The current 8 sages were all latecomers. They all found their own fortunes and became experts. Why are there only 8 of them? This is because of the limits of the Tao laws of the universe. The 8 sages already push the Tao laws to the limit. If a 9th sage appears, the laws of heaven and earth would come down and crush everything. Hearing Meng Yi's explanation, Mo Wuji's heart pounded. This was the restriction from the heavenly Tao? This meant that regardless of how strong his mortal Tao becomes, he would never be able to advance to the sage stage. If he advanced to the sage stage, then would he face the pressure from the heavenly Tao and be crushed? Soon, Mo Wuji threw this idea aside. He cultivated the mortal Tao, so he wasn't subjected to the pressures of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao could suppress sages and gods, but it couldn't suppress a mortal like him. Even if Meng Yi was any more experienced, he could not tell what Mo Wuji was thinking at this moment. He continued, among the 8 sages, the Red Lotus was only there to fill the number. Who's the Red Lotus? Mo Wuji wanted to ask this previously. Meng Yi lifted his hand and drew a green-robed woman standing on top of a red lotus. She is Red Lotus. Because of the way that the fate of the universe was being split, a spiritual plant ought to have a god throne. With the methods of the other sages, the Red Lotus became the 8th sage. She is called the Sage Nun. She isn't adept at schemes and she understands her inferiority. Thus, she rarely interacts with the other sages and stays alone in her Sage Nun pool. So the true body of that Sage Nun was a Red Lotus. Mo Wuji nodded. He finally understood why he could escape from under her eyelids. If one wants to break through the quasi-sage stage and enter the sage stage, must he wait for one of the 8 sages to fall? Although Mo Wuji believed that he would not face the pressure of the laws of the heaven and earth if he stepped into the sage stage, he still asked this question. Meng Yi nodded. That's right. When a sage falls, all quasi-sages would feel it. Then did you sense that Huan Ti had fallen? Mo Wuji didn't quite believe Meng Yi's words. Meng Yi blushed, because I also almost perished. My cultivation fell greatly, so I didn't have any ways to sense whether any sages have fallen. That means that you're not even in the quasi-sage stage now? Mo Wuji's heart turned cold. If Meng Yi was not in the quasi-sage stage and was also in the unity god stage like him, yet he possessed such combat power, then how powerful was a sage? This clone of mine had just stepped into the quasi-sage stage. If I'm unable to obtain the Fecta clay, I could only remain in the early quasi-sage stage. Now that the world-ending cataclysm is coming, the universe has become extremely hazy. Thus, there are many things that I cannot sense. Mo Wuji reluctantly accepted Meng Yi's words. Then I have a small question that I wish to ask you. Tao friend Mo, feel free to ask. We are friends that are cooperating with one another. Your matter is my matter. Meng Yi slapped his chest and spoke in a high-spirited tone. Mo Wuji did not believe Meng Yi's words. Tao friend Meng, I want to ask, how does one become a sage? Does one obtain a god throne after entering the sage stage? Or does one have to obtain a god throne before he can even enter the sage stage? When Meng Yi heard Mo Wuji's question, he laughed bitterly. Tao friend Mo, this question is not simple. I'm not willing to tell this to any person. Even if that person was my disciple, I will not easily share it. Mo Wuji waved his hand. Tao friend Meng, if you think that it's difficult, then there's no need to talk about it. It doesn't really matter much to me. Meng Yi hurriedly said, it's okay. I won't tell this to others, but there's nothing I wouldn't tell Tao friend Mo. The god throne comes second and the sage comes first. The difference between the unity god stage and the quasi-sage stage is like a heavenly gully. First, you would need to perfect your Tao laws and your world. For a quasi-sage to validate his sage Tao, there are millions of ways, but the ones that work merely number a few. What does that mean? Mo Wuji frowned and asked. Meng Yi explained, according to the laws of the heavenly Tao, any Tao can allow one to step into the sage stage. However, only a few Taoists actually succeed. Mo Wuji came to an understanding. One was theory while the other was reality. He wondered who actually came up with the theory. It was probably nothing more than a guess. Meng Yi was incredibly astute. He only glanced at Mo Wuji's expression before he started chuckling. Tao friend Mo, you're definitely thinking that the idea that any Tao in the universe can enter the sage stage is a hypothesis or a guess, right? Isn't that the case? No, because in the primordial universe, the laws of heaven and earth were extremely clear. All beings could pursue the Tao, and during that time, their cultivation speeds were extremely fast. At that time, there were countless experts that validated their sage Tao. However, because of the limits of the Tao laws of the universe, they needed to destroy their competition. That was the first primordial cataclysm. Countless experts engaged in war and countless fell. Even the death of sages was extremely normal. Meng Yi explained. Mo Wuji nodded and didn't ask anything further. Meng Yi explained, validating your sage Tao now naturally isn't as easy as when the universe first formed. The most famous way to do so is to sever your 3 corpses. 1. Tao friend Meng has probably tried severing your 3 corpses, right? Mo Wuji sized up Meng Yi's clone. He guessed that Meng Yi's clone is probably one of the corpses that Meng Yi severed. Meng Yi shook his head self-deprecatingly. No, if I could sever my 3 corpses, then I wouldn't be sitting here. He did not continue explaining about himself. He continued, another way is to have a supreme treasure of fortune. That Huan Ti is one such sage. Thus, the day he loses his God's tower is the day he is no longer a sage. This is also why I dare to work with you to deal with Huan Ti. You mean that if Huan Ti had truly become a sage, you wouldn't dare to deal with him? Mo Wuji looked at Meng Yi and asked. Meng Yi laughed coldly. Tao friend Mo, your talent is exceptional and your abilities are astounding. However, even if you are any stronger, you would be courting death if you tried to deal with a sage before you reach the sage stage. But you mean that only sages can deal with sages? Otherwise, you would undoubtedly die? Mo Wuji did not really accept this. He believed that if he could step into the intermediate or late quasi-sage stage, he would be strong enough to fight sages. Meng Yi went silent. After some time, he said, it's not that you will die undoubtedly. It's just that the chances of success are extremely slim. There was indeed a past example. A fella that was only in the early Unity God stage was able to successfully deal with Sage Tong Ming. Tell me about the other methods to validate the Sage Tao. Mo Wuji knew that if they continued talking about this, it might make Meng Yi afraid of working with him to deal with Huan Ti. Meng Yi also didn't continue to talk about dealing with sages. There's also using one's world to validate the Tao, using one's Tao laws and even fully understanding the Tao. There are actually many ways, but I only know a few. Although I am one of the 3 rogue sages, I'm still 108,000 li away from an actual sage. Then do you know how to get back to God world? Mo Wuji asked about sages because he wanted to know how to deal with Huan Ti. Now that he had a rough understanding of the situation, he was eager to get back to God world. Meng Yi stood up. There are many planes at the same level as God world. However, I know which one you're talking about. Come, I will lead the way. Meng Yi merely spent an incense's time to bring Mo Wuji and Yu Ming to a space island. When they arrived, Mo Wuji realized that Meng Yi actually installed a transfer array here. From the looks of it, this fellow was always ready to head back to God world. The 3 used the transfer array and arrived at another transfer array in space. After flying for another 10 days, Mo Wuji's spiritual will located God continent. The entrance that Meng Yi took was the same as the one Mo Wuji used previously. From the looks of it, Nirvana Learning Academy wasn't the only one that knew of it. During the 10 days, Mo Wuji asked Yu Ming about God's Tower and found out that Jili also used Tao Tai Valley to arrive at God world. It seems like Tao Tai Valley was a linkway between God world and Immortal world. If he could save Jili, he could go back and pay a visit to the Immortal world. 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/3_corpses. Please read to understand more about this Taoist belief. Smiley face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1109, Tianhen's Murderous Nature. Chapter 1109, Tianhen's Murderous Nature. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. After the recovery of the God world, most places in the God domain changed significantly. Even the God Burial Valley was no longer around. However, there weren't many changes to the equally famous Tao Tai Valley. Previously, when Mo Wuji escaped out from the Tao Tai Valley, he was almost swallowed by a massive mouth within the Tao Tai Valley. From the words of Koan Yun, Mo Wuji found out that a vicious character, who possessed a god throne, was hiding in the Tao Tai Valley. His name was Tao Tai 1, and this fella even had a supreme treasure of fortune called the Tao Tai Pot. Presently, there was no longer the vicious Tao Tai in the Tao Tai Valley. The only person there was a skinny man with thin eyes. He was wearing a red crown and had a gloomy expression. This gloomy man had a mighty aura. A corroded and stained monk's spade was pierced through this man's chest, which protruded from his back. Faint yellow blood started oozing out from the wound. A mysterious Tao spirituality was constantly circulating around his wound. This man casually retrieved multiple God spiritual veins, and each of them contained the energy of creation. After the implantation of these God spiritual veins, he set up a defensive array around him. Once he was done, he sat down on the God spiritual vein before starting to heal himself. After every spiritual circulation, the monk's spade would shift out a little. Given his current speed, it should take another 10 years for him to completely remove this monk's spade. This man was the Huan Ti who Meng Yi talked about. He was currently hiding in the Tao Tai Valley while attempting to remove this corroded monk's spade. Mo Wuji, Meng Yi and company did not waste any time after they entered the God continent. They must hurry to the transfer array so that they could traverse the Nirvana Ocean to the Tao Tai Valley. Before the few of them could make it far, they spotted a massive fist descending from above. This fist was at least 30 kilometers wide. Boom! The space vibrated immensely as the God world started to tremble. The laws of the God world were restored not too long ago. However, it seemed as though this fist managed to loosen up those laws again. Ming Yang was so frightened that he stopped in his tracks. Mo Wuji looked dazedly at the destroyed area with an unpleasant expression. The fist landed on a god city called the High Firmament God City. Mo Wuji used to stay in the High Firmament God City for a period of time. Naturally, he knew that this city was obliterated in just a single fist like this. The asterisk starred. Mo Wuji cursed out loud. He was certain that not even an expert in the great circle of the Unity God stage would be able to produce a punch like this. God world was considered where Mo Wuji established himself. His mortal sect was also in God world. Today, someone actually destroyed an entire city with a single punch. He was reminded of Zhu Chu from Jinxing. Zhu Chu was equally vicious as he casually destroyed a cultivation city without even blinking. This person is not AB asterisk starred. His name is Tian Hen. You might not know him, but he... Meng Yi had yet to complete his sentence and Mo Wuji interrupted coldly. So he is Tian Hen. Meng Yi patted his forehead as he replied. Right, you know Koan Yun, so you would have heard of Tian Hen. Mo Wuji didn't explain, but Koan Yun wasn't the one who told him about Tian Hen. It was Jia Hong. Moreover, Mo Wuji possessed Tian Hen's furnace of the heaven and earth. Mo Wuji was desperate to find a place to cultivate only because he knew that Tian Hen was looking for the furnace. Fortunately, the years weren't wasted as he was already in the Unity God level 1. Boom! Yet another humongous fist descended after Meng Yi completed his sentence. This time around, the fist didn't land back on the High Firmament God City. The fist landed on the location of another God City. Following the trembles of space around him, Mo Wuji knew that yet another God City had been destroyed. Dao friend Meng, is your strength comparable to this Tian Hen? Mo Wuji turned to Meng Yi as he spoke. Meng Yi shook his head. Tian Hen was a sage with a supreme treasure of fortune called the Furnace of Heaven and Earth. This man's combat abilities are exceedingly shocking. Even after being ambushed, he managed to preserve a perfect fleshly body. As long as he can find his Furnace of Heaven and Earth, he will be able to recover his powers as a sage. His current strength should be in the intermediate quasi-sage stage, while I am only in the elementary quasi-sage stage. In fact, I will never be a match for him even if I am in the intermediate quasi-sage stage. Meng Yi guessed what was Mo Wuji's mind as he added. Dao friend Mo, anyone below the sage stage is nothing more than an ant. I know you come from the God world and are furious about these destroyed cities. However, I do feel that this anger is unnecessary. After you advance into the quasi-sage stage, you will understand why I said this and why I'm right. Mo Wuji wasn't listening to Meng Yi. Instead, he was thinking of the percentage success if he were to ambush Tianhen. Meng Yi continued. Dao friend Mo, you're feeling pity for these god cities only because your Dao heart's level is not there yet. Let me ask you. When you're immortal, would you feel disturbed to see a man catching a full net of fishes? Those are two different matters. Mo Wuji replied faintly. Meng Yi smiled coldly. Under the Grand Dao, all living things are equal without exception. This was the Dao insights of Buddhism. Although it might seem nonsensical, it was still one of the great Daos of the universe. You might think that these are two different matters, but that is not what the fishes think. Without waiting for Mo Wuji to refute, Meng Yi continued. Moreover, we will not be able to kill Tianhen even if we combine forces. At the very most, we will be able to injure him. Because of a sage's dignity, he will never endure provocations. Once he recovers, he might wipe out the entire god world, let alone 2 god cities. Mo Wuji calmed down as he didn't think Meng Yi was speaking blindly. Initially, he was intending to drag Meng Yi into his death trap array too. He wanted to make use of Meng Yi's help in a death trap array to get rid of Tianhen. However, a sage wasn't someone an ordinary quasi-sage could dream of dealing with. Back then, not a single sage fell even after that insane calamity. Could Mo Wuji and company be stronger than a sage? Even a sage wasn't able to deal with Tianhen, could he? Let's go. Let's go to the Taotai Valley to find that Huan Ti first. Mo Wuji finally suppressed his urge to deal with Tianhen. A person like Tianhen would definitely not perish so easily. Even if he could restrain and kill that fella, he would still survive if a trace of his god will was left behind. This wasn't the reason why Mo Wuji chose to suppress his urge of killing Tianhen. As long as Mo Wuji acted, he wasn't afraid of Tianhen coming to seek revenge. Mo Wuji was worried about Jili instead. It had been a long time since Jili got into trouble. Having her spirit channels and sea of consciousness destroyed was a severe incident. It wouldn't be of any good to drag this matter even by a single day. After he rescued Jili, he would come back for Tianhen. In the depths of the Taotai Valley, the god spiritual energy around Huan Ti had turned into a god spiritual whirlpool. The Dao spirituality of the monk's spade pierced through him was suppressed too. At this moment, Huan Ti's body shivered. Following which, he looked up into the sky astonishingly. Very soon, he let out a laugh before ignoring the situation outside. He started his spiritual circulation even more intensely to suppress the monk's spade's Dao spirituality. He was a sage and he wasn't bothered by the fact that he was ambushed by Tao Tai using the 7 Buddha spade. However, a mere god monarch ant dared to come and help. This was simply reckless. He knows that we are here. Meng Yi stood at the periphery of the Taotai Valley as he spoke calmly. Initially, he was slightly fearful. However, his fear reduced significantly as he stood here. He was certain that Huan Ti was severely injured and was in the midst of his recovery. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so indifferently even after knowing that they were here. Mo Wuji nodded as he detected Huan Ti's spiritual will even before Meng Yi. In order not to reveal his strength, Mo Wuji didn't use his spiritual will to check on Huan Ti. Dao friend Mo, I'm here to help you. I'll follow whatever orders you give me. Meng Yi didn't act as he looked at Mo Wuji. He made it seem like he was here for a simple task like lifting up a rock. How is Dao friend Meng's array Dao? Mo Wuji inquired. Meng Yi nodded. My array Dao is decent. As long as you give me the materials, I am able to install a grade 9 God Death Trap array. However, there is something I must warn you. Even the most peak grade God array wouldn't be of any use towards a sage. Mo Wuji answered faintly. That is my problem. Also, I do not have any materials for a grade 9 God Death Trap array. Meng Yi jumped out in shock. I cannot believe I need to use my own materials even though you are asking me for help. Do you know how precious the materials for a grade 9 God Death Trap array was, Mo Wuji didn't speak as he simply stared quietly at Meng Yi. Meng Yi's hair stood up because of Mo Wuji's glare. He sighed as he replied. Alright, I will use my own materials. He agreed to help Mo Wuji ambush a sage and also agreed to help Mo Wuji look for the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Now, he would even need to use his own materials to help Mo Wuji install a grade 9 array. He was, after all, also a rogue sage. Why was his life so difficult? Mo Wuji wasn't concerned with Meng Yi. While Meng Yi was setting up the death trap array, he started to carve void runes secretly. Mo Wuji didn't trust Meng Yi because at least this fella knew Huan Ti. He and Meng Yi were merely strangers coming together. Moreover, he did mention that he had the Fecta clay with him. However, even up till now, Meng Yi didn't ask him to take it out for him to see. This, alone, was definitely not normal. At the thought of this, Meng Yi spoke. Dao friend Mo, I'm already helping you install the grade 9 God Death Trap array. At the very least, you should show me the Fecta clay, right? 1. Tao Tai was the 5th son of the Dragon King of the Chinese legends. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1110, An Infuriated Sage. Chapter 1110, An Infuriated Sage. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji thought in his heart, now this is normal. He placed the Fecta clay, which was the size of a longan fruit, on his palm. Scan with your spiritual will fast. I'm going to keep it now. He really has the Fecta clay? Meng Yi stared at the Fecta clay on Mo Wuji's palm. He almost exclaimed out loud. When Mo Wuji first mentioned that he managed to obtain the Fecta clay from his trip into the God's Tower, Meng Yi was indescribably happy. However, he started suspecting that Mo Wuji was lying after he calmed himself down. Although he agreed to follow Mo Wuji here, he had an ulterior motive. But now that he saw how Mo Wuji really did have the Fecta clay, he needed to alter his plan. Mo Wuji waved his hand and kept the Fecta clay. The green slab which he obtained from the God's Tower was the Fecta clay. At that point in time, Mo Wuji didn't realize how precious the Fecta clay was. Later on, he used half of the Fecta clay to construct De Huang's body. The remaining half of the Fecta clay was then generously offered to Fu Xiuhan. If Fu Xiuhan wasn't kind enough to only ask for half of what Mo Wuji offered, Mo Wuji wouldn't have had any Fecta clay left on him. After knowing how precious the Fecta clay was, Mo Wuji made up his mind. Even if he were to use this as part of the deal with Meng Yi, he wouldn't take out too much for him. Once Mo Wuji kept the Fecta clay, Meng Yi was truly motivated. He spoke while rapidly trying to set up the death trap array. Dao friend Mo, this place is rather small. Once I set up this death trap array, we will force that Huan Ti out, but Mo Wuji refused to comment as he continued carving out the void runes. He had his spirit storage channel and was already a grade 8 God Array Emperor. With his current strength, even Meng Yi wouldn't be able to tell that he was carving the void runes. 2 days later, Meng Yi stopped as he expressed to Mo Wuji, Dao friend Mo, my death trap God Array is completed. How do we lure that fella out now? I'm unable to set up a grade 9 God death trap array. This is merely a grade 8 God death trap array. Having said that, Meng Yi looked rather awkward. Previously, he did mention that he was able to set up grade 9 arrays easily. Mo Wuji stopped setting up his death trap runes as well. He managed to set up a grade 7 death trap array using only void runes. He wasn't too concerned with Meng Yi's words. To him, he never considered that Meng Yi could install a grade 9 god death trap array. A grade 8 one would be good enough. Moreover, Mo Wuji was convinced that Meng Yi's grade 8 god death trap array wouldn't be able to restrain Huan Ti. What Mo Wuji wanted was not to restrain Huan Ti. Instead, he wanted to control the direction of Huan Ti's escape. One might think that his grade 7 god death trap array would be weaker than Meng Yi's grade 8 god death trap array. However, only he knew that his death trap array was made out of only void runes. For Huan Ti to find the foundation of his array to destroy, he would need at least a breath worth of time. What Mo Wuji wanted was this breath of time. Hearing Meng Yi's words, Yu Ming held tightly onto his magic treasure. Even if he was simply too weak, he was determined to help. Mo Wuji shook his hand. Hold on for a while more. Just as Mo Wuji's voice was heard, a figure appeared on the outside of the death trap array. Dao friend Mo, I've finally got to meet you. This person arrived with a warm smile. Even before his body landed, he had clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji. You are Jia Hong? One of the 72 lords, principal god Jia Hong? Even Meng Yi could recognize this person. This person, dressed in gray, was slightly fat with a pair of very small eyes. He looked slightly different to the Jia Hong of the past, but his Dao spirituality was very familiar. Additionally, Mo Wuji did mention Jia Hong before. Therefore, Meng Yi was certain this person was Jia Hang. You? Jia Hong looked surprisingly at Meng Yi. Very soon, he could sense that Meng Yi was far stronger than him. Subconsciously, he took a few steps back fearfully before asking, how do I address this Dao friend here? Meng Yi laughed as he circulated his Dao spirituality. Jia Hong, how could you not recognize me? It's you? One of the 3 rogue sages, Meng Yi? Jia Heng's expression changed as he finally recognized Meng Yi. As compared to the 3 rogue sages, he, Jia Hong, wasn't anything. Whether it was the Dao or status, he was too far away from Meng Yi. Indeed, I am Meng Yi. You don't have to fear me, for I have formed an alliance of Dao friend Mo. Since you are familiar with Dao friend Mo, everyone here can be considered an alliance. Meng Yi's words did make Jia Hong slightly more relaxed. Mo Wuji commented. That's right, all of us are friends on the same boat. Dao friend Mo invites me here, could it be that you need my help with something? Jia Hong inquired curiously. He didn't believe that Mo Wuji would take the initiative to bring him here to look for the god burial cave. He had checked on Mo Wuji before, so he knew that Mo Wuji wasn't a simple person. Mo Wuji patted on Jia Heng's shoulder. That's right, there is something I need your help with. I wonder if you are willing to help. Jia Heng's heart jumped shockingly. He could say that he was qualified to fight Mo Wuji back when Mo Wuji first left the new god domain city. Now, he realized that he was no longer a match for Mo Wuji. He realized that he wasn't even able to dodge Mo Wuji's simple pat on the shoulder. In such a short period of time, Mo Wuji actually became so powerful. This fella might just be the #1 homegrown expert he met in the god world. Jia Hong looked across at the smiling Meng Yi. He realized that Meng Yi was probably invited by Mo Wuji to help as well. What could it be? That even with Mo Wuji's scheming tactics and the help of one of the 3 rogue sage, Meng Yi, wasn't enough? What would require Mo Wuji to invite him, Jia Hong, to help? That, Dao friend Mo, I wonder what help do you require? Jia Hong was still hoping that Mo Wuji would bring him to the burial god cave. However, looking at how Mo Wuji still required his help despite being so strong, he started to feel uneasy. Mo Wuji chuckled before speaking loudly. I need help to deal with a person. That fella ambushed my friend, so I want to avenge my friend. However, I am worried that this fella might escape, so I invited you to help obstruct him for a while. Of course, it is up to you if you want to help or not. All you need to do is to let me know." Hearing Mo Wuji's words, Jia Hong heaved a sigh of relief. Including Mo Wuji and Meng Yi, there seemed to be a grade 8 god death trap array here too. As long as that fella was lured out, death seemed inevitable. In God world, no matter who it was, nobody would be able to escape such a powerful setup. After considering the merits and drawbacks, Jia Hong patted on his chest as he shouted, "Do I, Jia Hong, look like a non-trustworthy friend? Back then when Dao friend Mo left the God domain, I promised that I will work with you. Now that Dao friend Mo requires my help, I, Jia Hong, would give it all my all to help you. No matter who offended Dao friend Mo, I, Jia Hong, will not let him off." Meng Yi laughed at Jia Hong for saying such words. He was certain that if Jia Hong knew Huan Ti was the one they were dealing with, he wouldn't have said such words. This fella was a principal god and Mo Wuji's plan worked out well. However, Jia Hong couldn't be blamed. Who would have thought that Mo Wuji was going to deal with a sage in the god world? Mo Wuji chuckled. Since that is the case, Dao friend Jia Hong just needs to stand at this position. Once that fella tries to escape from this position, I hope Dao friend Jia Hong will strike with all your force. I will lure that fella up and I'll need both of you to help me restrain him together. Having said that, Mo Wuji pointed to a position for Jia Hong. He is right here? Jia Hong was shocked. Immediately after that, he had a bad feeling about this. Meng Yi chuckled too. Indeed, so whatever you've just said was heard by that fella too. Only by killing him will we be able to live fearlessly. Who is it? Jia Hong asked worriedly. Meng Yi glanced at Mo Wuji, who was jumping down into the Tao Tai Valley. He started to admire Mo Wuji's bravery. If it was him, he wouldn't dare to do what Mo Wuji just did. Even if he was in the elementary quasi-sage stage, he wouldn't dare to infuriate Huan Ti like that. When facing an expert who was previously a sage, heading down like that was a dangerous move. There was a high possibility that he wouldn't make it back up. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Moreover, Tao Tai was recently injured by Huan Ti. You will find out very soon. Meng Yi didn't tell Jia Hong who Mo Wuji went to lure up. Even an ant dared to come anger a sage? Die for me. Before Mo Wuji was near to the bottom of the Tao Tai Valley, an enraged voice was heard. Following which, an invisible blade radiance was locked onto the entire space around Mo Wuji. It was struck right towards Mo Wuji. Huan Ti was fully focused on healing. If Mo Wuji and company didn't dare to head down, he wouldn't bother going up at all. Only when he was fully recovered would he be able to search for his own god's tower. The truth was that Mo Wuji never intended to reach the bottom of the Tao Tai Valley. His task was only to lure Huan Ti up. Concurrently, when Huan Ti attacked, Mo Wuji shot out a spiritual will arrow. His spiritual will detected that Huan Ti's sea of consciousness was slightly injured. Moreover, Koan Yun's monk's spade was indeed pierced through his body, which caused his spiritual will to be obstructed. The Tao spirituality around the monk's spade was permeating the whole place. Evidently, Huan Ti's injuries weren't light. This spiritual will arrow was like a black and sharp knife piercing right towards Huan Ti's originally injured sea of consciousness. Huan Ti's sea of consciousness shivered and his spiritual circulation came to a halt. A throbbing pain could be felt in his sea of consciousness. Huan Ti let out an intense roar. The monk's spade, which was more than halfway out of his body, was thrust back into his body. An immense anger filled Huan Ti's heart. He stood up in an attempt to grab Mo Wuji. Despite being well prepared for it, Mo Wuji shockingly realized that he was unable to dodge that invisible blade radiance. That blade radiance pierced through his domain towards his chest. Even if he was in the sage physique stage, he would have to suffer severe injury if he was struck by this blade radiance. At this point in time, why would Mo Wuji bother about hiding his magic treasures? In an instant, a page of the Book of Luo appeared to protect him. Boom! The invisible blade radiance hacked right onto the Book of Luo. This blade radiance managed to strike out a white scar even on a treasure like the Book of Luo. The insane Tao spirituality energy surged over and Mo Wuji was completely unable to contain it. He spat out a mouthful of blood after this impact. Without waiting for Mo Wuji to escape with his wind escape technique, Huan Ti's claw shadow broke through his domain once more. He was aiming to grab Mo Wuji's skull now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:11, Besieging Huan Ti. Chapter 11:11, Besieging Huan Ti. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Without hesitation, Mo Wuji took out his half-moon-weighted halberd and a silver river descended. After reaching the Unity God stage, Mo Wuji was able to execute his winding river sacred art casually. The gloomy Tao Tai Valley was set off, in contrast, to appear white by this silver-colored river. Huan Ti, who had the monk's spade pierced through him, exclaimed, "A god equipment forged by the Chancewater and Rootless God Steel? Good item, dot." As he complimented the weapon, his hand didn't stop moving. Boom! A hand seal clashed against Mo Wuji's half-moon-weighted halberd. The silver river descending was directly crushed into pieces. Subsequently, the silver radiance disappeared. Yet another insane elemental energy struck onto Mo Wuji's body. The second time Mo Wuji spat out blood, there was a sharp pain in his back. Fortunately, Mo Wuji's halberd attack managed to slightly rip Huan Ti's space apart. Following which, he only took a step before charging out of Huan Ti's domain. Huan Ti paused for a second as he looked surprisingly at where Mo Wuji disappeared. Earth-shrinking sacred art? After witnessing that, Huan Ti's eyes lit up. The earth-shrinking sacred art was a sacred art which belonged solely to one of the 12 God Emperors, God Emperor Guegu. Huan Ti knew Guegu personally, so he knew that he wouldn't give away his sacred art easily. Even though Guegu perished, he wouldn't have given up his earth-shrinking sacred art. At the very most, those who tried to execute the earth-shrinking sacred art only made it look alike. A true expert like Huan Ti would be able to tell that it wasn't the real deal. The earth-shrinking which Mo Wuji just executed was certainly the true earth-shrinking sacred art. Moreover, it wouldn't be any weaker than God Emperor Guegu's sacred art. Huan Ti was also aware that other than Guegu, one other item possessed a sacred art like this. That was the Heavenly Spirit Transformations. The Heavenly Spirit Transformations was something even sages would yearn for. It was a treasure of creation. The pity was that it only appeared in rumors and no one had seen it before. Besides the earth-shrinking sacred art, rumors spread that there was the even more powerful fetal transformation technique. This was a sacred art even more terrifying than any true and great sacred art present. If that fella's earth-shrinking sacred art was from the Heavenly Spirit Transformations. At the thought of this, Huan Ti's eyes weren't the only thing that was lit up. Even his heart was starting to get fired up. In a single step, he charged right out of the Tao Tai Valley's entrance. Bang! Mo Wuji emerged from the Tao Tai Valley clumsily. Although he managed to attack twice, his back was still ripped by Huan Ti's hand. A terrifying hand shape filled with blood was formed on his back. If it wasn't for his sage physique, that final hand seal from Huan Ti was enough to fish out his heart. Dao friend Mo. Looking at the state Mo Wuji was in, Meng Yi sounded. Mo Wuji shouted. Dao friend Meng, combine attacks with me. Jia Hong, guard well. After saying this, Mo Wuji's half-moon-weighted halberd locked onto the surrounding space. He struck out a heavenly chasm-like gorge. Meng Yi was well experienced in battles. Without Mo Wuji's reminder, the horsetail whisk in his hand had turned into millions and millions of whiskers. These overwhelming whiskers followed closely behind Mo Wuji's halberd. In the next moment, Huan Ti appeared underneath Mo Wuji's halberd gorge. Without waiting for Huan Ti to dodge the scourge, Meng Ye's overwhelming whiskers swept over. The overwhelming whiskers instantly became a world of whiskers as they wrapped rounds around Huan Ti. Meng Ye was exceedingly fearful of Huan Ti. Therefore, once he started attacking, he wouldn't go easy or hesitate. If Huan Ti wasn't severely injured, Meng Ye's millions and millions of whisker would be nothing more than an itch to him. This was even if his current cultivation level was lowered. Presently, Huan Ti's cultivation was below the sage level, was severely injured and had the monk's spade piercing through his body. This was truly his weakest point. Even so, he managed to break free of the whisker's restraint in an instant. Concurrently, he shouted furiously. Meng Yi, you are really daring, aren't you? A mere rogue sage and you dare to ambush a real sage like myself. The red color blade crown on his head turned into a red color stretch of shining silk. The shining silk descended from the endless void as it collided with Mo Wuji's heavenly chasm sacred art. The extremely long and increasingly powerful heavenly chasm was slashed by Huan Ti's red blade crown. In that instance, a scar was formed on the heavenly chasm. Following which, this was the first time Mo Wuji's heavenly chasm sacred art was so easily broken by someone. That red blade crown stretch of shining silk didn't stop there. It charged towards the endless-looking whiskers formed by Meng Yi. Under the light radiance of this red blade crown, the whiskers looked like a massive tofu. It was rapidly torn apart and it appeared as though it would turn into nothingness any moment now. Jie Hong, who was told to guard well, was dumbfounded at what he saw. His face became increasingly pale. If he knew that Mo Wuji and Meng Yi were planning to deal with Huan Ti, he wouldn't join in no matter what. A sage, this person was a sage. The pity was that he wasn't an idiot and he knew that there was nowhere for him to run. The moment Huan Ti got away, he, Jie Hong, wouldn't survive long in the future. To him, there was only one thing he could do now. That would be to continue helping Mo Wuji and Meng Yi. Out of the 4 halberd strikes, Huan Ti managed to break the winding river and heavenly chasm. Even so, Mo Wuji wasn't mentally affected by this. Not only did he not retreat, he charged towards Huan Ti as he sent out a finger. 7 World Finger Sacred Art, World of Man. The endless world of man's intent Tao spirituality overwhelmed the entire space. It turned all the laws into ordinary mortal laws. Humans were never anything more than a speck of dust living in this world. Whether it was now or 100 years later, humans would remain as a speck of dust. Everything in this world is unpredictable, but there will always be a day where it completely disappears. If it wasn't for Meng Ye's whiskers, Huan Ti would be able to break free from Mo Wuji's world of man. Because Meng Ye's whiskers have yet to vanish, the world of man appeared. Huan Ti's heart and soul were instantly calm. After calming down, the Tao spirituality of the monk's spade pierced through his body started to linger vigorously. The one thing Huan Ti wanted the most was peace and serenity so he could heal. He didn't want anyone to bother him or fight with him. In this world of man, all the fights didn't seem important anymore. No, this was an intent-level sacred art. In a moment's time, Huan Ti woke up from it as he let out a roar. The red color half-moon blade crown pierced through the void. It was determined to rip Mo Wuji into many pieces. Mo Wuji had gone through countless near-death experiences, so how could he miss this moment? Before the half-moon blade crown could control the space, he sent out his second finger. The second finger of the 7-world finger, heaven and earth. After the world of man was torn apart, it was still the heaven and earth. Mo Wuji had control of everything between the heaven and earth. Everything was controlled by one finger of Mo Wuji. This finger was the heavenly Tao, so what could anyone do about it? Get out of my way! Huan Ti shouted angrily. He was no longer bothered by the monk's spade on his body. He started circulating his Tao spirituality and God elemental energy surged. The red half-moon blade crown turned into a red blade radiance. It slashed towards Mo Wuji's finger heaven and earth in an attempt to destroy it. Concurrently, the monk's spade on Huan Ti's body let out an explosive Tao spirituality. An insane amount of blood oozed out of Huan Ti's wound as his wound worsened. As a sage, Huan Ti coughed out a few drops of faint yellow blood. Before Huan Ti could regain his senses, Mangya's horsetail whisk turned into a vast world. This world itself was a shackle as it tried to chain Huan Ti within it. Meng Yi could tell how shockingly terrifying Mo Wuji's offensive capabilities were. With his experience, he supported Mo Wuji with a sacred art of his own. Naturally, Mo Wuji wouldn't miss out on such an opportunity. After the second finger was broken, the third finger, Fortune, emerged. It emerged from the side as it pointed right at Huan Ti. Huan Ti's heart sunk as he knew that he must leave now. He must leave before Mangya's chained world closed in on him. Otherwise, he would really suffer here. These sacred arts of this puny unity god ant were simply too frightening. Ever since he embarked on his Tao path, he was definitely the strongest unity god he met. Even back when he was a unity god, he was far from being as strong as this ant. How depressing. He, Huan Ti, a true sage, was actually severely injured and forced to escape. Huan Ti was well aware that this wasn't because Meng Yi was strong. It was mainly because this unity god was too powerful. This fella's seven-world finger seemed like it was specifically meant to use against him. If this fella was allowed to grow, he would be an exceedingly frightening existence. This ant must have a huge secret on him, but the pity was that he wasn't capable enough to uncover the secret. He didn't dare to stay and fight for his life because he still had a monk's spade in his body. The moment he started fighting with all his might, things wouldn't end well for him. However, if he wanted to leave, nobody can stop him. Just like Mangya's prediction, the Great Eight God Death Trap Array was of minimal use to stop Huan Ti. Huan Ti's body shifted and in a single grab, a tear was revealed in Mangya's Great Eight God Array. Huan Ti dashed out of Mangya's God Array and the faraway Jiaheng heaved a sigh of relief. He noticed that Huan Ti didn't escape towards his direction. The moment Huan Ti charged out of Mangya's Great Eight Death Trap Array, his entire body turned cold. A spatial oppression and killing energy swept over. Not good, there was a Grade 7 God Death Trap Array formed using void runes here. Suddenly, Huan Ti had a very bad feeling about this. Even though a Grade 7 God Death Trap Array meant nothing to him, he had this inauspicious feeling. Huan Ti didn't dare to stay long. In a breath worth of time, he found the foundation of Mo Wuji's Void Runes array. In a blink of an eye, he charged towards the position Jiaheng was guarding. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11-12, I won't kill my allies. Chapter 11-12, I won't kill my allies. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. The initially fearful Jiaheng noticed that Huan Ti was charging towards his direction. Without knowing what to do, all he did was to draw out his wind drum. Following which, he used all his God elemental energy to support his strongest offensive sacred art, Spatial Reversal Strike. No matter how weak Jiaheng might be, he was once a principal god. A principal god who was limitlessly close to a quasi-sage. After the incident back then, his cultivation levels suffered a great hit like everyone else. But when compared to Sage Huan Ti, Jiaheng's decline wasn't as significant. At the very least, he was still in the intermediate Unity God stage now. Spatial Reversal Strike was Jiaheng's trump card. It could reverse space and mess up laws. His magic treasure wind drum could turn everything within the reversed space into wind blades to trap the opponent. Just when Huan Ti broke through Mo Wuji's Grade 7 God Death Trap Array, he was drawn right into the Spatial Reversal Strike. If it was any other time, Huan Ti could stand there for Jia Hong to attack with all his might. That was because Jia Hang's attack would be nothing more than an itch to him. Presently, the severely weakened Huan Ti was trapped in Jia Hang's spatial reversal strike sacred art. The outcome wasn't simply an itch, as the wind drum's blade radiance resulted in blood scars all over Huan Ti's body. Huan Ti's god elemental energy remained dull. Even his spiritual will started to turn sluggish. After letting out a roar, the red half-moon blade crown descended as it swept up a red blade radiance. A blood radiance exploded and Jia Hong was sliced into halves by Huan Ti's blade radiance. Two halves of his body flew apart like a kite with a broken string. As for Jia Hang's spatial reversal strike, it was torn apart like a piece of thin paper before disappearing. Fortunately, Huan Ti's injuries were simply too severe. The monk's spade in his body continually corroded his Tao spirituality and sea of consciousness. Otherwise, this blade radiance wouldn't have just hacked Jia Hang's body into only 2 pieces. It would have sliced Jia Hang into so many pieces that he wouldn't have a chance to survive. It was only a short period of time since Huan Ti charged out of the Tao Tai Valley to when he sliced Jia Hang into halves. In that final attack on Jia Hang, it didn't even take more than a breath worth of time. Even so, it was enough time for Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's third finger, fortune, was completely formed up. It managed to lock onto the escaping Huan Ti. Even after the destruction of the world of man and heaven and earth, Mo Wuji still had his fortune. The destroyed world of man and heaven and earth was turned into a vast and massive smelting furnace. The entire universe was melting and dissipating in this large smelting furnace. In this big world of fortune, it didn't matter how down and out or distinguished you were before. Everything and everyone in this smelting furnace would melt and dissipate like copper. Heaven and earth as the furnace, fortune as the labor. Yin and yang as the charcoal, all objects as the copper. As if it could sense the Tao spirituality of the fortune, the monk's spade started circulating its Tao spirituality intensely. It let out a chi sound as an energy of life was disappearing. It was turning into the melted copper within the furnace. No! Huan Ti let out a devastating roar. He didn't want to resign to a fate like this, he was unwilling and he refused to accept this. I, Huan Ti, beheaded the Heart Devil, gone through endless life and deaths and was a recognized sage who obtained the God's Tower. I, Huan Ti, control the heaven and earth, am the ruler of the universe. All lives are merely ants beneath my feet. Countless sage or gods have worshipped me. I, Huan Ti, had yet to seek revenge. The massacre had yet to begin. How could I die at the hands of an ant? I refuse. 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 So what if it was the furnace of fortune? I will tear it apart. Boom! A scar appeared on the furnace of fortune before exploding. The finger of fortune was also torn into countless pieces of broken laws. At this moment, the severely injured Huan Ti looked like a mere skeleton. The essence of his blood and flesh were no longer there. Even so, that monk's spade was still pierced through his skeleton. It was still emitting a devastating energy of Tao spirituality. Mo Wuji's expression changed. Looking at Huan Ti's injuries, he was convinced that Huan Ti would be restrained under his finger of fortune. Who would have expected that Huan Ti could actually break through his finger of fortune? The astonished Mo Wuji calmed himself down very quickly. This was when he gained insights to his fourth finger, Yin Yang. Yin Yang will take over all changes to the everything within the heaven and earth. One is life, two is death. It seemed like I already had a Yin Yang supporting sacred art with me. Mo Wuji recalled something as he started striking out a mysterious hand seal. He might have gained insights on the Yin Yang, but what he executed wasn't the fourth finger, Yin Yang. Instead, he executed the wheel of life and death. Why would Huan Ti wait for Mo Wuji to execute his wheel of life and death? After breaking past the finger of fortune, his body turned into a gray radiance as he darted out immediately. Bang! An intense tremble was felt in space. Huan Ti retreated for a few steps before falling on his butt. The space surrounding him was sealed up. Meng Yi, while having a pale face, constantly struck out hand seals. In a time like this, how could he not know that they mustn't let Huan Ti escape? His offensive sacred arts might not be as good as Mo Wuji's, but his whiskers weren't weak. Previously, his whiskers were unable to restrain Huan Ti. Now that Huan Ti was blocked off by Mo Wuji consecutively, he would have wasted his life if he couldn't restrain Huan Ti now. Meng Yi, you're courting death. Huan Ti could only shout wildly while being restrained by Meng Yi's whiskers. He, as a sage, was actually restrained by an ant like Meng Yi. How frustrating! Anger filled up Huan Ti's heart as the Tao spirituality around him was literally erupting. It appeared as though he wanted to blast off the shackles on him. Meng Yi's face turned pale at the sight of this. He was circulating his Tao spirituality as well as his God elemental energy at his full strength. He was using all his force in an attempt to restrain the struggling Huan Ti. Meng Yi started spitting out fresh blood as his face turned increasingly pale. The Tao spirituality around his body was getting distorted too. As Meng Yi struggled to open his eyes, he looked over to Mo Wuji before saying, "I can't hold on for much longer." Mo Wuji didn't answer Meng Yi's plea. He was determined not to give Huan Ti any more opportunity to break free. A wheel of life and death imprint was struck onto Huan Ti's body. A wheel is life, a wheel is death. After he placed the wheel of life and death imprint on Huan Ti's anger-filled eyes calmed down. He lifted his head to look at Mo Wuji. There was this indescribable feeling in the eyes that were looking at Mo Wuji. Meng Yi could sense that Huan Ti's struggle was getting weaker as he heaved a huge sigh of relief. After he regained his senses, he looked fearfully at Mo Wuji too. Even though it was a three-man team against Huan Ti, Meng Yi was clear that the main force was still Mo Wuji. If Mo Wuji wasn't here, he and Jia Hang would still have died in the hands of the severely injured Huan Ti. After Huan Ti was beaten up so badly, Mo Wuji could still feel his life force dissipating after executing his wheel of life and death. The deathly energy was growing rapidly too. Mo Wuji was inevitably shocked. His wheel of life and death only allowed one to live while the other must die. The reason why he could continually increase the other party's accumulation of deathly energy was because he had the vitality channel. This Huan Ti was simply too strong. If he didn't have his vitality channel, even Mo Wuji was unsure if he could finish Huan Ti off with his wheel of life and death. As his life force was being taken away, why would Mo Wuji dare to think about anything else? His wheel of life and death was constantly struck out, but he was repeatedly replenishing his life force using his vitality channel. After spending more than 10 breaths worth of time, Mo Wuji could sense that the dissipation of his life force was weakening. Eventually, it was no longer dissipating. Now that his life force was not decreasing, Huan Ti's life force started to disappear like water gushing out of a dam. The initially skeleton-like Huan Ti started emitting even more deathly energy. "What is your name?" Huan Ti forced himself to open his eyes as he asked Mo Wuji calmly. There was finally calm in his eyes and no longer any anger or unwillingness. In front of him, he saw the countless years of fighting experience. Then he saw himself as an energetic youth when he first started on this path of cultivation. Also, he recalled the many esteemed guests who came to congratulate him on obtaining the sage's god throne. Today, everything was disappearing and turning into nothing more than ashes. Despite all the good and bad that he had been through, Huan Ti's heart was dead. He no longer had any intentions of leaving behind any spiritual will in this world. This was because who knew how many years of suffering and torture must he go through for him to come back once more. He knew that if he wanted to live, he could sneak a trace of his spiritual will behind. However, so what if he did? With an expert like Mo Wuji in this world, where could he, Huan Ti, stand in the future? Mo Wuji was immensely shocked at how tenacious Huan Ti was. Fortunately, he found 2 others to help him in this fight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get rid of Huan Ti. You are very strong. So strong to the extent that you're making me give up the idea of reincarnation. Help me kill Meng Yi and Jia Hong and I will not come alive again. I guess this is enough for my life. Huan Ti negotiated with Mo Wuji. Meng Yi heard these words and his heart started beating rapidly. He looked fearfully at Mo Wuji. He felt that after Mo Wuji executed his final move, Will of Life and Death, his strength seemed to have increased to yet another level. Mo Wuji replied faintly. You're overthinking. I will not kill my allies. Huan Ti let out a breath. Mo Wuji, if I want to leave, it is true that you might be able to kill me now. But many years later, I, Huan Ti, will still be able to come back. Do you believe? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1113, Young Brother Principal God. Chapter 1113, Young Brother Principal God. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Initially, Mo Wuji was worried that Huan Ti might leave his spiritual will somewhere else. Hearing the words of Huan Ti now, Mo Wuji knew that Huan Ti was being excessively conceited. This time, he wasn't planning to leave his spiritual will behind. I don't believe. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief as he replied calmly. Huan Ti, who had no intention to live on, was livid once more. His life force was drained as a trace of spiritual will seeped into the void. In just half a second, Huan Ti opened his eyes as he looked at Mo Wuji shockingly. 5 elementals: Great Escape, Sacred Art, Void Runes, Non-Sea of Consciousness, Spiritual Will. At that moment, he understood it all. Mo Wuji truly had the heavenly spirit transformations. Similarly, he understood that this young man in front of him wasn't lying. He, Huan Ti, was truly unable to escape out of the eyes of this young man. At the very least, he couldn't escape in his current state. Because of his self-confidence and wish to recover his strength in a perfect state, he didn't leave any spiritual will anywhere else. Today, he was completely restrained by Mo Wuji here, which was equivalent to the end of his life. The faraway Meng Yi glanced over at Mo Wuji fearfully. He only needed one look at Huan Ti's expression to know that Huan Ti didn't escape. Mo Wuji was merely in the elementary unity god stage and was able to stop a sage from escaping? What kind of sacred art was that? Should he, Meng Yi, continue to work together with Mo Wuji? A fella who could even handle a sage. If he, Meng Yi, were to offend Mo Wuji, wouldn't he turn into ashes too? Huan Ti let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he had this strong urge to live on simply because Mo Wuji was too strong. If he were to survive, he might be able to see his arch-enemies die at the hands of Mo Wuji. At the thought of this, he looked at Mo Wuji before asking. Dao friend Mo, your strength has earned my respect. There should be 2 reasons why you have yet to kill me. The first should be because you want the items in my world. Secondly, you don't know where your friend is and you want to save your friend. Mo Wuji answered faintly. Nothing on you would attract my attention. Tell me where my friend is and I will give you a chance to reincarnate. How could Huan Ti not know that reincarnation and rebirth were 2 different matters? During reincarnation, there was a high possibility that he would lose all memories of this life. For an ordinary cultivator, reincarnation might be a decent offer. To a sage like him, he didn't fancy reincarnation. Dao friend Mo, if you can become a sage in the future, you will definitely not be weaker than any of those B***stards. You might be even stronger than them. You can save your friend, but you must agree to one of my requests. Huan Ti spoke calmly. He didn't believe that Mo Wuji was only concerned about saving Jili. He was convinced that Mo Wuji would be interested in his treasures. Therefore, he didn't think that using Jili as the main bargaining chip would threaten Mo Wuji at all. At the very most, it would only further anger Mo Wuji. He had no idea how others would do things, but he, Huan Ti, would never harm others without benefiting himself. Say it. Mo Wuji nodded. Despite having Huan Ti restraint, he had filled his surrounding with void runes. Huan Ti, in his current condition, could forget about escaping from his clutches. Spare me my life. Not because I want to live, but because I want to personally see you kill Luo Su. I am certain that after you become a sage, you will have a fight with Luo Su. After Luo Su's death, I am more than willing to die. As long as you agree to this, I am willing to open my world for you. As for any other matters, there wouldn't be a problem. Huan Ti replied. He suspected that Mo Wuji might not dare to agree. The space and the 5 elements in the space might be locked on by Mo Wuji's spiritual will. However, the moment Mo Wuji brought his primordial spirit away, he would be able to leave. Indeed, before Mo Wuji could reply, Meng Yi shouted from afar. Dao friend Mo, you must not agree. As long as you bring Huan Ti away, even if it was a trace of his primordial spirit, he would have the chance to leave any time. Meng Yi could tell why Huan Ti wasn't able to escape. That was because Mo Wuji used void runes to seal up the space around them. Huan Ti didn't refute Meng Yi's words as he looked at Mo Wuji. Meng Yi is right. If you bring me away, I would indeed be capable of leaving. However, if you are willing, I can swear. Once a person reaches the level Huan Ti did, swearing wouldn't be of any use. Their own laws are not lower than the oath of the heavenly Tao. Meng Yi continued to convince Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji laughed faintly. Dao friend Meng Yi, you are wrong. Their swearing could still be of use because I don't believe that their Tao laws are higher than the heavenly Tao laws. Having said that, Mo Wuji turned back to Huan Ti. Huan Ti, even though you're once a sage, you are also wrong. Even if I were to bring you away with me, you will not be able to escape. Mo Wuji wasn't speaking blindly. He had enough evidence to prove this point. If the laws of sage were higher than the heavenly Tao laws, what happened in the god burial cave wouldn't have been possible. The green-robed sage nun wouldn't have feared the laws of the array gate at the resting land of the gods. To not fear the restraints of the laws of heaven and earth, there were only 2 ways. The first was that your own laws were higher than the heavenly Tao laws. Secondly, it would be to be like him. To be immortal everywhere he went. The heavenly Tao wouldn't be able to find his laws to restrain him. Mo Wuji had too many methods to prevent Huan Ti from leaving his clutches. He didn't even need to use his sage Tao talisman. All he needed to do was to throw Huan Ti into his mortal world. Even if Huan Ti was fully recovered, he would need to rebuild his strength. Hearing Mo Wuji's words, Huan Ti's eyes perked up a little. He spoke with a low voice. Dao friend Mo, initially I still have my doubts. Now, I am certain that your future will surpass Luo Su. As for how Mo Wuji couldn't restrain him if he wanted to leave, Huan Ti didn't explain. This was because Mo Wuji wasn't a sage. Therefore, he wouldn't have known the techniques of a sage. Naturally, he wouldn't speak too much about such matters. You have a huge enmity with Luo Su? Mo Wuji looked at Huan Ti. Huan Ti clenched his teeth as he replied. Luo Su was more of a hypocrite than the fake sage, Min Yuan of the past. That person's heart is exceedingly black and is incredibly vicious. He didn't continue explaining because he was afraid he would affect Mo Wuji's zeal to deal with Luo Su. Alright, tell me where Jili is first. After I settle this matter, there are still many things I needed to do. Mo Wuji replied nonchalantly. From the very beginning, Mo Wuji didn't rush asking about the whereabouts of Jili. Mo Wuji was worried that Huan Ti could tell that he was overly concerned for Jili. Once Huan Ti noticed this, he might use Jili to threaten Mo Wuji. If Huan Ti were to use Jili to threaten him, Mo Wuji might let Huan Ti off. Huan Ti threw Mo Wuji a jade talisman. Head down to the Tao Tai talisman to break this talisman. A concealed defensive array will appear and your friend is there. Mo Wuji grabbed the jade talisman hurriedly. Before Mo Wuji could say anything, Huan Ti continued. Can I make the vouch now? Mo Wuji waved his hands. There's no need. You want to go back on your words? Huan Ti's anger filled the air as if he was going to tear Meng Yi's whiskers apart. Meng Yi laughed coldly. Nobody cares about going back on their words to deal with a person like you. You, Huan Ti, are such a crafty and sly fella. Who would dare to bring you around? Before Huan Ti could erupt in anger, Mo Wuji shook his hand. Huan Ti, you're wrong. I really do not need you to swear. Don't worry, I will not kill you. After I kill Luo Su, I will let you out. If you perform well, it isn't impossible for me to let you go in one piece. You don't need me to swear? You dare to bring my primordial spirit around? After a while, Huan Ti questioned Mo Wuji's decision shockingly. Mo Wuji didn't answer Huan Ti's question. Instead, he handed the jade talisman to Yu Ming. Yu Ming, there are no dangers in the Tao Tai Valley now. Head down to bring your master back up. Because Ji Li's whereabout was near unknown, Mo Wuji didn't dare to execute the great art of destruction. Otherwise, the great art of destruction alone was enough to make Huan Ti suffer. Of course, Mo Wuji was worried that he might cause too much destruction by executing it here. Yes. The emotional Yu Ming took over the jade talisman as he charged right down the Tao Tai Valley. The severely wounded Jia Hong managed to stitch his body back together. However, Mo Wuji knew that his cultivation level was reduced yet again from the looks of the weak energy around him. Many thanks, Senior Mo, for your life-saving grace. The weakened Jia Hong walked over fearfully towards Mo Wuji as he bowed respectfully. Presently, Mo Wuji was no longer just a senior. He was a senior's senior. This was because Mo Wuji only needed a finger to destroy him. Mo Wuji looked over to Jia Hong. Dao friend Jia Hong, your injuries are not light at all. Even though I know where the God Burial Cave is, it might be slightly dangerous for you to go there with me in the state that you're in. Why don't find a place to heal yourself? When I'm headed there, I'll let you know again. Jia Hong hurried to bow. If Senior Mo thinks highly of me, Jia Hong, wants to follow beside Senior Mo from today onwards. I'll follow you everywhere and I'll not dare to disobey your orders. You want to follow me? Mo Wuji asked doubtfully. He was indeed slightly confused. He knew the origins of Jia Hong. The fact that this fellow was one of the 72 lords made him a reputable figure in this world. Previously, Mo Wuji did tell Meng Yi that he would be too lazy to agree if Jia Hong wanted to become his younger brother. However, Mo Wuji was simply boasting. Now that Jia Hong really wanted to become his younger brother, he was slightly taken aback. Yes, Jia Hong, swear that I will follow behind Mo Wuji wherever he goes. Life and death shall be controlled by Lord Mo. If I were to go back on my words, I will be suppressed by the laws of the universe. My laws will be destroyed and I will be banished from this world. When Jia Hong was swearing, he spat out 3 drops of blood. He had merged it with his vouch, so there was no longer any turning back. Jia Hong wasn't dumb, as he could see the potential of Mo Wuji. He was merely a unity god and he had the guts to surround and attack a sage. Not only that, he succeeded. Now, it might seem like he was at a disadvantage by pledging his loyalty so early on. But when Mo Wuji becomes a true sage, he, Jia Hong, would be the true winner. A man riding on the success of somebody else was not just applicable to the mortal world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:14, You're not able to leave. Chapter 11:14, You're not able to leave. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. This was a real vouch. Mo Wuji was surprised because he never expected Jie Hong to make such a vouch. "You're a smart guy," Huan Ti said to Jie Hong. Even though the possibility of Mo Wuji becoming a sage wasn't high, Jie Hong would succeed if Mo Wuji really did become one. Looking at Mo Wuji's current strength, Huan Ti was certain that when Mo Wuji became a sage, he would be able to go against Luo Su. Naturally, if Mo Wuji failed to gain insights on the Sage Dao, Jie Hong would perish together with Mo Wuji. Finally, even Meng Yi couldn't control himself anymore. He clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji. "Dao friend Mo, if you're able to become a sage one day, I, Meng Yi, would swear to be your god follower too." Huan Ti chuckled. "If Dao friend Mo really became a sage, do you think he would have a lack of god servants like you?" "Ha, I do remember that people appreciate those who help them in times of need. Since when would people appreciate those who tried to decorate something that was already perfect?" Meng Yi's face looked slightly awkward. For a rogue sage like him to vouch to be Mo Wuji's god follower, he was truly unwilling. No matter how strong Mo Wuji might be, he wasn't willing to do so. He was, after all, still one of the rogue sage. Even if he had yet to regain his rogue sage god throne, he was still a rogue sage. Mo Wuji didn't feel the need to have Meng Yi follow him around, so his attention went back to Huan Ti. "Loosen your heart and soul, I will lock you up now." "Do you really not need me to swear?" Huan Ti thought that Mo Wuji was merely joking about it. One must know that if he didn't swear, he would be able to escape easily even if Mo Wuji had a true spirit world. Meng Yi looked anxiously at Mo Wuji but didn't try to convince him. Looking at Mo Wuji's stance, he was clearly going to let Huan Ti off. If Meng Yi were to continue nagging at Mo Wuji, he would only offend Huan Ti. "I've already loosened my heart and soul." Huan Ti didn't continue asking. Now that he, Huan Ti, was actually locked up by an ant like Mo Wuji without swearing, it wasn't a bad thing. He still had his fleshly body. At the very most, he would let this Mo Wuji off once in the future. At the moment Mo Wuji didn't need him to swear, he made his decision to leave. The truth wouldn't change even if Mo Wuji got him to swear. He initially intended to recover for a period of time before leaving. The dignity of a sage must not be humiliated. "I've loosened my heart and soul," Huan Ti repeated. Before Huan Ti could finish his sentence, he felt his body becoming lighter. Following which, he landed in a world with complete laws. Not only were the laws complete, there were the sun and the moon as well. Additionally, rivers, mountains and plantations could be seen. Huan Ti was inevitably shocked. This was actually a world of origin. Before Huan Ti's spiritual will could be used, a powerful force swept across. His body was brought up and thrown into the middle of a spiritual herbal field. Following which, Mo Wuji's voice could be heard. "You're living in my world, so you can't possibly stay here and do nothing. You shall take care of these god spiritual herbs. If I found out that these god spiritual herbs are not well taken care of, there will not be a point for you to live in this world anymore." But Mo Wuji's voice disappeared as Huan Ti looked shockingly at the surrounding. The pity was that the space around him was blocked off. All he could do was to wander around this large land of god spiritual herbs. Huan Ti sighed as he pondered. Where was this Mo Wuji from? How could he possess a world of origin like this? The truth was that after every cultivator reached the world god stage, they would possess an embryonic form of a world. But the embryonic form of a world was completely different from a world. Cultivators with the embryonic form of a world would be able to store items in it. At the very most, they would be able to open up 1 or 2 fields of spiritual herbs. Even if they were to do so, they needed to be at least a quasi-sage. To have living creatures in one's world, that would only be applicable to a sage. In fact, Huan Ti had never seen a sage's world as perfect and complete as Mo Wuji's world. Or even a world with such a great potential like Mo Wuji's. How was this a world? It could be the origin of a whole new universe. Huan Ti, who was initially planning to escape, was astonished very soon after. In a world like this, even the slightest movement couldn't escape the attention of Mo Wuji, let alone escape. It was no wonder Mo Wuji didn't need him to swear. Placing him in a world like this allows Mo Wuji to be in control of every movement of his. Where was he supposed to escape to? How strong was Mo Wuji? He was simply too strong. While Huan Ti was still in awe of Mo Wuji's world, Mo Wuji's voice could be heard again. Oh yes, if you take good care of my god spiritual herbs, I might consider helping you remove Kuan Yun's monk's spade from your body. You're able to remove the 7 Buddha spade? Huan Ti asked surprisingly. What do you think? Mo Wuji kept quiet after these words. He finally realized that this corroded and stained monk's spade was the 7 Buddha spade. He had always wondered if this Buddha spade was related to the 7 Buddha scriptures. A fear grew in Huan Ti's heart. All of a sudden, he started to suspect if Mo Wuji was the true sage and not him. Dao friend Mo, you managed to keep Huan Ti? Meng Yi asked with a confused look. Mo Wuji chuckled. Dao friend Meng, do not worry. Without my permission, Huan Ti would never be able to set foot out of my territory. This time, I must thank you properly. Meng Yi was suspicious, but he clasped his fists respectfully. We did agree to deal with Huan Ti together. Expressing gratitude would make us feel distant. Mo Wuji shook his head. I'm not talking about Huan Ti, but Tianhen. If it wasn't for your word of advice, I might have attacked Tianhen. Now that I think of it, I will not have the chance to show up here to deal with Huan Ti if I really did attack. Mo Wuji really meant what he said. If he chose to ignore Meng Yi's advice back then, death would have been awaiting him. Mo Wuji didn't know about the past. However, he was certain that the present Huan Ti wouldn't be as strong as Tianhen. One must know that Sage Tianhen had a fully functional fleshly body and was settling in the Nirvana ocean for many years now. When the God world was restored, Tianhen must have obtained a large pile of benefits too. Because of the 7 Buddha spade and severe injuries, Huan Ti would definitely be much weaker than Tianhen. Even at his current condition, Mo Wuji's alliance with Meng Yi and Jia Hong almost failed to capture Huan Ti. Therefore, one could tell that his combined efforts with Meng Yi would simply be courting death. To deal with Tianhen, Mo Wuji felt the need to reach the advanced Unity God stage first. Once he reached the advanced Unity God stage, there shouldn't be a need for him to fear Tianhen anymore. So it was about Tianhen. Meng Yi thought to himself but remained silent. The truth was that if Mo Wuji really did plan to deal with Tianhen, he would have escaped first. He wouldn't give his all just like he did against Huan Ti. I'll head down to take a look. The both of you shall wait for me here. Mo Wuji's spiritual will sense that Yu Ming's cultivation was too weak. Up till now, he had yet to reach the bottom of the Tao Tai Valley. I want to head down with my lord. Jia Hong answered instantly. Mo Wuji shook his hand before handing Jia Hong a bottle of the breath of Hong Meng. You shall wait for me here and heal your injuries in the meantime. Also, do not address me as your lord from today onwards. A simple senior brother will do. Yes, senior brother. Jia Hong uttered 3 words as he took over the jade bottle, dumbfounded. Breath of Hong Meng? Indeed, that is the breath of Hong Meng. Mo Wuji patted Jia Heng's shoulder as his body flashed. He jumped right into the Tao Tai Valley. Breath of Hong Meng? Even Meng Yi stared shockingly at the jade bottle in Jia Heng's hands. He didn't expect Mo Wuji to be this generous. How could someone take out a bottle of the breath of Hong Meng so casually to a person who had only just pledged his loyalty to him? Many thanks, senior brother. Jia Hong clasped his fists gratefully as he spoke with trembling voice. With this bottle of the breath of Hong Meng, he was certain that he could recover to the Unity God stage very soon. Dao friend Mo is truly an exceptional person. Meng Yi commented as he let out a sigh. Jia Hong chuckled as he found a place further away from Meng Yi to take his seat. While absorbing the breath of Hong Meng to heal, he was also watching Meng Yi. Even if he knew that Meng Yi wouldn't dare to snatch his breath of Hong Meng, Jia Hong still preferred to be cautious. Meng Yi glanced at Jia Hong, but he chose not to say anything. Not only was he envious of Jia Hong, he also knew how great Mo Wuji's potential was. Even so, he was still unwilling to pledge his loyalty and follow Mo Wuji everywhere. The world-ending cataclysm was about to happen, and that might be his opportunity to break through. Who knew if he, Meng Yi, had the qualities to become a sage too? Once he managed to become a sage, he, Meng Yi, would be able to leave his mark on this vast universe too. If Mo Wuji does become a sage too, he was still friends with him. If Mo Wuji wasn't capable enough to survive the tribulation, that would be the end of Mo Wuji. The speed at which Mo Wuji jumped down into the Tao Tai Valley was much greater than Yu Ming's speed. In a moment worth of time, he arrived beside Yu Ming. In one sweep of the hand, he managed to bring Yu Ming to the bottom of the valley. They landed at the bottom in a very short period of time. Senior Mo! Yu Ming exclaimed emotionally. She handed the jade talisman back to Mo Wuji. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:15, The Return to a Familiar Place. Chapter 11:15, The Return to a Familiar Place. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji's speed was much greater than Yu Ming. With a fast pull, both of them landed at the bottom of the Tao Tai Valley. Senior Mo! Yu Ming called out as he handed Mo Wuji the jade talisman. Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to scan the area. He didn't manage to sense any difference with this place. Even his spirit storage channel's spiritual will wasn't able to detect any peculiarity. This made Mo Wuji even more impressed by how extraordinary these sages were. He was, after all, a God Array Emperor who could set up a grade 8 God Array. Even so, his Array Dao was nothing compared to this Huan Ti. As he broke the jade talisman in his hands, an invisible defensive array appeared in front of their eyes. Master! Yu Ming called out emotionally. Mo Wuji lifted his hand to break this defensive array before carrying the unconscious Ji Li out. Besides looking pale, there weren't many changes to Ji Li's delicate and pretty appearance. Even though Ji Li was severely injured to the extent of near death, she still looked pleasing to the eye. Even a slight scar on her forehead was a ghastly sight to others. Yu Ming controlled the tears in her eyes as she looked at Mo Wuji. She knew what she could or could not do with her limited abilities. She knew that she wouldn't be able to keep her master's life, let alone recover her sea of consciousness and spirit channels. Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel's spiritual will circulated within Ji Li's spirit channels. Even without prying into her sea of consciousness, Mo Wuji knew that even her spirit channels were completely destroyed. Your master is in a grave condition. I need to search for spiritual medicines to rescue your master, but your cultivation is too low. Before Mo Wuji could finish, Yu Ming interrupted. Senior, please go ahead. I will cultivate here while I wait for Senior to return. She was aware of her own abilities. She knew that following Mo Wuji would only add to his burden, instead of relieving it. Mo Wuji shook his head. No, you must not stay here. Huan Ti is gone, so this place will no longer be safe. Experts might pop by any moment. I have a sect in the God domain called the Mortal Sect. You can head to my sect. Yu Ming hurried to nod her head. She didn't and wouldn't have any doubts in Mo Wuji's words. Since this is the case, hurry up then. Also, since I address your master as senior sister, you can address me as senior uncle from today onwards. Mo Wuji swept his hand as he sent Ji Li into his mortal world. With the breath of Hong Meng beside Ji Li, her fleshly body and soul would start to warm up and nurture. Dao friend Mo, was your trip down fruitful? Meng Yi asked the moment he saw Mo Wuji and Yu Ming emerged. Jia Hong, who was healing by the side, stood up and walked over too. Mo Wuji nodded. My senior sister's life is no longer in danger. However, I cannot help her recover without the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Meng Yi understood Mo Wuji's intention. If it was before, he would have requested for Mo Wuji to take out half the fecta clay for him. Now, not only did he not mention anything about the fecta clay, he questioned. Dao friend Mo, when are we leaving? Mo Wuji understood Meng Yi's question as well. He was asking when they could go search for the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Mo Wuji nodded at Meng Yi as he handed Jia Hong a token. Jia Hong, bring Yu Ming back to my mortal sect to cultivate there. When I am heading towards the god burial cave, I will return to bring you along. Yes, senior brother. Jia Hong hurried to bow. With his current level of strength, he wouldn't dare to head over to the god burial cave even with Mo Wuji around. Jia Hong went to the mortal sect once. It was indeed a good location to cultivate. Because of the grade 7 god death trap array, he didn't dare to attack it previously. Now that he thought about it, he should count his blessings that he didn't do so. The place you mentioned is in God Continent? Mo Wuji couldn't help but ask when they sat on the Nirvana Ocean's transfer array again. Meng Yi laughed. Dao friend Mo, to be honest, not a lot of people would visit that place. Because that place was not suitable for cultivation and there was only a dead end. Where? Mo Wuji asked promptly. We've arrived. This is the place. Having said that, Meng Yi kept his flying treasure. They landed on an ordinary river. Mei Clan Manor? Mo Wuji stared doubtfully at the manor in front of him. This place is the Mei Clan's manor now? Meng Yi inquired shockingly. Mo Wuji explained. Years ago, I came out from here when I took the Nirvana Ocean's transfer array over. Back when Mo Wuji was on that turtle island with Jia Hong, he extracted a few items from Jia Hong. After which, he even forced Jia Hong to tell him where the transfer array to the God Continent was. Eventually, he arrived at the Mei Clan Manor after emerging from the transfer array. After the laws of the God world were restored, a portion of the land in God domain underwent massive changes. However, there weren't many changes to the appearance of the land in God Continent. Evidently, the Mei Clan Manor didn't change much. Besides the more complete laws of heaven and earth, the Mei Clan Manor still looked like gloomy like before. You've been here and was safe throughout? It was Meng Yi's turn to be shocked. Are there any problems? Mo Wuji answered. When I came here, the only problem was the restraint on my spiritual will. Also, there was this gloomy feeling about this place. Other than these, there was nothing else here. Meng Yi took a step closer to the ruined Mei Clan Manor before he started to scrutinize the place. After a while, he exclaimed. No wonder. A change had occurred in this place. It was as if someone built a manor here. Is it the Mei Clan Manor? It seemed like the Mei Clan had produced an impressive figure. To think he would be able to build a manor here. What is going on? Mo Wuji questioned. There is a transfer array here. Meng Yi sounded. Before Meng Yi could finish his sentence, Mo Wuji interjected. I know there is a transfer array here. I came over via the transfer array from the Nirvana Ocean. Meng Yi shook his head. Dao friend Mo, I'm not talking about the transfer array from the Nirvana Ocean. The Nirvana Ocean's transfer array must have been built afterwards. I'm talking about the transfer array. A sharp humming sound was heard from the ruins which interrupted Meng Yi's words. The manor, which was overgrown with weeds, appeared exceedingly mournful and gloomy because of this humming. Meng Yi and Mo Wuji laughed as they entered the manor together. Despite having a weak fleshly body, Meng Yi was still in the elementary quasi-sage stage. Mo Wuji might be in the elementary unity god stage, but his strength was equal to a sage. With two experts like them would be afraid of a humming sound, they shouldn't have started cultivating at all. Don't go in. Just as the two men stepped into the manor, a long-haired man dashed out to stop them. Mo Wuji turned to find this man slightly familiar. Before he could speak, Meng Yi commented, "This person's mind is severely injured. I don't think he will be alive for much longer." But Mo Wuji nodded as he could tell that this man seemed problematic. Not only was his mind injured, even his soul had scars and his primordial spirit was on the verge of dissipating. Before this man could continue speaking, Mo Wuji threw out a pill for him. This pill fell accurately into this man's mouth. The incoming man was surprised, but he instantly sat down with his legs crossed. What a good pill! Meng Yi couldn't help but compliment the pill. He might not be able to control himself as he wanted to ask Mo Wuji how was this possible. How could this pill look like it didn't have any impurities? A pill without impurities was a pill without pill poison. Mo Wuji chuckled, but nobody spoke. After he gained insights to his pill cleansing sacred art, the pills that he concocted were almost all harmless. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't casually rescue others with his pills. The reason why he rescued this man was because Mo Wuji felt that this man looked like Shilingru. From Mo Wuji's judgment, this person should have some relation to Shilingru. Shilingru was actually the sect head of the minor high firmament sect. Mo Wuji was on good terms with him and he did help him on several occasions. In less than half an incense worth of time, this long-haired man woke up. He opened his eyes to see Mo Wuji and Meng Yi. Soon after, he regained his senses as he hurried to bow towards Mo Wuji. Shifan greets Senior Mo. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. With a single pill, his torn soul was recovered. How could this be an ordinary pill? Back then, his father admired Pill Master Mo greatly. It seemed like this Pill Master Mo was truly impressive. You recognize me? How are you related to Shilingru? Mo Wuji asked. Shifan's eyes turned red as he hurried to reply. In reply to Senior, Shilingru is my father. How is your father now? Mo Wuji saw the state of Shifan and he could guess that Shilingru might have run into some troubles. Shifan pointed to the desolate and gloomy Mei Clan Manor. Many years ago, my father entered the Mei Clan Manor and didn't come out anymore. Junior's cultivation level is too low, so I didn't dare to head into the manor. I've waited for my father from the outside for many years, but to no avail or news about him. Why did your father enter the Mei Clan Manor? Mo Wuji couldn't help but ask. There was no treasure in the Mei Clan Manor. It was merely a ruined wasteland. Shifan answered. My father went in to rescue Senior Mei Qianxian of the Firmament Pond Mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:16, 3 Rogue Sages. Chapter 11:16, 3 Rogue Sages. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. In that instant, an outstandingly good-looking woman appeared in Mo Wuji's mind. Mei Qianxian was the reason why he was able to enter the minor high firmament sect. She was also the reason why he was able to grow crops in the minor high firmament village. Mei Qianxian's reputation in the high firmament god sect wasn't very good. However, this wouldn't affect Mo Wuji's friendship with her. Mo Wuji would make friends with anyone he could get along with instead of the other party's reputation. What happened to Sister Mei? Mo Wuji's impression of Mei Qianxian was quite decent. After Shifan calmed down, he took in a deep breath of air before speaking. Back then, after Senior rescued Mountain Lord Mei and killed Jingwei, Mountain Lord Mei left the minor high firmament sect too. However, Mountain Lord Mei suddenly came back to the minor high firmament sect after the restorations of the laws of the heaven and earth and God continent. I had no idea what Mountain Lord May and my father talked about. The very next day, Mountain Lord May headed towards the May clan manor alone. After Mountain Lord May entered the May clan manor, there were no longer any news of her. 7 days later, my father grew worried about Mountain Lord May. He brought an elder of the minor high firmament sect into the May clan manor to look for Mountain Lord May. Meng Yi, who was standing by the side, suddenly asked, "Is your father very close with Mountain Lord May?" Shi Fan shook his head. "No, the person my father admired the most was Senior Pill Master Mo. Pill Master Mo did ask my father to look after Mountain Lord May. Therefore, when Mountain Lord May got into trouble, my father will naturally not sit back and watch." Shi Fan wasn't speaking blindly. When Mo Wuji parted ways with Shi Lingru, he didn't expect Mo Wuji to achieve this much. However, Mo Wuji's reputation in the Nirvana Learning Academy grew exponentially. This was when Shi Lingru confirmed that Mo Wuji would have an extraordinary future. In his heart, he was even more determined to make friends with Mo Wuji. However, there weren't many more opportunities for him to meet Mo Wuji. The only way to be on the good side of Mo Wuji was to let Mo Wuji understand that he placed huge importance on Mo Wuji's friends. Mo Wuji was aware of how Shi Lingru was a clever and successful figure. Hence, he didn't doubt any of Shi Fan's words. What happened afterwards? Shi Fan spoke respectfully. "Before my father entered the May clan manor, he did leave me with some instructions. He told me that if he didn't make it out, I should report this incident to the Nirvana Learning Academy. Because I was worried about my father, I approached the May clan manor. I dared not step into the May clan manor, but even so, my mind was suddenly injured and I lost part of my consciousness. I could still remember the words of my father, which was why I didn't set foot into the May clan manor at all. All I could remember doing was to warn those who attempted to head into the May clan manor, but..." "What was your father's cultivation level when he entered the May clan manor?" Mo Wuji asked. "Unity God level 1. Shi Fan answered. Mo Wuji nodded. "Alright, I got it. I'm going to enter the May clan manor with my friend now. You can head back to the minor high firmament sect first. Even an expert in the Unity God level 1 could disappear without a trace in the May clan manor." This proved that the May clan manor was definitely not simple. "Senior Mo, you must not set foot into the May clan manor. I will head to the Nirvana Learning Academy now." Mo Wuji didn't let Shi Fan finish his sentence as he shook his hand. The Nirvana Learning Academy is no longer the same Nirvana Learning Academy as before. Even though it is still the God continent's biggest sect, there are some changes to it. Heading to the Nirvana Learning Academy will not solve the problem. You can rest assured that if I see your father in the May clan manor, I will definitely lend a helping hand. Many thanks, Senior Mo. Shi Fan hurried to bow. Let's go, Dao friend Meng. Mo Wuji called for Meng Yi as they stepped into the May clan manor. The May clan manor was pretty much the same as before. There weren't many changes to it because of the restorations of the laws in the God continent. At the very least, it was equally as gloomy and desolate when Mo Wuji and Meng Yi entered. Dao friend Mo, where is the location of the transfer array which you used from the Nirvana Ocean? The two of them traveled across the broken walls and weeds before arriving at the depths of the May clan manor. Meng Yi asked while observing the surrounding. Mo Wuji pointed a collapsed building. It is right there below the ground. There is a stone house there and the transfer array. Mo Wuji stopped talking as he looked shockingly at Meng Yi. Meng Yi's face turned pale and his entire body was shivering. An indistinct primordial spirit was actually being pulled out of Meng Yi's body. Looking at Meng Yi's anxious expression, Mo Wuji knew that Meng Yi must have met with some troubles. Mo Wuji shivered subconsciously as he felt a chilling aura. Very soon, Mo Wuji reacted to the situation. While his spiritual will was unable to detect anything, he scanned the surrounding with his spirit storage channel. In the next moment, he saw an indistinct hand seal extracting the primordial spirit of Meng Yi. Meng Yi was a reputable quasi-sage, but even he had no means of fighting back. The frightening thing was that he couldn't even cry for help. Without hesitation, Mo Wuji sent out a spiritual will arrow. While the spiritual will of his sea of consciousness was restrained, he still had the spiritual will of his spirit storage channel. After shooting out that spiritual will arrow, Mo Wuji's half-moon weighted halberd struck out a white radiance. AI! A devastating cry broke the silence of the Mei clan manor. Following which, a red radiance exploded and the surrounding returned to its original peace. Meng Yi, who finally regained his senses, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he turned to Mo Wuji. "Many thanks, Dao friend Mo. If it wasn't for your intervention, my primordial spirit would have been extracted by that B***starred AI." At the thought of this, Meng Yi looked curiously at Mo Wuji. "Why was your primordial spirit not attacked? And you could even use your magic treasure sacred art." In a place like this, Meng Yi was also able to execute his sacred art. That was because he had his own secrets. But how was Mo Wuji able to execute his sacred arts? How was his primordial spirit still intact? After stepping into the Unity God stage, he intentionally revealed some Dao spirituality. Otherwise, even Huan Ti, let alone Meng Yi, wouldn't be able to tell that he was immortal. Mo Wuji wasn't bothered by Meng Yi's question. If he didn't have any primordial spirit, how was anyone capable of snatching his primordial spirit? As for his spirit storage channel, he wouldn't tell anyone about it. "Dao friend Meng, I believe there are some matters which you have to let me know. Otherwise, it will not be beneficial for both of us." Mo Wuji's tone became serious. If it wasn't for the importance of the extreme ice heavenly bamboo to Geely, Mo Wuji would really not wish to cooperate with this sneaky Meng Yi. Meng Yi took in a breath as he protected himself with his domain before striking out a sound isolation array. "Dao friend Mo, now that things have gone beyond my expectations, I will tell you even if you didn't ask. You know about the God Throne and you also know that I am one of the 3 rogue sages. Naturally, there are 3 of us who are rogue sages. One of their names is Dui Zhaoran and he is the one regarding the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. You're saying that Dui Zhaoran is here?" Mo Wuji questioned. Meng Yi shook his head. "I am not certain about this. Back then, all the 3 rogue sages formed an alliance during the cataclysm. On our journey, I personally witnessed how Yuan Mo had his soul destroyed. Dui Zhaoran and I combined forces to escape into an empty forest. Following which, we went on to hide our treasures in this empty forest on our own. I am certain that Dui Zhaoran would hide his extreme ice heavenly bamboo there. This was because Dui Zhaoran was severely injured and his world was unstable. With those conditions, he would undoubtedly not dare to bring a treasure like the extreme ice heavenly bamboo with him. The extreme ice heavenly bamboo was too important to him because it was something that could recover his grand Dao in the future. My guess was right because not long after, I personally witnessed how Dui Zhaoran's world was destroyed." What happened next? Mo Wuji wasn't as hopeful as before anymore. After so many years, Dui Zhaoran might have gone back to retrieve it. After that, Dui Zhaoran and I got together to set up a void transfer array in the void forest. Eventually, we got transferred to the place you call the Mei Clan Manor. After recording the location of this transfer array, we carved some transfer array runes here. Once that was done, we parted ways. Meng Yi continued to speak. Mo Wuji furrowed his brows as he asked, "Why are you so certain that Dui Zhaoran didn't return? Maybe he returned, installed the transfer array and went back to retrieve his item?" Meng Yi shook his head. "Back when we were installing the transfer array, I was the main person doing it. Dui Zhaoran's array Dao is far from mine. Even if he is here, he will not be able to complete the transfer array alone. However, I am starting to doubt my judgment now. Why? Mo Wuji's heart jumped because he was worried that Dui Xiaoren took away the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Meng Yi answered. I suspect that Dui Xiaoren has recovered. Otherwise, he will not have the capabilities to extract my primordial spirit. There was something Meng Yi didn't continue to explain. There was a high possibility that Dui Xiaoren extracted his primordial spirit so he could force him to complete the void transfer array. If Dui Xiaoren was very much stronger than Mo Wuji and himself, he, Meng Yi, would no longer have much of a choice. What did the two of you install the transfer array previously? Bring me there. Mo Wuji stared solemnly at Meng Yi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:17, The Secret of the Mei Clan Manor. Chapter 11:17, The Secret of the Mei Clan Manor. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Having his primordial spirit almost taken away from him, this resulted in an additional trace of a shadow in Meng Yi's heart. In fact, he didn't even wish to continue his journey with Mo Wuji. However, he thought of how Mo Wuji still had the Fecta clay. Moreover, he was also curious about how Mo Wuji was able to casually execute his sacred arts here. Because of these reasons, he clenched his teeth as he made his decision to gamble on this. Without the Fecta clay, his life would probably stagnate from here. Rumors spread that there was only one piece of the Fecta clay in the entire universe. It could possibly be the piece which Mo Wuji had with him. If he were to miss this opportunity, it would be equivalent to him limiting the future of his grand Tao. I'll bring you there. Meng Yi spoke with his teeth clenched. Having said that, he executed his forbidden technique. Very soon after, he managed to sense the energy of the carved runes. This way. Meng Yi indicated to Mo Wuji before leading the way. After half an incense worth of time, he and Mo Wuji arrived at the deepest depths of the Mei Clan Manor. This place should be a lotus pond, but today, there were no longer any lotuses around. There was still some water accumulated in the middle of the pond. Throughout this process, both Mo Wuji and Meng Yi were not ambushed. Right in the middle of this pond. I'm certain that I'm not wrong because I could feel the energy of my carved runes here. Standing by the side of the pond, Meng Yi said confidently. Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel's spiritual will seep through, but it was blocked off very soon. An old and mottled stone gate blocked his spiritual will. This stone door gave Mo Wuji an odd feeling as if it wasn't made of stone. Instead, Mo Wuji felt like it was made of a type of miserable grief. Mo Wuji retracted his spiritual will before asking. Does that Dui Xiaoren likes to absorb cultivator's primordial spirit to cultivate? Meng Yi shook his head. No, but he did have a sacred art which could do this. In fact, this sacred art could allow his cultivation level to grow rapidly. Rumors spread that he can even become a sage, but he chose not to cultivate this way. I suspect that after the cataclysm, Dui Xiaoren altered his cultivation technique. I am going down to take a look. Are you coming with me? Mo Wuji looked at Meng Yi. He would get Meng Yi to wait for him here if he wasn't planning to head down. Of course I am going down with you. Meng Yi replied without any doubts. He was certain that Mo Wuji had more techniques to survive in this place than he did. Mo Wuji hurried down as Meng Yi followed closely behind. While he was hurrying down, Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel's spiritual roots could sense an energy prying on his surrounding. However, that energy didn't act against Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji guessed that he should be afraid of his spiritual will arrow. Because of that energy prying on his movements, Mo Wuji chose to reduce his speed. After an incense worth of time, he came to a halt with Meng Yi. Both of them arrived in front of a mottled stone gate. There were 3 words written on that stone gate: Sage Verification Gate. At the sight of this gate, Meng Yi's expression turned ugly drastically. Dao friend Meng, what happened? Mo Wuji looked doubtfully at Meng Yi. Meng Yi pointed at the stone gate with a trembling hand. The outer layer of skin on this gate. That is. Noticing Meng Yi's trembling voice and look of disbelief, Mo Wuji asked. Does it belong to one of the three rogue sages, Dui Xiaoren? Meng Yi looked shockingly at that as he replied. Yes, it is indeed Dui Xiaoren's skin. I've interacted with Dui Xiaoren for countless years. I am definitely able to recognize his energy. Even a fool would be able to tell that Dui Xiaoren wasn't the one who ambushed Meng Yi previously. With his skin scraped off his body to make this stone gate, how is it possible for Dui Xiaoren to deal with Meng Yi? This stone gate seems very difficult to break through. Mo Wuji circulated his spirit storage channel as he spoke. Even I am unable to open this gate. Meng Yi added with a worried expression. This stone gate was condensed with Dui Xiaoren's Tao spirituality, who was, after all, a quasi-sage expert. A stone gate condensed from his Tao spirituality and a supreme array. It was indeed something the present Meng Yi couldn't open. Yet another trace of shadow was formed in Meng Yi's heart. Back then, Dui Xiaoren was still a quasi-sage expert. Even so, someone could peel his skin to make this door and even took over this place. How could this fella be weak? Mo Wuji asked abruptly. Dao friend Meng, I believe this person has been waiting for your arrival. Meng Yi sighed without saying anything. Even without Mo Wuji's mention, he guessed that the other party was waiting for him. He was certain that even he wanted to leave now, he might not be able to do so. Fortunately, he came here with Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was a person with mysterious techniques which even he couldn't discern. Previously, when the two of you were here, was the energy so gloomy as well? Mo Wuji questioned yet again. Meng Yi didn't have the mood to talk as he simply shook his head. Mo Wuji sighed. I know who is here. Who? Meng Yi asked anxiously. Tian Hen. Mo Wuji replied calmly. Meng Yi's heart jumped as he quickly replied. This isn't possible. He was certain that if Tian Hen was here, he, Meng Yi, wouldn't have been alive up till now. Tian Hen would have gotten rid of him from the very beginning. In fact, even Mo Wuji wouldn't be able to obstruct Tian Hen. Mo Wuji answered coldly. This is a certainty, not a possibility. Previously, when I arrived here from the Nirvana Ocean of Extinction, I do feel odd. The energy of the Mei Clan Manor was actually similar to the energy of the Nirvana Ocean. Now, I finally realized that this was the doing of Tian Hen, that old fella. However, you don't have to worry. I'm certain that Tian Hen isn't here. In fact, that fella isn't even in the God continent. Meng Yi's anxious heart finally calmed down. He replied, Dao friend Mo, let's hurry up and leave this place. We wouldn't be able to make it out if we delay any longer. Once Tian Hen returned, how was he and Mo Wuji going to escape? Mo Wuji spoke again. Dao friend Mo, do you really think that you can leave just because you want to? Tian Hen was evidently waiting for your return. Now that you have returned, it is equivalent to you entering his lair. Even if Tian Hen isn't around, he would hear of this news very quickly. The only way for us to escape now will be to leave from this transfer array. Mo Wuji's purpose here was not to find out who occupied this place. Instead, he came to look for the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Without the extreme ice heavenly bamboo in his hands, how could he leave this place? What are we supposed to do here if we are unable to open this gate? Meng Yi revealed eyes of despair because he knew that Mo Wuji was right. If Tian Hen returned, he wouldn't stand a chance to escape. He was also aware why Tian Hen wanted to look for him. Besides Dui Xiaoren's extreme ice heavenly bamboo, there was one more thing with him. Mo Wuji raised his hand and the Kuan Wu sword appeared in his hands. Kuan Wu? Meng Yi looked shockingly at the gray-colored sword in Mo Wuji's hands. Mo Wuji nodded. Indeed, just because you cannot break through here doesn't mean that I couldn't. Having said that, the Kuan-Wu sword turned into a grey Dao Law as it struck forward. Bang! A loud explosion was heard and a crack appeared on the mottled gate. Without any hesitation, the Kuan-Wu sword struck out yet another terrifying killing intent. It was just like the one used to tear the laws of the God continent as it was struck towards the same crack on the gate. Gotcha! Yet another crack appeared on the gate, and in the very next moment, Mo Wuji sent out a punch. The cracked gate instantly collapsed. An extremely majestic-looking hall appeared in front of the eyes of Mo Wuji and Meng Yi. There were crisscrossed array runes right smack in the middle of the hall. These array runes were protected by a defensive array. Other than the array runes, there was also a skeleton-like man seated in the void. Meng Yi, you sure have some guts to break my gate. The skeleton-like man said in a stern tone. He dared not say anything to Mo Wuji. Previously, he was shot by Mo Wuji's spiritual will arrow and had yet to recover from it. Meng Yi grunted coldly. What are you? Are you even worthy of speaking to me? Mo Wuji chuckled. This thing here was the one who used his hand imprint to extract your primordial spirit. It seems like this thing here is pretty strong. My guess is that he is Tianhen's lackey, but... All of the sudden, Mo Wuji stopped talking as his eyes scanned through the surrounding of the hall. This hall was filled with skins of all sorts of cultivators. On closer look, this hall really did look very eerie. Because of his previous interaction with Shilingru, he was well aware of Shilingru's energy. Very quickly, Mo Wuji found a piece of Shilingru's skin. However, he didn't recognize Mei Qianqian's skin because they were not that close before. Moreover, Mei Qianqian was a female, so there was no way he could pry or have a sensing of Mei Qianqian's energy. The icy cold killing intent filled Mo Wuji's entire body as he looked at the skeleton-like man. With a tinge of killing intent in his tone, Mo Wuji spoke. It seems like you are also the one who exterminated the Mei clan, Ha 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 ha. The skeleton-like man let out a huge laughter in which his tears almost fell out from his eyes. My name is Mei Hangshang and I am the one who builds the Mei clan manor many years ago. What do you think? Ha 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 ha. You're indeed a pervert to think that you'll destroy your own manor. You've even pasted all your killings on the walls of this wall. It is truly unfortunate that the Mei clan has an ancestor like you. After saying this, Mo Wuji's half-moon weighted halberd turned into a halberd radiance as it swept over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:18, Restraining a Fake Quasi-Sage. Chapter 11:18, Restraining a Fake Quasi-Sage. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. A white bone descended from the void at almost the same time Mo Wuji's halberd struck. The white bone exploded in mid-air before sweeping up countless white fish scales. These white fish scales surged towards the halberd. Bang! The white radiance of the halberd was wrapped around by the white fish scales. Following which, it appeared to dissolve in a swamp. Mo Wuji knew that this fella wasn't afraid of his ordinary sacred arts. However, Mo Wuji never thought of using his seven-world finger or great art of destruction against Mei Hangshang. There was no need for Mo Wuji to go all out to deal with a mere Mei Hangshang. After sending out 3 consecutive spiritual will arrows, Mei Hangshang let out a few more devastating cries. Following his cries, the white fish scales which were wrapped around Mo Wuji's half-moon weighted halberd disappeared without a trace. They turned back into a white bone as it fell to the side. Gotcha! Even Meng Yi, who was standing by the side, could hear the cracking sounds from Mei Hangshang's bones. During the fight between Mo Wuji and Mei Hangshang, Meng Yi didn't do anything at all. One reason was to respect Mo Wuji. Given Mo Wuji's strength, dealing with Mei Hangshang shouldn't require his assistance. Secondly, he wanted to see how Mo Wuji was going to deal with an elementary quasi-sage expert like Mei Hangshang. Presently, he saw the outcome clearly. Even if Mei Hangshang was an elementary quasi-sage expert, he didn't even have the capability to fight back against Mo Wuji. It wasn't because Mei Hangshang was too weak but because Mei Hangshang's techniques weren't fatal enough. Mo Wuji, on the other hand, seemed to have a specialized technique to deal with the flaws in Mei Hangshang's technique. Meng Ye's guess was that Mo Wuji used a method to attack spiritual will. Mei Hangshang cultivated the devouring god Dao so he would be most fearful of attacks on his spiritual will. To be honest, even he was fearful of Mo Wuji's spiritual will attack. Bang! 3 spiritual will arrows struck the injured Mei Hangshang's sea of consciousness, causing it to be in disarray. The seated Mei Hangshang was like a glass swept onto the ground as he landed with a lot of cracking sounds. He was on the ground with his bones detached. To Mo Wuji's surprise, Mei Hangshang didn't look too depressed or disappointed. With his skull on top of the pile of bones, he looked at Mo Wuji. When you first arrived here, you were merely an ant. I cultivated a Dao which allows me to absorb primordial spirits. Even so, how did you stop me from absorbing? The first time Mo Wuji was here, the God continent had yet to recover fully. He, Mei Hangshang, was not completely controlled by Tianhen. He was merely penetrated by one of Tianhen's spiritual will. Because he cultivated Dui Zharen's devouring god Dao, he was able to have some freedom in this place. When he was unable to absorb Mo Wuji's primordial spirit, he was also not capable of capturing Mo Wuji here. That was the reason why Mo Wuji was able to escape so easily. Where is Mei Qianqian? Mo Wuji didn't bother answering his question. Instead, he directly inquired about Mei Qianqian. With a sinister laugh, Mei Hangshang replied. She was taken away by Tianhen. I am about to reincarnate, so I will ask about Mei Qianqian. When it's your turn to reincarnate, I'll let you know again. He, Mei Hangshang, was considered the most talented cultivator in the entire God continent. Even before the laws of heaven and earth and God world were restored, cultivating to the unity God stage was insanely difficult. He, Mei Hangshang, actually cultivated to the great circle of the unity God stage. Mei Hangshang was never interested in dominating the entire God continent. If he was even slightly interested, he was strong enough to establish a force capable of opposing the Nirvana Learning Academy. Instead, he was interested in verifying himself as a sage. He was interested in entering the ranks of a true expert with a God throne. Coincidentally, he did come across such an opportunity. He met an exceptional expert in the Mei clan manor. To be specific, it was a severely injured exceptional expert. Through all sorts of methods, he managed to approach this expert and even obtained his devouring god Dao's technique. Eventually, Mei Hangshang even managed to assassinate him. If he hadn't met an even more terrifying expert like Sage Tianhen, he, Mei Hangshang, would have succeeded. Mo Wuji sneered coldly. Even a sage who died at my hands wouldn't be able to reincarnate. What makes you think a puny quasi-sage like you can think about reincarnation? Just as Mo Wuji said this, Mei Hangshang asked anxiously. How are you able to do so? Mei Hangshang realized that he was unable to seep out even a trace of spiritual will. Presently, the entire space was sealed by packed void runes. In fact, he wouldn't be able to escape from such an overwhelmingly strong void death trap array even if he was without any injuries now. He was certain that even a trace of his dissipating primordial spirit wouldn't make it past this invisible array. This wasn't simply a death trap array but also a seal on the 5 elements and the surrounding. With the laws of all 5 elements sealed up, how was he supposed to escape? Meng Yi was sneering coldly in his heart. Mo Wuji was someone who could even lock Huan Ti up. Nobody knew what rubbish methods this fella used to become a quasi-sage. However, it was simply a joke to think that a person without a god throne was hoping he could escape from the clutches of Mo Wuji. Moreover, he was merely a pawn controlled and used by Tianhen. Mo Wuji replied faintly. You don't have to worry about how I did it. All you need to tell me is the location of Mei Qianqian. Even though she has a disgusting ancestor like you, Mei Qianqian is still a decent person. Just as Mo Wuji said this, he could feel a depressing energy. As he turned to look, his eyes landed on a human skin as white as snow. Without saying anything, Mo Wuji suddenly felt so depressed that he wanted to find someone to spill his emotions. Following which, anger filled up his entire heart and soul. Mei Qianqian, Mo Wuji was certain that was Mei Qianqian. Mei Qianqian was a depressed figure whose life was nothing but a huge depression. While she looked like she had fame and respect in her sect, the truth was that she had endured countless humiliations. Mo Wuji only managed to sense her depression because he mentioned her name multiple times. I am telling you to let me reincarnate. Mei Hangshang shouted wildly. Being trapped in Mo Wuji's 5 elements death trap array, there was simply no chance for him to reincarnate. Mo Wuji shut his eyes as he didn't answer Mei Hangshang's words. Meng Yi, who was standing closest to Mo Wuji, could sense Mo Wuji's rage and killing intent. He took the initiative to ask. You killed Dui Zhaoren and snatched his devouring god Dao technique? Yes, but the person backing me is Sage Tianhen, an expert with a god throne. If you dare to touch me, Sage Tianhen would crush you into fine powder and never allow you to come back to life. Mei Hangshang was different from others. He was a person with desperate hopes to live. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to be controlled by Sage Tianhen. He wouldn't have listened to his order to stay and wait for Meng Yi. He would rather reincarnate than to be killed by Tianhen and never have a chance to reincarnate. Reincarnation was extremely important to him. Because he cultivated the devouring god Dao, he would still be able to retrieve his cultivation and memory after reincarnation. However, cultivating back to the great circle of the Unity God stage after reincarnation was too difficult. This was why he chose not to undergo reincarnation up till today. Mo Wuji opened his eyes before looking at Mei Hangshang with a disdainful look. Do you think scum like you have the rights to reincarnate? Die. The grade 9 scholar's heart was sent out. Almost instantaneously, Mei Hangshang's body was engulfed in Mo Wuji's scholar's heart. Within the green flame, a terrifying-looking head popped out. A devastating cry was heard. Please let me off and I am willing to do anything for you. You like the women of my Mei clan, right? I can help you produce more as long as you let me off. I will be your dog. Mo Wuji let out a loud sigh. Initially, I was planning to let you burn for a while more. Who would have expected you to even insult dogs? A golden light exploded from the scholar's heart and Mei Hangshang's cry for help stopped abruptly. Meng Yi subconsciously shivered. He didn't expect Mo Wuji to even possess a grade 9 god flame. In his current condition, he was most fearful of flame. It was just like how Mei Hangshang was most afraid of attacks on his spiritual will. If Mo Wuji also possessed an offensive sacred art using flames, he would be completely restrained by Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji turned to Meng Yi as he spoke. Tianhen is a sage and Mei Hangshang is his dog. Killing him here will definitely alert Tianhen. This hall should be where you and Dui Zhaoren carved the void runes, right? Please take a look and see how long you need to complete the transfer array back to the void forest. Meng Yi answered hurriedly. Brother Mo, don't worry about this. I will definitely complete this in the shortest possible time. Because of respect and admiration, Meng Yi changed the way he addressed Mo Wuji to Brother Mo. Whether or not Mo Wuji possessed a sacred art of flames, he dared not take this risk. Mo Wuji didn't mind as he replied. I shall go ahead to bury my 2 friends first. After saying that, Mo Wuji swept up the remains of Mei Qianqian and Shilingru as he headed out of the ground. Because of the slight trace of depression which Mei Qianqian and Shilingru had, there should still be a chance of reincarnation. Mo Wuji didn't send them into his mortal world because his mortal world was an independent world. Before they reincarnate in the world which they perished in, entering his mortal world would dash any hopes of reincarnation. With his fastest speed, Mo Wuji buried the two of them in a valley deep in the Mei clan manor. Without any hesitation, he returned to see Meng Yi hurrying to complete the array. Even if Mo Wuji didn't rush Meng Yi dared not stay here for long. Sage Tianhan was like a huge mountain pressing on Meng Yi's head. Meng Yi dared not relax and take it easy even for a second. Mo Wuji was in awe while watching Meng Yi work on his array. After sealing Huan Ti, Mo Wuji's combat abilities increased to yet another level. If he were to fight Meng Yi, Mo Wuji was confident of being able to suppress him. However, Mo Wuji still felt inferior as he looked at Meng Yi's array Dao. Despite being a grade 8 God Array Emperor himself, he was still a distance away from Meng Yi in terms of array Dao. Among the runes which Meng Yi carved, Mo Wuji only understood a portion of it. At this point in time, there was no reason for Mo Wuji to be embarrassed. While Meng Yi was forging array flags to install the transfer array, Mo Wuji kept asking questions by the side. As long as he didn't understand something, he would ask Meng Yi instantly. Afterwards, he would request to help forge a few array flags or void runes. Meng Yi, who tried to get on the good side of Mo Wuji, didn't conceal any knowledge when Mo Wuji asked. Meng Yi also allowed Mo Wuji to try carving a few of the runes that were needed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:19, The Ant Who Knew How to Run. Chapter 11:19, The Ant Who Knew How to Run. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Lei Hongji gasped as he was determined to find out the person who took away the furnace of heaven and earth. If Lei Hongji knew who the person was, he would definitely skin that fellow alive. Indeed, Lei Hongji saw the furnace of heaven and earth before. Regardless of how much he wanted to bring it away, he was unable to do so. Because of the furnace of heaven and earth, that **starred, Tianhen chased after him for over 10 years. For 10 years, Lei Hongji was on the run. He would have been killed by that **starred if it wasn't for spatial escape technique and his cultivation level. He was currently in Unity God level 4. Besides a small increment in the level of his spatial escape technique, Lei Hongji didn't see much improvement in his cultivation level. Initially, he became a Unity God because of the recovery of the God world and the appearance of the Paramitha flower. Additionally, he made use of a peak-grade Dao fruit to charge past the elementary Unity God stage. In a very short period of time, he stepped into Unity God level 4. The God world had perfect laws of the heaven and earth while he had exceptional items. With a little more time, he should be able to step into Unity God level 7 easily. However, that **starred called Tianhan wanted to kill him so desperately because of the furnace of heaven and earth. That furnace was gigantic and he was unable to refine it. Even the Lei Hongji of the present might not be able to take it away, let alone previously. Despite not being able to bring it away, Lei Hongji knew that the furnace of heaven and earth was definitely a good item. It could be considered a peak-grade treasure simply because it could produce the Heavenly Law's elemental pills. Previously, a cultivator with these pills told him that the furnace of heaven and earth produced the Heavenly Law's elemental pills. However, Lei Hongji didn't believe him and he killed him. After seeing how these Heavenly Law's elemental pills were actually shot out by the furnace, how could Lei Hongji not get excited? Lei Hongji realized he truly had no means to bring the furnace of heaven and earth away after arriving at its location. Initially, Lei Hongji planned to come back after becoming a Unity God. Suddenly, the laws of the God world were restored and the appearance of the land changed drastically. The location of the furnace of heaven and earth became only an idea. Indeed, he successfully cultivated to become a Unity God. Before he could go look for the furnace, someone came after him for that same furnace. Unfortunately, his return to God domain this time was because he was forced back. If he didn't have his own ways, he might not even be able to board the transfer array from God continent to God domain. Truthfully, Lei Hongji wasn't the most depressed person because Tianhan was. The furnace of heaven and earth was Tianhan's treasure of fortune. Naturally, he knew what he placed it. According to his investigations, he found out that a fella, who cultivated the dark technique, wanted his furnace. However, it didn't mean that anybody who wanted it could bring it away. Afterwards, that fella even set up a white bone pool. Tianhan went to the ruins of the white bone pool. He realized that there weren't even any white bones, let alone the furnace of heaven and earth. Afterwards, he started checking those ants who came to God World from the Cosmos Wall. The pity was God World was simply too huge and his cultivation level had yet to recover. After a while, he finally obtained news of an ant who came up from the Cosmos Wall. However, that ant was killed by a fella called Lei Hongji. Therefore, Lei Hongji was the most important figure he, Tianhan, wanted to capture. This should be a small matter for him. He was a sage even though his cultivation level fell to the level of a quasi-sage. No matter his cultivation level, capturing an intermediate unity god ant should be easy. In the end, it was everything but easy. In fact, he even spent over 10 years chasing after him. From God continent to God domain, he even destroyed a few of the god cities. Tianhan would have given up on chasing this ant in any other case. However, the furnace of heaven and earth was simply too important to him. At that point in time, Tianhan sensed that a chess piece which he set up was actually destroyed. Mei Hangshang of God Domain was a key figure to his extreme ice heavenly bamboo and void water seal. Once Mei Hangshang was killed, he would lose his chance to find Meng Yi. Meng Yi was, after all, one of the 3 rogue sages. It was definitely neither simple nor easy to find a person like him. Tianhan stopped his pursuit for Lei Hongji. Given Lei Hongji's craftiness and techniques, he knew that capturing Lei Hongji quickly wasn't possible. Moreover, he knew that the furnace of heaven and earth wasn't with Lei Hongji. Therefore, his priority was to capture Meng Yi. Only Meng Yi would have the chance and skills to kill Mei Hangshang. It wouldn't matter if he missed out on Lei Hongji now. He could still look for Lei Hongji in the future to force out news of the furnace of heaven and earth. However, missing out on Meng Yi meant that he would never be able to find back his void water seal and extreme ice heavenly bamboo. After the cataclysm, Meng Yi would definitely suffer. Hence, Meng Yi would undoubtedly need these 2 items. To surpass the other sages, Tianhan needed these 2 items together with his furnace of heaven and earth. He mustn't let Meng Yi waste these 2 items just like that. The escaping Lei Hongji came to an abrupt halt. He shockingly realized that Tianhan was no longer chasing after him. This came as an extremely pleasant surprise. To him, his priority now would be to find a place to improve his cultivation level. It could be said that nobody in the entire God world could compare to his current spiritual roots aptitude. Once his cultivation level was improved, he would definitely teach Tianhan a lesson. As for the furnace of heaven and earth, I, Lei Hongji, am definitely going to get it. For 3 consecutive days, Meng Yi was installing the transfer array. With Meng Yi at work, the transfer array was getting closer to completion. During this process, Mo Wuji learnt many things. Mo Wuji's array Dao was completely different from Meng Yi's. Even so, it was sufficient for him to perfect his own array Dao with the new knowledge. On the 4th day, Mo Wuji suddenly looked up at the top of the hall. "What is it?" Meng Yi asked anxiously. Mo Wuji sensed an extreme danger coming their way. Mo Wuji said while looking at the top of the hall, "If I'm not wrong, Tianhan is very near us. In less than half an incense worth of time, he should be able to arrive here." Meng Yi became much more anxious than Mo Wuji upon hearing Tianhan's name. He instantly stepped onto the transfer array before asking Mo Wuji to come over. "Come on up quickly, the few void runes by the side are not necessary. We will definitely be able to travel through it." A god spiritual vein was already implanted at the bottom of the transfer array. It was enough for both Mo Wuji and Meng Yi to be transferred. I am going to ignite it now. Brother Mo, you should hurry up too. Seeing how Mo Wuji was still carving some void runes by the side, Meng Yi grew worried. He felt extremely uncomfortable as well. I'm almost done. After carving out 1,000 more array runes, Mo Wuji stepped into the transfer array. A person appeared within Mo Wuji and Meng Yi's spiritual will. Meng Yi threw out a few array flags to activate the transfer array. At the same time, Mo Wuji also threw out a few array flags before striking out hundreds of hand seals. What did you do? The white light of the transfer array swept up. Concurrently, when Meng Yi and Mo Wuji was enveloped, Meng Yi questioned. I gave Tianhen a small gift. He was, after all, a sage, so I must show him a little respect. I set off a few firecrackers for him. Having said that, a huge hand charged down in an attempt to grab Meng Yi and Mo Wuji. When the massive hand was less than 5 meters away, Mo Wuji and Meng Yi disappeared within the white light. A middle-aged man in brown robe with an ashen face landed in front of the transfer array. His spiritual will scanned through every corner of the array runes and foundation. He needed to find out how to activate this transfer array as soon as possible. The moment his spiritual will landed on the transfer array, an energy of destruction surged over. This frightening energy of destruction looked like it was about to tear the entire God world apart. Not good. Just as this man was about to escape, a loud explosion could be heard. Following which, everything in the space around him was instantly destroyed. Following which, the terrifying energy of the collapse overwhelmed the space. Everything within this space was turned into fine powder and eventually, nothingness. The middle-aged man's clothing was torn and even a few of his bones were cracked. If it was any other cultivator, he would have turned into nothingness too. Boom, boom, boom. The collapse of the space didn't end, but this man already stepped out of the exploding region. He looked shockingly at the disappearing Mei Clan manor. The space was like a massive mouth as it swallowed the entire Mei Clan manor. Naturally, this middle-aged man was the anxious sage Tianhen. He was only a split second late to capture Mo Wuji and Meng Yi. Even though he missed out, Tianhen wasn't bothered because he knew he still had a chance. Given his abilities, he was confident in activating the transfer array quickly. After that, he would be able to catch up with Meng Yi and the ant beside him. He didn't believe that every cultivator was as good at running as Lei Hongji. Unexpectedly, he didn't think that Mo Wuji would destroy the place with such a frightening technique. Yet another bold and crafty fella. If it was any other cultivator who knew that he was coming, who would be calm enough to continue carving the array runes? He even left behind a great sacred art just before leaving. The Mei Clan manor was no longer there. After the collapse, the laws of space seemed to be slowly recovering. Tianhen's shock became excitement after a while. In fact, he wasn't even bothered to get angry at how he was ambushed, tore his clothes and even suffered a minor injury. An excited Tianhen stood there motionlessly. He was excited because he witnessed the great art of destruction. Indeed, he was certain that he saw the great art of destruction. Even though he, Tianhen, was a sage, he didn't have a sacred art like the great art of destruction. Among the 8 great sages, how many great sacred arts were there? He wouldn't have ended up in such pitiful state if he had a great sacred art previously. The sacred art was executed by the ant using hand seals and array runes before he left. If he were to execute this great art of destruction face to face, it would definitely be at least 10 times or even 100 times more powerful than this. He, Tianhen, was definitely going to obtain this great art of destruction. No matter who owned this great art of destruction, he would never let him go. The pity were his extreme ice heavenly bamboo, void water seal, and Meng Yi. There was nothing he could do for the time being about this pity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1120, Grand Desert. Chapter 1120, Grand Desert. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji was unaware of how the great art of destruction fared against Tianhen. They seemed to be transferred extremely far away. Even with Mo Wuji's current strength, he was experiencing dizziness during this transfer. After some time, Mo Wuji landed on a solid ground. Meng Yi and Mo Wuji landed simultaneously. Without saying a word, the first thing Meng Yi wanted to do was to destroy this transfer array. Mo Wuji hurried to stop Meng Yi. "Dao friend Meng, we still need to head back there." "Why are you destroying the transfer array?" Meng Yi replied anxiously, "Brother Mo, we left that place in a hurry. Therefore, we didn't manage to destroy the transfer array at the Mei Clan Manor. Given Tianhen's technique, he will only need 10 breaths to activate the transfer array. I am going to destroy the transfer array now. When Tianhen arrives, he will not be able to determine a fixed position to land. This will give us enough time to escape far enough from him." Mo Wuji laughed. "You don't have to worry about that. I've already destroyed that transfer array. Otherwise, what did you think I was doing before we left?" Meng Yi was slightly astonished. Naturally, he knew that Mo Wuji was carving array runes before they left. However, he didn't have much knowledge about void runes, so he had no idea how it could be used. Initially, his guess was that Mo Wuji was merely using void runes to record down his own array techniques. Besides this, Meng Yi also knew how difficult it would be to destroy his transfer array in the Mei Clan manner. It would definitely not be destroyed by any simple void runes. This was unless the void runes surpassed grade 8. According to his guess on Mo Wuji's array Dao and the time he spent learning, setting up a grade 6 god array was considered impressive. "How did you do it?" Meng Yi heaved a sigh of relief before asking. Naturally, Mo Wuji wouldn't tell Meng Yi that his ultimate motive was to activate the great art of destruction. If Mo Wuji relied solely on void runes, he was indeed unable to destroy the transfer array. Even if he managed to do so, Tianhen would be able to protect the transfer array on time. "Where did you hide the treasure with Dui Zhaoran?" Mo Wuji changed the topic of conversation casually. Meng Yi was also aware that Mo Wuji would probably not tell him how he did it. Even so, Meng Yi didn't mind. He extended his spiritual will and was going to point to explain. However, he stopped his action abruptly. When they arrived, the first thing on Meng Yi's mind was to destroy the transfer array. This was simply because Sage Tianhen was too frightening. This was the reason why he didn't pay much attention to the surrounding. Now that he scanned the area with his spiritual will, he was dumbfounded. "Why?" Mo Wuji noticed Meng Yi's unusual expression. Similarly, this transfer array was installed underground. Following which, it was protected by peak-grade concealment and defensive arrays. When his spiritual will extended outwards, Meng Yi couldn't even be bothered to answer Mo Wuji's question. In a blink of an eye, he darted out of the transfer array towards the land. Mo Wuji followed suit, and after 1 hour, the duo landed on the surface. Previously, Mo Wuji heard from Meng Yi that he and Dui Zhaoran hid the treasure in a void forest. Where was the void forest now? This was a grand desert, and there wasn't even a single leaf, let alone a forest. The desert appeared gray and blurry without any light from the sun or stars. Evidently, they were truly within the void. After a while, Meng Yi retracted his spiritual will. He clenched his fist as he turned to Mo Wuji. "Brother Mo, a change definitely happened here. Back then, this place was a dense forest filled with void trees. We installed the transfer array in the depths of this forest. Presently, the forest disappeared and was replaced by a desert." Mo Wuji's heart sunk as he calmed himself down very quickly. "Dao friend Meng, the fact that we could transfer over meant that the position of the transfer array you installed previously didn't change. With reference to this position, let's search for the place where you and Dao friend Dui hid the treasures. Brother Mo, follow me and please be cautious." Meng Yi nodded because this was the only thing they could do. Despite the drastic change in the appearance of the land, Meng Yi's speed of traveling through the desert was still very swift. It was as if this wasn't a desert but still the same forest as Meng Yi traveled through it. Mo Wuji wasn't concerned because an expert like Meng Yi should be able to navigate with his eyes shut. All he needed was his spiritual will and his sea of consciousness. After one entire day, Meng Yi came to a halt. "Is this the place?" Mo Wuji asked. Mo Wuji asked because this place looked no different from the location of the transfer array they came out from. Meng Yi nodded and said with a low voice, "Yes, it is indeed here." Back then, there were at least 100 void trees around where we are standing now. On the left side of this particular void tree. An astonished Meng Yi stopped talking as he looked at the fine sand below his feet. In the very next moment, he stepped out and stood in mid-air. He was, after all, a quasi-sage and one of the 3 rogue sages previously. He was well experienced in such scenarios. The indistinct traces of the Tao seeping into his body from the fine sand was instantly detected by him. "Brother Mo, you must not stand on the sand." Meng Yi called out to Mo Wuji anxiously. Because Mo Wuji was focused on finding the extreme ice heavenly bamboo, he didn't pay much attention to the sand when they first stood on it. However, he sensed that something was wrong with the sand after half a day. Indistinct Tao ripples seeped into his body from the sand. Initially, Mo Wuji suspected that Meng Yi was plotting something against him. After all, he was brought to this place by Meng Yi. As to whether this place was a forest or a desert previously, Mo Wuji had no idea at all. Now that Meng Yi jumped so frantically after noticing the Tao ripples, Mo Wuji knew that it wasn't Meng Yi's act. It seemed like Meng Yi was really unaware of the appearance of the desert. Mo Wuji nodded, "Yes, I know there are destructive Tao aura here. It is going to destroy cultivators' spiritual roots before turning them into fine sand to be part of the desert. It seems like the void forest you mentioned should have met with something. That something must have turned the forest and everything else into what it is today." Mo Wuji was only hoping that Meng Yi and Dui Zhaoran hid the treasures in a place deeper than the transfer array they came out from. Since that transfer array was unaffected, the treasures should also be unaffected if they were hidden deeper than that. "Brother Mo, I know what is causing this. Hurry up and get on the space because you must not stand on the desert," Meng Yi exclaimed. Because he was in an alliance with Mo Wuji now, Meng Yi didn't wish for anything to happen to Mo Wuji. The moment Mo Wuji got into trouble, he would be left alone and even his Fecticlay would be gone. Given Mo Wuji's current strength, even he, Meng Yi, was not confident to say that he could break his world apart. "I am still able to protect myself from the Tao ripples from the sand. Tao friend Meng, hurry up and tell me the position of the treasures." Mo Wuji nodded towards Meng Yi. If the Tao ripples of the sand was affecting him, he wouldn't have stood on the desert already. After traces of the Tao entered his body, Mo Wuji didn't even need the help of his mortal Tao. All he needed to do was to circulate his detoxification channel and he could turn the Tao ripples into nothingness. "You are actually not afraid of Tao Monarch Grand Desert's Nirvana sand?" Meng Yi looked shockingly at Mo Wuji. His admiration for Mo Wuji grew once more. Out of the 4 great Tao monarchs, Tao Monarch Grand Desert might not be the strongest one. However, his Nirvana sand was something even sages would be fearful of. He was able to turn himself into a desert before using his Tao ripples to turn everything into a desert. Even if a sage were to fight him, Tao Monarch Grand Desert would not fall if the opponent were to overlook a single sand. Moreover, one couldn't simply run away from the Tao ripples of the Nirvana sand. Once he started fighting and turned his desert into a world, it would be multiple times more powerful. Tao Monarch Grand Desert? Mo Wuji thought of the Grand Desert's sacred art of his 4 halberd strikes. It seemed like he was slightly related to this Tao Monarch Grand Desert. I have no enmity with him, so why should I be afraid of him? Tao friend Meng, are you willing to follow me or can you just let me know where it is? Mo Wuji clasped his fist politely. the extreme ice heavenly bamboo was the most important to him. As for the Tao monarch, it wasn't like he hadn't seen one before. Tao monarch darkness's time plate was even in his mortal world now. Meng Yi sighed as he landed back on the sand. Brother Mo, I shall accompany you down. You are not afraid of the Nirvana sand anymore? A surprised Mo Wuji stared at Meng Yi. Even so, he knew that Meng Yi was a loyal person. Meng Yi chuckled, Brother Mo can bring out the breath of Hong Meng to heal Jia Heng. I am in an alliance with Brother Mo, so Brother Mo will definitely not watch me turn into sand. If even Mo Wuji dared to stand on the sand and Meng Yi didn't dare, Meng Yi would already lose in terms of bravery. In the future, he might not be able to address him as Brother Mo. He might need to address Mo Wuji as Lord Mo, just like Jia Heng did. Moreover, he was certain that Tao Monarch Grand Desert was injured, so he should still be able to deal with his Nirvana sand. More importantly, there was still his void water seal down there. That was what he needed most desperately. As for his claim that Mo Wuji wouldn't remain indifferent to watch him turn into sand, even he wasn't convinced. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1121, Within Reach. Chapter 1121, Within Reach. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Meng Yi landed on the sand before pointing in front of him. This particular void tree isn't the biggest in the forest. Here. After saying that, Meng Yi pointed to a large land by his side. There is an even bigger void tree here. Back then, Dui Zhaoran and I went down from there. Follow behind me. Mo Wuji jumped right into the ground from the position pointed out by Meng Yi. Meng Yi followed suit hurriedly. The deeper they went, the stronger the Tao aura of the Nirvana sand. Eventually, even their spiritual wills were obstructed. Mo Wuji predicted this beforehand, so he slowed down. Concurrently, he was also using his spirit storage channel's spiritual will to carve array runes. Meng Yi was inwardly shocked at how Mo Wuji was able to continue paving the way downwards. Even though he was a quasi-sage, he was already finding it tough to continue. This was mainly because of the restraint on spiritual will. However, Mo Wuji, who was slightly ahead of him, didn't seem to feel any pressure at all. Even though he slowed down, Meng Yi suspected that Mo Wuji slowed down to wait for him. After digging downwards for over 6 hours, Mo Wuji finally landed outside a wide stone hall. Mo Wuji's spiritual will could tell that this stone hall was built by Dui Zhaoran and Meng Yi. The technique was exactly the same as the Mei clan manners one. Not long after, Meng Yi landed beside Mo Wuji. His face was slightly pale and definitely didn't look as unaffected as Mo Wuji. Meng Yi pointed at the stone hall, which even spiritual will wasn't unable to permeate through. Years ago, my items were here along with Dui Zhaoran's items. It seems like someone is inside now. There was no need for Meng Yi to remind Mo Wuji who was inside. Looking at how the forest above turned into a desert, it was evident that Tao Monarch Grand Desert came to occupy this territory. How did Tao friend Dui Zhaoran preserve the extreme ice heavenly bamboo? Mo Wuji asked casually. He knew how hard it was to preserve the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Meng Yi stared at the stone hall as he spoke. Dui Zhaoran has a creation-level god spiritual vein, and also a piece of nail-sized soil of breath. He placed the soil of breath on the creation-level god spiritual vein before placing the extreme ice heavenly bamboo beside the soil of breath. What? A shocked Mo Wuji looked at Meng Yi. Are you saying that there is a soil of breath here too? The soil of breath could be considered as the #1 material in the entire universe. This was neither a Xiantian or Hotian item. This was an item that emerged when Hong Meng first formed the universe. If not for its life-saving use, the soil of breath would definitely be worth more than the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Because of the lack of mention about it from Meng Yi, Mo Wuji guessed that Meng Yi must have wanted it for himself. One must know that Mo Wuji needed the soil of breath desperately too. Previously, he obtained a small piece of darkwood. No matter how he fiddled with it, he was unable to return life to it. If he managed to get hold of the soil of breath, he was confident of returning life to the darkwood. Yes, but it is rather small. Meng Yi replied awkwardly. He didn't tell anyone about Dui Zhaoran's soil of breath because he really wanted it. He even thought through it and was going to have a showdown with Mo Wuji before coming here. However, Mo Wuji appeared way too strong. Moreover, because of the changes in the situation here, he no longer expressed his desire for the soil of breath. He didn't find the need to explain himself too. After spending a significant amount of time with Mo Wuji, he knew how Mo Wuji was like as a person. Mo Wuji was clearly aware of his intention. I get it. As Mo Wuji spoke, he drew out his half-moon-weighted halberd. One strike of the halberd landed directly on the gate of the stone hall. The gate of the stone hall was protected by a defensive array. However, Mo Wuji's level of array Dao was almost the same as a grade 9 God Emperor. His halberd strike landed on the gap of the defensive array in just a single strike. A single strike was enough to result in a huge crack in the gate. Without waiting for this crack to recover itself, a silver radiance was sent out from the half-moon-weighted halberd once more. Gotcha! The gate of the stone hall broke. Mo Wuji and Meng Yi stood within the hall. As compared to the gate metalled by Tian Hen back at the Mei Clan Manor, this gate seemed slightly weaker. The first thing Mo Wuji spotted upon entering the hall was a meter-tall ice bamboo. The ice bamboo was sparkling and translucent. It seemed to be exuding a warm radiance just like in the fairy tales. 9 snowflake-shaped bamboo leaves made it even more dazzling. As compared to the extreme ice heavenly bamboo he exchanged with Dao Monarch Darkness, this was evidently worth more. Mo Wuji didn't look at the creation-level god spiritual vein at the bottom of the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Instead, he looked at the two people beside the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Yes, it was indeed two people. Meng Yi expected to see Dao Monarch Grand Desert alone, but this wasn't the case. The person on the left was small in size and he looked like an irregularly shaped stone sphere. He was holding a total of 18 Buddha beads. Each of the beads contained an endless Dao aura. The person on the right was much taller. His long beard and broad chest gave him a menacing look. Grand Desert, Meng Yu. Meng Yi exclaimed. Mo Wuji was unable to discern the duo's true strength. He was planning on how he could snatch for the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. He was considering the possibility of success if he were to surprise them. Who are they? Mo Wuji questioned as he calculated the speed of his earth-shrinking sacred art. Brother Mo, the one nearer to the spiritual vein is one of the 4 Dao Monarch Grand Desert. The slightly taller one is God Emperor Meng Yu of the 12 God Emperors. A shocked Meng Yi introduced as his eyes were fixed on the two of them. Ha ha ha. The slightly taller cultivator started chuckling away. After chuckling for half a day, he pointed towards Meng Yi. Meng Yi, Meng Yi. You are, after all, one of the 3 rogue sages. How could you have fallen to such a state? To think you will actually be a brother of a unity god ant? You are really making me laugh. Mo Wuji's heart jumped in shock. It wasn't because God Emperor Meng Yu was mocking Meng Yi. It was because when Meng Yu laughed, there were slight fluctuations in space. Within this fluctuations, Mo Wuji could sense the void runes around the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. On the surface, it looked like nothing was obstructing the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. It seemed like anybody could simply charge forward to grab it. The truth was that Mo Wuji was fortunate he wasn't reckless enough to charge over without detecting the defensive array made of void runes. Charging over recklessly would be the same as sending the extreme ice heavenly bamboo away. Presently, Mo Wuji's back was filled with cold sweat, and it wasn't because of the two fellas in front of him. It was because he was certain he would have lost the extreme ice heavenly bamboo if he simply charged towards it. Mo Wuji wasn't strong enough to think he could retrieve the extreme ice heavenly bamboo from a Tao monarch and a god emperor. Not fearing them and retrieving something from their hands were completely different matters. Grand Desert, Mingyu. This is where Dui Zhaoran and I hid our treasures. I wonder why are the two of you here? Meng Yi spoke with a slightly unpleasant tone. He totally disregarded God Emperor Ming Yu's ridicule. Your territory? Ming Yu laughed out loud. This is clearly a no man's land, so how can it be your territory? Are you a sage? You really think you can claim whatever territory you want? Ha ha. Mo Wuji let out a loud laughter. He took a step forward as he pointed to Mingyu. You took over his territory, snatched his items and didn't even allow him to speak? What kind of logic is this? Just as Mo Wuji was talking about logic, his body stopped moving for a moment. Dao Monarch Grand Desert was watching Mo Wuji from the very beginning. Knowing that there was his sand Dao ripples here, they still dared to head down. Even Meng Yi was addressing Mo Wuji as brother. Evidently, this brother Mo was not a simple person. However, he was not concerned about Mo Wuji's intention to snatch the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. His extreme ice heavenly bamboo was protected by a defensive array made out of void runes. Even Meng Yi at his peak might not break through his defensive array. Mo Wuji only took a single glance at the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. He didn't even continue using his spiritual will to scan through it. Even so, Dao Monarch Grand Desert was still cautiously watching Mo Wuji. The extreme ice heavenly bamboo was extremely important to him. If it wasn't for a few incomplete Dao ripples, he would have used the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Now that Mo Wuji actually stood forward to scold Mingyu, his heart felt more relieved. Just at this moment, Mo Wuji's body stopped moving. In that split second, Grand Desert and Mingyu came to a realization. That stationary Mo Wuji was merely a shadow as the real Mo Wuji was already on the move. Concurrently, the space trembled. You're courting death. Grand Desert charged towards Mo Wuji. Even though Mo Wuji fooled him for a split second, he didn't believe Mo Wuji could snatch the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Without waiting for Mo Wuji to break the array apart, he would obstruct Mo Wuji. At almost the same instance when Mo Wuji executed his earth-shrinking sacred art, the defensive array exploded. The energy of the extreme ice heavenly bamboo was exposed. Without anything affecting him, Mo Wuji darted towards the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. With a swing of the hand, he sent the extreme ice heavenly bamboo into his mortal world. A descending silver river followed through his half-moon-weighted halberd. Boom! Mo Wuji's silver river clashed against Grand Desert's Buddha beads. The entire stone hall was overwhelmed with large silver radiance and fine sands. The tremendous backblast sent Mo Wuji flying back to the side of Meng Yi. At this moment, his heart was finally calmed. With the extreme ice heavenly bamboo in his hands, he was no longer fearful of this shorty in Mingyu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1122, Threat. Chapter 1122, Threat. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The 18 Buddha beads in Dao Monarch Grand Desert's hands started shining brightly. From an irregularly shaped sphere, he became a towering figure. The endless energy of the Buddha beads started hovering around his body. He didn't try to ambush Mo Wuji. Or rather, he knew that an ambush wouldn't work well on Mo Wuji. Hold on. God Emperor Ming Yu shouted towards Dao Monarch Grand Desert. He went forward to stop the actions of Dao Monarch Grand Desert. Dao Monarch Grand Desert nodded as he looked at Mo Wuji. While he did stop his attack on Mo Wuji, the energy of his 18 Buddha beads aura was still increasingly overwhelming. Not only did the energy locked onto the space around the hall, it even locked onto Mo Wuji and Meng Yi. Meng Yi, your big brother here seems pretty decent. To think that you are actually proficient in void runes? He can actually snatch Grand Desert's extreme ice heavenly bamboo by breaking through our array under our nose. Impressive. Ming Yu gave a thumbs up. Following which, he turned to Mo Wuji. Dao friend here, where did you learn your void runes from? Before Mo Wuji could reply, he could sense the endless Dao aura of the Nirvana sand entering his body. The terrifying energy was wreaking havoc in his meridians. One could imagine how quickly his body would have been turned into fine sand if he didn't have the detoxification channel. Fortunately, Mo Wuji had the detoxification channel. The energy of the Nirvana sand was instantly swept into his detoxification channel by Mo Wuji. While Mo Wuji didn't think the Nirvana sand was a danger, Meng Yi was struggling. At the same instant Mo Wuji swept all the terrifying energy into his detoxification channel, Meng Yi cried out. Brother Mo, help me. Presently, Meng Yi's shoes and feet already turned into fine sand on the ground. Even his ankle was starting to disintegrate. Meng Yi's heart was in great shock. He realized that he overestimated his ability to deal with the Nirvana sand. Concurrently, he underestimated Dao Monarch Grand Desert's recovery progress. His initial guess was that a recovering Dao Monarch Grand Desert shouldn't have recovered to a state where he was stronger than Meng Yi's current state. Looking at the situation now, Meng Yi's guess seemed to be inaccurate. Dao Monarch Grand Desert must have encountered some sort of opportunity which resulted in much quicker recovery. This was considering how Dao Monarch Grand Desert didn't use the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. If he used it for his recovery, Meng Yi wouldn't even have the chance to retaliate. Mo Wuji only glanced at Meng Yi for a split second. Following which, he looked back at Dao Monarch Grand Desert. Grand Desert, I am indeed quite curious about something. Logically speaking, Meng Yi and Dui Zhaorun aren't idiots. The place where they hid their treasures should be very obscured and concealed. How did the two of you find it? Ha 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 ha. God Emperor Mingyu, who was standing by the side, started laughing away before pointing to Mo Wuji. The guy with the surname Mo, I don't know where you come from, but I suggest you answer my question first. Where did you learn void runes from? Forget about escaping because you are not going anywhere. If I let a puny ant escape from this place, I, Grand Desert, have no rights to be one of the four Dao Monarch anymore. Dao Monarch Grand Desert stopped talking as he appeared shocked. I was wondering why you're so bold to speak like that. Seems like you're not afraid of my Nirvana Sand sacred art. AI, seems like this is true. Mingyu exclaimed before pointing to Meng Yi. Meng Yi, this is who you call a brother? You are almost destroyed and he appears to have not seen it. Who says I'm escaping? Mo Wuji replied faintly. Why should I escape when there are still things I haven't retrieved? Many thanks, brother Mo. After pleading Mo Wuji for help, the Dao aura of the Nirvana sand in his body started dissipating mysteriously. He had no idea how Mo Wuji did it, but he was certain it was Mo Wuji's doing. At this moment, Meng Yi was even more fearful of Mo Wuji's mysterious technique. He was initially planning to execute his forbidden technique to escape. Who knew that Mo Wuji could remove the Nirvana Sand's Dao aura from his body so casually? Such methods. You're alright? Both Ming Yu and Grand Desert stared at Meng Yi astonishingly. It was already surprising enough to think that Mo Wuji could remain unaffected by his Nirvana sand. To make things worse, Mo Wuji could even help Meng Yi without him noticing? This was definitely not a simple technique. He started to worry and suspect if he would actually be able to retrieve the extreme ice heavenly bamboo from Mo Wuji. Grand Desert started to regret his decision now. His regret was that he shouldn't have waited so long. He should have used the extreme ice heavenly bamboo to recover his sea of consciousness and spirit channels sooner. It might not be perfect to use it early, but it was still better than not using it at all. Ha ha. This time, it was Mengya's turn to laugh. He pointed back at Grand Desert and Mingyu before speaking. Brother Mo is capable of even capturing Sage Huan Ti. The two of you are merely a Dao monarch and a god emperor who suffered injuries because of the cataclysm. Even if the two of you are to recover fully, are you comparable to Sage Huan Ti? What did you say? Mingyu jumped as he glared shockingly at Mo Wuji. Did you really capture Huan Ti? Grand Desert was also shocked, but he let out a laugh instead. Old brother Mingyu, why should you believe? Before he could even complete his sentence, Grand Desert stopped talking. He was dumbfounded as he looked at Mo Wuji's hand. Mo Wuji was holding on to a skinny man. This skinny man had a stained and corroded monk spade. Both Mingyu and Grand Desert could recognize that the monk spade was the 7 Buddha spade. Even though the skinny's man energy was sealed by Mo Wuji, Mingyu and Grand Desert were still able to sense that mighty energy of a sage. Mingyu muttered to himself. It is really Sage Huan Ti. This is... A trace of fear appeared in his eyes. The reputation of a sage wasn't something to joke about. Now that Mo Wuji restrained a sage, it was a tremendous blow to his heart. An ordinary might not suffer a blow like this. But as a person with a god throne, Mingyu knew how hard it was to become a sage. Even he, Mingyu, might not be able to step into the realms of a sage in his entire lifetime if there weren't any accidents. This was simply because that realm was simply too high up and untouchable for the majority of cultivators. Today, the seemingly mighty and untouchable sage was captured by Mo Wuji. What kind of shock was this? Grand Desert was as dazed as Mingyu. Out of the 8 sages, 7 of them hosted many banquets regularly. Towering figures from all over the place would always attend such banquets. Grand Desert met Sage Huan Ti on countless occasions before. Therefore, he could recognize Sage Huan Ti in one glance. Mo Wuji wasn't lying to them. Sage Huan Ti, is that really you? After a few breaths of silence, Grand Desert finally asked in disbelief. Huan Ti coughed before revealing a bitter smile. Grand Desert and Mingyu, I didn't expect the two of you to fall at Dao friend Mo's hands too. Huan Ti knew Mo Wuji well. Even though everything around him was sealed off by Mo Wuji, he could tell that Mo Wuji had full control over the fate of Grand Desert and Mingyu. Grand Desert and Mingyu took in a breath of cold air. Both of them looked at each other anxiously as they wondered who this brother Mo was. The duo no longer had the confidence they displayed minutes ago. Huan Ti, how is my herbal field? Mo Wuji asked Huan Ti, who was in his hands. Huan Ti coughed once more before replying. Dao friend Mo, don't have to worry. I'm taking good care of it. Great, and you might have company very soon. Mo Wuji looked over at Grand Desert and Mingyu with intent. With a raise of his hand, Huan Ti disappeared as he was sent back into Mo Wuji's mortal world. Grand Desert and Mingyu were not the only shocked ones. Even Mengya's heart started beating fearfully. He always wondered if Mo Wuji really did restrain Huan Ti. Presently, he was no longer wondering about that. Huan Ti had been trapped in Mo Wuji's world, a world which even he, Meng Yi, didn't know about. Mo Wuji was simply too strong. After keeping Huan Ti, Mo Wuji spoke. Grand Desert, don't blame me for turning nasty if you still refuse to keep your Nirvana-san sacred art. Grand Desert shivered upon hearing the threat of Mo Wuji. Subconsciously, he waved his hand and the energy of the Nirvana sand around them disappeared without a trace. The reputation of a sage was simply too frightening. They were merely ants in front of a sage even back when they were at their strongest. Mingyu finally regained his calmness from the shock. His arrogant look disappeared without a trace. Presently, he looked over at Mo Wuji seriously before clasping his fist. Dao friend Mo mentioned about the item you have yet to bring away. I wonder what it is. Previously, neither Mingyu nor Grand Desert bothered about the words of Mo Wuji. Currently, how could they afford to be arrogant in front of Mo Wuji? Even the mighty sage Huan Ti was trapped by Mo Wuji. They no longer questioned why Mang Yi would address Mo Wuji as brother Mo. After frightening these two fellas, Mo Wuji replied calmly. Years ago, there was still a soil of breath beside the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Why don't I see it around here? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1123, Great Art of Destruction and Needlehead Book. Chapter 1123, Great Art of Destruction and Needlehead Book. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. God Emperor Mingyu's expression turned ugly after hearing Mo Wuji's mention of the soil of breath. How could Mingyu not fear someone capable of restraining sage Huan Ti? Now that the soil of breath belonged to him, he was naturally unwilling to hand it over to Mo Wuji. Previously, he agreed to let Grand Desert keep the extreme ice heavenly bamboo while he kept the soil of breath. How could he be happy to let someone else have something that was already his? Mingyu looked over at Grand Desert, who was already looking at him. After a moment of silence, Grand Desert calmed himself down to speak. Dao friend Mo, the extreme ice heavenly bamboo is of extreme importance to me. I do wish for Dao friend Mo to return that to me. Mingyu and I will definitely bring out our gifts of appreciation before sending the two of you off respectfully. Naturally, Mo Wuji understood the meaning of Grand Desert's words. It was a test of his strength. He was certain that a respectful sending off would not be coming his way if he really did hand over the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Instead, it would be a vicious attempt to murder Mo Wuji and Meng Yi. These fellas managed to survive the cataclysm and even possessed exceptional god thrones. People like them were definitely not easy to deal with. However, Mo Wuji chose to threaten them not because he wanted to escape. It was because he wanted to ambush them. Mo Wuji sensed that this fight was inevitable. Therefore, he instantly extended his whirlpool domain while transmitting a message for Meng Yi to attack. The space around them started to trembling violently as he was already executing the hand signs for the great art of destruction. Dao friend Mo, please calm down. Mingyu shouted out. He took out his own magic treasure, which was actually a needlehead book. Mo Wuji instantly felt uncomfortable the moment the needlehead book was brought out. He sped up the execution of his hand signs. Simultaneously, he pasted a page of the Book of Luo on his chest. The terrifying energy overwhelmed the space. Dao Monarch Grand Desert's Nirvana sand under an energy like this appeared like an unstable boat in a heavy storm. Great Art of Destruction. The surprised Grand Desert and Mingyu shouted in unison. Even Mo Wuji and Meng Yi looked shockingly at how the Great Art of Destruction was formed up. To Mo Wuji, this was the first time he executed the Great Art of Destruction properly. Back in the Mei clan's manor, it was merely a slight hint of it. At this moment, he used all his force to execute the Great Art of Destruction. This sacred art could be considered his strongest ever one. At the very least, his currently incomplete seven-world finger could not compare to his Great Art of Destruction. The terrified God Emperor Mingyu was no longer concerned about Mo Wuji's origin. The 7 black-colored needle-shaped arrows on his needlehead book disappeared instantly. In the very next moment, Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain was being torn apart by the 7 needle-shaped arrows. Boom! 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 6 consecutive black-colored needle-shaped arrows clashed against the Book of Luo. Even though the Book of Luo was a Xiantian treasure, the explosive god elemental energy in Dao ripples was simply too powerful. Even with the protection by the Book of Luo, Mo Wuji couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. The Book of Luo trembled and a gap appeared. The 7th needle-shaped arrow flew right into Mo Wuji's chest. AI. Mo Wuji was no longer able to bear with the pain as yet another mouthful of blood was spat out. His entire body instantly felt weak, as though his spine was broken by something. At the moment that needle-shaped arrow entered his body, all his energy seemed to be extracted. His life force was also disappearing swiftly. Boom, boom, boom. The great art of destruction was completely swept open. Grand Desert and Mingyu were instantly enveloped within it. Everything in the space started to collapse before getting swallowed by the void. The messed up laws resulted in Grand Desert's nirvana sand to disperse. Currently, Meng Yi, who intended to help Mo Wuji, could only escape if he wanted to survive. Fortunately, he was standing beside Mo Wuji. This was where the attack of the great art of destruction was the weakest. Kacha, kacha. The bones of Grand Desert and Mingyu started to crack like dried woods. Mo Wuji spat out multiple mouthfuls of blood because of Mingyu's needlehead book. However, Grand Desert and Mingyu's sufferings were not as simple as spitting a few mouthfuls of blood. Their imperfect fleshly bodies started to tear apart under the great art of destruction. Even the Tao ripples of their primordial spirits started inclining towards destruction. If it wasn't for God Emperor's timely needle-shaped arrow which struck Mo Wuji, Grand Desert and Mingyu could have already collapsed in the great art of destruction. Mo Wuji's injury reduced impact of the great art of destruction. This gave Grand Desert and Mingyu a chance. Grand Desert's 18 Buddha beads transformed into a world of Buddha beads. He wrapped himself in endless Buddha radiance to protect himself from the great art of destruction. Tao monarch Grand Desert started to retreat frantically. Why would he dare to retaliate? He was slightly regretful to let Mo Wuji attack first. The great art of destruction executed by Mo Wuji was indeed frightening. However, he could also tell that Mo Wuji's true strength was not this frightening. He was indeed frightened by Mo Wuji's first move slash. If he and Mingyu started to attack Mo Wuji first, Mo Wuji wouldn't have it easy. The pity was that the great art of destruction was already executed and the space was already starting to collapse. Without any chance to retaliate, the only thing he could do was to retreat. As compared to Grand Desert, Mingyu was battered and exhausted. His needlehead book did injure Mo Wuji, which in turn gave them a lifeline. However, he was enveloped by the explosive great art of destruction. His bones were broken and his Tao ripples was starting to disperse. Even his recently recovered spirit channels were starting to be torn apart. In such circumstance, why would Mingyu think about killing Mo Wuji? He was aware that Mo Wuji was also like an arrow at the end of its flight presently. To him, it was more important that he escaped as soon as possible. He must not be stopped or obstructed by Meng Yi. He opened his needlehead book and a black and murderous Tao aura formed a protective screen. It was a protective screen which could not be detected by spiritual will. Mingyu made use of this protective screen to escape. While the protective screen was mighty, the great art of destruction was mightier. The protective screen appeared but was rapidly destroyed and eventually shrank. In fact, a crack even appeared on it. Boom, boom, boom. The void desert started to collapse and disappear. The stone hall was already turned into fine powder. Because of the irreversible nature of the great art of destruction, this whole battle was very short. Following which, both parties started to retreat anxiously. Mo Wuji's heart was in just as much fear. If it wasn't for his vitality channel, spirit storage channel and elemental storage channel, he would be in great danger now. That needle-shaped arrow was simply too terrifying. It could actually lock onto the Tao aura before starting to destroy his soul. It was even looking to seal his spiritual circulation and meridians. Fortunately, he didn't possess any primordial spirit. Otherwise, his primordial spirit would have been pierced through by the arrow. His life force was constantly being swept away by the arrow. However, his vitality, spirit storage and elemental storage channels gave him the opportunity to escape. While escaping, Mo Wuji was inwardly rejoicing. He was rejoicing about how he only took out one page of the Book of Luo. If he took out 2 or even more pages, there was a high possibility of more needle-shaped arrows landing on him. It was because the exhaustion from executing the great art of destruction was simply too huge. Because of this, he would have used more energy to protect himself with 2 or more Book of Luo. This would have made him even more vulnerable to having his soul torn apart by the arrow. Within the endless void, Tao Monarch Grand Desert protected God Emperor Mingyu before speaking with a trembling tone. Where did this Mo guy come from? Too frightening. Tao friend Mingyu, are you okay? Mingyu shook his head as he swallowed a green-colored Tao fruit. The bones in his body started to reconstruct themselves. Despite looking as though he recovered on the surface, God Emperor Mingyu knew that this wasn't the case. He had multiple spirit channels and his sea of consciousness torn apart. Even his Tao ripples was messed up. Grand Desert didn't continue to ask Mingyu anything. He knew how severe Mingyu's injuries were. It was mainly because he attacked when the great art of destruction was executed. Grand Desert swallowed a few pills because he was also injured. After half an incense, God Emperor Mingyu finally spoke. This person is really strong. Grand Desert shook his head. God Emperor Mingyu, I don't think this person is very strong. It is because of the fear in our heart which allowed him to ambush us. Who knew that this person could use the great art of destruction? God Emperor Mingyu replied. He is strong not because of his great art of destruction but because of his cultivation level. I never think that an elementary unity god can be this terrifying. A surprised Grand Desert looked at Mingyu. How did you know he is in the elementary unity god stage? This person reserved his Tao aura well and the whirlpool domain made it impossible to pry into him. Mingyu took in a breath before saying. No, my Tao ripples clashed with his. Therefore, I know his cultivation level and I am certain it is not beyond Unity God level 3. However, his Grand Tao is like a vast ocean. I am completely unable to pry further. Tao Monarch Grand Desert looked at the faraway void as he said regretfully. I am really regretting my decision back then. I should have used the extreme ice heavenly bamboo earlier. I cannot believe Mengyi actually brought such an expert here. I've lost my only chance to return to the top. Having said that, Tao Monarch Grand Desert sighed as he looked back at God Emperor Mingyu. Tao friend Mingyu, let's hurry up and leave as far as we can. The soil of breath that he wants is still with us. I doubt he will let us off so easily. Mingyu shook his head. Tao friend Grand Desert, I think this is our opportunity. If I am not wrong, that Mo guy should be left with his last breath. In fact, there is a chance that Mengyi could have killed him already. A person like Mengyi will definitely not waste this opportunity. What do you mean? Grand Desert stared at Mingyu. Mingyu replied in a solemn tone. One of my needle-shaped arrows struck this person. I am certain that no matter how talented he was, he would be struggling to survive now. The pity is that we have been frightened by him. Otherwise, we will not need to escape with such severe injuries. We will be able to trap Mengyi and him under that stone hall. Are you saying that the Mo guy was struck by your needlehead book? Grand Desert became excited. He knew how terrifying Mingyu's needlehead book was. Even a sage would struggle to survive after being struck by those arrows, let alone a mere unity god. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1124, Falling Out. Chapter 1124, Falling Out. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The escaping Mo Wuji still felt weak despite having his vitality, spirit storage and elemental storage channels. The vast and boundless void forest continued to collapse because of his great art of destruction. Eventually, it disappeared into the void. Naturally, the transfer array used to travel to God Continent would also disappear. Mo Wuji never intended to return to God Continent for the time being. With Sage Tianhan lingering around the God continent, why would he head back without a significant increase in strength? However, he didn't expect the needlehead book to be this terrifying. Moreover, the black-colored needle-shaped arrow melted like snow. Presently, he was suffering from the constant dissipation of his life force and exhaustion of his spiritual will. No matter how strong his vitality channel was, he wouldn't be able to sustain this forever. After escaping for a few hours, Mo Wuji came to a halt. He was desperate to find a place to heal himself. He needed to remove the Tao aura of the needlehead book. Before Mo Wuji could find a location, Meng Yi landed close to Mo Wuji. He looked over at Mo Wuji surprisingly. "Brother Mo, your sacred art is simply too strong. If it wasn't for your great art of destruction, we would not have made it out of the stone hall today." Was Brother Mo injured? Meng Yi witnessed the moment when God Emperor Mingyu took out his needlehead book. He witnessed how the 7 arrows from the needlehead book tore Mo Wuji's domain apart. However, he didn't notice the one arrow which struck Mo Wuji. It was mainly because he was too busy escaping from the scene. Now that Mo Wuji's Tao aura was dissipating, he was no longer able to conceal his energy. Meng Yi, being one of the 3 rogue sages, was naturally able to tell that Mo Wuji was struck by the needlehead book. Mo Wuji nodded as he spoke in a weakening tone. "I was struck by 3 of the needle-shaped arrows from the needlehead book. I've lost my ability to move, so perhaps exploding myself is the only thing I can do now." Ah! Meng Yi's heart started beating rapidly. As a quasi-sage who possessed a god throne, Meng Yi was a strong-minded individual. At this moment, even he was struggling with the internal conflict in his heart. He was someone who personally witnessed how mighty Mo Wuji was. He was even more aware of the treasures Mo Wuji had with him. A world which could contain Sage Huan Ti was definitely a world which surpassed the true spirit world. A world like that was enough to tempt him. Moreover, Mo Wuji just obtained the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Excluding that, he still had the Book of Luo, Koan Wu Sword, Fecta Clay, Great Art of Destruction, Void Runes Technique, Breath of Hongmeng. Mo Wuji simply had too many treasures on him. If he could get rid of Mo Wuji now, everything Mo Wuji had would be his. At the thought of this, Meng Yi controlled himself forcefully. He knew how uncompromising Mo Wuji was as a person. Even if he killed Mo Wuji, he might not be able to obtain his world. Mo Wuji's last sentence also made his intention clear. If Meng Yi tried to do anything funny to him, he would simply self-explode. At the thought of this, Meng Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He replied anxiously, "Brother Mo, let's hurry up and find a place to heal." Despite saying this, Meng Yi was still thinking of how he could get rid of Mo Wuji. He was still thinking about how he could retrieve Mo Wuji's world. He, Meng Yi, was fully aware of how terrifying the needlehead book was. Why was God Emperor Mingyu feared by so many god throne holders? It was mainly because of his needlehead book. Just one of the black-colored arrows formed from the needlehead book was enough to kill a person. Mo Wuji took 3 of these arrows, so his deteriorating health was definitely true. Rumors spread that one of the 4 Dao Monarch Darkness was shot by one of God Emperor Mingyu's arrow back then. Following which, nobody knew where he was. Mo Wuji knew what Meng Yi, that old and scheming fella, was pondering about. Furthermore, he couldn't believe Meng Yi didn't warn him about such a deadly weapon which God Emperor Mingyu possessed. One must know that Mo Wuji even saved Meng Yi once in the stone hall. That fella chose not to tell him about this, proved that he must have his own plot. However, Mo Wuji wasn't infuriated because everyone worked together for mutual benefits. As compared to Koan Yun, Meng Yi was much more crafty. Back then, Mo Wuji helped Meng Yi remove the Nirvana Sans Dao aura. During that process, he left a spiritual will imprint on Meng Yi. Given Meng Yi's current state, it might not be possible for him to notice his spiritual will imprint. This was unless Meng Yi's strength surged rapidly in this short period of time. Dao friend Meng, don't have to worry. That God Emperor Mingyu has been severely injured by me. He should only be left with one last breath. As for Dao Monarch Grand Desert, I sent a few spiritual will arrow into his sea of consciousness when he was defending my great art of destruction. His injuries shouldn't be any less severe than Mingyu. Those two fellas should be rejoicing that we aren't going after them. Why will they dare to chase us? Mo Wuji shook his hand as he said indifferently. Meng Yi heaved a sigh of relief because he didn't think Mo Wuji would lie to him. He personally witnessed the strength of Mo Wuji before. His spiritual will was so strong that attacking Dao Monarch Grand Desert during the destruction wasn't surprising. What he didn't know was how Mo Wuji was struggling to even escape, let alone shoot out spiritual will arrows. To Meng Yi, the injuries of Mingyu and Grand Desert were a good thing. Not only could he deal with Mo Wuji without additional worries, he could even chase after the injured Mingyu and Grand Desert later on. During this battle, Meng Yi was the true winner. However, the key now would be how he could make Mo Wuji willingly offer his world just like Huan Ti did. Brother Mo, we should still be cautious. I still think we should further increase our strengths. Once Meng Yi said this, he paused for a moment before continuing. Brother Mo, you've obtained your extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Why don't you hand me the fecta clay now? Mo Wuji hurried to reply. Of course I will. But my spiritual will is not even able to contact my own world now. Once I heal myself for a while, I will hand it over to you immediately. After saying this, Mo Wuji didn't bother about Meng Yi anymore. He casually threw out tens of array flags before starting to heal himself in the void. Mo Wuji already sensed Meng Yi's killing intent. He was certain that the moment he took out the fecta clay, Meng Yi would attack him with all his force. Given Mo Wuji's current strength, there was still no need for him to fear Meng Yi. At the very most, he could just escape. However, he still felt uncomfortable to escape after handing over the fecta clay. He did promise to hand over the fecta clay once he obtained the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. What he was unhappy about was how Meng Yi actually tried to ambush his partner. Saying that he wanted to heal himself was merely an excuse. Mo Wuji knew that his injury wouldn't heal so easily in this short period of time. He was simply sitting here to await the arrival of Mingyu and Grand Desert. He wasn't lying about Mingyu's injuries, but Grand Desert's injuries were not severe at all. Looking at how scheming Mingyu and Grand Desert were, it was impossible that they would let things go just like that. Seeing how Mo Wuji started to heal himself fearlessly, Meng Yi was in conflict with himself again. He was very tempted to attack but managed to control his urge. He chose not to attack, not because he valued Mo Wuji as his partner in this alliance. It was because he had yet to receive his fecta clay. If Meng Yi were to infuriate Mo Wuji and he chose to destroy his own world, Meng Yi could forget about obtaining the fecta clay forever. Once he obtained the fecta clay, he would definitely not give Mo Wuji an easy time. He was naturally aware of how strong the needlehead book was. He knew that it was an impossible dream to force the needle-shaped arrows out here. Mo Wuji suddenly opened his eyes after 4 hours. He sensed the incoming God Emperor Mingyu. Because Mingyu was injured by him, the Dao aura of the great art of destruction wouldn't be removed so easily. How was it? Meng Yi noticed Mo Wuji opening up his defensive array. He came forward to ask worriedly. Mo Wuji sighed as he handed a fist-sized fecta clay to Meng Yi. The Dao aura of the needlehead book is simply too frightening. I am unable to extract it out. You can have the fecta clay. I need to find a place to heal myself properly now, so let's bid goodbye now. Meng Yi took over the fecta clay. He forcefully contained his excitement as he kept the fecta clay in his own world before saying, Dao friend Mo, this piece of fecta clay seems too small. Mo Wuji laughed as he replied, I cannot do anything about it because that's all I have. And we also agreed to this amount back then. Goodbye, Dao friend Meng. Hold on. Meng Yi wielded his horsetail whisk as he blocked off Mo Wuji's path. Mo Wuji's face turned serious. Meng Yi, are you trying to attack me? What is Dao friend Mo talking about? I need a little piece of the extreme ice heavenly bamboo too. Of course, I don't need a lot of it. Just half of it will do. Meng Yi replied faintly. As he spoke, the billions of whiskers already turned into a space of whiskers. The space of whiskers blocked off Mo Wuji's escape route. Mo Wuji looked calmly at Meng Yi. Today, I want to heal myself, so I will let you off for the time being. After I've recovered, you better don't offend me so brazenly. Having said this, Mo Wuji didn't even use his half-moon weighted halberd. All he did was to take a step outwards. The billions of whiskers, which were supposed to trap Mo Wuji, appeared just like decorations. It was completely unable to stop Mo Wuji from leaving. Mo Wuji disappeared without a trace. A dumbfounded Meng Yi looked at the direction where Mo Wuji escaped. How could someone, injured by the needlehead book, move like that? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1125, A Strange Combination of Circumstances. Chapter 1125, A Strange Combination of Circumstances. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Before Meng Yi could regain his composure, a terrifyingly powerful energy covered the entire sky above Meng Yi. Dao Monarch Grand Desert, God Emperor Mingyu? Meng Yi looked at the two experts as he finally understood Mo Wuji's action. It seems like Rogue Sage Meng has made a fortune. I'm able to sense that Mo fella's energy not too long ago. In such a short period of time, that same energy disappeared without a trace. Rogue Sage Meng is way too strong. Mingyu gave Meng Yi a thumbs up as he said in a sarcastic tone. Dao Monarch Grand Desert nodded his head too. Out of the three rogue sages, it is no wonder only Rogue Sage Meng is still alive. How can Dui Zhaoren or Yuan Mao be a match for Dao friend Meng? How could Meng Yi not understand the meaning behind these words? They were implying that Meng Yi killed his injured partner, Mo Wuji, before snatching all his fortune. Meng Yi became gloomy as he realized how this was all part of Mo Wuji's plan. Mo Wuji must have intentionally revealed the energy of the Needlehead Book. Now that Mo Wuji was gone, the energy of the Needlehead Book actually disappeared without a trace. Evidently, Mo Wuji was indeed hit by the Needlehead Book. However, the injuries caused by the book was not as severe as he imagined. Otherwise, Mo Wuji wouldn't have been able to disappear and escape so easily from within his whiskered space. It was impossible to say that he wasn't regretting his actions. Despite knowing how mysterious and crafty Mo Wuji was, Meng Yi still underestimated him. It wouldn't mean much if it was just underestimation. More importantly, he became an enemy of such a formidable opponent. If he couldn't even beat the current Mo Wuji, it would be impossible for him to beat Mo Wuji of the future. Yes, it was true that Meng Yi would improve significantly because of the Fecta clay. However, it didn't mean that Mo Wuji wouldn't improve. The more frightening thing about Mo Wuji was his mind and plot. Mo Wuji knew that Meng Yi wouldn't attack, so he delayed for over 4 hours. After waiting for the arrival of Grand Desert and Mingyu, he left these two fearsome opponents for him, Meng Yi. He even threatened him before leaving swiftly. A person capable of dealing with a sage was definitely not a person to underestimate. Meng Yi forced himself to throw these random thoughts away. This was not the time for him to think about all these. It was crucial for him to think about how he was going to deal with these two fellas in front of him. I don't understand what you're saying. If there is nothing else, I shall make my move first. Meng Yi's Buddha whiskers enveloped the area as he searched an escape route. He could tell that God Emperor Mingyu was truly wounded. The only threat should be Dao Monarch Grand Desert. They were not standing in the stone hall, so Meng Yi wasn't afraid of anything. No matter how strong his nirvana sand was, Grand Desert alone shouldn't be able to stop him from escaping. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Tao Monarch Grand Desert raised his hand and the 18 Buddha beads appeared. Buddha radiances were shot out as it covered the entire space. He spoke calmly, "Meng Yi, let's not beat around the bush. You should have killed that Mo guy, right? Let's split his items evenly. That Mo guy is terrifyingly strong, so I doubt you will be able to break his world apart alone. Let the three of us work together to break his world apart. Thereafter, we shall split his items evenly." During such critical moment, Meng Yi calmed himself down. "All I can say is that I didn't attack that Mo guy. The two of us fell out and he managed to escape from my space of whiskers." "Meng Yi, so are you saying that you didn't obtain any benefit from that Mo guy?" Grand Desert started chuckling out loud. He extended his hand before retrieving an extremely tiny fragment of the fecta clay before continuing his sentence. "There is actually fecta clay here. I didn't know that a treasure like the fecta clay can be found everywhere now. Ha ha. This is actually my first time seeing this, but..." Meng Yi's expression changed drastically. How could he not know that this fragment of the fecta clay was a trap set by Mo Wuji before he left? This scheming fellow would even think of such details. He, Meng Yi, should never have thought about trying to take advantage of Mo Wuji. After regaining his composure once more, Meng Yi replied sternly. "Previously, I had a deal with him. The deal is for me to bring him to the extreme ice heavenly bamboo and he will give me a piece of the fecta clay. Now that he has his extreme ice heavenly bamboo. So you fall out with him and he still maintains his promise to give you a piece of the fecta clay? Oh, and he even allows you to kill him, right? Meng Yi, I may not look like a smart person. However, I am not so dumb to believe your words." Before Grand Desert could complete his sentence, the 18 Buddha beads turned into billions of radiances as it surged towards Meng Yi. Concurrently, Meng Yi took out his needlehead book once more. Meng Yi panicked as his white-colored whiskers mixed with Grand Desert's radiances. Boom boom boom. The explosive sacred arts clashed in mid-air and the entire space was incredible messed up. The only trace left behind by Mo Wuji was also smeared off in this messy battle. Meng Yi was never as strong as Grand Desert. Now that Meng Yi was also attacking, there was nothing much he could do. He kept burning his primordial spirit and blood to defend before searching for an opportunity to escape. After the destruction of the Mei Clan Manor, a dried-up riverbed took its place. This riverbed was protected by a defensive array. There was a recently built platform in the middle of this riverbed. The platform had countless tightly packed array runes with countless array flags around it. Evidently, this was a void transfer array. If Mo Wuji or Meng Yi was here, they would be able to tell that it was the same void transfer array which they built before. However, Mo Wuji didn't know who this person, standing beside the void transfer array, was. Despite using his great art of destruction to ambush Tianhen, Mo Wuji never saw Tianhen before. The truth was that this person was indeed Tianhen. Even though he only had a glance of the transfer array Meng Yi built, he was able to understand the very foundation of it. In a few days, he even managed to rebuild this transfer array. Even Mo Wuji wouldn't dare to imagine having such capability. If Mo Wuji knew that Tianhen had such a capability, he wouldn't have stopped Meng Yi from destroying the transfer array at the Void Forest. Sage Tianhen brought out a god's spiritual vein and activated the array flags. Boom! Countless white radiance flashed as it enveloped Sage Tianhen. In a moment's time, the transfer array was activated successfully. Sage Tianhen was swept away as he disappeared from this riverbed. The difference between Sage Tianhen's transfer and Mo Wuji's previous transfer was that Sage Tianhen's spiritual will wasn't affected. Even during the transfer, Sage Tianhen could use his spiritual will to scan through the surrounding. At the moment he was transferred out, Sage Tianhen's expression turned ugly. He was the one who set up the transfer array, but he actually sensed that his destination was disappearing. Given his current strength, he wouldn't die in the transfer array just because his destination disappeared. However, who knew how many years he would need to find the God continent if he were to land within the messy void? What a scheming ant! Sage Tianhan cursed and scolded. He thought that Mo Wuji intentionally used the great art of destruction to destroy the void forest. Mo Wuji didn't know that his use of the great art of destruction against Grand Desert and Mingyu actually saved his own life. It was indeed a close shave for Mo Wuji. Otherwise, an expert like Tianhan would definitely be able to find traces of Mo Wuji. With a slight trace, Sage Tianhan could use all his energy to chase after Mo Wuji. This was also the reason why Lei Hongji couldn't shake Sage Tianhan off. No matter how far Lei Hongji tried to hide, Sage Tianhan only needed a tiny trace of his energy to continue his pursuit. Presently, Mo Wuji continued to escape with all his might. After leaving the burdensome Mengyi behind, he executed his earth-shrinking and wind teleportation. Despite the injury from the Needlehead Book and his weakening elemental energy, Mo Wuji didn't stop at all. All these old fellas were all wicked scoundrels, and Mo Wuji really didn't wish to end up in their hands. Things would undoubtedly not go well for him if he were to end up in either one of their hands. In Mo Wuji's eyes, none of these fellas with god thrones were sentimental people. Other than their own Grand Dao and god throne, nothing else mattered to them. Even if he died in the hands of an ordinary cultivator, he mustn't end up in the hands of these god throne holders. After escaping for over 10 consecutive days, Mo Wuji was truly incapable of escaping further. He had no choice because of the worsening injury caused by the Needlehead Book. Currently, Mo Wuji lost his direction as he ended up in an unknown area of the void. All around him was only fallen meteorites. After a while, Mo Wuji chose a grindstone-sized meteorite. He allowed his mortal world to permeate this meteorite before entering his mortal world. The smaller the meteorite, the smaller the possibility of collision. Once he entered his mortal world, Mo Wuji landed on a creation-level god spiritual vein. The first thing he wanted to do was to heal himself to force the arrow of the Needlehead Book out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1126, Terrifying Needlehead Book. Chapter 1126, Terrifying Needlehead Book. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji no longer had to guard against anything in his own world. He was fully focused on trying to locate the Needlehead Book's arrow, which disappeared within his body. 1 day passed by, 2 days passed by. On the 10th day, Mo Wuji grew worried. His body was at its weakest. In fact, even his vitality channel needed the support of the Vitality God Pill. He was still unable to capture any traces of the Needlehead Book's arrow in his body. Even after cleansing his body and meridians using his spirit storage channel, he didn't find anything peculiar. However, his life force and Dao aura were constantly exhausted. Eventually, even his soul became slightly unstable. Fortunately, he was inside his own world. Otherwise, Mo Wuji felt that he might not even last this long. Even so, he shouldn't continue doing what he was doing. Mo Wuji stood up with his gloomy face as he walked over to his herbal field. Other than the unconscious Geely, there was also his prisoner, Huan Ti. Huan Ti appeared to have resigned to his fate. He sat quietly within Mo Wuji's herbal field most of the time. Occasionally, he would even check on the growth of the herbs. The moment Mo Wuji appeared in the herbal field, Huan Ti sensed it. He raised his head to look at Mo Wuji before exclaiming, "AI, did you not control Mingyu? Instead, you look like you were struck by his Needlehead Book's arrow." Mo Wuji didn't find it surprising that Huan Ti could tell that he was struck by the Needlehead Book. In fact, it would be odd if Huan Ti couldn't tell. Mo Wuji came over to ask for help simply because Huan Ti was a sage. Before Mo Wuji could speak, Huan Ti started chuckling away. It seems like you're here to ask me for help? Mo Wuji replied calmly, yes, I really do need your help. You can state any condition. Naturally, you can forget about wanting to leave this place. Huan Ti replied faintly, I'm sorry but I am unable to help you. I'll help you remove the 7 Buddha spade. Mo Wuji looked at Huan Ti with intent. Huan Ti shook his head. And I'll also give you the breath of Hongmeng. Huan Ti continued to shake his head. And also a piece of the fecta clay. Mo Wuji was almost clenching his teeth as he said these words. An astonished Huan Ti looked at Mo Wuji. You even have the fecta clay? Huan Ti was truly surprised because this item was definitely of great use to him. Back then, countless cultivators died because of a single piece of the fecta clay. Eventually, it seemed like the fecta clay was lost within his god's tower. So can you help? I will rather we be direct about this matter. Mo Wuji could only control his unhappiness because he was the one asking for help. After letting out a sigh, Huan Ti answered. I have no choice. It is not that I don't wish to make a deal with you. If I really have a way, I will ask for the exchange for our lives. Let me go and I'll tell you how to save yourself. The pity is that I really have no way to help you with the Needlehead book. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath of cold air. He really didn't expect that even a sage couldn't do anything about the Needlehead book. Moreover, Huan Ti's words were crystal clear. This Needlehead book was meant to kill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have talked about the exchanging of lives. Mo Wuji was truly disappointed. If he was really meant to die, he would have hoped that he could revive Geely and get rid of Huan Ti first. Huan Ti seemed to be able to detect Mo Wuji's killing intent. He replied, Dao friend Mo, I can sense your killing intent. I know that if you're unable to save yourself from the Needlehead book, I will die in front of you first, right? Mo Wuji didn't answer because this was a certainty. Now that he was going to die, he would undoubtedly not allow Huan Ti to continue living in his world. Huan Ti hesitated for a moment before continuing. Dao friend Mo, I've heard of a very peculiar method to get rid of the Needlehead book. However, this method is slightly ridiculous. Firstly, you will need to burn off your own primordial spirit. Burn off my primordial spirit? An astonished Mo Wuji repeated Huan Ti's words. Huan Ti nodded, that's right, burning your own primordial spirit. After you've been struck by the Needlehead book, you should use the Dao aura of your Grand Dao to wrap around the arrow as soon as possible. In the shortest possible time, you should pull out that arrow. Evidently, you did not do so. Once the Needlehead book's arrow turns into Dao aura, a large half of it will fuse with the primordial spirit. No matter how strong you are, you will be unable to remove the Needlehead book's arrow. This will continue until your primordial spirit is completely destroyed. You should know how important a cultivator's primordial spirit is. Once the primordial spirit is destroyed, one's Grand Dao will be destroyed too. Moreover, burning of the primordial spirit will not completely get rid of the energy of the Needlehead book. The terrifying thing is that excruciating and unbearable pain. And then? Mo Wuji hurried to inquire. Huan Ti chuckled, after burning the primordial spirit, you will still be alive temporarily. Afterwards, you will be using the remaining of your life force to fight against the energy of the Needlehead book in your body. You will be using your last breath to prolong your lifespan. Even though Huan Ti mentioned that this was a way, it was equivalent to not saying anything. According to Huan Ti's method, he would still die eventually. Mo Wuji did hear of such a terrifying magic treasure like the Needlehead book before. Back on Earth, he heard of a treasure called the Needlehead 7 Arrows book. Previously, Mo Wuji wasn't too bothered about such treasures. Because of the long history of Chinese legends, it wasn't something extraordinary to have heard of a few more treasures of the legends. After obtaining the heavenly spirit's transformations, Mo Wuji knew that this world was beyond his understanding. Just because he wasn't aware didn't mean that it didn't exist. Huan Ti suggested a method which was unable to eradicate his problem. To other cultivators, this might be a temporary measure. To Mo Wuji, it was completely useless. He didn't have any primordial spirit. All he had was his vast sea of consciousness, and within it was a purple lake. What was he supposed to burn if he didn't have his primordial spirit? Mo Wuji sighed as he replied. Sage Huan Ti, I'm sorry, but I will have to kill you now. I have no way of saving myself. As the faces of his enemies popped up in his head, Huan Ti became regretful again. Initially, he believed that Mo Wuji would have a bright future ahead of him. Who would have thought that he couldn't even dodge God Emperor's Mingyu's Needlehead Book's arrows? This was simply... Hold on. Huan Ti stopped Mo Wuji from doing anything. I am in your world, so I am basically unable to go anywhere else. It will not be too late even if you kill me right before your death. There is no rush. Given your technique, you should be able to live for a long time if you choose to burn your primordial spirit. Mo Wuji replied faintly. I do not wish to burn my primordial spirit, so you will be dying early. Dao friend Mo, I am willing to let you brand a trace of my Grand Dao's soul. You are free to do anything you want to me as well. You should know that if anything happens to you, I will die as well. Huan Ti added on. Mo Wuji looked surprisingly at Huan Ti as he asked. Dao friend Huan Ti, I remember that you were anxious to die not too long ago. Why this sudden urge to live now? To a sage, letting someone brand a trace of your Grand Dao's soul was equal to betraying your own body. Mo Wuji would have ultimate control over his life and death. Mo Wuji could leave him to die anytime he wished. Additionally, Huan Ti would be in trouble too if anything happened to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji experienced such method back when he was in the cultivation world. Back in Jinxing, he accepted a servant called Chang Sai. According to Mo Wuji's current senses, Chang Sai should still be alive. However, Mo Wuji had no idea where he was. If he were to include Huan Ti, he would have two servants now. However, Huan Ti and Chang Sai were two completely different people. Huan Ti was a sage, so how could he be comparable to any other cultivator? Huan Ti replied as though he knew what Mo Wuji was thinking about. I can sense how extraordinary your world is. Even though it is truly a surprise for me to see you injured by Mingyu, I still have high hopes for you. I am certain that if I don't make this offer, you will definitely kill me without hesitation. I don't feel like dying yet, so I am willing to offer you my soul. After saying this, Huan Ti started laughing at himself. Sage. Even a sage will end up like this. I'm truly desperate. Huan Ti looked over at Mo Wuji calmly. His decision was already made. If Mo Wuji was disagreeable to this, he would rather kill himself. A sage like him still had his pride. The only reason he would offer this was that he was immensely reluctant to die like that. He had yet to avenge himself if he didn't see Luo Su die. Another reason would be his hopes for Mo Wuji's seemingly perfect world. This was the strongest world he had seen in his entire life. He had a premonition that if Mo Wuji could live long enough, he would surpass the existence of a sage. Despite the fact that these were not realistic, Huan Ti still wanted to see it. After all, dying meant that everything would be over. If he could live, there was still a chance to see if it was realistic or not. Moreover, he had this feeling deep down in his heart. He had a feeling that Mo Wuji wasn't someone who would die so easily. Alright, I agree. Send out the soul of your Grand Dao. Mo Wuji nodded as he said to Huan Ti. Huan Ti didn't say anything as he smacked out a trace of his Grand Dao's soul. After being trapped by Mo Wuji for this period of time, Huan Ti realized something. He realized that the pride of a sage was nothing compared to his life. It wasn't something he couldn't give up. Mo Wuji's sweep of the hand branded Huan Ti's Grand Dao's soul. Following which, he turned and left. In all honesty, Mo Wuji didn't feel like it was some sort of achievement to be able to brand Huan Ti's Grand Dao's soul. He walked over to Jili as he placed the extreme ice heavenly bamboo there. Given his current strength, he wouldn't be able to rescue Jili. The only thing he could try to do was to try his best to not allow the collapse of his world after he perished. Having done these, Mo Wuji returned to the process of finding the energy of the Needlehead books. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1127, Jili's New Life. Chapter 1127, Jili's New Life. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Half a month later, Mo Wuji was only left with one last breath because of the Needlehead book. At this moment, a spirit light flashed across his mind. Huan Ti mentioned that burning off one's primordial spirit could burn off a large half of the Needlehead book's energy. Despite not having a primordial spirit, could he stimulate a primordial spirit? Not only could he stimulate a primordial spirit, he could even stimulate spirit channels. Previously, when he was rebuilding De Huang's body, he molded 108 spirit channels and meridians for him. Therefore, he was pretty familiar with the distributions of spirit channels within a person's body. It shouldn't be a problem for him to stimulate spirit channels and primordial spirit. Moreover, nothing could frighten him anymore. His life force was almost completely dissipated and there was no longer any vitality god pills left. The worst-case scenario would only be death. The thought of it was simple, but actually doing it was hard. Presently, Mo Wuji's spiritual will and energy were exceedingly weak. His life force was almost drying up. He was truly unable to use his vast sea of consciousness to stimulate a primordial spirit for himself. After a day, Mo Wuji stopped trying to stimulate his primordial spirit dazedly. Without spirit channels, stimulating a primordial spirit in his current condition was simply too difficult. He looked over to the motionless Jili as his eyes scanned the area. He didn't know if Huan Ti knew that he was about to perish because there were no signs from his area. Mo Wuji's eyes landed on that piece of Fecta clay. Oh yes, Fecta clay. Why didn't he think of the Fecta clay? Mo Wuji instantly grabbed the Fecta clay as he cut out a fist-sized piece. Following which, he started burning his remaining spiritual will. He decided to use the Fecta clay to stimulate his primordial spirit by sending the Fecta clay into his sea of consciousness. After that, he would try to mold 108 spirit channels within the Fecta clay. If he could succeed, he would be able to survive. This would give him an additional opportunity to get rid of the Needlehead book's energy in his body. Creating spirit channels within the Fecta clay was merely a repeat of his past work. Previously, when he did it for De Huang, his cultivation level was way below his present. Even if he was left with his final breath today, he was still considered a unity god expert. From the newly incubated god domain nest to the invasion of the god's race. From the installation of the transfer arrays connecting god domain and god continent to the appearance of the chasm of creation, recovery of god world. After the recovery of god world, countless experts emerged. Countless experts with god thrones emerged as they killed as they wished. All these resulted in a violent chaos within god world. There were wars and battles everywhere and no one place was peaceful. Some of the cultivators even believed that god world would be destroyed by the hands of these god thrones experts. This was because a few big god cities of god continent were already exterminated with a casual smack of the hand by these experts. To these god thrones experts, everything else was nothing more significant than ants. When everyone was fearing for their life, god world actually became quiet. That was right, it was indeed calm and quiet. These mysterious experts seemed to have disappeared overnight as they were gone without any traces left behind. Even those experts who exterminated the few big cities, as well as the woman who appeared because of the Paramitha flower, disappeared too. The entire god world stabilized itself as all the sects started to recruit disciples. They wanted to increase their strength urgently. Those rogue cultivators also took the opportunity to go into hiding so that they could cultivate. As time flew by, the turbulent times of God world were gradually forgotten by people. In Mo Wuji's mortal world, the unconscious Geely started to feel her soul dissipated faintly. Even though she was a unity god expert, there was nothing she could do to stop it. In fact, she was unable to wake herself up from this deep slumber. That trace of mysterious and inexorable feeling caused Geely to understand that she was about to perish from this world. Perhaps, she was going to reincarnate. Or perhaps, she wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. That was the work of a sage, right? A simple radiance was capable of destroying her primordial spirit and crushing her foundations. Geely's mind became increasingly blurred. She knew that she could perish in the very next moment. She could feel that her soul was dissipating from within her body. A blur silhouette appeared in her mind, and that person was called Mo Wuji. She recalled that it was Mo Wuji who saved her. If it wasn't for Mo Wuji, she might not even have the chance to return to the god world. Who knows if that Mo Wuji is doing fine? Did he make it back to god world? As compared to the geniuses who were chasing after her, Mo Wuji seemed very ordinary. However, this ordinary youth casually gifted her millions of consciousness crystals. This was after rescuing her from the god's tower. He was the only person whom she owed a favor but had no idea where he was. Geely's face turned slightly rosier. However, nobody would think that she was coming back to life even if they noticed the slightly rosier face. This was Geely's final thoughts before her death. Back then, she was the prettiest woman in God world. She had countless admirers and had the most magical moments in her life. It was a memory every young girl had. Different faces flashed through her blurry mind just like a stream of water. The final face that appeared was a person named Mo Wuji. The only ordinary youth whom she owed a favor to. A clear energy was caught by her dissipating soul. To her surprise, her dissipating soul actually stabilized itself. What was happening? Half a moment later, Geely's mind actually cleared up. She could feel that her soul was no longer dissipating and it was actually condensing. In fact, there were signs of her soul strengthening. The extreme ice heavenly bamboo? Geely's mind finally sensed what her soul caught at the very last moment before her death. It was actually the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. The treasure of the legends actually appeared right in front of her? How true was this? Geely dared not think much about it. She hurriedly circulated her technique in an attempt to further stabilize her soul. Initially, she couldn't circulate her technique no matter how hard she tried. As time passed by, she realized that her soul was solidifying. There were even signs of it growing. She was soon able to circulate her technique. Eventually, she managed to form a spiritual circulation forcefully. Subconsciously, she was finally able to make use of the extreme ice heavenly bamboo to recover her soul. Mo Wuji's mortal world was calm. As the extreme ice heavenly bamboo was absorbed by Geely, all the energy went into Geely's body. Even the energy of that creation-level god spiritual vein beneath Geely merged with the energy of the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. All these energies were eventually swept away by Geely. As time passed by just like that, Geely's face truly became rosier. It was no longer the blush just before her death. Even the scar on her forehead gradually disappeared. The dissipating soul recovered and the blurry mind became clear again. The extreme ice heavenly bamboo seeped into Geely's body as her sea of consciousness took its shape. Even her destroyed primordial spirit was starting to have its outline. The damaged spiritual roots and spirit channels were also starting to recover. 1 day, 1 year, 10 years. After 100 years, Geely opened her eyes abruptly with extreme delight. Nobody knew it better than herself as her aptitude rose again. Her almost destroyed primordial spirit recovered once more. Even her sea of consciousness grew at least twice its original size. Her spirit channels didn't stop circulating, and she had 2 extra stabilized spirit channels. In total, she had 102 spirit channels. Even her spiritual roots appeared to have been cleansed by clear water. Geely jumped in joy. Not only did her cultivation level recovered, she felt that she could improve further any time now. Additionally, her rate of absorbing God's spiritual will was at least 2 times faster than before. It is indeed the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Geely looked at the remaining extreme ice heavenly bamboo as she couldn't control her emotions. Her injuries were something only an extreme ice heavenly bamboo could heal. Wait, but why would an extreme ice heavenly bamboo appear here? The expert who injured her needed to ask about the location of the God's Tower. Unless the expert was so generous? He actually gave her the extreme ice heavenly bamboo so he could find out the location of the God's Tower? This doesn't seem right. If this was the case, there was no need for him to recover her strength and even upgraded her spiritual roots and spirit channels. Geely's used her spiritual will to scan the surrounding. Before her spiritual will could detect anything, she spotted a youth lying not too far away from her. This youth looked too ordinary, but that face appeared countless times in her mind before. Mo Wuji, that's right. He was indeed Mo Wuji. Why would Mo Wuji appear next to her? Very soon, Geely understood what was happening. Mo Wuji's Dao aura was dissipating and there were no longer any signs of life force. Evidently, Mo Wuji had fallen for some time now. Geely could no longer control the fear and sadness in her heart. She charged forward to hold Mo Wuji in her arms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1128, Soul Severing Brush. Chapter 1128, Soul Severing Brush. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. No, Mo Wuji isn't dead yet. There was still a trace of energy circulating within his body. However, Geely was still unable to sense any life force in Mo Wuji. What should I do? Geely grew worried and terrified. She even forgot that she could improve to yet another level if she were to focus on cultivating now. Geely sent her spiritual will into Mo Wuji's body. To her shock, she realized that Mo Wuji didn't have a single spirit channel in his body. Could this mean that all his spirit channels were completely destroyed? Were his injuries much worse than hers? In terms of medicinal knowledge, Geely was far from Mo Wuji. If even Mo Wuji couldn't solve the needlehead book's problem, Geely should forget about trying to help. At this moment, Geely was certain that Mo Wuji was the one who brought her the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Besides Mo Wuji, no one else would actually place a complete extreme ice heavenly bamboo beside her. Oh yes, there was still a small piece of the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Geely grabbed hold of the small piece of extreme ice heavenly bamboo. She wanted to send it into Mo Wuji's body. However, Mo Wuji didn't have a single spirit channel left. In fact, even his life force was almost fully exhausted. How was she supposed to help him? After feeling terrified initially, Geely managed to calm herself down. She sent out her spiritual will to find out how shockingly perfect the laws in this place were. Moreover, she didn't even sense a slight bit of ruthless or killing energy in this world. Where am I? There is such a place in God world? Soon after, Geely spotted piles of creation-level God spiritual veins. Each of this God spiritual vein contained dense God spiritual energy and clear energy of the laws. Not only that, she even noticed the mountains of God crystals, God materials. There was even the breath of Hongmeng, Fec de clay. An averagely sized pill furnace was erected in the middle of the materials. This furnace was emitting a sort of energy. Could that be the furnace of heaven and earth? Despite not seeing the furnace of heaven and earth before, Geely certainly heard of it. Moments later, she started feeling goosebumps on her body. Beside the furnace of heaven and earth was actually a massive round plate. Endless energy of time laws was circulating around the round plate. She was completely unable to properly look through it. In her faint judgment, she felt that this round plate was not any weaker than the furnace of heaven and earth. Whose items are this? This is definitely Mo Wuji's items, and this is undoubtedly Mo Wuji's world. Where did Mo Wuji come from, and how did he obtain a world like this? This seemed to be a world which was of a higher grade than a true spirit world. Even Geely couldn't believe that this was Mo Wuji's world. Regardless of how strong Mo Wuji was, it shouldn't be possible to perfect his world to such an extent. If Mo Wuji truly had such a perfect world, his strength would have surpassed the Unity God stage. If Mo Wuji did surpass the Unity God stage, he shouldn't have been so severely injured, right? Naturally, she didn't know the kind of people Mo Wuji was dealing with, the almost recovered Dao Monarch Grand Desert and God Emperor Mingyu. If it wasn't for Mo Wuji's great art of destruction, she might not even be able to see Mo Wuji in such a state. Very soon, Geely spotted a herbal field covered with restrictions. It seemed like someone was inside there. Geely carried Mo Wuji as she landed beside this herbal field. When she saw the person inside the herbal field, she shouted in shock, "It's you?" Even though Huan Ti was as skinny as skeletons now, Geely could recognize him in one glance. This was the fella who injured her. AI, he really found the extreme ice heavenly bamboo to rescue you? The moment Huan Ti saw Geely, he exclaimed. Because he was trapped by Mo Wuji to watch over his field, he knew nothing about the items in Mo Wuji's world. All he knew was that this was not a simple world. Hearing Huan Ti's words, Geely heaved a sigh of relief subconsciously. When she first recognized Huan Ti, she thought that this was Huan Yi's world. She thought that she was thrown into his world together with Mo Wuji. Because of the words of Huan Ti as well as the energy and array flags around him, she realized that her initial thought was wrong. This should be Mo Wuji's world, and Huan Ti was trapped here by Mo Wuji. She was rescued by Mo Wuji and left in this world. The difference was that she wasn't trapped and she could move about freely. Because Mo Wuji was severely injured, he knew that he had no strength to rescue her. Therefore, he could only leave the extreme ice heavenly bamboo with her. Fortunately, she managed to catch the trace of energy from the extreme ice heavenly bamboo right before her soul dissipated. She managed to rescue her own life at the very last moment. Huan Ti noticed Geely's reaction and he smacked his own forehead. It seemed like Geely wasn't certain that this was Mo Wuji's turf. If he acted and pretended that this was his world, he could have fooled her. He would have been able to find an opportunity to escape after fooling her. Mo Wuji caught you and brought you back? Geely looked at Huan Ti before looking back at Mo Wuji. Subconsciously, her heart grew warmer. She couldn't even remember who would still think about her in this world. Even back in the God's Tower many years ago, it was also Mo Wuji who rescued her unknowingly. She was recently injured by this person in front of him, and a while later, Mo Wuji captured this expert to restrain him. Afterwards, Mo Wuji even found the extreme ice heavenly bamboo to save her. Perhaps, Mo Wuji might be the only person in the entire universe who she could treat as a true friend. No, a close relative. In this entire universe, Mo Wuji might be the only one who would rescue her. That's right, I was indeed captured by him. Huan Ti sighed. How did you injure him? Geely revealed killing intents as she questioned Huan Ti. Even though she rarely hurt others, Mo Wuji was different to her. Huan Ti's mouth was wide open for a while before answering. You think I am the one who hurt him? Is it not? Geely revealed eyes of disdain. Huan Ti replied. If I could injure him, I wouldn't have been trapped here. So how did he end up in such a state? Geely furrowed her brows. Huan Ti answered casually, I have no idea about that. Since that is the case, I shall kill you first. Jili raised her hand to draw her sword. Hold on. Huan Ti sacrificed even his pride to rescue his life from the hands of Mo Wuji. He certainly didn't wish to die so easily at the hands of Jili. He hurried to answer honestly, I wasn't the one who hurt him. It was a guy called Mingyu who used the Needlehead Book to injure him. God Emperor Ming used Needlehead Book? Jili blurted out. There were traces of disbelief and shock in her eyes. You actually know about Mingyu and his Needlehead Book? It was Huan Ti's turn to be shocked. Huan Ti was one of the 12 God Emperors and his Needlehead Book was very famous among the experts. Even so, many cultivators who didn't have a god throne were unaware of his Needlehead Book. What caused Jili to be even more shocked was that she knew how a person would definitely die after being struck by the Needlehead Book. Even up till now, Mo Wuji had yet to perish. This showed how terrifyingly strong Mo Wuji was. No, I must hurry up and remove the Needlehead Book's arrow from his body. At the thought of this, Jili didn't even bother about Huan Ti. She simply turned and left. Hold on, you know how to remove the Needlehead Book's arrow? Huan Ti noticed Jili's expression and called her back. He started to suspect that this little princess might know something that he doesn't know. In his eyes, Jili was merely a little princess. Jili didn't bother about Huan Ti. She carried Mo Wuji in her arms as she used her spiritual will to scan the area. She wanted to leave this world. In the next moment, Jili landed on a meteorite the size of a millstone. She actually managed to emerge from that world while carrying Mo Wuji. Soon after, Jili realized that she wouldn't be able to return to Mo Wuji's world. In fact, she couldn't even detect it anymore. Jili naturally knew why she was able to make it out. It was because Mo Wuji allowed her to do so. Presently, she should forget about getting back into that world unless Mo Wuji woke up. However, Jili wasn't too concerned about not being able to head back into Mo Wuji's world. Her top priority now would be to help Mo Wuji remove the Needlehead Book's arrow from his body. Others might not know how, but she really did know. Back in the God's Tower, she met a minor god called Beiji. Beiji was actually a minor god with a god throne. During the war in the God's Tower previously, Jili extended her helping hand to save him because she was kind-hearted. Because of that, Beiji told Jili about the Needlehead Book before. The Needlehead Book was initially his sister, Bei Ting's magic treasure. Because Mingyu heard of the magic treasure, he went on to kill Bei Ting so that he could steal her Needlehead Book. Because of the Needlehead Book, Mingyu managed to become one of the 12 God Emperors. The Needlehead Book was a terrifying magic treasure. It was able to produce 7 black arrows by its own. Once someone was struck by this arrow, death became a certainty. However, the heavenly Tao would always be fair. Despite its frightening nature, there was still an item which could restrain it. That was the soul-severing brush. The soul-severing brush was the only magic treasure which could deal with the Needlehead Book. As long as one didn't perish from the strike of the Needlehead Book, the soul-severing brush could save that person. Presently, there was only one thing Jili needed to find. It was the soul-severing brush. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1129, Fleshly Body Like Primordial Spirit. Chapter 1129, Fleshly Body Like Primordial Spirit. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Rumors spread that there were 7 worlds in this universe. The God world was not the highest world. In fact, there were 2 other worlds above God world. One of them was called the World of Ruins. As for the other world, it might not even exist because nobody went there before. Neither was there any legends left behind about it. However, someone did visit World of Ruins before. That person was Beiji's sister, Bei Ting. Bei Ting's needlehead book originated from that world of ruins. World of Ruins used to be called the God Throne World. It used to be a place where only those with God thrones had the rights to stay in. Before the cataclysm, countless experts started fighting each other for the God thrones as well as one's fate. No matter how strong the God Throne World was, it started to crack because of the massive battles between experts. Not only were some of the laws of the world channel broken, many of the world channels were extracted by people too. Eventually, the laws of World of Ruins were destroyed and completely messed up. It was just like a perfectly fine person having his bones and blood extracted from his body. This place was no longer a holy land for experts with God thrones. The name was, therefore, changed from God Throne World to World of Ruins. Countless magic treasures were left behind in this place because of the deaths of that many experts. Too many experts participated in the battle, but too many of them perished from it too. Even though World of Ruins was completely destroyed, it still remained as the most dangerous world. It was because many of the experts who perished here were unable to leave. All they could do was to hide in every corner as they waited for cultivators to arrive. They would continue to seize these cultivators. Because of the broken laws and channels in this world, there would not be any God spiritual herbs left. Their only chance to survive would be to seize these cultivators alive. Logically speaking, nobody should be willing to visit such a dangerous place like World of Ruins. The truth was the direct opposite of logic. Countless people entered World of Ruins over the years. Naturally, they didn't go there to be seized by those experts. They went in search of all sorts of treasures. Because of the cataclysm back then, a large number of experts perished there. One could imagine how many treasures would end up on World of Ruins. Finding just one of these treasures would be enough to establish a foothold in the universe. While the majority of people who tried to search for these treasures perished as well, there was still a minority who succeeded. They brought away peak-grade treasures from World of Ruins to become an expert in their area. Beiji's sister, Bei Ting, was one good example of this minority. What she found wasn't an ordinary peak-grade treasure. She found the needlehead book which so many people coveted for. The pity was that God Emperor Mingyu had his eyes on Bei Ting after the rumors spread that she obtained the needlehead book. Eventually, she couldn't escape death. Beiji was merely a minor god. In God Emperor Mingyu's eyes, he was merely an ant. It was an impossible dream for him to avenge his sister against God Emperor Mingyu. In fact, he shouldn't even be thinking about revenge. Beiji had to conceal his identity while that God Emperor Mingyu wouldn't find out that he was Bei Ting's brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape an early death too. Geely wanted to head to World of Ruins. She knew that the soul-severing brush would most likely be found there. According to Beiji, the soul-severing brush had yet to appear among the experts with God Throne after the cataclysm. During the massive battle of the God Throne experts, the soul-severing brush was spotted. Since the soul-severing brush didn't appear after the cataclysm, it would mean that it was still in World of Ruins. Geely also knew how to go to World of Ruins. All she needed to do would be to find the 7-World Stone. Geely didn't know how to go to the 7-World Stone directly. However, she knew of a place in Dark World which could lead her there. To go to Dark World, she needed to go to Cosmos Myriad God Stock. If she was still in God World, she wouldn't be able to head to Cosmos Myriad God Stock even if she wanted to. It was because she didn't know how to leave God World. The only reason she knew of Cosmos Myriad God Stock was because she heard her father talked about it. In the vast universe, there were many other world domains which were of the same level as God World. It remained very difficult to interact between world domains. The Cosmos Myriad Gods Dock was a place where all the God World cultivators could interact. However, one must leave the God World to reach this place. Geely was certain that she was currently not within the God World. Geely drew out her flying treasure as she placed Mo Wuji in one of the flying ship's cabin. following which, she took out an old jade letter from her world. Before the cataclysm, her father, Jifeiqian, drew the routes of the cosmos myriad god stock for her. Just before the cataclysm, her cultivation level already surpassed her father. Initially, Jili intended to visit the cosmos myriad god stock. However, the cataclysm happened and she was swept into the god's tower. She almost died in the god's tower too. During the cataclysm, it wasn't just God world which was affected. Almost every other world domain in the same level as God world also suffered a similar catastrophe. These world domains were also controlled by experts with God throne. After the cataclysm, these experts wanted to make use of their fate because of their control over the world domain. They wanted to extract the fate of these world domains to strengthen their own body. They wanted to defend against the pressure from the cataclysm. After the fate of these god domains was extracted, the god's spiritual energy and energy of the laws became weak. However, it was no longer a concern of these experts. It wouldn't even matter to them if a world domain was destroyed. Their only concern was to survive the cataclysm and protect their own god throne. After the cataclysm, the laws of God world was actually restored. No one knew for sure if the other world domains would also be restored. To Jili, her greatest worry was that the cosmos myriad god stock disappeared after the cataclysm. If this was true, she would have wasted her trip. Without the cosmos myriad god stock, she wouldn't be able to find the dark world. During the cataclysm back then, the dark world would definitely not it better than God world. Whether or not the cosmo myriad god stock was destroyed, Jili knew that she needed to make a trip down. This was her only viable solution. While Jili was hurrying across the vast void, a tiny figure suspended in the middle of the violet lake within Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness. This figure looked slightly similar to Mo Wuji. Some Tao spiritualities within this violet lake were revolving around the small figure. Some spirit channels, which couldn't be seen initially, were continuously extending. Such thin energy wouldn't be detected by others easily. This was even if their spiritual will seeped into Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness. To begin with, Jili's spiritual will didn't even seep into Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness. Therefore, she naturally couldn't detect it. Or rather, Jili couldn't do it even if she wanted to. This was unless she tried to forcefully tear his sea of consciousness apart. Others might do this, but Jili would never do so. Even though Mo Wuji entered a deep slumber, his life force didn't disappear yet. There was still a meridian circulating constantly. This was his 104th meridian, the rarely used breath-scattering channel. Mo Wuji's vitality, meridian, energy and Tao aura entered a deep slumber because of his breath-scattering channel. This wasn't because Mo Wuji was going to die. It was a process of warming and nourishing his energy. The 108 spirit channels were forged out on the fecta clay by Mo Wuji. Because of the drying up of his spiritual will due to injuries, Mo Wuji only managed to forge out the roots of the spirit channels. After Mo Wuji entered the breath-scattering phase, his spirit channels started to form up. This was with the help of his violet lake. To those who cultivated with spiritual roots, they were aware of what Mo Wuji forged out. This figure with 108 spirit channels was the primordial spirit. If these 108 spirit channels were completely shaped, Mo Wuji would be the only person in the universe with a fleshly body like primordial spirit. Moreover, he would be the only one whose primordial spirit had 108 spirit channels and his fleshly body with 108 meridians. However, the growth of Mo Wuji's primordial spirit was extremely slow. His primordial spirit was growing with support by his breath-scattering channel and violet lake. Concurrently, there was something obstructing the growth of Mo Wuji's primordial spirit. Within Mo Wuji's body, there were countless Tao aura moving towards Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness. It was something even Jili couldn't detect. Eventually, it was entering Mo Wuji's primordial spirit. At least Mo Wuji was clear that Huan Ti didn't lie to him on this matter. This energy was indeed the energy of the Needlehead book. This energy was something even Mo Wuji couldn't find, let alone extract. Now that Mo Wuji's primordial spirit was formed, this energy surged towards it. The pity was that Mo Wuji was unconscious and unable to sense anything. If Mo Wuji had his senses, he would be able to capture the energy of the Needlehead Book. With his mortal technique, he would certainly be able to force the energy of the Needlehead Book out to destroy it. If Geely didn't touch Mo Wuji would still be in his mortal world. Perhaps, he might wake up one day and use the Fecticlay to deal with the energy of the Needlehead Book. However, there would also be a possibility that this energy of the Needlehead Book would take over Mo Wuji's Fecticlay primordial spirit by force. Once it destroyed the Fecticlay primordial spirit, Mo Wuji would never be able to wake up anymore. Geely wasn't aware of the changes within Mo Wuji's body. She continued to hurry towards the Cosmos Myriad God's dock. Evidently, Cosmos Myriad God's dock was incredibly far away. Despite flying for over half a year in her flying treasure, they weren't even close to the periphery of it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1130, Cosmos Myriad God's dock. Chapter 1130, Cosmos Myriad God's dock. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Occasionally, Geely would take a look at Mo Wuji. Multiple years later, Mo Wuji was still the same as before. There was no signs of life force, but there was still faint spirituality circulating within him. This made Geely heave a sigh of relief. What would be the use of the soul-severing brush if Mo Wuji perished before she found it? The Cosmos Myriad God's dock was extremely far away. Geely traveled for hundreds of years and her cultivation level was stabilized at Unity God level 4. As compared to before she was injured, Geely's rate of cultivation was at least twice as quick. The only pity was that Geely wasn't in the mood to cultivate. After her stabilizing her cultivation level, all she wanted to do was to increase her speed. After so many years of traveling, there was one consolation to Geely's heart. The consolation was that the specific position of the Cosmos Myriad God's dock finally appeared on her jade letter. On this day, Geely stood at the bow of her flying ship as she looked at her jade letter. She was calculating how much more time was needed for her to reach Cosmos Myriad God's dock. At this very moment, she noticed that the position of Cosmos Myriad God's dock disappeared from her jade letter. She started panicking. This was something that never happened before. Now that the destination she was headed for disappeared, what should she do? Subconsciously, Geely slowed down. Before she could figure out the reason, 4 figures landed in front of Geely. They were clearly obstructing her path. Even though Geely didn't like to kill people, she wasn't an idiot. Moreover, she had so many years of experience. When such things happen, how could she not know that she was intentionally blocked off by people? The 4 people obstructing Geely were all men. The one standing in front was a golden-haired man with pale face. His eyes were slightly bluish and he seemed to be in the intermediate Unity God stage. The other 3 seemed to be of similar cultivation level as the golden-haired man. The only difference was that they were a lot shorter than him. Geely could sense an immense killing intent from the 4 of them. Open your world for us to take your items. Following which, leave immediately. The man standing on the left of the golden-haired man was not just short. His skin was also incredibly black. He was holding on to a gigantic Koan sword. Geely's heart sunk when she heard his words. If it was only one of them, Geely wouldn't be afraid. At the very most, she could just escape. Presently, there were 4 of them in which none of them were any lower than her in terms of cultivation level. Moreover, the need to carry Mo Wuji around wouldn't do her any good. No matter what happened, she mustn't let anything happen to Mo Wuji. At the thought of this, Geely kept her flying treasure. She proceeded to carry Mo Wuji in her arms. Once the flying treasure was kept, the 4 men were able to see Geely's appearance. Throughout their travels, they saw many beautiful women. However, this was their first time seeing a woman as stunning as Geely. She was simply too stunning for them to take their eyes off. The four of them had their eyes glued on Geely. They were also able to tell that Geely was a pure and innocent woman. "Are you sure that you will let me go after I hand out my items?" As Geely spoke, she was prepared to take out her magic treasure. She was more certain than anyone else that these four men wouldn't let her leave easily. Of course. After the golden hair man said this, the four of them attacked simultaneously. The four of them were well experienced in battles, so why would they let Geely waste their time? In terms of combat experience, even a few Geely wouldn't be comparable to them. Therefore, they didn't allow Geely to delay any time. In fact, they didn't even allow her to have the opportunity to draw out her magic treasure. In a hurry, Geely drew out a long scepter. Before her long scepter could be completely activated, the combined attacks of the four men destroyed her domain. Explosive surges of God elemental energy was felt and Geely spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though she was trying her best to protect Mo Wuji from this energy, there was still a portion which she wasn't able to block. Eventually, Mo Wuji suffered that portion of the attack. Geely's heart was sinking. Even so, she charged intensely to the side. Even if she were to die, she mustn't let Mo Wuji die in her hands. One must know that if it wasn't for her, Mo Wuji would still be in that world. The short man with black skin on the left noticed that Geely was charging towards his direction. He was inwardly pleased. With a raise of his hand, he shot out a great killing radiance towards Geely's dantian. He thought through it thoroughly within split seconds. As long as Geely tried to block his killing radiance, he would be able to capture her alive. He was willing even if it would hurt him a little. If he could capture an absolute beauty like Geely, she would naturally belong to him. Of course, he wouldn't be hoping to own all of the woman's items. PFT. Yet another blood fog exploded on Geely's body. To this short man's shock, Geely would rather have her dantian destroyed than to be trapped here. But is this of use? With her dantian destroyed, she would eventually die. The only bad point for him would be that she wouldn't be considered to be captured by him. An excruciating pain could be felt throughout her body. Geely felt as though her God elemental energy and spiritual will were rapidly diminishing. To Geely's surprise, she actually saw a massive Void Islands dock. That was definitely the Cosmos Myriad Gods dock. The Cosmos Myriad Gods dock, which previously disappeared on her jade letter, appeared once more. Geely burnt her final trace of God elemental energy as she charged towards that island's dock. At the moment when Geely's domain was torn apart and the God elemental energy struck Mo Wuji, his sea of consciousness trembled. A trace of his will cleared up and very soon, he felt a trace of Tao which he never came across before. This energy was surging towards his sea of consciousness. Within his sea of consciousness, the primordial spirit which he created with his fecticlay was suspended in the center. The energy, which he was previously unable to come in contact with, was being absorbed by that primordial spirit. This was the energy of the Needlehead Book. Presently, the energy of the Needlehead Book was detected by Mo Wuji. He was certain that this was the Needlehead Book's Tao ripples. He finally understood why he was previously unable to detect this energy. It was because the Tao ripples of the Needlehead Book penetrated into his soul will before merging with it. It was actually an energy with any laws. If it wasn't for his primordial spirit, he might not be able to find this energy even in 1,000,000 years. However, he gained this new experience. In the future, he wouldn't even need the help of his primordial spirit. He was confident he could separate the Tao ripples of the Needlehead Book easily. This was the advantage of cultivating his mortal Tao. As long as he detected an energy which did not belong to his mortal Tao, he would be able to get rid of it. Previously, he couldn't detect that energy because he had never been in contact with it before. He was also unaware that the universe still had a Tao aura without any laws. Perhaps it wasn't without any laws. Perhaps it had laws which did not belong to this universe. With a slight use of his spiritual will, Mo Wuji managed to sweep all the Needlehead Book's energy into his primordial spirit. In the next moment, the flame of the scholar's heart started burning in his sea of consciousness. It was burning the Tao ripples of the Needlehead Book in his primordial spirit. Under the scholar's heart, everything was burnt into nothingness. When the Tao ripples of the Needlehead Book disappeared, Mo Wuji's vitality channel came alive again. The breath-scattering channel was awakened and his 108 meridians started circulating again. In an instant, it formed a spiritual circulation. The only pity was that Mo Wuji was trapped by the Needlehead Book for too long. Even if he were to regain his consciousness now, he wouldn't be able to recover his full strength immediately. Why do you try? The 4 Unity God experts landed beside Geely. The short man with black skin exclaimed while shaking his head. Geely spat out another mouthful of blood as she struggled to hold Mo Wuji up. She stared intently at the 4 of them as she shouted. "Kill me as you wish." "Kill you? Please do not think too much. Why would we kill you? Let's go, you shall leave with us." The golden hair man raised his hand in an attempt to bring her away. Geely's God elemental energy dispersed and she no longer had her domain. Even though she could see the opponent's hand coming, she was unable to dodge it. Boom! An explosive God elemental energy swept over. A youth with shoulder-length hair appeared in front of the 4 of them. "The few of you again? So many people die every day, so why aren't the few of you dead?" The youth commented sarcastically. The golden hair man was not afraid of this youth as he replied with similar tone. "Lian Ji, you cannot even protect yourself now. How dare you interfere with my matters? You really have a death wish, right?" Lian Ji replied faintly, "Dead or alive, that is my own problem. I don't need the few of you to worry for me. However, the few of you can forget about bringing anyone away. My brothers are all not afraid of you." Even though this was what the golden hair man said, the few of them behind him were actually fearful of this youth. While this youth was of similar cultivation level as them, this fella actually killed an expert in the advanced Unity God stage before. This long-haired youth revealed a disdainful smile before saying to Geely, "Dao friend here, follow me. I don't believe these few fellas will chase after us." Having said that, this long-haired youth turned and left. He didn't seem to be bothered by the 4 of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1131, Expert of Cosmos God City. Chapter 1131, Expert of Cosmos God City. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The golden hair man and company seemed to be truly afraid of Lian Ji. They actually didn't chase after them. After they traveled far and Geely confirmed that the 4 men didn't chase over, she finally heaved a breath of relief. She bowed respectfully towards Lian Ji. "Thank you, Dao friend, for saving my life." Lian Ji hurried to wave it off. "Those 4 fellas have an incredibly bad reputation. They've hurt countless cultivators in the cosmos myriad God stock. I am unable to be of much help to you too. Just like what they said, I am barely able to protect myself too." Lian Ji shook his head as he didn't continue his sentence. Geely naturally understood the meaning of Lian Ji's words. Lian Ji wouldn't be much help to her because there was nothing much he could do for her even after saving her. With her Dantian destroyed, it would be a miracle if she could survive. Moreover, she couldn't follow Lian Ji around. "Dao friend Lian, is this Cosmos Myriad God stock?" Geely hurried to inquire. Lian Ji answered, "Indeed, this place was indeed Cosmos Myriad God stock many years ago. If this is your first trip here, don't you think that this place is very different from the rumors? Countless cultivators were rumored to gather in Cosmos Myriad God stock. This place was supposed to be flourishing and prosperous, right?" Geely nodded her head subconsciously. In her mind, Cosmos Myriad Gods Dock was indeed supposed to be a flourishing and prosperous venue. There were supposed to be a lot of experts gathered here. It wasn't supposed to be this big piece of desolate land which looked like a fallen meteorite. Lian Ji chuckled out loud. Do you really think that the cataclysm will not affect Cosmos Myriad Gods Dock? In fact, it was severely affected. If you saw how chaotic Cosmos Myriad Gods Dock looked back then, you wouldn't believe your eyes. Cosmos Myriad Gods Dock was always set up on high. Dock head Xing Lijian was even rumored to be the strongest among all the sages. In the end, even he was turned into ashes in the cataclysm. Oh yes, did you notice something when you're on your way here? Did you notice that Cosmos Myriad Gods Dock seems to disappear? This is the doing of that four men. Because the defensive array of Cosmos Myriad Gods Dock disappeared a long time ago, they made use of their own techniques. They managed to create such an illusion to slow down incoming visitors. After Geely heard these words, she was dumbfounded. After a while, she asked with uncertainty in her voice, does this mean that there is no longer a single person left on Cosmos Myriad Gods Dock? If there was no one left on Cosmos Myriad Gods Dock, there would definitely not be a transfer array towards the dark world. There are naturally still people around. In the center of Cosmos Myriad Gods Dock, there is still a secret Cosmos God City. You can make any sort of transactions there. Of course, that is if you are still alive. Lian Ji commented sarcastically. He rescued Geely because he was still capable of doing so. However, there were so many more things he wished he could do but knew that he couldn't. Geely replied elatedly, may I ask Dao friend something? Are there any transfer arrays in Cosmos God City which can lead me to other world domains? Lian Ji's eyes landed on Mo Wuji's body. Following which, he shook his head. Dao friend, I suggest you should take care of yourself first. Given your current condition, bringing a fella, who is almost at the end of his lifespan, to Cosmos God City. This is equivalent to sending yourself to die. The moment Lian Ji said this, he stopped himself. He knew that even if Ji Li were to leave Cosmos Myriad Gods Dock now, she would also be sending herself to die. This was even without considering that there were still 4 fellas waiting for her outside. Geely hurried to bow. May I ask Dao friend to bring me to Cosmos God City? My dantian is damaged and my spiritual will is weakening. If nobody leads the way, I am truly unable to find the city. Lian Ji forced out a smile as he replied. I can bring you there but... Before Lian Ji could finish his sentence, there was a drastic change in his expression. He hurried to call out, quickly follow me in. Realizing that Geely's dantian was still damaged, Lian Ji used his God elemental energy to bring Geely away swiftly. Lian Ji brought Geely through a few turns and after half an incense worth of time, everything became clear to Geely. A gorgeous stone city appeared in front of Geely's eyes. Yes, it was indeed a stone city. The city gate and walls were all made from piles of massive rocks. This was nothing like any of the god cities he had been to. It looked more like a primitive tribe city. In the entire stone city, there were no signs to indicate that this was Cosmos God City. Sister, I can only help you so much. Whether you can survive or not, it is all up to you. After saying this, Lian Ji quickened his steps into the city. Geely hurried into the stone city as well. From the outside, the stone city looked desolate, spacious, and empty. She couldn't even spot a single person wandering around. The moment she entered the stone city, she realized that this city was pretty crowded. There were people all along the streets of the city. However, everyone looked extremely stern. It was not lively or relaxed at all. Geely saw that Lian Ji hurried towards a street. Without any clues on where to go, she simply followed the direction which Lian Ji left in. Why did you follow me here? After crossing 2 streets, she met Lian Ji again. Lian Ji stood outside a wooden storehouse. There were a few words written on this storehouse: broken rain resting storehouse. Before Geely could reply, Lian Ji hurried to ask her in. Since you're here, hurry up and come on in. After inviting her in, Lian Ji hurried back into the storehouse. Geely knew nothing about this place and didn't have any other friends here. Moreover, she and Mo Wuji were both severely injured. Therefore, she followed Lian Ji in, hoping to receive some help. To Geely, things would be different if she was alone. She would rather casually find another place instead of asking the same person, who helped her once, for help again. However, she was carrying Mo Wuji around. It was a small matter if she perished, but she would never be at peace if she implicated Mo Wuji. Lian Ji brought Geely into a huge guest room before striking out restrictions. That fella knows that you are acquainted with me. After killing me, he wouldn't let you go too. This was why I casually brought you here. You offended an expert here? Geely questioned. Lian Ji took out a pill for Geely. This pill might not be able to recover your dantian. However, it is still beneficial for your wounds. After Geely swallowed the god pill, Lian Ji continued. I killed Lu Wan's disciple. Just as I was about to escape, I met you. My old habits kicked in, which was why I reached out to help you. I didn't expect that B***starred Lu Wan to return so quickly. He was the reason why I returned back to this place. Even though there weren't many rules here, Lu Wan would still need to be cautious if he wanted to act here. I am sorry for implicating. Geely wasn't that foolish to not know this. If it wasn't for Geely, Lian Ji might have been out of this place already. Lian Ji laughed as he shook his hand. It isn't your fault. Who knew that Lu Wan would be back so soon? Even if I hadn't met you, I would probably not be able to make it out alive. And you are also implicated because of me. Because of me, Lu Wan wouldn't let you off easily too, but Lian Ji didn't seem too guilty. If he didn't rescue Geely in the first place, she would have been dead already. Is that Lu Wan very strong? Geely asked worriedly. This time, Lian Ji's tone grew serious. He is really strong. In Cosmos God City, he is considered to be one of the top 5 experts. I am not too certain how strong is he compared to the rest. However, I am certain that he is already in the quasi-sage stage. Lian Ji's voice turned low as he talked about this. While the quasi-sage stage was only one stage away from Unity God, the difference in strength was enormous. Geely suddenly thought about Sage Huan Ti, who was trapped in Mo Wuji's world. If Mo Wuji could even restrain his sage, a quasi-sage shouldn't be a problem for a healthy Mo Wuji to deal with, right? Bang bang bang. The restrictions at the entrance started to tremble vigorously. Ji Li stood up nervously. Lian Ji opened the restriction as he stared coldly at the shop's assistant at the door. Did I not pay to stay here, or did I do something wrong? Why are you attacking my restriction? The shop assistant hurried to bow. Senior Lian, I am tremendously sorry. You should know that we are merely ants of the lowest existence. I plead for Senior to let us off this time. If Quasi-Sage Lu comes over, our tiny storehouse will be destroyed. This assistant bent over as he spoke in the most humble tone. Lian Ji, who was initially going to rage, swallowed his anger. When the assistant spoke in such humble tone, he was simply unable to continue raging. Alright, I get it now. I will leave immediately. Lian Ji waved his hand as he spoke. He was clearly frustrated. Having said that, he turned to Geely. Let's go, the attack will come regardless whether we hide or show ourselves. I, Lian Ji, have always done things openly. Dao friend Lian, please hold on. My friend is about to wake up. Geely called out emotionally. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1132, A Mere Chicken. Chapter 1132, A Mere Chicken. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. A confused Lian Ji looked at Ji as he asked, "Why will he waking up make any difference?" To Lian Ji, the outcome would be the same regardless whether Mo Wuji woke up or not. In fact, things would be a lot quieter if they were to perish while Mo Wuji was still unconscious. Presently, Ji pretended not to hear Lian Ji's words. She cautiously placed Mo Wuji on a praying mat. Following which, she sat next to Mo Wuji as she watched on nervously. Mo Wuji was someone who was even capable of leaving the God's Tower. She believed that if Mo Wuji woke up, they would be able to leave this place. Mo Wuji could sense that he was being carried by Ji. After a while, he seemed to fall like a meteorite from the void. Ji's entire body was covered with blood and was severely injured. A few experts surrounded Ji and this made Mo Wuji exceedingly anxious. He was trying his best to open his eyes. However, his eyelids were simply too heavy. The energy of the Needlehead book was burnt off and the primordial spirit created by his Fecta clay finally relaxed. When this happened, Mo Wuji opened his eyes abruptly. The first person he saw was the extremely anxious Ji. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Ji was still alive. He instantly took out the breath of Hongmeng from his mortal world. He was desperately trying to recover his own strength. In a short period of time, a god-spiritual whirlpool started forming around Mo Wuji's body. The breath of Hongmeng was fearlessly exposed. After recovering from his injuries, Mo Wuji's cultivation level was constantly on the rise. The benefit of having an additional primordial spirit was that his fleshly body was even cleaner than before. Energies of Tao insight started to form around his body. Mysterious Tao ripples of laws started spreading from his body too. Eventually, even the elemental energy of the creation-level god spiritual vein within his mortal world was absorbed by Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's strength was recovering rapidly. In a few minutes, he charged back into the peak of Unity God Level 1. Breath of Hongmeng? God elemental energy of creation level God spiritual vein? A dumbfounded Lian Ji looked at Mo Wuji. Presently, Mo Wuji was fearlessly recovering his strength. Lian Ji could tell and was glad that Mo Wuji wasn't completely useless. At the very least, Mo Wuji was still a Unity God. However, so what if Mo Wuji was a fully recovered elementary Unity God expert? The opponent was Quasi-Sage Lu Wan. Even 100 or 1,000 Unity Gods were all ants in the face of Lu Wan. After a few more minutes, Lian Ji exclaimed, "I finally know why he was so severely injured. With that many treasures on him, even I will be tempted. There are definitely others who couldn't control themselves." Ji heard his words and started to worry. Lian Ji shook his hand as he looked at Ji. "Don't worry, I am not that despicable. But your friend seems inexperienced. Even if he wants to heal himself, he shouldn't have used the breath of Hongmeng so openly. There were basically too many disadvantages for him to use the breath of Hongmeng so openly. In fact, almost all the experts in the Cosmos God City would be able to sense the breath of Hongmeng. They would all be here very soon. Senior Lian, I'm begging you." This time, it was the deacon of the storehouse who had a decent cultivation level. The deacon came over personally to plead Lian Ji. Because of Mo Wuji's delay, Lian Ji was actually not out of the broken rain resting storehouse yet. If the owner of the storehouse was around, Lian Ji could have been chased out forcefully. Lian Ji shook his hand. "Hold on for a while, this friend of mine will be awake soon. Senior Lian." Just as the deacon was going to continue his sentence, an enraged voice was heard from outside. "Lian Ji, you even dare to attack my disciple. Today, I do want to see how capable are you, . Hearing this voice, the deacons and assistants' faces turned pale. The storehouse was eventually still implicated by Lian Ji. Now that their owner wasn't around, the broken rain resting storehouse could be crushed into powder very soon. Boom! An overwhelming explosive god elemental energy surged over. The broken rain resting storehouse's defensive array and building were all destroyed. Concurrently, Mo Wuji charged past Unity God Level 1 into Unity God Level 2. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't even use any technique as he simply patted the dust off his body. He took out a bottle of the breath of Hongmeng for Ji Li before saying, "Senior Sister Ji, thank you for rescuing me. You merged with the extreme ice heavenly bamboo not too long ago, so this breath of Hongmeng should recover your dantian." Having said that, Mo Wuji clasped his fists towards Lian Ji. "Many thanks, Dao friend, for lending your helping hand." Even though Mo Wuji was unable to open his eyes, there were many things which he had faint impressions of. Lian Ji pointed at the man standing on the outside as he let out a bitter smile. "It doesn't matter whether I save you or not. That person is Lu Wan, and in a while, the three of us will not even have the chance to reincarnate." Mo Wuji finally started to size this red-faced man standing on the outside. This fellow with a red face wasn't tall, and he even had a huge tummy. A monk's spade was floating above his head, and he had these very tiny ears. He had a skull hung on his chest, and the belt around his waist was definitely made from dragon skin. The belt had an incredibly imposing aura. "You do know what is coming to you." Lu Wan scanned the three of them and his eyes landed on the jade body in Ji Li's hand. "Ants like the few of you do have some pretty decent items. To think that you're even able to find the breath of Hongmeng." Mo Wuji wasn't bothered by the words of Lu Wan. With a raise of his hand, the half-moon-weighted halberd landed in his hand. At the very most, Lu Wan was merely a fella who just became a quasi-sage. Mo Wuji believed that this fellow would at most be on the same level as Meng Yi. Mo Wuji just stepped into Unity God Level 2. Yet, this ordinary quasi-sage without a god throne dared to act so arrogantly in front of him. "Dao friend Lu, why makes you so angry that you must destroy this storehouse?" Following that voice, a long-bearded yellow-faced man landed. Lu Wan nodded before apologizing. "Dao friend you, I am truly sorry. I do know that this storehouse is related to you. However, this man killed my disciple. If I don't kill this man, I, Lu Wan, would have wasted my many years of cultivation. Of course, I am a fair person and I will compensate the necessary amount eventually." Lu Wan was well aware of the intention of this person. It was definitely not for the broken rain resting storehouse. Instead, it was for the breath of Hongmeng. The yellow-faced man with a long beard nodded and didn't continue to say anything. Lu Wan made his intention clear and he understood. Lu Wan was implying that after he got rid of Mo Wuji and company, he would also get a share of the breath of Hongmeng. Lian Ji started laughing as he turned to Mo Wuji. "Even though I don't know your name and we probably won't make it out alive today, I will not blame you for implicating me. However, I, Lian Ji, am not a person who will sit and wait for my death. Even if I have to die, I will die fighting." Ha ha ha. Hearing Lian Ji's words, it was Lu Wan's turn to laugh. Spectators by the side started shaking their heads speechlessly. While Lian Ji was pretty reputable in the Cosmos God City, he was only still an intermediate Unity God. Lu Wan was a quasi-sage and ranked within the top 5 experts of the Cosmos God City. One could say that Lian Ji wouldn't even have a chance to attack when facing Lu Wan. Mo Wuji shook his hand as he replied, "Naturally, there is no need for Dao friend Lian to fight. I, alone, am enough to deal with a mere chicken like him." Lian Ji stared blankly at Mo Wuji. Why would Mo Wuji say such senseless words? When he said that he was going to fight to his death, he was planning to self-explode. Even if Mo Wuji could self-explode, he was only in the elementary Unity God stage. His explosion would probably not hurt anyone. The surrounding was incredibly quiet as everyone was astonished by Mo Wuji's words. A mere chicken? If Lu Wan was a mere chicken, wouldn't the entire Cosmos God City be a pile of chicken eggs? Lu Wan continued to stare blankly at Mo Wuji. He met foolish and senseless people before. Even so, this was his first time meeting someone as senseless as Mo Wuji. How many of those who could cultivate to their level would call a quasi-sage a mere chicken? Since this is the case, a mere chicken like him do want to see what you're made of. As Luwan spoke, he didn't even bother drawing his monk's spade. He reached out in an attempt to strike Mo Wuji with his hand. In his eyes, Mo Wuji couldn't even be considered as a mere chicken. Boom! Just as Luwan's God Elemental hand seal touched Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain, it ignited an overwhelming explosion. The God Elemental hand seal was not even able to seep through Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain, let alone touch Mo Wuji. Luwan's expression changed drastically. A domain like Mo Wuji shouldn't belong to a Unity God expert. The perfection of Mo Wuji's domain was so terrifying that even Luwan's domain wasn't any stronger. He misjudged Mo Wuji because Mo Wuji was definitely not in Unity God level 2. Mo Wuji grunted as he swung his half-moon weighted halberd. A silver river exploded out from the void. At this moment, how could Luwan dare to continue treating Mo Wuji as a Unity God level 2 cultivator? His domain expanded ferociously as he drew out his monk's spade. The monk's spade turned into frightening killing energy as it covered the sky of the precious cosmos God City. The explosive killing intent spread as it turned into killing Dao laws. Spectating cultivators started to retreat at the sight of this. There was no way out once one was trapped within the killing Dao laws. Lian Ji saw how Mo Wuji charged brazenly towards Luwan's domain. He muttered to himself shockingly, is he really in the elementary Unity God stage? The only person who wasn't surprised was Jili. If Mo Wuji wasn't this capable, how could he trap Huan Ti in his world? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1133, Killing. Chapter 1133, Killing. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Boom! The silver river landed right onto Luwan's monk's spade. The halberd radiance exploded on Luwan's monk's spade. The monk's spade was instantly suppressed even before it could gather enough killing energy. Because Luwan lost the initiative, he was restrained by Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji didn't wait for Luwan to react in time as he took another step forward. He landed on top as he pointed out a finger. World of Man. After Mo Wuji stepped into the Unity God stage, the laws of his Tao grew closer to perfection. Under the world of man, even a quasi-sage like Luwan wouldn't be able to break free in a hurry. Only a mere 100 years stand between life and death. Why should he bother about everything? Instead of struggling to break free, why don't he let nature take its own course? Mo Wuji's cultivation level increased and was already in Unity God level 2. Even so, Luwan managed to break free from Mo Wuji's world of man within a breath's worth of time. His monk's spade turned the space into his prison. Dao runes, which couldn't be seen by naked eyes, formed a spider net space. It was enveloping Mo Wuji swiftly.